Reborn in 1972 on Hong Kong Island, Lin Shixiao begins this life as the adopted son of Hua Yingdong, standing directly at the pinnacle of power and capital in Shanjiang. In this lifetime, Lin Shixiao has entered a true God mode. Since he knows the economic trends of the coming decades, the entire era becomes nothing more than his personal cash machine. At the end of a bull market, he will exit with surgical precision at the very peak, then turn around to short the global indices, sweeping in hundreds of millions. He will produce the hottest films sweeping through the entertainment industry, with actresses falling one by one into his orbit. He will hoard land in advance, calmly waiting for real estate prices to explode in value. On the international capital markets, he will stir up storms, making even the great financial predators collectively tremble in fear. While driving the economic rise of the mainland, he will simultaneously weave his own legend of wealth. Exploiting the gap in information, he will begin from Hong Kong Island and stride step by steady step toward the summit of the world. Fine rain falls like needles, and the cold wind cuts to the bone. A middle-aged man in a dark gray Zhongshan suit murmurs to a brand-new tombstone. "Adong, I've come to see you off. 14 years ago, you were hauling iron at the Taiga shipyard, so hungry your vision went dark. I pitied you and handed you a bowl of wonton noodles. Back then you said, Huasong, I will remember this bowl of noodles for the rest of my life. Later you drove for me braving wind and rain without a single word of complaint." The middle-aged man's face softens with reminiscence. "That year I was ambushed. It was you who slammed your foot on the accelerator and rammed aside the blocking car, helping me escape with my life, but you nearly lost half of yours. When you woke up, the very first words you said were, Huasong, your clothes are dirty." Hua Yingdong's voice trembles uncontrollably. "And now you've saved me once again. It's just a pity that this time luck was not on our side. You left too suddenly. You didn't even get to see your son one last time." Hua Yingdong sniffles. "Rest assured, today standing here before you, I swear from this moment on, Shixiao is the adopted son of me, Hua Yingdong. If he studies, I will support him. If he causes trouble, I will shoulder it. If he succeeds, I will rejoice. If he falls into hardship, I will catch him. I will treat him as my own flesh and blood and protect him as if he were born of me. You, Lin Guodong, spent half your life protecting me with your own. I, Hua Yingdong, will spend the rest of mine guarding your bloodline." Hua Yingdong bows deeply, rain mixing with tears as they slide down his cheeks. "Adong, rest in peace." The people behind him follow suit and bow. A harsh caw splits the air as several large-beaked crows startled beat their wings and flee. "Shixiao?" Hua Yingdong beckons to a young man whose expression is dazed. "Tell me, do you wish to continue your studies abroad, or, Uncle Hua?" At this moment, Lin Shixiao's mind is in utter turmoil. These past few days he has been running around without pause and still has not recovered from the dizzying shock of his transmigration. "If you are interested in business, you can join one of the Hua family's corporations." "Uncle Hua. Call me Uncle Hua. I already said from now on you are my adopted son. Uncle Hua. I want to carve out my own path." Lin Shixiao raises his head and meets Hua Yingdong's gaze with courage. In his previous life, he loved watching old Hong Kong films and along the way developed a taste for speculating in Hong Kong stocks. While studying the markets, he also delved into the history of Hong Kong's development. The trajectory of Hong Kong Island's economic development over the coming decades is etched in Lin Shixiao's mind as clearly as if reciting from a ledger, down to which node this current bull market will end at and in what manner it will collapse. In the remaining months of this bull market, he knows exactly which stocks can bring him enormous profits. In his previous life, although Lin Shixiao had some money at best, he was modestly well off, nowhere near the level of a true tycoon. Whenever he saw the grand splendor of the great tycoons, Lin Shixiao could not help but feel overwhelming envy. A man he believes should stride across the world, revered by tens of thousands. Now, having arrived in an age where daring alone can make one rich, if he were still to docilely accept the shelter of Hua Yingdong, then this transmigration would practically have been for nothing. Besides, living under another's roof will always leave a thorn in his heart. With this foresight into the future, he believes that in this lifetime, he will outshine even Hua Yingdong. "You want to carve out your own path." Hua Yingdong is somewhat surprised, but still offers encouragement. "Very well, young men ought to venture out and test themselves. Only by venturing out will a young man learn when to turn back." Lin Guodong cherished this son. Lin Shixiao grew up in an ivory tower and does not yet understand how cruel society can be. Hua Yingdong beckons to a man a few years younger than himself. "Steward Chen, for the coming period, you will temporarily stay by Shixiao's side." Shixiao, call him Uncle Chen. "Uncle Chen." Steward Chen is an old retainer of the Hua family and had a close relationship with Lin Guodong. "Thank you, Uncle Hua." Lin Shixiao's heart surges with excitement. To carry out his plans, he must rely on Hua Yingdong's connections. With someone like Steward Chen at his side, many things will proceed far more smoothly. Hua Yingdong turns toward the tombstone. "Adong, I'll come visit you when I can." Just as the Hua family departs, another family approaches carrying a wreath of white chrysanthemums. A Xiao. Among them, a young woman with an oval face is particularly eye-catching. Tall and slender with fair skin and natural beauty, her bearing is refined. The phrase "a lotus emerging unsullied from clear water" suits her perfectly. At this moment her eyes are slightly red and her features suffused with grief, yet her gaze brims with concern for Lin Shixiao. Yaji. A sense of unreality washes over him. He is actually childhood sweethearts with Zhao Yaji. In the future this woman will ride the success of 3 dramas, Chu Liuxiangshang Hayton and New Legend of the White Snake, to become a household name across the land, the dream goddess of countless men. The two of them had known each other since they were little snot-nosed children. During middle school the original Shixiao often helped Zhao Yaji fend off the advances of other boys. Later when he went abroad to study their contact gradually lessened. These past few days whenever Zhao Yaji had a spare moment, she would come to help. Every time he saw this pretty spirited beauty before him Lin Shixiao's exhaustion would ease a little. Shixiao, we were afraid of disturbing Mr. Huo. Zhao Guohua nods to Steward Chun. He knows him though they are not particularly close. Uncle Zhao, it's fine, the timing is just right. Lin Guodong and Zhao Guohua had known each other for many years and were very good friends. The Zhao family bows solemnly 3 times before the tombstone. Adong, what are your plans now? Will you continue your studies abroad or stay here in Hong Kong Island? Zhao Guohua knows that with Hua Yingdong's benevolence Lin Shixiao will not be treated unfairly. Uncle Zhao, I plan to trade stocks. Trade stocks? Zhao Guohua is not surprised. To be precise, he would not be surprised if anyone in Hong Kong gave this answer right now. The stock market is flourishing and many have made money there. Even he himself has earned tens of thousands from a few winning new issues. But Lin Shixiao has never dealt with stocks and does not understand how treacherous the market can be. With the Hua family's protection, Lin Shixiao could live out a wealthy and peaceful life without risk. There is no need for him to gamble. Xiao, you must think this through carefully. I also think caution is necessary. Steward Chen joins in. He too disapproves of Lin Shixiao entering the stock market. The market can make a man fabulously rich, and it can drive him to jump from a rooftop. Uncle Zhao? Uncle Chen. Lin Shixiao picks up a newspaper that is blown in from Waknoshire and points at the front page headline: The IPO of Balito is open for subscription. Do you believe I can make money on this stock? We believe. I believe. Zhao Guohua and Steward Chen nod one after the other. The market is in a frenzied phase. New issues are especially scarce, and as long as one gets an allotment, profits are virtually guaranteed. Steward Chen frowns. Shixiao, this is all small change. With Mr. Hua's backing, you need not worry about making money in the future. Steward Chen is right. Zhao Guohua quickly adds in agreement. But what if? Lin Shixiao's eyes gradually brighten. What if I know this stock will rise tenfold? What? Tenfold? Adong, are you really sure? The Zhao family all wore worried expressions. Lin Shixiao had clearly placed his faith in some rumor. Shixiao, even Mr. Hua has no concrete information yet. Butler Chen's meaning was obvious. At present there was no sign that this new stock Balito would rise so much. Uncle Chen, I've already made up my mind. Lin Shixiao's attitude was unshakable. There were many things he simply could not explain. He certainly could not say he had come from the future. Zhao Guohua and Butler Chen's faces darkened. Fine, you can play a little, just don't make it too big. Zhao Guohua knew Lin Shixiao was in a rebellious phase. If he tried to block him completely, the effect would only be the opposite. Sigh. Butler Chen let out a soft sigh. He was not related by blood to Lin Shixiao. If he spoke too harshly, it would be unseemly. Shixiao. Zhao Yaji also wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by a single look from Lin Shixiao. Then just don't be too greedy. In Zhao Yaji's view, as long as Lin Shixiao did not become greedy, the problem would not be too serious. In a bull market, many people would make money as long as they withdrew in time. Yet Lin Shixiao's next words fell like a bolt from the blue. Uncle Zhao, do you know anyone who wants to buy a house? I'm preparing to sell the house. To speculate in stocks required capital. Not long ago, Lin Guodong had just bought a house, and with the original owner's overseas study expenses being large, there was not much savings left. You want to sell the house? Zhao Guohua's eyes almost popped out of his head. If it had been his own son saying this, he would already have slapped him. If you don't sell the house, I won't have the capital to trade stocks. Lin Shixiao's expression was utterly calm. Zhao Guohua felt choked by his words. That Tong Lao your father just bought a few months ago is in an excellent location. It will appreciate in value in the future. I know, but I still want to sell. If you have any clients, introduce them to me. These words were not only addressed to Zhao Guohua, but also to Butler Chen. I might know a few people. I'll ask around later. Butler Chen subconsciously glanced at the tombstone. It seemed Lin Guodong's family property would likely not be preserved. You sighed. Zhao Guohua raised his hand high, yet let it fall powerlessly. He could see clearly that Lin Shixiao's mind was already made up. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Dad, Uncle Chen Xiao is probably in a bad mood. I'll take a walk with him. Before anyone could react, Zhao Yaji took Lin Shixiao by the hand and led him away. Zhao Guohua and Butler Chen exchanged a bitter smile. Young people are bound to be impulsive. We'll find another chance to persuade him. Butler Chen could not help feeling glad that he had never had children. Sigh, this is all we can do. Zhao Guohua only felt a splitting headache. After Lin Shixiao left, Butler Chen immediately reported to Hua Yingdong. Mr. Hua Shixiao wants to sell the house to speculate in stocks. You mean that Tong Lao Adong bought a few months ago? On the phone, Hua Yingdong sounded somewhat shocked. Yes, that very one. That house will definitely appreciate. Have you tried persuading him? Both Xiao Guohua and I have already tried, but he won't listen. Then that's fine. Mister, what you mean? Help me buy it, but don't let him know. If he loses all his money, return the house to him. Understood, Mister? Hua. If Shixiao is determined to sell, I will handle it. A few days later. Young man, this house could fetch 10 or 20,000 more in just a few months. Are you sure you want to sell now? An old man in a long gown with a white beard looked at Lin Shixiao with smiling eyes. He was the buyer Butler Chen had found. Grandpa, I've already thought it through. Let's complete the deal. Lin Shixiao was somewhat anxious. Bailito's subscription period was about to open. If he missed it, he would regret it so much he could pound his thigh black and blue. There's no rush. Let's talk about why you're selling first. Many people around me who sold last year are regretting it now, the old man said unhurriedly. Lin Shixiao frowned slightly and looked toward Butler Chen. Are you sure he's really here to buy the house? Yes, I'm sure. Butler Chen hurriedly coughed a few times. Receiving his cue, the white-bearded old man quickly plastered on a broad smile. All right, let's proceed. With Mr. Hua as guarantor, once we sign the contract, the 50,000 will be transferred to your account immediately. You're not even going to haggle it. Lin Shixiao felt something was off. The white-bearded old man forced a stiff smile. I'm already taking advantage of you. Let's not discuss the price any further. The contract was signed on the morning of July 6th, and by afternoon the 50,000 had already been deposited into Lin Shixiao's account. Cradling his savings book from Huifeng Bank, Lin Shixiao was filled with ambition. Uncle Chen, have the people from Bell Securities set a time. Ordinary people relied on having many accounts when applying for new shares, betting on probability. As the adopted son of Hua Yingdong, however, Lin Shixiao naturally took the large account subscription channel. That way, not only could his chances of being allotted shares be guaranteed, he could also receive a far larger allocation. They said it at Yongqi Restaurant 7 o'clock this evening. Butler Chen's face showed little expression. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Lin Shixiao could not suppress the smile on his face. The night drew on. That night, in a private room at Yongqi Restaurant. It is our honor that Mr. Lin has chosen Bell to open a large amount subscription channel. Manager Wang is a man of great presence. His future is boundless. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin. I dare not accept such praise. Manager Wang, if I subscribe to Bailito, how large an allocation can I get? Putting down his wine cup, Lin Shixiao stared nervously at the bespectacled man opposite him. In theory, you could receive 50%, but... Manager Wang frowned. But what? However, we generally don't recommend that, Mr. Lin takes so much openly. You know that new stocks are scarce now, and many eyes are on them. If we give you such a large allocation, others will complain. I understand. Realization dawned on Lin Shixiao. Although Bailito was not a popular new stock, many people were still watching it. Moreover, if he held too large an allocation, it would not be conducive to the share price rising. After all, nobody was willing to be the one carrying others' sedan chair. If his allocation was too large and blocked the stock's ascent, the gains would not be worth the risk. Then how much do you think would be appropriate for me? Lin Shixiao asked with genuine humility. 10%. It's Mr. Lin's first time. It's not suitable to take too much. Manager Wang's eyes narrowed in a smile. And this 10% will be fully allotted, correct? Lin Shixiao pressed on. That morning he had asked Zhao Guohua, for retail investors the chance of getting new shares was less than 5%. Manager Wang froze for a moment, then laughed. You are one of our major clients, of course we must ensure your allotment probability. Good, I understand. In his heart, Lin Shixiao was already making calculations. Bailito was issuing a total of 12 million shares to the public this time. 10% meant 120,000 shares. The issue price was $1.50 per share. If his memory was correct, within a month of listing, Bailito's peak price would exceed $12. If he sold at $11, his profit would surpass 11 million Hong Kong dollars. This was 11 million in the 1970s. An ordinary person's monthly salary was only about 1,000 and a Rolls-Royce cost just 100,000. Even now, Hua Yingdong's assets amounted to only a few hundred million. Lin Shixiao could not help becoming excited. However, subscribing for 120,000 shares required more than 180,000 in funds. He had only 50,000 at the moment, far from enough. May I ask bluntly, does your firm provide any margin financing services? Margin meant borrowing money from the brokerage by paying a certain amount of interest. High risk, high return. Financing. Manager Wang was momentarily taken aback in his view, as Hua Yingdong's adopted son Lin Shixiao should not be short of money. But he soon recovered. We can. How much does Mr. Lin wish to raise? I have 500,000. How much can I borrow? Manager Wang glanced awkwardly at Chen the steward. Whether Hua would provide a guarantee made all the difference. Mr. Hua places great value on Lin Shixiao. Chen the steward replied in a matter-of-fact tone. He had chosen to let Lin Shixiao have his way. A few million was not a large sum for the Hua family. At most, we can lend 15 times. With the Hua family's assurance, Manager Wang offered the maximum within his authority. 15 times. That would be 7,500,000. Lin Shixiao stroked his chin. Manager Wang assumed Lin was dissatisfied with the limit and hastily pasted on a smile. If we apply to the higher-ups, the limit can be raised. No need, 7 million is enough. Lin Shixiao waved his hand. Money is not always better in larger amounts. The interest on such loans is steep. Without a clear use, it is best not to borrow excessively. All right. I will help you open the account tomorrow. You transfer the funds, and within a day the loan capital will arrive. I should remind you our annual interest rate is 8% calculated daily. Manager Wang smiled broadly. He would be rewarded for arranging the loan. Good as soon as possible. Half an hour later he left half drunk and half awake. Uncle Chun, is there any other way to obtain Billionaire shares? Knowing the new share would soar tenfold, Lin Shixiao would not be content with only 10%. Chun the steward regarded Lin for a long beat and snorted 2 days before a new listing. Some people sell allocations on the dark market, though the price is a bit higher. Lin Shixiao brightened instantly. Please, Uncle Chun. Chun rolled his eyes. If you want to buy, prepare a couple of extra accounts and don't let the people propping up the stock find out. Without someone to push the price, it will not surge in the short term, and those who push the price least want others to reap the win. Lin Shixiao could buy on the dark market, but it must remain secret. On paper, he already held 10%. That was the limit others would tolerate. Any more, and someone would make trouble. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Thank you. Lin's excitement swelled. This was the benefit of having connections. Without Chin's introductions, he would never have known about the dark market. After seeing Chun off, Lin Shixiao strolled through the island streets. At 9 o'clock, the island was still lively. Trams clanged as they ran alongside roads. Tea restaurants glowed. Cheongsam-clad women hurried by under parasols. Cantonese opera drifted from afar, and the air carried the brine of the sea and the scent of osmanthus. Dark market trades required additional accounts, and Lin thought of Zhao Yazi's family. But one does not visit empty-handed. Spotting a department store still open not far off, he stepped inside. Good evening, sir. What would you like? Hello. I'd like a box of bird's nest, the very best. We have bloodbird's nest and white bird's nest. Which do you prefer? Blood nest is pricier, but the most nourishing. He'll take the blood nest then. Very good. This official grade box is the finest, $45 a box. It makes young ladies even lovelier. All right, 1 box. Wrap it nicely. It's a gift. No problem. He'll make it pretty and add a red ribbon. Thank you. That'll be 45, hey raise 5 and change. Please come again. In his former life, Lin seldom shopped at department stores, but in this era they were the main shopping venues. As he stepped out, a tram passed by, and Lin hurriedly waved. When it stopped, he hopped on and dutifully dropped in 2 mao 20 cents as fare. It was only a few stops to the Zhao residence. Taking a taxi would have been extravagant. When Lin arrived, Zhao Guohua was reading the newspaper, and Zhao Yaji was helping her mother with chores. She had pinned her hair up, revealing a swan-like neck. Seeing Lin enter, Zhao Yazi's cheeks flushed slightly. I shall have some water. Zhao Yaji obligingly poured a cup of water. Thank you. Lin Shixiao took the opportunity to sit beside Zhao Guohua. Seeing that Zhao Guohua ignored him, he took the initiative to speak. Uncle Zhao, are you still angry with me? Humph. Zhao Guohua set down his paper and glared at Lin Shixiao. I'm afraid your father will leap out of his coffin. Heh. I'm only trying to ensure Yaji has a better life. The remark was bold, although the families shared an unspoken understanding. Nothing had ever been made explicit. He'll go to the restroom. Zhao Yazi chose the quickest escape. Zhao Guohua's expression softened. If you obediently work for Mr. Well, you can give Yaji a good life. If you go into the stock market, you might end up on the streets with her. Humph. Hey, Uncle Zhao, I'm only 20. I can't bear not trying. Besides, living under others' roofs is not a long-term plan. Haven't you seen the way the Hua heirs look at me? Lin was not speaking idly. When Hua Ingdong announced at the cemetery yesterday that he had accepted him as an adopted son, several of the Hua heirs had looked displeased. Battles over illustrious inheritances were the island's favorite gossip. Sigh. Zhao Guohua sighed. He truly had not considered that aspect. But you can't sell the house. Your father's remains are still fresh and property will appreciate. Uncle Zhao will let you in on something, but don't go telling others. Seeing Lin speak with seriousness, Zhao Guohua grew solemn as well. Go on, tell me. This bull market will end within 6 months, and it will end suddenly. A stock crash is inevitable. Many will then sell property, and prices will plunge. If I sell now, and buy back in a year, I will have made a profit. The Zhaos were not outsiders. Lin Shixiao did not mind revealing some of his thinking. His secondary plan was to scoop up properties at bargain prices after the crash. A stock disaster would not alter the island's long-term economic ascent. Of properties bought cheaply would yield him tremendous returns. Thus, he needed to scramble for money now. The bull market will end within half a year. Zhao Guohua fell into thought. These days, almost everyone dreamed of sudden wealth. Some even cried that the index would hit 5,000 points. Every day, the papers carried articles by so-called financial experts extolling the island's imminent takeoff. Few people paused to reassess calmly. In truth, the bull market had already lasted a year, and the market had risen considerably. Zhao Guohua was among the few with a sense of crisis, so despite the market's fervor, he had stayed out. He had assumed Lin was merely a young man swept up by the trend, and now he realized he had been wrong. Whether Lin's calculations proved correct or not, such composed foresight was rare. For the first time, Zhao Guohua's determination to dissuade him wavered. Regardless of Lin's prospects in the market, a young man with grit deserved support. Earlier, Uncle, I was not considerate enough, though I apologize. Uncle Zhao won't stop me anymore. Lin Shixiao felt a flicker of happiness. With his father gone, the Zhaos were his closest kin. A person displaced above all needed a sense of belonging. I won't stop you. At worst, if you lose everything, you can live with us. I was just thinking I could use a Livian son-in-law. Zhao Guohua laughed heartily. His house was large enough to accommodate them. Dad. Zhao Yaji poked half her head out of the room, looking shy. On November 8th, Lin Shixiao successfully opened a stock trading account at Bailey Securities, also activating a channel for large subscriptions. After transferring 500,000 that afternoon, 7,500,000 in funds arrived. The total account amount reached a staggering 8 million Hong Kong dollars. That's the price of 80 Rolls-Royces. On November 13th, Bailejuo officially began its subscription. On the same day, Lin Shixiao smoothly obtained a 10% quota of the publicly issued stocks, which amounted to 1,200,000 shares. At $1.50 per share, 1,800,000 was frozen in the account. On November 14th, Lin Shixiao transferred all 620,000 Hong Kong dollars that were not frozen to the Zhao family's bank account. On November 18th, Lin Shixiao met with Butler Chen again after several days. There are 6 million in these cards. Thank you for your trouble. Are you buying them all? Yes. The dark market price is approaching $3 with costs doubled. Aren't you considering the risks? Butler Chen stared wide-eyed. Others choose not to cash out before the listing to avoid risks. Lin Shixiao, however, was going against the tide. I will consider the risks, but still, he'll try to spend all the money. Lin Shixiao said with an awkward smile. There are still 200,000 left. Why not buy them together? I'm planning to rent a place with the remaining money. Lin Shixiao continued his awkward smile. The adopted son of Hua renting a place outside. Butler Chen stared again. Uncle Hua also worked hard to get where he is. I haven't started a family yet, so I should be frugal. Butler Chen could only remain speechless. There are still a few days left. I'll do my best. If it weren't for Lin Shixiao being an old acquaintance, he really wouldn't want to put in so much effort. Whether Bailejuo's stock is a blessing or a curse for Lin Shixiao is still uncertain. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Lin Shixiao's smile was very sweet. In the Repulse Bay Villa area, Mr. Lin, this is the best villa in Repulse Bay, with 4,000 square feet indoors, 3,000 square feet outdoors, a private swimming pool, and a tennis court along with a garage. Here you can see the most beautiful sea view. The owner bought it last year and renovated it, but had to go abroad for work, never staying even a single day. Of course, the rent is not cheap, 15,000 a month, no negotiation. Plus, the monthly property fee is 800 utilities, 2,000 butler fee, 1,200 cleaning fee, 600 garden maintenance, 400. Your total monthly expenses will exceed 20,000. The real estate agent smiled as she introduced it to Lin Shixiao. The house is indeed nice. Lin Shixiao was somewhat excited. He was standing in a luxurious villa worth billions in the future. The location of this house is excellent. Even swimming naked in the pool no one would see. Aside from the cost, there are no other drawbacks. The main point is that he can afford it. It's settled. All right, Mr. Lin will handle the paperwork right away. The agency fee is half a month's rent. You just need to prepare 67,500 in cash. The smile on the real estate agent's face was hard to contain. She would earn a good commission from this deal. Cash. Lin Shixiao scratched his head. In this era where even mobile phones are non-existent, spending money is a hassle. Is a bank transfer all right? I don't have that much cash on hand. A bank draft will work too. The real estate agent's smile remained. A bank draft is a payment certificate issued by the bank, guaranteed by the bank, safe and reliable. All right, do you have a car? Yes. The real estate agent was taken aback. She didn't expect Lin Shixiao not to drive. In fact, the Lin family did not own a car. Lin Guodong drove for Huangdong, and the Hua family had more cars than they could use. Since the original owner was not in Hong Kong, there was naturally no need to buy a car. Once this Bailejuo deal is done, I will immediately get a car. Lin Shixiao thought to himself. After some fuss, by the time the villa keys were handed to Lin Shixiao, it was already evening. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the distant sea. As far as the eye could see, the harbor was illuminated by the afterglow of the sunset, the surface of the sea shimmering, refreshing the spirit. A gentle breeze brushed through the garden, bringing with it a waft of floral fragrance. At this moment, the prosperity of the entire Hong Kong island seemed to be beneath his feet. This is the meaning of making money. Lin Shixiao clenched his fists tightly. The moment he was reborn, he decided not to compromise himself any longer. In this life, he wants to make he wants his name to be known worldwide. He wants to enjoy all the beauty the world has to offer, to make up for all the regrets of his past life, to be the most successful man in the world. On that afternoon, Lin Shixiao walked into the Lan Fong Yuan Tea House on Wellington Street and immediately saw Butler Chen waving. Uncle Chen. Noticing Butler Chen's somewhat haggard face, he added, "You've worked hard. At least you have some." Butler Chen tossed an envelope onto the table. The bank card you gave me along with some account information did not disappoint. Your 6 million has turned into Bailejuo shares at an average cost of $3 per share, totaling 2 million shares. Plus the 120,000 shares from the public quota, you, my friend, now hold over 30% of the shares. If those people find out, they might just kill you. Hee Uncle Chin, don't scare me. Lin Shixiao felt somewhat excited. Although the cost for the 2 million shares had doubled, as long as Bailuo's growth matched its historical performance, he could achieve more than triple the return. At that point 6 million wouldn't be 6 million anymore, but 18 million or even 20 million. Seeing Lin Shixiao's lips quiver with excitement, Butler Chin couldn't help but dampen his spirits. Huashang wanted me to pass on a message to you. Please tell me. Lin Shixiao immediately adopted a serious expression. Deep down he had great respect for Hua Yingdong, who had done many substantial things for China under pressure before Hong Kong's return. He said if you don't make money this time, or if you make very little, then obediently follow him and don't flaunt his name to deceive others. I understand. Lin Shixiao suddenly felt a tremendous amount of pressure. Although he could still make money in this era, without Hua Yingdong's help many things would be much more difficult. However, Hua Yingdong couldn't have said it so sternly. Butler Chin must have added his own spin. On November 27th, Monday, it was the day Bailuo officially debuted. Lin Shixiao had been waiting for this day. Would the stock price trend be as strong as historical records? Lin Shixiao felt somewhat expectant. Early in the morning, he strode into Bailey Securities. Although it was only 8:30, the trading hall was already crowded, resembling a bustling market. Why are there so many people today? Bailuo is officially listed today. The initial offering is 150 and the market expectation has risen to 20. Is there any insider information? Are there any big funds buying in? I heard that Huasheng is also investing. Really? Then I must finance to buy in. At what price should I enter? It's a secret. During a bull market, many people made money and the investors' spirits were extremely high. Standing in the crowd, you would be affected by the investors' enthusiasm. If you don't buy some stocks, it feels like you're going to miss the chance to get rich. There were also some new investors asking questions, all around their expressions mostly anxious, as if they had missed a million. Lin Shixiao understood very well that when a large number of novices entered the market, the bull market was likely coming to an end. The stock market itself is a zero-sum game. When some people make money, others will inevitably lose. At least in the short term, that's how it is. When there are no new investors entering, the market will plummet without looking back. The trading counter was filled with long lines. In this era, computers are a luxury, and all the processes of stock trading are done manually. In the trading hall, there was a large blackboard. When stock prices changed, the quote announcer would broadcast through a loudspeaker, and the scribes would update the numbers. It might look a bit makeshift, but it is precisely this makeshift setup that contributed to the soaring economy of Hong Kong Island. Lin Shixiao was savoring everything around him when Manager Wang approached. Mr. Lin, shall we go to the VIP room? Hello, Manager Wang. Is the VIP room crowded? Lin Shixiao had bought so much in the dark market, so he naturally needed to keep it confidential. Yes, does Mr. Lin want a private room? Manager Wang looked a bit troubled, but Lin Shixiao was the adopted son of Huasheng, so he couldn't ignore him. Huasheng had a lot of influence. Even the Hong Kong Island government did not dare to offend him. Everyone knew that the return of Hong Kong Island was only a matter of time, and Huasheng was very close to the mainland. Is it difficult? Lin Shixiao's expression became serious, revealing a hint of authority. Well, Manager Wang frowned again. There is a room, but it only has a few sofas and tea tables. If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, I can call my brother-in-law over to help, so you won't have to keep running to the trading hall. Although my brother-in-law is an outsider, he knows everyone here and won't delay your wealth accumulation. That's fine, but I don't want my trading movements to be known by others. Lin Shixiao had to remind him. He had too much on hand, and if the news got out, he would likely suffer heavy losses. Those who were driving up stock prices would not watch him make a fortune without taking action. Manager Wang's expression became serious. Mr. Lin, rest assured I know the rules. Although he is from the exchange, betraying Lin Shixiao would bring him no benefit and could likely lead to punishment from Hua Yingdong unless he wanted to ruin his career in Hong Kong Island. Don't worry, I won't treat your brother-in-law poorly. Lin Shixiao patted Manager Wang's shoulder firmly. He was quite discerning about people, and he felt he could trust Manager Wang, especially since he currently had no other options. If Manager Wang kept his word, he wouldn't mind bringing him wealth in the future. There were so many opportunities, and one person's energy was limited. Manager Wang's face immediately filled with smiles. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Then Manager Wang brought over a young man around 25 years old wearing black. Mr. Lin, this is Wang Jiqiang. You can call him a Chong. He has studied for a few years and is literate, so he won't delay your matters. A Chong, this is Mr. Lin, your benefactor in the future. You must perform well. Manager Wang had always wanted to place Wang Jiqiang beside some big shot. Lin Shixiao was the adopted son of Hua Yingdong and had considerable ambition. With Wang Jiqiang following Lin Shixiao, he wouldn't have to worry about making money in the future. People these days value brotherhood, but once they acknowledge a big brother, they cannot betray him for life, or they will be scorned by everyone. Mr. Lin. Wang Jiqiang bowed sincerely, looking a bit shy. Work hard. Lin Shixiao patted his shoulder regardless of status or age in the place of Hong Kong Island. Wang Jiqiang felt a bit excited. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will not disappoint your expectations. Very good. Lin Shixiao encouraged him a bit more and turned to Manager Wang with a smile. You can go about your business. Okay, Mr. Lin. Manager Wang took 2 steps back before turning to leave. From today onwards, Lin Shixiao's position in his heart would be different. There must be some benefit connection between people. Let's go to the room. Lin Shixiao straightened his chest and adjusted. Now he could be considered a big shot. He couldn't dress too casually, or he would easily be looked down upon. The custom-made suit he wore was naturally not cheap, equivalent to an ordinary person's salary for a month. The room was not large, but it was sufficient for Lin Shixiao. Wang Jiqiang eagerly poured a cup of warm water. Mr. Lin, drink some water. He appeared to have been trained by Manager Wang, and his attitude was very pleasant. Lin Shixiao took out a $500 bill from his wallet and slapped it on the table. This is for you. Keep an eye on Beilijuo in the hall. Report to me if there's a fluctuation of more than 5 points. Wang Jiqiang was a bit taken aback. Mr. Lin, that's too much. It's fine if this is our first meeting. As long as you help me well and keep your mouth shut, driving a Rolls Royce and living in a villa will not be a problem. Lin Shixiao began to paint a rosy picture. Wang Jiqiang was so excited that he was almost ready to kneel before Lin Shixiao. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will definitely work diligently. I will never let you down. He had heard many stories of big shots from his brother-in-law and dreamed of being as successful as them. However, he knew his abilities were limited, and it was impossible to make a name for himself alone. Following a big shot was the most correct choice. At this moment, Wang Jiqiang made a vow in his heart to be loyal to Lin Shixiao for life, never to abandon him. He had no idea that this decision would change his entire life. After Wang Jiqiang left, Lin Shixiao fell into deep thought. People of this era are relatively simple. They are loyal to whoever treats them well. This is also the reason why gangs are so rampant. A word from the big brother can lead many to willingly take the blame and go to jail. Just like Lin Guodong, who could completely disregard his own safety for Hui Yingdong's safety. It was merely to repay Hui Yingdong's kindness. Without Hui Yingdong, there would be no opportunity for the original owner to study abroad. Of course, Lin Shixiao would not fully trust Wang Jiqiang after just one meeting. Everything remained to be observed. Before he knew it, it was 9:30. The loudspeaker in the trading hall sounded, "Attention investors. At 9:30 the market officially opens. Today's focus is on the new stock Beilijuo. Code 0123. Initial offering is 150. Experts expect it to reach 20. Investors without allocation should seize the opportunity to enter the market. Beilijuo, 80 cents, up 130, an increase of 87%. The new stock Beilijuo is booming. Wow, it's skyrocketing. Buy it. Quick buy, it will rise." Even in the room, Lin Shixiao could faintly hear the commotion from the hall. Then Wang Jiqiang rushed in panting. Lin Sheng, Beilijuo has reached $3. Keep probing. At this moment, Lin Shixiao was relatively calm. According to historical trajectories, Beilijuo's highest price today was around $4.80. Half an hour later, Wang Jiqiang returned. Lin Sheng, the latest price, $3.50. Keep probing. Okay. An hour later, Wang Jiqiang walked in with a rather grim expression. What's wrong? Lin Shixiao's heart sank. Could it be that someone knew about his secret stock purchases and was selling off? He hadn't started selling yet. Lin Sheng, the latest stock price is $2.90, nearly a dollar drop from the peak. How's the investor sentiment? Most people want to buy, but after the price drop, investors' willingness to purchase has decreased. Wang Jiqiang would keep probing. Lin Shixiao pondered, stroking his chin. Such high enthusiasm from investors is something that some people would not want to see. At least this enthusiasm came at the wrong time. If those people were to raise the stock price as originally planned, it would mean helping the retail investors, which no one would do. Suppressing the stock price to create a panic is also a common operation. However, these were just Lin Shixiao's speculations. Whether they were accurate would depend on Beilijuo's performance in the following hours. After more than an hour, Beilijuo fluctuated around $3, with trading volume decreasing. Retail investors who had intended to enter now began to take a wait-and-see approach. After all, there were so many stocks on the market, there was no need to insist on buying Beilijuo. At 12 noon, the stock market closed, and it would reopen at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, lasting until 4, making a total trading time of 4.5 hours. Manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang entered one after the other. Lin Sheng's short-term fluctuations in stock prices are normal. Manager Wang closed the door, leaned close to Lin Shixiao's ear, and whispered, "I got news that they want to drive retail investors off the bus. The stock price should hit a new high by the afternoon close." Really? Lin Shixiao gave Manager Wang a deep look. In this day and age, there aren't many regulatory measures. Most of the time, the exchanges will cooperate with large funds to harvest retail investors, so it's not surprising that Manager Wang knows the main forces. That Manager Wang could tell him this indicated that this person genuinely wanted to befriend him. After all, Manager Wang was also taking some risks by doing this. As long as Lin Shixiao leaks this information, Manager Wang would probably be unable to continue in his role. Manager Wang. Lin Shixiao patted Manager Wang's shoulder heavily. "Thank you." Manager Wang immediately hunched down a bit. "Lin Sheng, it's nothing, we're friends after all." Manager Wang was deliberate. Being unable to contact Hui Yingdong, having a good relationship with Lin Shixiao was also quite advantageous. "Yes, we are friends. The two exchanged meaningful smiles. Between adults, some things didn't need to be said so explicitly. After the afternoon open, Billionaire still looked lifeless, with trading volume continuing to decline, and the enthusiasm of retail investors cooled once again. Many people initially expected Billionaire to break $4.50 on its debut, but with such performance, it was hardly strong. Yet Lin Shixiao remained steady. Since he chose to wade into this murky water, he needed the corresponding composure. Finally, at 3:45 in the afternoon, Wang Jiqiang rushed in with a delighted expression. Lin Sheng, it's rising. It's rising. Don't rush, speak slowly. Lin Shixiao handed him a glass of water. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Wang Jiqiang gulped down the water, hastily choking a few times. Cough, cough. He started to cough violently. Take it slow. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but laugh. How many times had he exerted himself to please others in the past? Okay. Wang Jiqiang quickly wiped the water off the corner of his mouth. What's the price now? Wang Jiqiang extended 4 fingers. For $4. It shot up in just a few minutes, faster than a plane. Lin Shixiao smiled. All right, keep, Lin Sheng, how about considering selling a bit? You are a major client and can trade first. Wang Jiqiang kindly reminded. Retail investors could only wait in line obediently, but someone like Lin Shixiao did not need to wait. He had priority in transactions. Today I am not selling. Lin Shixiao's smile widened. Although there had been some twists today, it seemed that the historical trajectory had not. Selling at $4 would be foolish. This stock could rise above $12, and it would only take about half a month. He could wait. All right, I will go check again. Though Wang Jiqiang didn't understand why Lin Shixiao wouldn't sell part of it to mitigate the risk, he wouldn't ask further if Lin Shixiao didn't explain. In fact, that question was somewhat abrupt. If his brother-in-law found out, he would definitely scold him. If the stock price fluctuates between $4 and $5, there's no need to come back to report. Running back and forth is quite exhausting. Seeing Wang Jiqiang panting heavily, Lin Shixiao genuinely felt sorry. He was a sincere kid. Okay, Wang Jiqiang felt a warmth, and his determination grew firmer. In the next 10 minutes, Billionaire soared. At the close, the price settled at $4.80, exactly the highest price Lin Shixiao remembered. Time to get off work. Lin Shixiao stood up from his chair, feeling sore from sitting for so long. Congratulations, Lin Sheng, you've made a fortune. Manager Wang appeared at the right time. Lin Shixiao's initial purchase was $1.50. Based on the closing price, it had already tripled, with paper profits nearing $4 million, which was money many people in Hong Kong Island could never earn in their lifetime. I believe Manager Wang must have made quite a bit as well. Lin Shixiao smiled at Manager Wang, not believing that Manager Wang hadn't held shares in Billionaire. To put it simply, it's like being close to water's edge. I didn't take much, my capital wasn't enough. Manager Wang had a look of regret. Lin Shixiao patted Manager Wang's shoulder and said seriously, it's all right, we'll make money together in the future. Manager Wang began to realize something, his expression becoming excited. Thank you, Lin Sheng. If there's anything you need, just let me know. I won't tell Steward Chen. This was a pledge of loyalty to Lin Shixiao. Although Steward Chen wasn't an outsider, Lin Shixiao definitely wouldn't like him reporting everything to Steward Chen. Sure. Lin Shixiao's smile grew wider. Lin Sheng, how did Jiqiang perform? You should say it as it is, but it's okay to criticize, no need to hold back. Manager Wang wore a pleasing expression. He performed well, keep it up. Don't you hurry, and thank Lin Sheng. Manager Wang beamed, giving Wang Jiqiang frantic signals. Although Lin Shixiao came from a humble background, having a good foster father, countless people wanted to build connections with him. Now that Lin Shixiao was alone, it was a great opportunity to get closer. Thank you, Lin Sheng, brother-in-law. Lin Sheng gave me $500. Wang Jiqiang took out a $500 bill from his pocket, wanting to hand it to Manager Wang. Get lost, do I need this little money? If I take this money, can your sister let me sleep in the bed tomorrow? Manager Wang's expression was exaggerated. Wang Jiqiang awkwardly laughed and put the money back. Manager Wang, you're not doing well. Lin Shixiao laughed and patted Manager Wang's shoulder. Sorry for making you laugh, Lin Sheng. Manager Wang lowered his body at the right moment, allowing Lin Shixiao's pat to be more comfortable. Unknowingly, the relationship between the three grew a little closer. On November 28th, Tuesday, Billionaire continued its strong performance from yesterday's closing, reaching a peak of $6 in the early session, but then fell back in the afternoon, closing at $5.02. The trading volume on that day was still very high, indicating Billionaire's immense popularity. On November 29th, Wednesday, Billionaire began a fierce tug-of-war between bulls and bears in the early session, with the stock price fluctuating around $5.50, clearly showing that some profit takers wanted to cash out. Most retail investors chose to remain still hesitant to enter the market recklessly. Finally, around 11:30, the bulls gained the upper hand with large buy orders, pushing the stock price up, igniting the emotion of retail investors. At the midday close, the stock price successfully broke through $6. Attention investors, the market is closing. Billionaire has surpassed the $6 mark, closing at $6.01. Wow, $6.01. I should have bought earlier. $1.50 during the IPO, now $6.01. It's tripled. I thought it was too expensive and waited for a drop, but it just kept rising. I regret it. I should have bought more at $5. I also bought some on the first day, but I bought too little. Those who hadn't entered the market or bought too little exchanged glances, sighing in regret. Many investors were eagerly preparing to make a big move after the afternoon session opened. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon as the market opened, Balido launched a vertical surge. Within minutes it broke through $6.50, even impacting the $7 barrier. However, as it approached $7, a large wave of selling pressure came down like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the enthusiasm of retail investors. Clearly, some people did not want the stock price to rise too much in the short term. It should be noted that Hong Kong stocks operate on a T0 system, allowing for same-day buying and selling. A rapid rise in a short period may lead to some speculators cashing out. Some people wish to harvest retail investors themselves rather than letting others do so. Lin Shixiao also sold some stocks. He held over 30% of his shares, and if he didn't act, it would raise suspicion. However, after the stock price dropped, he bought in again, a practice known as doing T. For Lin Shixiao, who came from a background in seasoned stock trading, this was not too difficult. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Balido's stock price slowly declined, and at the close it plummeted again, ending at $5.08. Lin Shixiao's profits experienced a roller coaster, but he remained calm. The current price was still far from the selling range. On November 30th, Thursday, Balido showed slight fluctuations throughout the day, with trading volume significantly dropping compared to the previous 2 days, closing at $6.01. Those who were observant easily noticed that although Balido's stock price fluctuated greatly, it was consistently setting higher closing prices, demonstrating a very healthy trend. On December 1st, a Friday, Balido opened with a sharp rise, then maintained a flat line for the rest of the day, closing at $6.05. December 2nd is Saturday, and Hong Kong stocks still have half a day's trading time. Many retail investors thought Balido would fluctuate slightly like yesterday, but unexpectedly, it surged right at the opening. $7, $7.50, $8. Balido was like a runaway wild horse, unstoppable. It's rising again. Charge. Hurry up and line up, or you won't get it. I told you Balido is like a well-rolled sugar cane. It's smooth as can be. The enthusiasm of retail investors was reignited. However, history repeated itself. After retail investors rushed in, a massive selling pressure emerged again, causing many accounts to show losses. My God, why is this so strange? It was skyrocketing not long ago. Oh no, the downward trend won't stop. The trading hall was filled with whales. Naturally, Lin Shixiao also sold some of his stocks. Over these few days, he had figured out the big players' routine, rapidly driving up prices to lure in retail investors, then crashing down to harvest. The method wasn't sophisticated, but it was effective. Perhaps some would stop trading Balido after suffering losses, but new investors continued to flood in. After Balido went public, even the slightly reputable financial newspapers in Hong Kong Island discussed this stock. When retail investors' emotions were low, experts emerged to shout that Balido would still surge. Such behavior would undoubtedly be illegal decades later. However, in 1972, Hong Kong Island had little regulatory oversight. Lin, you have already made over 7 million. Wang Jiqiang knew about Lin Shixiao's account situation. At this point, the market value of Lin Shixiao's account had already exceeded 10 million. But Wang Jiqiang did not know that Lin Shixiao had many other accounts. Although those accounts had higher costs, they had also doubled in profit. Save some money, and it'll take you out to play later. Lin Shixiao smiled and patted Wang Jiqiang on the shoulder. Really? Wang Jiqiang found it hard to believe. In his eyes, Lin Shixiao was no different from a stock god. Every operation was precise with nothing to critique, as if Lin Shixiao could predict stock price fluctuations. Really, it's more valuable than gold. Having made money, Lin Shixiao was also in a very good mood. Although stocks issued during a bull market generally rise, it is quite rare for them to rise so much in such a short time. Otherwise, Lin Shixiao wouldn't remember Balido. At the midday close, Balido's stock price settled at $7.02. Although it had significantly retreated from the day's peak, it was still much higher than yesterday's closing price. As long as one was not among those chasing the peak, accounts were generally in a profitable state. The stock market plays with people's psychology. Fortunately, Lin Shixiao had a strong heart and could foresee the future. Otherwise, he might have lost control. Just after Lin Shixiao exited from Bell Securities, he was stopped by Butler Chun. Hello, Uncle Chun. Lin Shixiao flashed a bright smile. However, Butler Chun's expression was somewhat serious. Mister, who wants to see you? Lin Shixiao felt a jolt in his heart. He didn't know why Hua Yingdong wanted to see him. Was it because he had done something excessive recently? With a nervous heart, Lin Shixiao followed Butler Chun to Hua Yingdong's private residence in Happy Valley. In front of him stood a 3-story modern Tang-style villa with white walls and green windows, luxurious yet understated. There were no iron gates or high walls, just a low cast iron gate with 2 old banyan trees planted in front. Clearly, this was not a place where the Hua family resided in clusters, and Lin Shixiao breathed a sigh of relief. Subconsciously, he did not want to meet those heirs of the Hua family. Footsteps sounded, and 2 people walked out of the house. You're here. Hua Yingdong had no expression on his face. Uncle Hua. Lin Shixiao respectfully greeted him, his gaze landing on the other person. This man wore a well-tailored dark suit with a meticulously arranged silk tie. His eyes sparkled with wisdom and insight as if he could see through a person's inner thoughts. Li Jiaqing. 3 words popped into Lin Shixiao's mind. At this moment, Li Jiaqing had just completed his transformation from the king of plastic flowers to a real estate magnate basking in the glory of his success. When the Longxi Group went public, investors flocked to it, oversubscribing by 6 times, demonstrating the market's enthusiasm for him. Although Li Jiaqing's wealth still could not match that of top tycoons like the shipping king, he was firmly in the second tier of Chinese businessmen. Many believed he would become the future richest man in Hong Kong. Li Jiaqing had always been steady and cautious, despising speculation. Moreover, he had risen from the grassroots, loathing sycophants and those who clung to the powerful. Although Lin Shixiao had passively become the adopted son of Hua Yingdong in Li Jiaqing's heart, it probably felt no different from being chosen. After all, Lin Shixiao had already sensed some hostility in Li Jiaqing's gaze. "Ah Xiao, this is Mr. Li from the Longxi Group. Not only does he excel in business, but he is also very composed. You should learn a lot from Mr. Li." Hua Yingdong began introducing the two. "Mr. Li, this is my newly adopted son, Lin Shixiao." Lin Shixiao quickly put on a smile and extended both hands. "Hello, Mr. Li. I've long admired your name." After all, he was a senior and respect was still necessary. However, Li Jiaqing did not intend to shake hands with Lin Shixiao. He merely regarded him coolly and snorted, "I heard you're speculating in Billionaire." Lin Shixiao withdrew his hand, his smile gradually fading. "Just a small endeavor. I wouldn't dare bother Mr. Li. You have an eye for things and the courage, but it's better to stay away from stocks. The money on paper is ultimately not real gold and silver. I started with plastic flowers and then moved to real estate. I have never believed in the phrase get rich overnight. Bricks and cement buried in the ground won't run away, but a stock can disperse with the wind." After a pause, Li Jiaqing emphasized, Billionaire rising from 1.5 to 7 or 8 is both luck and timing. But if the fire is too strong, the pot will crack. There are many who make quick money, but few who can hold on to it. Li Jiaqing stared at Lin Shixiao. "You are still young, the road ahead is long. Do not mistake speculation for skill, and do not treat the windfall as your ability. True skill is when the wind stops, and you are still here." Lin Shixiao's face turned cold, the other party's attitude displeased him. In the previous world, he could only look up to Li Jiaqing. Now, although he did not have as much wealth as Li Jiaqing, surpassing him was only a matter of time, and it would not take long at all. He had absolute confidence. Thus, Li Jiaqing should not speak to him in this tone. "Mr. Li, I understand your point. Bricks and cement are stable while stocks are like paper dispersing with the wind. But today is different. Foreign capital controls the docks, shipyards, and department stores. Do we Chinese really need to rely on laying bricks and tiles bit by bit to get ahead? Capital is our shovel and the stock market is our battlefield. While you take 10 years to buy a building, I might only need 10 days. It's not that I am greedy for quick money, it's that this era does not allow us to slow down." Lin Shixiao looked directly into Li Jiaqing's eyes, enunciating each word. "I believe in what you say about when the wind stops, you are still here. But I believe even more that when the wind rises, if you do not ascend, you will only spend your life looking up at others flying above. Opportunities do not wait for anyone, as circumstances create heroes. If you lack the courage to take risks, it is better to enjoy a stable life with your spouse and children." Li Jiaqing did not expect Lin Shixiao to have such boldness. Most young people before him were meek, none daring to speak so boldly. After a while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "But the stock market is ever-changing. How can you be right every time?" Li Jiaqing's words were indeed a killer move. No one could be right every time. Too many factors influence stocks. But what he did not know was that the young man before him was well aware of the detailed trends of the Hong Kong stock market for the next few decades. Lin Shixiao's lips gradually curled into a smile. "But I am confident that I will be right every time." Arrogant. Li Jiaqing could not help but snort. Let's all calm down, there's no need for this." Seeing that the two were about to reach a deadlock, Hua Yingdong quickly interjected. Although he did not believe that Lin Shixiao could be right every time, he admired Lin Shixiao's bravado. In Lin Shixiao, he saw some of his own reflection. He too came from humble beginnings, having worked hard and daringly to reach his current status. "Hua Sheng, I have other matters to attend to. I will take my leave." Li Jiaqing angrily walked out. "Mr. Li," Lin Shixiao called out to Li Jiaqing. "Do you have other matters?" Li Jiaqing glared, thinking that if it weren't for Hua Yingdong, he would have taught this arrogant young man a lesson today. "How about we make a bet?" "A bet on what?" Li Jiaqing was clearly irritated. Betting with a young man was not aligned with his steady way of doing things. Lin Shixiao chuckled. "We all know that the bull market will eventually end. I predict that a stock market crash will occur in March next year. If I am right, I win, but if I am wrong, I lose." "Good." Li Jiaqing immediately responded. "If I win, you will work as an intern manager on a construction site under the Longxi Group for 3 years, and during that time you cannot touch stocks." At this moment, Li Jiaqing did not think Lin Shixiao was arrogant. Rather, he thought Lin Shixiao was foolishly arrogant. While he too believed that the bull market would eventually end, no one could accurately predict when except for deities. Yet Lin Shixiao was adamant that the bull market would end in March, which was simply gambling on luck. His luck had always been good, otherwise he would not have achieved today's success. Moreover, from every angle his odds of winning were greater. Alright, if I win I won't ask you to do anything, you just apologize publicly for what you said today. Li Jiaqing's expression changed slightly as he dropped a word. Good. Then he strode away. Hu Yingdong was somewhat amused and pointed at Lin Shixiao. He is a very promising business star, you should give him some face. Seeing Hu Yingdong's reaction, Lin Shixiao felt relieved, realizing that Hu Yingdong's relationship with Li Jiaqing was also average. Hee Uncle Hua, I just can't stand his tone. You? Things had already been set in motion and Hu Yingdong knew that nothing he could say would matter. He had some words he wanted to say to Lin Shixiao, but now it seemed unnecessary. Over the next week, Bailejuo basically remained in a state of fluctuating upward movement with a slow but steady increase. Lin Shixiao only made some high buys and low sells, hardly liquidating any shares. Even without historical memory, he was confident about the stock of Bailejuo. Finally, on December 21st, a few days before Christmas, Bailejuo successfully broke through the 10 yuan barrier. That day the trading hall was bustling with noise. Lin Shixiao was also very excited. This price was just 2 yuan away from the highest point he remembered, allowing him to start liquidating his shares. At this moment, the total market value of all his accounts had exceeded 32 million. This was a terrifying figure. Some billionaires in Hong Kong did not have as much cash assets as he did. Of course, with such a large market value, safely liquidating shares was quite challenging. It was impossible to liquidate all at once. The market could not absorb it. Therefore, Lin Shixiao could only sell slowly. Bailejuo still had some upward potential, making this the best interval for him to sell. Retail investors buy on the rise and not on the fall. They can suffer countless losses, yet still fail to learn this lesson. That is human nature. Mr. Lin, the latest quote for Bailejuo is 10 yuan and 5. Wang Jiqiang rushed in to report. Lin Shixiao sat up straight, his eyes narrowing. Sell 200,000 shares for me at 10 yuan and 5 or above. Wang Jiqiang was taken aback, but then became excited. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will arrange it immediately. After more than half a month, Lin Shixiao finally began to liquidate his shares. Wang Jiqiang did not wait in line in the hall. Lin Shixiao was a major client and his brother-in-law was the manager of the exchange with connections to traders, allowing him to complete Lin Shixiao's instructions at the fastest speed. Sister Wang, please help me sell 200,000 shares of Bailejuo at 15 yuan or above. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Jiqiang returned, a look of profound joy on his face. Report. Lin Sheng, all 200,000 shares of Bailejuo have been sold with an average price of $10.07. So high. Lin Shixiao stood up in excitement, a tremendous surprise. The fact that he released so many shares in such a short time without the stock price falling, but instead continuing to rise, indicated that the market was holding up well. Immediately. Right now? Help me sell another 300,000 shares. Lin Sheng, should we wait a bit? I feel like Bailejuo can still rise. Listen to me, don't forget that I have more than 1,200,000 shares. By the way, when you go to the counter, don't mention that all of them are mine. I would try to keep it confidential with the traders. Lin Shixiao did not want any unexpected factors to affect his sales. He had just informed Wang Jiqiang about the situation in his other accounts yesterday. Don't worry, Lin Sheng's sister Wang is one of us. Lin Shixiao nodded. Trust those you employ. If you doubt them, do not use them. A person aiming to achieve great things must never be indecisive. From recent observations, Wang Jiqiang had great potential for development. In the future, he might even become a valuable assistant. It took Wang Jiqiang a bit longer this time. He only returned after half an hour. Lin Sheng, the goods have all been sold. Lin Shixiao breathed a sigh of relief. Selling 500,000 shares in such a short time was indeed a bit risky. What was the average transaction price? Wang Jiqiang's voice was somewhat subdued. The growth of Bailejuo has slowed down a bit. This time the average transaction price is $10.08. That's already quite good. Lin Shixiao smiled slightly. As long as Bailejuo didn't fall, he could deal with it. Lin Sheng, do you want to sell more next? I sold a bit too much in the morning. Oh, let's see how it goes in the afternoon. Lin Shixiao estimated that the large transaction just now had likely caught the attention of those who were observant, so he decided to wait and see what the situation would be in the afternoon. On December 21st, Lin Shixiao sold a total of 700,000 shares with an average transaction price of $10.08, cashing out 7,560,000 Hong Kong dollars with a net profit of 6,510,000 Hong Kong dollars, achieving a staggering return of 620%. This was achieved in just over half a month. It could be called a windfall. With these 700,000 shares, Lin Shixiao was nearly back to his original investment. The rest were pure profit. It's important to note that he had a total of 320,000 shares of Bailejuo, and he had only sold less than a quarter. On December 22nd, Lin Shixiao sold the remaining 50,000 shares of the public allocation with an average transaction price of $11. He cashed out 5,500,000 Hong Kong dollars, netting a profit of 475,000 Hong Kong dollars with a return of 633%. At this point, Lin Shixiao had cleared out 120,000 shares of Billionaire from the public allocation. The total cash out exceeded 13 million, with total profits surpassing 11 million. He still had 200,000 shares bought at an average price of $3 in the dark market waiting to be sold. December 23rd was a Saturday, and the Hong Kong stock market opened for only half a day. Lin Shixiao arrived early at Bailey Securities and immediately ran into Manager Wang. "Congratulations, Lin Sheng." Wang Jiqiang had already informed Manager Wang about Lin Shixiao's operations over the past 2 days. Lin Shixiao was not surprised Manager Wang was originally an insider. "Don't congratulate me just yet, there are still many goods to sell." Though he said this, one could feel Lin Shixiao's genuine joy. As the saying goes, good news lifts the spirit. What could be more joyful than making a lot of money? Billionaire is very popular now, and many people expect it to reach $15. It shouldn't be a problem for Lin Sheng to sell all his goods. Manager Wang smiled. He greatly admired Lin Shixiao's decisiveness. He didn't wait for the highest point to sell. While this might lead to some loss of profit, it prioritized safety. With so many goods in Lin Shixiao's hands, if he waited for the highest point to sell, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to sell them all. Generally, when a stock reaches its peak, it's not far from crashing. The final push by the main players is merely to lure retail investors into taking over. Many people understand this principle, but only a rare few can overcome their greed and operate rationally. "Thank you, Manager Wang. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Lin Shixiao signaled extreme friendliness. Manager Wang's smile immediately widened. "All right, Lin Sheng, I'm always ready." After chatting for a bit longer, the two parted ways. After all, there were many people outside, and it was a sensitive period for selling, so it wasn't suitable to talk too much. Soon it was 9:30, and the stock market officially opened. Contrary to Lin Shixiao's expectations, Billionaire faced immense pressure right from the start, with a huge volume of sell orders. After observing for over 10 minutes, Lin Shixiao decisively made a purchase. In the next half hour, he bought 100,000 shares to stabilize the market, and the situation quickly improved. Seeing the market sentiment stabilize, the main players immediately began large-scale operations, and the stock price climbed steadily, reaching $11.08 by 11 o'clock. Moreover, retail investors were eager to chase the higher prices. The Hong Kong stock market operates on a T0 system, allowing same-day buying and selling, enabling unlimited transactions. Therefore, even though Billionaire had risen significantly due to its immense popularity, many short-term speculators were pouring in. Lin Shixiao naturally wouldn't miss such an excellent opportunity to sell. Not only did he sell all the 100,000 shares he had just purchased, but he also sold an additional 200,000 shares bought in the dark market, which had a cost of $3. He cashed out 236 million Hong Kong dollars, and after deducting the 600,000 purchase cost, he realized a profit of 176 million with a return of 293%. The dark market shares had a cost that was double, so although the selling price was higher than before, the profit margin significantly decreased. However, 176 million was still a substantial amount in this era, enough to purchase more than 3 full residential properties in Central. Thus, in just 3 days, Lin Shixiao had sold a total of 1,400,000 shares of Billionaire, cashing out 15,420,000 with profits exceeding 13 million safely pocketed. Lin Shixiao immediately paid off the 750,000 he borrowed from the exchange, plus interest totaling 757,560 Hong Kong dollars. The amount available for withdrawal in his account now remained at 784,480 Hong Kong dollars. This was undoubtedly Lin Shixiao's own money. It was indeed a massive sum. Previously, Lin Shixiao had read in the newspaper that Li Jiaqing's Chung Kong Group made only over 30 million in profits in a year. The key point was that Lin Shixiao still had a large portion of his stocks yet to be sold. "Manager Wang, can you help me transfer this money to my bank account? Is there any problem?" Lin Shixiao wanted to transfer the money to the banking system, otherwise he wouldn't be able to spend it. Christmas was just around the corner. Although Lin Shixiao did not celebrate this holiday, Hong Kong Island paid more attention to it at this time, and he planned to buy some gifts for Zhao Yaji. No problem. Others have to wait 3 days to withdraw, but you are a major client, so it can be credited." Manager Wang smiled. Generally, even major clients had to wait a day or two, but thanks to Lin Shixiao's connection with Huangdong, he naturally didn't need to wait that long. "Thank you. By the way, give me your bank account, and I'll transfer you 50,000. During this time, Manager Wang had also put in a lot of effort, and Lin Shixiao was never a stingy person. To solidify relationships, one must learn to give. There's no need for that, right? Although he said this, Manager Wang couldn't help but smile. After a few more refusals, Manager Wang quickly provided his bank account details. "Wait, I'll transfer the money as soon as it arrives." Lin Shixiao planned to go to the bank mainly to check if the 700,000 had been credited. This was the first money he earned since arriving in this world, and he felt a bit uneasy not seeing it with his own eyes. "Thank you, Lin Sheng, thank you." Manager Wang was almost ready to kneel before Lin Sheng. As a manager at Bailey Securities, and in a bull market, his income wasn't low. Yet 50,000 was still a significant amount. "All right, I'll add you an extra 20,000. Please help me take care of your little uncle." "Thank you, Lin Sheng. Thank you." Watching Lin Shixiao's retreating figure, manager Wang clapped excitedly. Having served so many people, Lin Shixiao was the most agreeable and the most generous one. If he couldn't maintain a good relationship with someone like that, he would definitely regret it for a lifetime. As Lin Shixiao walked out of the exchange, he saw a beautiful woman standing gracefully in the distance. Yaji. Lin Shixiao was pleasantly surprised and quickly walked up to her. At that moment, boom, a red Ferrari screeched to a halt before Zhao Yaji. The owner, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, deliberately let a lock of curly hair fall over the right side of his face. He stepped out of the car with a cigar pinched between his fingers, lifting his chin. Sister Ji, you're so aloof that I had to chase you from Causeway Bay to the exchange. All the women in Hong Kong are begging me for a necklace, yet you won't even give me a glance. Zhuang Shijun deliberately raised his voice so that those around could hear. Look closely. It's the Cartier Etoile diamond necklace, of which only 3 exist worldwide. I want to sell it for triple the price offered by the shipping king today. It's specially reserved for you. He stepped closer to Zhao Yaji, his gaze both heated and contemptuous. Wear it, and you'll be the most dazzling woman in Hong Kong, not just some wildflower trampled by passers-by. Zhao Yaji took a half step back, avoiding Zhuang Shijun's burning gaze. Young Master Zhuang, your intentions are too heavy, though I cannot accept them. My mother often taught me no merit, no reward. We are merely acquaintances. If I accept this necklace, what will people think? Besides, my father just advised me against wearing expensive jewelry. Thank you for coming all this way, but please take it back. Refused publicly by Zhao Yaji. Zhuang Shijun's face immediately darkened. However, he was not ready to give up. He knew Zhao Yaji was participating in the first Miss Hong Kong election, hosted by TVB. I am one of the sponsors of the Miss Hong Kong election. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I guarantee you'll win the championship. Once you're famous, you won't have to play minor roles at TVB anymore. EY can invest in films, and you'll be the leading lady. He knew Zhao Yaji desired fame, hoping to entice her into agreeing. But he still did not understand Zhao Yaji well. Young Master Zhuang, you don't have to say any more. My boyfriend is here. Zhuang Shijun immediately frowned. You have a boyfriend? I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not, I can't do anything about it. At that moment, Lin Shixiao had already walked up to Zhao Yaji. The two exchanged smiles before, under Zhuang Shijun's furious gaze, Lin Shixiao took Zhao Yaji's hand. With so many people around, Zhao Yaji shyly lowered her head. Are you the adopted son of Hua Sheng? Hui Yingdong's adoption of a son was a significant event that the media reported on, so it was not surprising that Zhuang Shijun could recognize Lin Shixiao. I am. Lin Shixiao replied confidently. Zhuang Shijun's anger intensified. Lin Shixiao, have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are? Hua Sheng recognizes you as his adopted son, but that doesn't mean he gave you a business card. You don't even have the chance to sit at the Hua family's table, yet you dare to hold her hand here. Zhuang Shijun stepped forward, his tone suddenly sharp. I can give her a diamond necklace. What can you offer? Clearly, Zhuang Shijun was unaware that Lin Shixiao had just made a fortune in the stock market. Lin Shixiao found it amusing. I don't need to give her a diamond necklace. A simple flower will do. He waved at a little girl selling flowers in the distance. Come here for a moment. Sir, what kind of flowers would you like? The flower-selling girl of mixed heritage was remarkably beautiful. How much for a white rose? Sir, it's $1.50 for each. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, so the prices have gone up. All right, I'll take one. Lin Shixiao fished for change from his newly purchased wallet. Sir, here you go. This is the best one, just as beautiful as the big sister. The little girl gazed at Zhao Yaji. Thank you, you are adorable too. Zhao Yaji looked at the white rose, eager to take it. She liked whatever Lin Shixiao. After the little girl left, Lin Shixiao solemnly presented the flower to Zhao Yaji. Iji, this is for you. Thank you. In that moment, Zhao Yaji felt like the happiest woman in the world. The tenderness in her eyes could melt any man. Enough. Zhuang Shijun could no longer contain himself. Lin Shixiao turned his head, grinning. Mr. Zhuang, I'm sorry, but it seems Miss Zhao prefers the flowers I gave her. If you want her to like the necklace in your hand, it's simple. You give me the necklace, and I'll give it to her. What do you say? You think too highly of yourself. Zhuang Shijun yelled. The necklace was worth 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, and he wasn't foolish enough to give it away for free. Miss Zhao, wants you reconsider. Although he was Hua Sheng's adopted son, he had no real power. Only by following me would you have a future. With a word from me, you could become Miss Hong Kong, but I could also ensure you don't even make it to the finals. Zhuang Shijun still clung to a last shred of hope. Lin Shixiao stood directly between the two. I appreciate the kind gesture, but she's my girlfriend, and I can hold her myself without your help. Huh? Zhuang Shijun was taken aback, chuckling. Do you have that kind of ability? Or are you planning to plead with Hua Sheng? Do you know who I am? Li Jiaqing is my brother-in-law. Li Jiaqing is your brother-in-law. Lin Shixiao's expression turned cold. If there was anyone he disliked in Hong Kong, it would definitely be Li Jiaqing. That's right. Zhuang Shijun lifted his chin again, proud of this identity. This car is quite rare. Lin Shixiao's gaze fell on the brand new Ferrari. That's right, there are only 3 in all of Hong Kong. Keep your distance, don't dirty it. Zhuang Shijun wore a look of superiority. However, in the next moment, his smile was replaced by horror. Oh, there's a dent here, needs bodywork. Lin Shixiao kicked the car repeatedly, leaving one dent after another on the Ferrari's body. What are you doing? Zhuang Shijun panicked, rushing over to pull Lin Shixiao away. He had worked hard to acquire this car and hadn't driven it enough. Every kick from Lin Shixiao felt like it struck Zhuang Shijun's heart. But Zhuang Shijun, exhausted by wine and pleasure, was no match for Lin Shixiao, who only stopped when he grew tired. At this moment, Zhuang Shijun looked grief-stricken, as if someone had died in his family. You wait. They'll call the police. Zhuang Shijun was almost murderous. Go ahead and report it soon. Everyone in Hong Kong will know about it. Lin Shixiao felt unafraid. After all, he was Huasheng's adopted son, and the police likely wouldn't want to get involved in such matters. Zhuang Shijun cared a lot about his reputation and probably wouldn't dare to actually report it. As expected, Zhuang Shijun's face changed from gloomy to bright, yet he didn't bring up the police again. Still not leaving? Do you believe I'll smash the car windows too? Lin Shixiao capitalized on his advantage. Fine, I'm leaving. Zhuang Shijun had no choice. He knew he had encountered a rogue, and this rogue had some status. Count me as the unlucky one today. Zhuang Shijun fled in disgrace. Wow. Huasheng's adopted son is amazing. He dared to kick young Master Zhuang's Daytona. Serves him right. Always flirting with girls at the exchange, thinking he's the shipping king. I don't know if I should say. Miss Zhao is truly beautiful. No wonder two wealthy men are fighting over her. This young man has guts, unlike those useless rich kids relying on their families. The onlookers chatted for a bit before dispersing. Zhao Yaji looked at Lin Shixiao, her eyes sparkling. Do you also think I'm impressive? Lin Shixiao shrugged. To be honest, he had never done anything like this in both, but to deal with someone like Zhuang Shijun, one had to use some tricks. Otherwise, Zhuang Shijun would cling to Zhao Yaji. Zhao Yaji covered her mouth and giggled. I really didn't expect this. I thought you were a well-behaved student. Lin Shixiao quickly changed the subject. By the way, did you come to see me for something today? Zhao Yazi's smile instantly faded and her expression became exceedingly downcast. No, nothing. I originally wanted you to accompany me to buy a suit. I signed up for the TVB Miss Hong Kong election, and now I've offended Zhuang Shijun, who is one of the sponsors. I'd better not humiliate myself. Didn't I say I would support you? Lin Shixiao said seriously. Ah, Xiao. It was evident that Zhao Yaji, she knew Lin Shixiao had been trading in the stock market recently, but she was unaware of how much he had earned or whether he was actually making a profit. Come on, I'll take you to the bank. Lin Shixiao pulled Zhao Yaji towards Huifeng Bank. Facts speak louder than words. Once Zhao Yaji saw the account balance, she would believe everything. In terms of status, he was quite comparable to Zhuang Shijun and even slightly superior. Although he had not participated in the Hua family business, Hua Yingdong had provided him with considerable support. The most significant disparity on the surface stemmed from wealth. Someone like Zhuang Shijun likely had assets around 10 million. To an ordinary person, that was an astronomical figure. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Hu called earlier. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of Huifeng Bank, a private client manager was waiting for them. At this moment, most of the wealthy in Hong Kong Island had their money stored in Huifeng Bank, as it was the safest. Thank you. Passing through the regular counter, the two went directly to the second floor, arriving at the manager's office. What business does Mr. Lin wish to conduct? The client manager with blonde hair and blue eyes seemed to exude a certain charm that Lin Shixiao felt was intentional. Please check if this account has received any deposits. Lin Shixiao took out his passbook. All right, let me take a look. As the client manager took the passbook, her fingertip lightly brushed against the back of Lin Shixiao's hand. In that moment, Lin Shixiao felt a shiver run through him. Ah, Xiao, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Zhao Yaji asked with concern. It's nothing. Lin Shixiao forced a smile. Looking again at the foreign client manager, she was already operating earnestly. Damn, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but complain internally. Such women were the ones who truly captivated men. At that moment, the client manager lifted her head, her smile even more eager than before. Mr. Lin, your account has indeed just received a deposit of 7,844,380 Hong Kong dollars, bringing the total balance to 7,964,380. Do you wish to carry out any transactions? It was no wonder the client manager was excited. In these times, those who could deposit such large sums were among the wealthiest, like Li Jiaqing, whose assets were primarily in industries, leaving little in bank deposits. Please transfer some money to these two accounts, 50,000 for this one and 20,000 for that one. Lin Shixiao had promised to reward manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang and was determined to follow through. He had worked before and knew that manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang would be eagerly awaiting this. Okay. The client manager bent down to operate again. Lin Shixiao turned to Zhao Yaji. Aji, what's your bank account number? They'll transfer some money to you. No need. Zhao Yaji waved her hands repeatedly, still unaccustomed to accepting money from a man. It's fine. Lin Shixiao grasped Zhao Yazi's delicate hand. You will eventually be my woman, so spending my money is only right. Lin Shixiao believed that Zhao Yaji genuinely loved him, but sometimes relationships needed money to sustain them. Most romance was inseparable from finances. Still, I think I'd rather not. Zhao Yaji wasn't as resolute as she appeared. She hadn't officially signed with TVB yet, and usually earned money by by playing minor roles in dramas averaging only 2,000 a month. She had to buy clothes and cosmetics, leading to considerable expenses, making her financial situation rather tight. If you keep this up, I'll be angry. Lin Shixiao pretended to sulk. Then, okay. Zhao Yaji smiled, brightly, feeling incredibly sweet at that moment. Lin Shixiao gently grazed Zhao Yazi's palm with his fingertip. Do you have an account here? Yes, I do. Give me the account. All right. Zhao Yaji picked up a pen and paper from the counter and wrote down a 10-digit account number. Thank you. Lin Shixiao handed the account to the client manager. You really know how to treat a woman well. Lin Shixiao felt as though the client manager was being flirtatious. How much to transfer? 100,000, please. Ah, Xiao, that's too much. I can't accept that. Hearing the figure of 100,000, Zhao Yaji nearly jumped up. That was almost equivalent to her 5-year salary. Be good. Without further ado, Lin Shixiao pulled Zhao Yaji close and pressed his lips firmly against hers. Zhao Yaji struggled for a moment before giving up resistance, allowing Lin Shixiao to take what he wanted. Soon Zhao Yazi's body softened. Do you dare to oppose again? Lin Shixiao grinned mischievously. He had not expected Zhao Yaji to be so easily shy. He liked shy women. You? Scoundrel. Ha ha ha. Lin Shixiao felt unusually happy. Without that 100,000, Zhao Yaji might not have so readily surrendered her resistance. This is the charm of money. Even among two people in love, finances can enhance feelings and fun. Miss Zhao, are you a star? The client manager looked on with amusement. No, I'm not. Zhao Yaji shook her head repeatedly. She was merely a background actor at this point, far from being considered a star. That will change soon. Lin Shixiao asserted confidently. Ah, Xiao. Zhao Yaji felt a sweetness in her heart. Before entering Huifeng Bank, she had her doubts about Lin Shixiao's capabilities, as supporting her would require substantial funds. But now that Lin Shixiao had such a large deposit, supporting someone was truly quite easy. A major film investment only costs around 600,000, while a small budget film could be as little as a few hundred thousand. If Lin Shixiao was willing, he could produce dozens of films and support many leading actresses. After leaving Huifeng Bank, Zhao Yaji became quite docile, allowing Lin Shixiao to wrap his arm around her waist. It should be noted that the current atmosphere in Hong Kong Island was relatively conservative, and Zhao Yaji was also a rather conservative woman. Lin Shixiao's hand gently caressed her softness. Aji, are you participating in the Miss Hong Kong pageant? Yes, I've already signed up. Zhao Yaji hesitated in her words. Knowing Lin Shixiao's strength made her thoughts come alive again. This is the first time it's being held, and it's getting a lot of attention. If you secure a good rank, there's a chance to be cast as the lead. Zhao Yaji loved acting, and having some fame naturally made it easier to land important roles. No problem, I'll support you. Oh. Zhao Yazi's eyes momentarily filled with panic, clearly misunderstanding his words. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smirk as his lips drew near Zhao Yazi's glistening earlobe, whispering softly, Aji, it's not what you think. Oh. Zhao Yaji's face turned redder. Lin Shixiao quickly brushed against her earlobe, and at that moment Zhao Yaji felt as if she had been electrocuted. Ah, Xiao. Her gaze rippled like water. Lin Shixiao felt an impulse to take Zhao Yaji to a hotel, but after calming down a bit, he decided to let things unfold naturally. He had not yet proposed to Zhao Yaji, so he couldn't act recklessly. He respected Zhao Yaji and did not want her to feel any burden in her heart. When you found out that I had so much savings, why weren't you surprised at all? Tu was completely stunned at that moment. Zhao Yaji stared with her beautiful big eyes, looking somewhat innocent. Ha ha ha. Lin Shixiao laughed heartily. This woman had quite a long reflex arc. Come on, I'll take you to buy clothes. Let's get the most expensive ones to ensure you look stunning on stage. Lin Shixiao had the demeanor of a newly wealthy individual. In the evening, Zhao Yaji joyfully returned home, carrying a large number of bags. Upon entering, the whole family was stunned. Yaji, where did all these things come from? Shixiao bought them. Zhao Yazi's face was filled with sweetness. Shixiao. Zhao Guohua noticed that the items were not cheap. Yes, sister, it's enough for brother-in-law to buy for you. Why should I have some too? It feels awkward. Zhao Wenjie, her younger brother, was also playful. Fine, then don't take them. Zhao Yaji pretended to put some gifts away. Don't, sister, my dear sister, I was wrong. Zhao Wenjie was just joking. Who wouldn't love gifts? Quickly explain clearly. Zhao Guohua still had a serious expression. Dad Shixiao has money now with more than 7 million in bank deposits, and he still has many stocks unsold. Zhao Yaji opened a snack box and took out a Cadbury chocolate, putting it in her mouth. This imported snack costs over $30 a box, and she had been craving it for a long time, never willing to buy it. Now Lin Shixiao directly bought several big boxes, enough for her to eat for months. Ridiculous. He borrowed over 7 million from the securities company, and that deposit is definitely for paying back the loan. He shouldn't spend it randomly. Zhao Guohua was so angry that he stomped his feet. He only found out a few days ago from Butler Chen that Lin Shixiao not only sold his house, but also borrowed money. Dad A. Xiao said he has already paid back the borrowed money and the bank deposits are profit. By the way, he still has at least over 10 million in profit. A. Xiao is really a wealthy man now. Zhao Yazi's eyes sparkled with joy. Although Lin Shixiao's money isn't hers, she was happy that he was well. Is brother-in-law really that rich? Yaji, is what you said true? The family was overwhelmed by the information Zhao Yaji revealed. On December 24th, Sunday, the stock market was closed, and it was also Christmas Eve. Early in the morning, Lin Shixiao was waiting downstairs at the Zhao residence. The two had agreed to hike to Victoria Peak today, where they could overlook the entire Victoria Harbor. Lin Shixiao had been in this world for some time, but had never had the opportunity to properly explore Hong Kong Island. They first took the tram to the foot of the mountain, then took the cable car up. By the time they reached the peak, it was almost noon, and they had afternoon tea at the restaurant on the summit. The tea restaurants on Hong Kong Island not only served tea, but also various snacks, pastries, and desserts, offering a wide variety. Many items were prepared differently than in later years, and Lin Shixiao thoroughly enjoyed himself. In the afternoon, the two went to see the movie The Big Boss, directed and starred by Bruce Lee, which told the story of a gladiatorial duel. If Lin Shixiao's memory served him correctly, this film had set box office records. In this era, Bruce Lee was the only top-tier superstar and had a tremendous international influence. He sparked a martial arts craze around the world, making countless people yearn for Chinese culture. It must be said that Bruce Lee made outstanding contributions to the spread of Chinese culture. Unfortunately, such a talented individual would die of a drug overdose on a summer night the following year, which could be seen as fate being unkind to the gifted. While watching the movie, Lin Shixiao struggled with whether or not to intervene. If he had given Bruce Lee a warning, perhaps he could have avoided his fate and left behind more classic films for future generations. In the evening, the two attended a Christmas party hosted at a hotel. By the time Lin Shixiao took Zhao Yaji home, it was already close to 10 o'clock. Xiao, thank you for accompanying me today. At her doorstep, Zhao Yaji felt a bit reluctant to part. How should I thank you? Lin Shixiao said with a mischievous smile. During the movie, he had been quite handsome, and Zhao Yazi's resistance was very weak now. They were just waiting for an opportunity to take their relationship to the next level. You. Zhao Yaji peeked around to see no one passing by, then gathered her courage and gently kissed Lin Shixiao. She intended to kiss and leave, but unexpectedly Lin Shixiao wrapped his arm around her waist. Ow! With Zhao Yazi's gasp, her lips were sealed. This kiss left Zhao Yaji dizzy, and she almost suffocated. After Lin Shixiao released her, Zhao Yaji gasped for air, her face as red as a ripe apple. Xiao, you are so bad. Zhao Yaji did not dare to look up. Do you like it? Lin Shixiao wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, sensing that Zhao Yaji was moved. Zhao Yaji responded softly. She knew she could never escape the grasp of this guy for the rest of her life. Let's go up, we'll continue next time. Okay. Zhao Yaji reluctantly glanced at Lin Shixiao before running back inside. Zhao Yazi's figure had already disappeared behind the door, while Lin Shixiao stood in place for a while before leaving. Perhaps in the future, he would have more than one confidant, but Zhao Yaji would always be the most important one. That night, Lin Shixiao had a very absurd and beautiful dream. December 25th is Christmas. In previous years, the Hong Kong stock market would be closed, but this year, perhaps considering the booming market, it surprisingly opened for business. Early in the morning, Lin Shixiao walked into Bell Securities, and he was stunned. Today's trading hall was exceptionally lively, crowded with people with hardly any room to stand. Listening to the conversations around him, Lin Shixiao realized that many people's top priority during the holiday was not to go out and play, but to make money in the bull market. Mr. Lin, good morning. Manager Wang squeezed through the crowd. Good morning. The two walked to a corner. Mr. Lin, today the trading volume will be large. They want to sell everything during these holidays. Oh, Lin Shixiao became excited. He still had 180,000 shares unsold, and at the previous pace it would take at least a week to sell them all. But with the main players wildly speculating, it wasn't impossible to sell out within a day or two. Report any other news to me immediately, and also bring me the newspapers from these 2 days. Lin Shixiao strode upstairs. Okay, Mr. Lin. Manager Wang immediately went to arrange it. Lin Shixiao walked into his exclusive large client room and found Wang Jiqiang already waiting inside, having brewed a cup of hot tea, which was very considerate. Good morning, thank you for your hard work. Not at all, serving Mr. Lin is my duty. Wang Jiqiang was a bit flattered. Did you get the $20,000? I got it, thank you, Mr. Lin. Wang Jiqiang was excited. He never expected Lin Shixiao would give him so much. Work hard. There will be plenty of money in the future. Lin Shixiao patted Wang Jiqiang on the shoulder. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will work hard. Wang Jiqiang stood at attention and gave a somewhat unstandard military salute. Lin Shixiao was stunned. All right, no need to be so exaggerated. Wang Jiqiang shyly scratched his head. Today is very crucial. If conditions allow, I will sell all remaining stocks. On his way upstairs, Lin Shixiao thought that he should be bolder. Since the main players wanted to create a big wave, he would add fuel to the fire and let Beilejuo go completely crazy. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go right away. Wang Jiqiang didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately ran down. The newspapers arrived quickly, and there were particularly many reports about Beilejuo in these 2 days. It was evident that to prepare for selling, the main players had also invested heavily. No wonder there were so many discussions about Beilejuo in the hall earlier. It turned out many stockholders had been stirred up, ready to make a fortune in the short term. then let the storm come even more fiercely. The main players held more shares than him. Theoretically, it shouldn't be a problem for him to sell, but timing also had to be considered. Selling too early would miss out on a lot of profit. Selling too late might even lose the current profits. No need to think Billionaires' stock price would definitely be very crazy these days. At 9:30 in the morning, a huge cheer erupted from the trading hall as the stock market officially opened. It's up, it's up. The Hang Seng Index opened 3 points high. The leading stock Billionaire has risen by 8 points at the opening. That's impressive. Absolutely impressive. Today it will definitely go up by 10 points. Experts are predicting above 15. Buy? If you don't buy now, it'll be too late. The loudspeakers in the trading hall were particularly boisterous today. Lin Shixiao forced a wry smile. Luckily, he wasn't one of them, or he would inevitably face a disastrous fate. Lin, the latest price for Billionaire is 1350. Should we take action? Yes, take action. Lin Shixiao's eyes gleamed with intensity. How much to sell? Wang Jiqiang maintained his running posture. Today's trading was exceptionally heated, and Sister Wang was also extremely busy. If he was a bit late, the price would change significantly. Sell? Why sell? Lin Shixiao's lips curled into a smirk. Today, who is in control still remains uncertain. Since it's a frenzy, let's make it even more intense. If those people lack the guts, he will take the reins. Not selling. Wang Jiqiang was taken aback. He couldn't quite understand Lin Shixiao's reasoning. With such a good market, wasn't it the perfect time to unload? That's right, not selling. Not only am I not selling, but I also want to buy. Lin Shixiao's tone was resolute. Buy. Wang Jiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. Yes, buy. Raise the stock price high. Lin Shixiao's tone grew more passionate. He had never experienced such a thrilling feeling before. Whether he could raise a few 100,000 more depended on today's actions. Oh, how much to buy? Wang Jiqiang couldn't comprehend Lin Shixiao's logic, but that didn't hinder him from executing decisively. First, buy 100,000 shares in one go. The more the stock price rises in the short term, the better. The enthusiasm of the retail investors must not be dampened. Those people initiated the surge, but their courage probably wouldn't be too great. Some may have already begun unloading. Lin Shixiao aimed to exploit the retail investors' eagerness to chase the highs crazily, pushing up the stock price and forcing those who sold earlier to re-enter. If a person sells at over 13, they can remain calm when the stock price rises above 14. But once it skyrockets to 16 and the upward momentum doesn't cease, some will lose their composure and re-enter the market, becoming a catalyst for the price increase. The feeling of missing out is quite unpleasant. Go call Manager Wang. I might need to raise some funds. If he doesn't sell the remaining 180,000 shares, Lin Shixiao would only have over 7 million in cash from Huifeng Bank to operate with. However, he could leverage, and even if it were just a 10-fold margin, it would still be over 70 million, more than enough to control Billionaire's stock price. In the event of failure today, he would still have enough room for maneuvering. At worst, he could become a true market maker. As long as the bull market persists, there's no possibility of losing money. In the major shareholders' room, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone, Billionaire's latest quote is 1450. Is the price going to rise this much? Someone couldn't sit still and stood up. I don't know. Someone bitterly smiled. The situation is somewhat beyond our control. There are people buying frantically and retail enthusiasm is high. Many have sold and then bought again. The decision-making power of the stock price is no longer in our hands. To be precise, it's not in anyone's hands. Once retail investors form a consensus, we simply can't contend with it in the short term. So what now? Some were excited, others confused. Originally, according to plan, they were supposed to gradually unload, but with Billionaire rising so fiercely, unloading meant missing out on a substantial part of the profit. They had already made quite a bit, but who would complain about earning too much? You guys sell while observe a bit longer. I'll sell a portion and keep some. Disagreements arose. The alliance, which was never united, began to fracture. The person in the middle sighed. All right, everyone, go your own way. In this situation, it was impossible to make others obey. It was better to let go entirely. Once human greed is stirred, suppressing it requires a bloody lesson. The collapse of the alliance also meant they relinquished their position as market makers, further diminishing their influence on Billionaire's stock price. I always feel that Billionaire is hiding a big monster. I wonder if it's just an illusion. Someone furrowed their brows, expressing doubt. Lin Shixiao had been lurking for so long, and it was normal for people to notice. Moreover, his operations today were equivalent to revealing his cards. I share the same feeling. Since Billionaire went public, we have been able to control it too easily. Generally speaking, when new stocks are listed, the capital inside competes fiercely for dominance, leading to intense bull-bear battles. Although Billionaire also experienced this phase, it was very brief. Who is this person? Or which capital is it? Some powerful entities in Hong Kong Island. I have already reached out to them. They wouldn't be opposing us on Billionaire. Someone stroked their beard thoughtfully. I do have a suspect. A usually quiet person in the corner spoke up. Speak up. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. I have a relative who works at the exchange. He told me that recently someone has been getting quite close to Manager Wang. Who is it? Hua Sheng's adopted son, Lin Shixiao. It's him. Isn't this guy only allocated? No, he has also secured financing, and it seems he bought a considerable amount in the dark market. In any case, his holdings are far more than we imagined. The atmosphere in the major shareholders' room became awkward. Some more expressions of regret. To be honest, in order to spread the risk, I unloaded some at $3 in the dark market. I also sold some. I sold some too. The person in the middle looked helpless. No wonder Bailito's stock price was so easily uncontrollable, as many reported holdings were false. This young man is decisive, calm, and ruthless. Oh, everyone should be careful when dealing with him in the future. Does he want to play again? Don't think so. As long as we stay alert, he won't profit unless he operates the market himself. In the morning, Bailito's stock price successfully broke through $16. Due to the enthusiastic buying, Lin Shixiao didn't manage to purchase much stock at all. In all my years at the exchange, I've never seen such a frenzied scene. In the exclusive room for major shareholders, manager Wang smiled wryly. It was now the midday recess, but a long line still filled the trading counter. No need to think, after the afternoon opening, Bailito may very well see a straight surge, and perhaps $20 isn't so out of reach. Many people aren't unaware of the risks involved. It's just that no one believes they will be the last to pick up the pieces. Everyone thinks they are capable enough to escape early. Lin, are you going to sell when the market opens this afternoon? Wang Jiqiang's voice trembled slightly. In such an atmosphere, even if he didn't hold Bailito, he was extremely excited. Every face in the trading hall was flushed. If I sell, Bailito will collapse. I want to buy. Buy again. Wang Jiqiang was truly confused. Earlier, he could somewhat understand not selling at 14, but now at 16, why not sell? Exactly. I want to keep breaking people's perceptions, making them think Bailito will keep rising. Only then can I smoothly unload at a high price. Lin Shixiao knew that this strategy was somewhat risky, but high rewards come with high risks. Since he chose high returns, he must bear the corresponding risks. This risk is worth taking. Jiqiang Lin's trading skills are too sophisticated, it's beyond our comprehension. Just do as he says. Manager Wang smiled wryly. Lin Shixiao's trading methods were mature and astute, coupled with an innate understanding of human psychology. He was a born trading genius. Brother-in-law, I get it now. Lin, I'm sorry. Wang Jiqiang bowed deeply to Lin Shixiao. 2 hours felt like an eternity. Finally, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As expected, as soon as Bailito opened for trading, it rose again, with the stock price surpassing 17. Retail investors were buying more as the price climbed, and the stock price continued to surge. In the large client room, the former major players were extremely anxious. 17 already. What should we do? Should we sell? The price seems a bit high and my heart can't take it. Then I'll sell too. I can't take it anymore. Sigh. I guess I was too timid. I feel like the price still has room to rise. The market just opened this afternoon, and there's still 2 hours of trading time left. Retail investors are very enthusiastic. Some hesitated, but most decided to relinquish their shares. When they positioned themselves a couple of days ago, they never imagined Bailito could rise this much. However, their shares did not create a significant impact on the market. At this moment, retail investors were frenzied, buying as many shares as they could. Many were buying and selling. Seeing the stock price continue to rise, they bought back in. Of course, Lin Shixiao's influence played a crucial role. When the price increase slightly slowed, he bought in large amounts, instilling confidence. Thus, after fluctuating a bit above 17, it quickly broke through 18, 19. It was on the verge of surpassing 20. Meanwhile, in the large client room, some became restless. They had relinquished their shares when the price was above 17, and within less than half an hour they had lost several points of profit. This was hard for anyone to accept, unless they sold and stopped paying attention, otherwise their desire to buy couldn't be suppressed. Shouldn't we buy some more? We can always sell later, no need to fear losing too much. I thought about it too. Watching it rise like this is really agonizing. At least half of the people re-entered the market. They started buying small amounts, and when they saw the stock price smoothly break through 20, they continued to increase their investments. Those who often traded stocks knew that when the market is completely driven by emotions, it was normal for the rises to be exaggerated. It's rising again. I said it long ago, Bailito has great potential. It's a bull market. Definitely a bull market. In the trading hall, people cheered ecstatically. Yet many were in a state of indecision. They wanted to buy but feared the prices were too high and the risks too great. The stock market is ultimately a stage for adventurers, at least in the short term, that's how it is. At this moment, Lin Shixiao was already in the process of unloading his shares. He sold while buying, trying to keep the stock price from falling. But he was overthinking. The emotions of retail investors were contagious. Everyone was completely frenzied. As long as Bailito continued to rise, there would always be buyers. Moreover, Bailito's exaggerated performance attracted the attention of investors from other exchanges. Bailito was primarily issued on Bailey Securities, but shares could also be bought on other stock exchanges. As more and more short-term investors flooded in, Bailito skyrocketed. 21, 22. Those who had bought earlier, caught up in the excitement, had already lost their voices. Sell 200,000 shares immediately. Sell 300,000 shares. With short-term big funds entering, we might sell 500,000 shares, depending on the situation. In Lin Shixiao's exclusive client room, commands were issued one after another. Manager Wang also came over to help. Wang Jiqiang couldn't handle it alone. Report. Mr. Lin, 200,000 shares were sold with an average price of 23.2. Mr. Lin, 300,000 shares have been sold with an average price of 23.8. Billionaire has gone mad. Mr. Lin, 500,000 shares have been snapped up with an average price of 24. 1 million shares of Billionaire were surprisingly sold out in less than half an hour. Even Lin Shixiao hadn't anticipated such a situation. Crazy, really crazy. Although he led Billionaire to break through 20 beyond that, his influence was minimal. It was the capable short-term investors who were driving this. These individuals don't look at stock prices, but at popularity. As long as the popularity is high enough to attract hot money, they dare to trade, even at sky-high prices, aiming to make a quick profit and leave. As for how much the stock price might drop afterward, it had nothing to do with them. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. I sold everything at 17. Regret. This Lin Shixiao is really sharp. He managed to push the stock price so high. He probably never imagined the stock price could rise this much, but one must admire his decisiveness. In such a situation, even if he held millions of shares, he could still sell them off smoothly. Unexpectedly, in the end, we were the ones left with the soup. In the large client room, the former major players were filled with frustration, having missed out on dozens of points of profit. This is how the stock market works. You can never accurately predict it. Let's sell the remaining stocks based on the situation. They might still rise, but I won't participate anymore. Lin Shixiao always believed in one principle. Only earn the money within one's cognitive grasp. Now that the stock price had left his control, continuing to participate posed far greater risks than rewards, making it unnecessary. All right, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll have Sister Wang handle your trades. Wang Jiqiang and Manager Wang were both readied, and Manager Wang even put aside his pride to give Lin Shixiao a backdoor access. Okay, I won't treat you poorly. Lin Shixiao felt his blood boiling. His earnings on Billionaire far exceeded his expectations. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. With Lin Shixiao's assurance, Manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang were extremely excited. Lin Shixiao was always generous. Having made a fortune today, he wouldn't skimp on rewards. Last time it was 50,000. How much would it be this time? 100,000. Or even more. Manager Wang had every reason to dream. With 10 minutes left until the market closed, Lin Shixiao cleared all his holdings. The account balance reached a staggering 48 million Hong Kong dollars. Of course, this included 4 million he had temporarily transferred from his Huifeng bank account to stabilize the market. In other words, relying on the 180,000 shares of Billionaire he still held. Combined with a series of operations today, Lin Shixiao netted 44 million Hong Kong dollars in a single day. Initially, he planned to leverage, but he never expected retail investors to be so enthusiastic, leaving him with no opportunity to do so. With over 3 million still in his bank account, his total assets had exceeded 51 million. In Hong Kong Island, there were probably only a handful of people with more cash than him. Mr. Lin, you lived up to your name. So thrilling. Manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang looked exhausted, their voices hoarse. Everything that had happened today would likely be remembered for a lifetime. Good job. They'll transfer 200,000 to you. How you split it is up to you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The two were incredibly excited. 200,000 could buy 2 Rolls Royces. Especially Wang Jiqiang, who couldn't even imagine he could earn several $1,000s in such a short time. All right, now that the matter is settled, I need to go out for some fresh air. Manager Wang, I'll leave the withdrawal to you. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, though it's a bit much, it should arrive tomorrow. Manager Wang solemnly assured him. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't dare to guarantee it, but with the money of Hui Yingdong's adopted son, he believed no one on Hong Kong Island would dare to play tricks. Lin Shixiao arrived at the second-floor corridor overlooking the trading hall on the first floor. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall felt suffocating. Has it dropped? How could it have dropped so much? Where did the big funds go? Did they all run away? Oh my god, I just bought in. I want to sell. Don't stop trading. I want to sell. Damn. I wanted to sell earlier. I never expected it to drop this fast. Now not only have I not made a profit, but I might lose money at any moment. The atmosphere was grim. Clearly speculative funds had fled before the market closed. It was foreseeable that without speculators supporting the stock, Billionaire would face a significant drop when it opened tomorrow. The more enthusiastic retail investors were today in chasing high, the more urgent they would be in selling off tomorrow. Some are joyful while others are sorrowful. Manager Wang sighed. Is this the stock market? The changes come so fast. Wang Jiqiang didn't buy in, but felt a bit apprehensive. Lin Shixiao leisurely spoke. The wind on the rooftop is always colder than the cheers in the trading hall. Yes. Manager Wang nodded in agreement. I don't know if anyone will jump off the building tomorrow. I hope not. By the way, I asked you to help contact the person in charge of the Hong Kong Miss program. Did you manage to get in touch? I contacted him. His name is Zhou Zhihui. He is the assistant general manager, and he is responsible for the variety show. He's also my good friend. Oh. Lin Shixiao's heart stirred. If he was an acquaintance, communication would be much easier. Where did you arrange to meet? At the Wenhua Hall. The food there is quite good, and they have private rooms. Good. Lin Shixiao pondered for a moment and pointed at Wang Jiqiang. Aqiang, you should go too. Wang Jiqiang was taken aback. Huh? Why should I really go? He felt a bit stage fright. Lin Shixiao's expression turned serious. Since you want to follow me, you should naturally see the world. Manager Wang frustrated poked Wang Jiqiang's forehead. You mister. Lin is willing to take you to see the world. You should thank him quickly. Inside, he felt happy for Wang Jiqiang. Lin Shixiao's invitation to Wang Jiqiang meant he was very satisfied with Wang Jiqiang's performance during this time. Thank you, mister. Lin, thank you. Wang Jiqiang, a bit intimidated by manager Wang, hurriedly agreed. Lin Shixiao nodded in satisfaction. Sorry, mister. Lin, let me teach him. Manager Wang quickly pulled Wang Jiqiang away. With several hours until the evening, he wanted to train this little brother-in-law quickly. If he didn't understand the etiquette of socializing, it would be embarrassing later. Lin Shixiao had just exited Bailey Securities when he spotted Hui Yingdong's car parked across the street. He hurriedly walked over. Hui Yingdong rolled down the car window and immediately rolled it back up. Lin Shixiao walked to the other side, opened the door, and sat in the back seat. Uncle Chun. The driver was Butler Chun. Butler Chun turned around with a smile, saying, Huasheng knows that Beilizuo is making quite a stir today and was a bit worried, so he came to check on you. Lin Shixiao felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed Hui Yingdong had been watching over him all along. So did the good. Hui Yingdong looked concerned. Although he didn't trade stocks much, he knew that Beilizuo was set to plummet tomorrow. If Lin Shixiao hadn't sold, he would likely suffer significant losses. Previously, Lin Shixiao had confidently claimed that Beilizuo would rise by more than 10 times, and both he and Butler Chun had been skeptical. It seemed they had underestimated the situation. Everything sold. Lin Shixiao revealed a bright smile. Butler Chun quickly asked, how much did you make? When I sold the house, I only had a little over 500,000. Now, it's over 51 million. Of course, most of the money hasn't reached the bank account yet. Lin Shixiao's face was filled with pride. There was no need to hide his emotions in front of these two close elders. Butler Chun was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. You made that much? You sure you're not bragging? Lin Shixiao smiled wryly. Uncle Chun, do I really need to brag about such matters? Otherwise, would you like to come with me to Huifeng Bank tomorrow? Hui Yingdong shook his head with a laugh. I thought you were just a naive young man, who knew you were a wolf in sheep's clothing. He truly hadn't expected Lin Shixiao to be so remarkable. With such stock trading skills, it wouldn't be long before Lin Shixiao became a tycoon in Hong Kong, perhaps even surpassing him in status. Thinking of Lin Shixiao as his adopted son, Hui Yingdong felt a bit fortunate. The world of Hong Kong was small. Of friends today could easily become enemies due to disputes over profits tomorrow. With this father-son relationship, he believed that as long as there were no principled issues, Lin Shixiao wouldn't go against the Hui family. He also found it somewhat amusing that his few incompetent sons were still worrying that Lin Shixiao would compete for the family fortune. With such strong earning capabilities, how could he be interested in the Hui family's meager assets? Hui Yingdong's emotions were quite complex. Unfortunately, Lin Guodong wouldn't get to enjoy this. Butler Chen suddenly had a thought. By the way, Beilizuo is going crazy today. You wouldn't have had a hand in this, would you? Lin Shixiao touched his nose. It was indeed me. Those guys were too timid, causing such a big scene. They didn't even dare to think about 20 bucks. Lin Shixiao was very satisfied with his quick response and strategy today. Not bad, not bad. Hui Yingdong did not hide his admiration for Lin Shixiao. If adopting Lin Shixiao as a son before was out of gratitude, now based on Lin Shixiao's potential, he was also willing to take him as his son. Butler Chen pointed at Lin Shixiao, saying, You brat are hiding too deep. When did you learn all this? Hui Yingdong also showed an interested expression. They were quite clear about Lin Shixiao's situation. He had always been a good student, and before this Lin Guodong had never mentioned that Lin Shixiao had studied stock trading. Lin Shixiao felt a tightness in his chest, but he had already thought of a response. When I was studying abroad, my classmates around me were trading stocks, and out of curiosity, I started researching it. Oh, Hui Yingdong nodded, not continuing to pry. All right, genius. Butler Chun was generous with his praise. He felt happy from the bottom of his heart that his old friend's son was successful. Butler Chun, take out the land deed. Lin Shixiao was taken aback. What land deed? Butler Chun took out a thick piece of parchment from the glove compartment, which bore several bright red seals. He stuffed the land deed into Lin Shixiao's arms. That house was not sold to someone else. Huasheng wanted me to acquire it. Oh. Holding the heavy land deed, Lin Shixiao felt somewhat complex. This feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. Uncle Hui, if you ever need my help, just say the word. This is a solemn promise. Hui Yingdong was taken aback, laughing. Good. I've made a note of it. Even Hui Yingdong didn't expect that this promise would help the Hui family through a major crisis in the future. To celebrate your big earnings, they'll give you another gift. Hui Yingdong pulled out a new car plate from under the seat. When Lin Shixiao saw the numbers on it, he directly widened his eyes. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Shixiao walked into the Wenhua Hall. Today was Christmas, and the hotel had made some decorations. In the center of the hall stood a 3-story-high Christmas tree with golden lights wrapped around its branches twinkling warmly. Manager Wang Jiqiang and a middle-aged man had been waiting for a while. Lin Sheng, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Zhihui. Zhihui, this is Lin Sheng, very capable. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Hello, Lin Sheng. Wang Sheng has told me about your remarkable achievements. Truly impressive. Zhou Zhihui expressed great enthusiasm. Remarkable achievements. Lin Shixiao looked at Manager Wang in confusion. Manager Wang felt a bit embarrassed. Well, your operations today, I mentioned it to Zhihui, I hope you don't mind. It's fine. Lin Shixiao knew that such matters were impossible to keep secret. Lin Sheng, you must guide me. I've lost a lot in the stock market, and during this bull market, I've been too afraid to enter, missing out on opportunities. Zhou Zhihui looked anxious. Sure, no problem. Lin Shixiao replied, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to let him guide him. The key was to see what Zhou Zhihui could offer him. When they reached the private room, Zhou Zhihui asked Lin Shixiao to take the main seat. Lin Shixiao hesitated for a moment, but then sat down. Being Hui Yingdong's adopted son, it was indeed appropriate for him to sit here. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Lin Shixiao got to the point. Mr. Zhou, there's something I'd like to ask. Please, Lin Sheng. Are you planning to hold the first Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant? I see Lin Sheng has heard the news. That's right, the preliminaries are about to start. Zhou Zhihui put down his wine glass. Manager Wang had only told him that Lin Shixiao had something to discuss, but hadn't specified what, and he had been pondering on the way here. Is there someone named Zhuang Shijun who is sponsoring the program? Yes, young Master Zhuang has sponsored 50,000. Zhou Zhihui replied honestly. Lin Shixiao paused for a moment, then frowned. I don't really like this person. Is there any way to kick him out? Not only Zhou Zhihui, but Manager Wang was also quite surprised. They both knew that Zhuang Shijun was Li Jiaqing's brother-in-law. Zhou Zhihui boldly asked, is there a conflict between Lin Sheng and young Master Zhuang? Lin Shixiao did not answer, but lightly tapped the table. Kick him out, I'll sponsor it. Just name your price. It's worth noting that Lin Shixiao now held over 50 million, so sponsoring a beauty pageant was naturally not an issue. Oh well. Zhou Zhihui's eyes lit up. There was one situation he hadn't dared to reveal to the outside world because it was the first beauty pageant. The enthusiasm of sponsors wasn't very high and the recruitment had not been very ideal. His eagerness towards Lin Shixiao also stemmed from this reason. On December 26th, the last day of the Christmas holiday, the Hong Kong stock market continued to open. Without any surprise, Bailejuo plummeted shortly after opening, dropping 30 points and breaking the $20 mark, diving downwards. Countless people wanted to sell, but there were very few buyers, most of whom were just funds for self-rescue. $17, $16, $15. It was like a skyscraper collapsing, and no one could stop the downward trend. How could it drop so much? My God, where is the regulation? Is there anyone to manage this? It's my money. Retail investors wailed in the trading hall, but it was of no use. At this moment, the Hong Kong stock market was like a giant casino. If you entered, you had to be willing to gamble and accept the loss. Various media in Hong Kong also reported on the event. Bailejuo surged wildly yesterday. Today, it crashes dramatically. A tale of two extremes. Insiders revealed that Hua Sheng's adopted son made tens of millions. Some became rich while others jumped out of buildings. This is the stock market. The media extensively covered Lin Shixiao's operations on Bailejuo, most of which were speculations, but they were not far from the truth. In room B, 3rd floor 23, Cantor Road, Kowloon Tong, Zhao Guohua's family was enjoying breakfast. The table was quite lavish with congee with preserved egg and lean meat, youtiao salted duck eggs, Hong Kong-style milk tea, fruits, and more. When Jian turned on the TV, Zhao Guohua had a habit of watching the news. Okay, Dad. With a flurry of static, the 14-inch black and white TV lit up. It was just in time for the financial news. Our station has exclusive news. The surge of Bailejuo yesterday was due to Hua Sheng's adopted son operating, and there is a high chance he had already sold everything before the market closed. Insiders revealed that Hua Sheng's adopted son made at least 20 million on this stock. When Hua Sheng adopted his son recently, many people did not pay attention, not thinking he could stir up any waves in the stock market. Now those people are being smacked in the face. Hua Sheng's adopted son is incredible. Experienced stock traders have stated that they want play with Hua Sheng's adopted son in the future. The news continued to broadcast while the Zhao family remained silent. After a while, Zhao Wenjie whispered, "My God, brother-in-law really made so much money. Xiao is really impressive. He managed to sell everything in advance." Zhao Yaji felt a bit scared. The news reported that Bailejuo dropped 40% in the morning session today. If Lin Shixiao had not sold, there would have been significant losses. Zhao Guohua took some time to recover, sighing. Earlier, he said he wanted to trade stocks. We all thought he was just fooling around, dreaming of getting rich. Now it seems we truly underestimated him. Yaji Shixiao grew up under my watch. He is a good person. You should cherish him. He began to worry about his daughter. With Lin Shixiao being so outstanding, he didn't know how many girls were thinking about him. Yaji, I know you are conservative, but sometimes it's unnecessary to be so cautious. After all, Xiao is young and vigorous, and it's inevitable for him to be impulsive. Mother Qin Xiaolan followed up. Zhao Yazi's face turned bright red. Mom. Her heart was She loved Lin Shixiao very much, and she didn't have to wait until marriage to do those things. At the top of the Chengxi building in North Point, Li Jiaqing was enjoying the view of Victoria Harbor. An assistant pushed the door and walked in. Mr. Li, is there anything major happening in Hong Kong today? There is something significant related to the stock market and Hua Shang's adopted son. Oh, Li Jiaqing turned around with great interest. Tell me more. Billionaire surged yesterday and plummeted again this morning. Those who bought yesterday lost a lot. According to reliable sources, Hua Shang's adopted son cleared his position in Billionaire before the market closed, making a lot of money on this stock. The betting matter had already spread in Hong Kong, and the assistant was somewhat cautious. Li Jiaqing paused for a moment and couldn't help but ask, do you know approximately how much he made? The reliable estimate is around 25 million. He entered the market with 500,000 leveraged and secretly bought stocks in the dark market, fooling the operators of this stock. So much. Li Jiaqing became somewhat agitated. If he remembered correctly, Billionaire had only been listed for a month and Lin Shixiao had already made a profit equivalent to Longxi Group's annual profit. If he could remain calm in his heart, that would be self-deception. Money in the stock market comes quickly. However, trading stocks did not align with his stable character. I hope he can continue to be so successful. Li Jiaqing had a feeling that the future of Hong Kong would become lively because of Lin Shixiao. Thinking about his bet with Lin Shixiao, he began to feel anxious. Zhao Yaji was still putting on makeup, but she was preparing to audition for a minor role today and would not miss any opportunity to hone her skills. At this moment, her younger brother Zhao Wenjie rushed in excitedly. Sister, stop putting on makeup, brother-in-law is here. What? Ah Xiao is here. Where? Right outside talking with dad. Zhao Wenjie urged Zhao Yaji to hurry outside. He was afraid that Zhao Yaji would be late and upset Lin Shixiao. After learning that Lin Shixiao made a fortune in the stock market, Zhao Wenjie's attitude towards Lin Shixiao quietly changed. Okay, I'll go out right away. Zhao Yaji dared not delay. Thinking of Lin Shixiao already being a millionaire, her heart could not calm down. She knew too well the value of money in the entertainment industry. Ah Xiao, you're here. At the door, Zhao Guohua looked at Lin Shixiao with a smile. The more he looked, the more he found Lin Shixiao pleasing to the eye. Uncle Zhao, I bought 2 bottles of whiskey on the way. Oh, I don't know if you like it. Lin Shixiao was also beaming. The money from his stock account had just been transferred to Huifeng Bank. It was hard for him not to feel excited. Why be so polite among family? Yaji will be out soon. Zhao Guohua smiled as he took the wine. Ah Xiao, do you want some water? Chen Xiulan ran out from the kitchen to greet Lin Shixiao. Thank you, auntie. Oh, I'm not thirsty. The subtle change in the Zhao family's attitude made Lin Shixiao feel a bit unaccustomed. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Yaji walked out. Lin Shixiao's eyes lit up. The woman had applied a little light makeup, enhancing her natural beauty. Yaji. Lin Shixiao grinned and shamelessly took in her appearance. Ah Xiao. Zhao Yaji was shy under his intense gaze. Brother-in-law, where are you planning to take my sister to play? Zhao Wenjie smoothly called out, brother-in-law now. In this era, it's inconvenient to go anywhere without a car. Having just made a big sum of money, Lin Shixiao naturally wanted to splurge a bit. He had already asked Butler Chen to contact Hong Kong's largest luxury car dealer. Wow, you must be buying a luxury car. I'm so envious. Will my sister have one too? Zhao Wenjie, though young, was quite clever. Ah yeah. Zhao Guohua quickly tapped Zhao Wenjie on the head. Zhao Yaji did not look up, but she perked up her ears. She had applied for a driver's license as soon as she turned 18 and dreamed of owning a car of her own. She certainly wouldn't accept a car from other men, but she would gladly accept one from Lin Shixiao. Of course, Yaji will buy one as she'll choose for herself. Lin Shixiao had the same intention. In this day and age, a luxury car could be bought for just over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, and now that he had tens of millions, he wouldn't scrimp on this amount. Wow, sister, you are so lucky. Zhao Wenjie exclaimed exaggeratedly, his emotional expression full. Zhao Guohua also smiled. Yaji, don't choose anything too expensive. Ah Xiao's money is hard-earned. Soon after, the two took a taxi to the tycoon car dealership in Central, where they unexpectedly bumped into Zhuang Shijun. Lin Shixiao? Zhuang Shijun gritted his teeth. His precious Ferrari had been kicked by Lin Shixiao, leaving numerous dents. Even after repairs, it was no longer as shiny as before. Lin Shixiao? Zhuang Shijun gritted his teeth. His precious Ferrari had been kicked by Lin Shixiao, leaving numerous dents. Even after repairs, it was no longer as shiny as before, which irked him, prompting him to consider buying another. However, the same model was out of stock, and some rare models were purely based on luck. Even with money, he couldn't buy them, which was another reason for his heartache. Hello, young Master Zhuang. Lin Shixiao wore an innocent expression. At that moment, a man in his 50s, impeccably groomed and dressed in a dark gray suit, walked out of the dealership with several others. He walked slowly but with firm steps, clearly a person seasoned by live storms. Boss Shen. Zhuang Shijun immediately greeted him with a smile, thinking that Shen Zhongfu had come to welcome him. Tycoon Motors was the largest luxury car dealer in Hong Kong Island, representing numerous prestigious brands, including Rolls-Royce, Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari, and Jaguar. Tycoon Motors was merely a part of Shen Zhongfu's business empire. Having Shen Zhongfu personally greet him made Zhuang Shijun feels somewhat lighter, especially in front of Lin Shixiao and Zhao Yaji. However, Shen Zhongfu did not stop by him, but walked straight towards Lin Shixiao. I've long heard that Mr. Hua has taken in a very talented foster son. Seeing you in person, you truly live up to the reputation. Mr. Shen Uncle Hua often speaks highly of you. He says you are his best friend. Lin Shixiao extended his hand, shaking it firmly with Shen Zhongfu. When Shen Zhongfu started his career, he faced difficulties, and Hua Yingdong had provided significant help. Their relationship had always been good. Otherwise, a young man like him wouldn't warrant Shen Zhongfu's personal welcome. The older generation does not only look at your wealth. To put it bluntly, they carry an air of pride. If you do not catch their eye, no matter how rich you are, they will ignore you. Haha, I haven't seen Uncle Hua in a long time. Is he doing well? Uncle Hua misses you too, and mentioned he would reach out. Seeing Lin Shixiao and Shen Zhongfu engage in lively conversation, Zhuang Shijun wished he could find a hole to hide in. His hands, stiff from the wind, awkwardly fell to his sides. Fortunately, at that moment, Shen Zhongfu finally noticed Zhuang Shijun standing nearby. Young Master Zhuang, are you here to buy a car again? As a business owner, Shen Zhongfu would not overly neglect Zhuang Shijun, especially since he was unaware of the conflict between Lin Shixiao and Zhuang Shijun. Yes, I'd like to buy another car. Zhuang Shijun coughed lightly, adjusting his clothes to mask his awkwardness. That Ferrari Daytona. Has young Master Zhuang lost interest so soon? There were only 3 of that model in the entire Hong Kong island. Cough, cough. Zhuang Shijun suddenly began to cough violently, casting a glare of anger towards Lin Shixiao. The incident at the stock exchange had already spread within a small circle, causing those around him to know about it, with some even teasing him, making him feel embarrassed. I just made some money in the stock market and I have extra parking spaces, so I thought I'd buy another car. Zhuang Shijun brushed it off. Oh. Shen Zhongfu turned around with a smile, saying, Shixiao, let me show you. By personally showing Lin Shixiao cars, Shen Zhongfu highlighted his importance to Hua Yingdong as well as to Lin Shixiao. After all, everyone on Hong Kong Island knew that Lin Shixiao was an exceptional stock trader, having made tens of millions in a month. In Hong Kong Island, strength was the ultimate respect. As long as you had the ability, even if you were a bit younger, people would still respect you. Boss, Shen, have any new cars arrived recently? Zhuang Shijun attempted to steer the conversation. Yes, I have some. Let me take you over. Shen Zhongfu smiled. Tycoon Motors truly deserved its title as the largest luxury car dealer in Hong Kong Island. The hall was incredibly spacious, with a height of 6 meters, and the floor was made of imported marble, gleaming enough to reflect people's shadows. Dozens of imported luxury cars were displayed throughout the showroom, with none priced lower than 50,000. In this era, dealers bought cars outright, and the sheer number of cars demonstrated the strength of Tycoon Motors. Yaji, feel free to look around. Oh, just let me know which one you like. Lin Shixiao smiled at Zhao Yaji. Thank you. Zhao Yazi's face lit up with sweetness. This scenario ignited a fire of jealousy within Zhuang Shijun. Miss Xiao, how about I gift you a Ferrari? He could not believe that Zhao Yaji had no vanity. Although he might not be as wealthy as Lin Shixiao, right now Lin Shixiao might not be willing to spend much on Zhao Yaji. As long as he was willing to spend more, he might change Zhao Yazi's mind. Thank you, young Master Zhuang, but I prefer the one my boyfriend gave me. Zhao Yazi's rejection was so decisive it nearly took Zhuang Shijun's breath away. Boss Shun, which is the most expensive car in the showroom? I want to buy the most expensive one. Zhuang Shijun's voice was loud, seemingly eager for everyone in the showroom to hear. Shen Zhongfu maintained his smile. We just received an Aston Martin DBS, a British sports car priced slightly lower than the Daytona, but it's still a fantastic vehicle. Zhuang Shijun frowned. Is there nothing more expensive than the Daytona? With several $100,000 in cash, he could have. Shen Zhongfu's smile gradually faded. There is one, but it has just arrived. This car was originally customized for a royal family member in the Middle East, but for some reason the transaction did not go through. I went through a lot of trouble to bring it to Hong Kong Island. This car is undoubtedly the most eye-catching in the entire Hong Kong Island, but I plan to keep it in the dealership and not sell it. Is it that one? Zhuang Shijun was quickly attracted to a Rolls-Royce in the center of the showroom. This car was adorned with 24K gold, including the goddess of celebration. Beneath the gold paint, it seemed to be sprinkled with pearl powder, sparkling beautifully under the lights. That's the one. Shen Zhongfu led the group towards it. Although it wasn't for sale, it wouldn't hurt to introduce it. The seats are made of top-grade calfskin, and the interior uses 1,000-year-old agarwood. The roof was equipped with 1,000 fiber optic lights capable of simulating constellations. The air conditioning system had independent temperature control and even included fragrance. The sound system featured customized gold-edged speakers along with a turntable. At the rear bar, there was even a built-in crystal wine cabinet with gold edges. Listening to Shen Zhongfu's introduction, not only did Zhuang Shijun's eyes light up, but Lin Shixiao was also intrigued. What man doesn't love a good car? The members of the Middle Eastern royal family are not only incredibly wealthy, but also very knowledgeable about cars, and every vehicle they customize stands out. Mr. Shen, what about other aspects? Lin Shixiao inquired. In his past life, he hadn't been fond of being ostentatious, but in this life, he wanted to enjoy every moment of success. With wealth, one must be bold. Shen Zhongfu turned back and smiled at Lin Shixiao, continuing his introduction. This car's engine is the latest 675 LV8 enhanced version. I heard that royal family members spent a large sum on its development. It also features adaptive hydraulic suspension, improving comfort by 80%, along with a silent exhaust system and a larger fuel tank. The range can reach 1,000 kilometers. By the way, the bulletproof capabilities of this car are quite impressive too. Shin boss, I want this car, Zhuang Shijun shouted as he looked through the car window at the interior. His excited expression indicated that he was determined to get it. Haha, I already said this car is not for sale. Seeing Zhuang Shijun's enthusiasm, Shin Zhongfu felt quite happy. This was the very purpose of bringing back the golden version of the Rolls-Royce. They'll offer 1.2 million. Zhuang Shijun was still unwilling to give up. No matter how much you offer, it's not for sale. Shin Zhongfu decisively refused. Zhuang Shijun felt a bit dissatisfied, but seeing Shin Zhongfu's firm attitude, he said nothing more. This car was definitely not worth 1.2 million. He had shown enough sincerity, but since Shin Zhongfu refused to sell, there was nothing he could do. Lin Shixiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Shin Sheng, are you really not selling? He liked this car very much too. Didn't you hear Shin boss say? This car is not for sale. Don't think just because you have some money you're something special, he still won't sell it to you. Zhuang Shijun vented his frustration on Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao ignored him and looked at Shin Zhongfu with eager anticipation. Do you want it too? Shin Zhongfu seemed a bit troubled. When Zhuang Shijun said he wanted to buy it, Shin Zhongfu hadn't considered it seriously. But when Lin Shixiao expressed his interest, he truly began to think about it. Uncle Shin, I really like this car. Can I owe you a favor? Lin Shixiao looked quite pitiful. If he didn't truly like this car, he wouldn't behave like this. Shin Zhongfu pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, all right, since you like it, I'll give it to you. Thank you, Uncle Shin. Lin Shixiao was so excited that he almost jumped up. Although he had 50 million in savings, not just any car could be bought. A golden Rolls-Royce like this one, there was only one in the world. If the owner wasn't selling, there was no way for him to acquire it. To customize one, it would take at least a few years, and the cost would definitely be higher. Zhuang Shijun was a bit taken aback. Wait, Shin boss, you didn't sell it to me for 1.2 million, so why would you sell it to him? Zhuang Shijun was flustered. Compared to the car, he cared more about his face. Lin Shixiao had Hua Yingdong behind him, while Zhuang Shijun had Li Jiaqing. To him, Li Jiaqing had already caught up with Hua Yingdong, at least in terms of influence. He was not inferior to such an established businessman. Yet Shin Zhongfu placed greater importance on his relationship with Hua Yingdong. Zhuang Shijun couldn't understand and found it hard to ask, so he could only keep it bottled up. In fact, he did not know that someone like Shin Zhongfu, who had experienced many things, judged others not only by their assets, but also by their character in various aspects. If Shin Zhongfu did not genuinely appreciate a person, no matter how wealthy they were, they would just be an ordinary friend. And an ordinary friend simply didn't have the face to make him part with the golden version of the Rolls-Royce. Shin Zhongfu called the manager to introduce other details of the car to Lin Shixiao. Zhuang Shijun stood nearby with a sullen face. He wanted to get angry but didn't dare. Watching Lin Shixiao touch the car with such affection, his blood pressure shot up. Oomph! Zhuang Shijun let out a snort, filled with anger. Shin Zhongfu then paid attention to him again. Young Master Zhuang, are you buying a car or not? Zhuang Shijun's expression changed rapidly, finally stammering out a word, buy. Most of the prominent cars on the island were here. If he didn't buy here, where else could he go? So which one do you want? Zhuang Shijun was considered a big client, so Shin Zhongfu offered him a way out. Zhuang Shijun's expression improved a bit. How about that Aston Martin DBS? It looks pretty good right now. He walked over to the Aston Martin and began to study it closely, finding it indeed had its merits. Shin boss, can you get me a good license plate? Zhuang Shijun asked with a smile. These days, many good license plates were in the hands of car dealers. His Ferrari had a decent plate, but since he hadn't sold the Ferrari yet, he naturally couldn't take it off. No problem, how about 18 Hong Kong dollars? Young Master Zhuang would surely like it. Shin Zhongfu also showed some sincerity. But how can I accept that? Zhuang Shijun's smile immediately became hard to contain. With this license plate, it won't come down without at least 20,000. The key is that even with money, one might not necessarily get it. Young Master Zhuang, you're too polite, Shin Zhongfu replied with a slight nod. He merely regarded Zhuang Shijun as an important client. May I ask, boss Shin, is this the best license plate you have? Zhuang Shijun's eyes darted around. Yes. Shin Zhongfu's smile faltered. He had overlooked that if Lin Shixiao also wanted a license plate, he truly couldn't offer anything better. He also realized that Lin Shixiao and Zhuang Shijun were not on good terms. Thank you, boss Shin. Let's hurry up with the paperwork. I won't bother you with the price. Zhuang Shijun urged Shin Zhongfu. Obtaining the license plate, 18 Hong Kong dollars, was an unexpected delight. The frustration of not getting the golden Rolls-Royce diminished significantly. At this moment, Lin Shixiao walked over. Uncle Shun, how much is the car? Lin Shixiao rubbed his hands, looking. You're not an outsider, he'll give it to you at 80,000 cost price. Shin Zhongfu said with a smile. Zhuang Shijun couldn't help but exclaim. He had just offered 120,000 and Shin Zhongfu wouldn't sell it, yet now he was selling it to Lin Shixiao for 80,000. He almost couldn't catch his breath. Was Shin Zongfa's mind deteriorating? Of course Zhuang Shijun could only think. Uncle Shin am quite embarrassed about this. Lin Shixiao did not refuse Shin Zongfa's kindness. Shin Zhongfu was not short of 20,000. Sometimes refusing someone's goodwill is very impolite, and he could repay it elsewhere later. Haha, you think of me as a son of Huasheng, and I haven't even given you a meeting gift. If it weren't for this car being too precious, I'd have no problem giving it to you outright. Shin Zhongfu laughed heartily. Zhuang Shijun beside him felt a sour taste in his mouth. He realized that in Shin Zongfa's eyes, he was far less significant than Lin Shixiao. Lin Xiao, hurry up and choose a license plate. Zhuang Shijun was eager to regain some face. Boss Shin just gave me the best license plate, 18 Hong Kong dollars, a very auspicious number. Shin Zhongfu coughed awkwardly and said apologetically, I'm sorry Shixiao, I didn't consider it thoroughly. He couldn't just change what he had said. It's fine, I brought my own license plate. Lin Shixiao laughed, thinking it was some important matter. You brought it yourself? Shin Zhongfu was taken aback. Zhuang Shijun spoke in a strange tone. Lin Xiao's license plate should be quite impressive. Let's take a look. All right. Lin Shixiao waved to Zhao Yaji. Yaji, bring over the bag. He had put the license plate in a bag, and it was Zhao Yaji who insisted on helping carry it when they came. In her words, you are a big shot now, how can you carry things yourself? Lin Shixiao couldn't resist her and had to. Shixiao. There were many cars in the showroom, and Zhao Yaji was having trouble choosing. Uncle Shin, this is my license plate. Lin Shixiao smiled as he pulled the license plate out of the bag. In an instant, both Shin Zhongfu and Zhuang Shijun were dumbfounded. What is this possible? Zhuang Shijun staggered back a step. The license plate that Lin Shixiao brought was actually a pure number 18. There were only 100 pure number license plates in the entire Hong Kong island, and auspicious numbers like 18 were extremely sought after. Zhuang Shijun had previously wanted a pure number license plate, but had never succeeded. Conservatively estimating the license plate in Lin Shixiao's hands was worth at least $1 million. With the same number 18 but 2 extra letters, its value would drop by 100-fold. Zhuang Shijun stood there awkwardly. That 18 Hong Kong dollars license plate no longer felt appealing. Lin Shixiao had 18, and he had 18 Hong Kong dollars. Wherever he went, he would be compared, and he couldn't afford to lose face. Huasheng actually gave you this license plate. Shen Zhongfu chuckled bitterly. He knew that Hua Ingdong thought highly of Lin Shixiao, but he never expected him to give this plate. It's a bit precious, and I didn't want it. Uncle Hua was still angry about it. At that time, when receiving the license plate in the car, Lin Shixiao was also very excited. He knew too well the significance of 2-digit license plates, especially since 18 happened to be his birthday. Hua Ingdong was truly very thoughtful. Shin Zhongfu shook his head with a bitter smile. Now he had to reassess Lin Shixiao's status in the Hua family. Boss Shin, I have something to attend to, will take my leave. Before he finished speaking, Zhuang Shijun was already at the showroom door, running faster than a rabbit. Shin Zhongfu was taken aback. Young Master Zhuang, are you still buying the car? Sorry Boss Shin, let's talk after I finish my business. Zhuang Shijun didn't want to stay a moment longer. It was one thing for Lin Shixiao to overshadow him. Now the license plate was also overshadowed, and whom could he complain to? This? Shin Zhongfu shook his head at Zhuang Shijun's back. This guy's temperament was still quite lacking compared to Lin Shixiao. After some fuss, the 18 license plate finally hung on the golden Rolls-Royce. Clients in the showroom gathered around, expressing heartfelt admiration. Wow, that car is truly stunning. Some even flattered, only Lin Xiao deserves such a car. This car with the license plate costs over 2 million, enough to buy several Tong buildings. Truly extravagant. Zhao Yaji was also extremely excited. Ah Xiao, this car looks fantastic. You can drive it when you have the chance. Lin Shixiao laughed. I wouldn't dare. If I crash it, it would cost a fortune. Zhao Yaji shrank her neck. Her current monthly income was only 1,000 or 2,000. She would feel heartache if it got scratched. Congratulations, Lin Xiao. Shin Zhongfu laughed heartily. From today on, who in Hong Kong Island won't know the name of Lin Xiao? Later, under the strong suggestion of Lin Shixiao, Zhao Yaji chose a 120 yuan Mercedes-Benz convertible. With such a price, one could actually get a regular Rolls-Royce, but it wouldn't be suitable for a woman like Zhao Yaji to drive a Rolls. Subsequently, Lin Shixiao took Zhao Yaji back to the villa in Qianshui Bay, where they enjoyed a delightful afternoon by the swimming pool. Apart from the final step, Lin Shixiao did everything that should and shouldn't be done. At 9 o'clock in the evening, just as Zhao Yaji drove away, Butler Chen arrived with 2 men. These 2 men were very robust with thick calluses on their hands, clearly individuals who had handled firearms. This is a Long, and this is a Hu. They are brothers, elite veterans of the Flying Tiger team. I've checked, their backgrounds are clean and their character is reliable. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Lin Shixiao initially had no intention of hiring bodyguards, but due to the relentless pursuit of the media on Hong Kong Island for his own safety, he had to bring it to the forefront. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. A Long and a Hu stood tall, their gazes unwavering. Lin Shixiao nodded in satisfaction. He could find no fault in their appearance. The brothers gave off a very fierce impression. Lin Shixiao even had the illusion that both men had blood on their hands. What are your salary requirements? The brothers had already discussed this before coming. Between 1500 to 200, young Master Lin can decide. This salary is already on the higher end among personal bodyguards. A personal bodyguard doesn't just look at the salary. There are many hidden benefits such as year-end bonuses and special task rewards. How about this? I'll give you 100 a month, and how much you can get for the year-end bonus will depend on your performance. Special tasks will be calculated separately. When it comes to personal safety, Lin Shixiao would not be stingy. Money may not necessarily buy loyalty, but offering less will certainly make it hard to earn loyalty. Young Master Lin, we won't need that much. The brothers' expressions grew excited. A monthly salary of 100 means that after saving for a year, one could buy a Rolls-Royce. Many brothers from the police force become bodyguards after retiring, but no one can earn such a high salary. A Xiao will give you what you deserve, but I must say this up front: if you betray me, think about how Mr. Hu deals with traitors. Butler Chen's expression was serious. The old generation of bosses on Hong Kong Island often walked the line between legality and crime. This was due to the environment in Hong Kong. To do business, one must instill fear in others, otherwise the chaos caused by gangs could ruin you. Don't worry, Chen, we brothers only take what we deserve. Along patted his chest vigorously. This is my brother. Butler Chen smiled. He had to play the bad guy. All right, for the time being, you will follow me 24 hours a day. If you need to take time off, just let me know in advance. After a while, I may increase the number of personnel. If you have suitable candidates, please introduce them to me. No problem, young Master Lin. We will follow young Master Lin. With such a high salary along, and who must set aside any personal matters, with job with such high pay is hard to come by, and if word gets out, many will envy them. Okay, I'll head back now. Butler Chun prepared to take his leave. Uncle Chun, let me see you off. Lin Shixiao felt a bit embarrassed. He often troubled Butler Chun with his affairs. I'm not old enough to need someone to see me off. Butler Chun waved his hand and quickly walked out. After getting into the back seat of his car at his level, he could also have a driver. 2 days later, on Friday, the day of the Hong Kong Sister preliminary competition began. In the afternoon, Lin Shixiao arrived at the entrance of TVB with Zhao Yaji in a golden version Rolls-Royce. As soon as they got out of the car, they were surrounded by reporters. To be precise, it was Lin Shixiao who was surrounded. He had been absent from the media spotlight for several days, but during this time the media's interest in him remained unabated, or rather Hong Kong's curiosity about Lin Shixiao was still very high. The reporters first surrounded the golden Rolls-Royce and snapped photos madly before proceeding to ask questions. Mr. Lin, yesterday someone jumped off a building due to losses at Bailejuo. What do you think about this incident? Is that true? Lin Shixiao replied without any fluctuation in his expression. The stock market carries risks. One must be cautious when entering. Next question. Mr. Lin, do you feel any guilt? After all, this incident is related to you. This question was obviously why should I feel guilty? Will they thank me for making money? Excuse me, Mr. Lin, what is your relationship with Miss Zhao Yaji? We grew up together. The reason for not saying they were a couple was to avoid putting too much pressure on Zhao Yaji. Nowadays, the media would dare to write anything for the sake of newspaper sales. I heard that Mr. Lin sponsored the Hong Kong Sister program with a hefty sum of 5,000. Is that true? Sorry, that's a commercial secret. I can't disclose the exact amount. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, I heard that you have a grudge with Zhuang Xiao. Is that true? Lin Shixiao couldn't help but admire the Hong Kong media's ability to dig up news. Who are you talking about? I don't know any random people. Lin Shixiao didn't give Zhuang Shijun any face in front. Then he felt a very unfriendly gaze beside him. Turning his head, it was Zhuang Shijun, who had a somewhat attractive woman beside him, though she paled in comparison to Zhao Yazi's beauty. Young Master Lin, you have quite a big mouth. Zhuang Shijun's fists were clenched. If it weren't for the two burly bodyguards beside Lin Shixiao, he might have rushed over to land a couple of punches. Likewise, Lin Shixiao smiled. He enjoyed seeing Zhuang Shijun lose his composure. If young Master Lin wants Miss Zhao to be the champion, then we have a chance to compete. Zhuang Shijun pushed the woman beside him a step forward, clearly indicating that he wanted her to compete with Zhao Yaji for the championship. He knew that he had no chance with Zhao Yaji now. Lin Shixiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Young Master Zhuang, don't you know that you have been removed from the list of sponsors by TVB? What did you say? Zhuang Shijun's face turned ugly. He had been busy being affectionate with the woman beside him these past few days and missed many calls. Don't believe it. You can go in and ask. Zhuang Shijun's face darkened as he walked inside. Young Master Lin, didn't you just say that you had no grievances with young Master Zhuang? The surrounding media grew excited. Both of them had big shots standing behind them. This was bound to be lively. Indeed, there are no grievances. He is not worthy of having grievances with me. Lin Shixiao spoke with his usual assertiveness. With just a glance along, and who immediately cleared a path through the media. Yaji, let's go in. Today, Lin Shixiao was specifically there to support Zhao Yaji. At this moment, Zhuang Shijun had already found the program's director, Zhou Zhihui. Mr. Zhou, you're not playing fair. Kicking me out without so much as a word. Zhuang Shijun seethed inwardly. With so many reporters waiting just outside, word would spread across Hong Kong within hours. My apologies, young Master Zhuang. It's a network policy adjustment. I called you several times, but there was no answer. Zhou Zhihui forced a smile. The moment he'd made his decision, he'd already braced himself for a complete rupture with Zhuang Shijun. Blame it on Lin Shixiao's astonishingly generous offer, and even more so on his promise to bring her future wealth. Fine then, don't expect a single cent of sponsorship from me ever again. Zhuang Shijun stormed out, fury boiling in his chest. Have a safe trip, young Master Zhuang. Zhou Zhihui added, voice trailing behind him. Zhuang Shijun clenched his fists. He knew words now could not salvage his dignity, but the woman beside him refused to yield. Young Master Zhuang, I'm staying. She craved fame. Only stardom would earn her the attention of powerful figures. You're staying? Zhuang Shijun's eyes bulged. He'd assumed her obedience was absolute. Yes, I've dreamed of competing in the Miss Hong Kong pageant. She dared not meet his gaze, yet her resolve remained unshaken. Are you certain? Zhuang Shijun asked coldly. Certain. She bit her lip, fully aware of the irreversible path she had chosen. Lately Zhuang Shijun had taken without giving, spending less and less on her, breaking promises one after another. To stay tethered to him offered no future. Go ahead, make your name. Zhuang Shijun strode away without looking back. Truth be told, he'd grown weary of her, and had even been searching for an elegant way to part ways. Yet Lin Shixiao had humiliated him repeatedly. Our retribution was inevitable, and must be decisive enough to dispel any notion across Hong Kong that he was weak. His gaze fell upon a stock trading advertisement plastered on a distant wall, and inspiration struck. On set at Zhou Zhihui's firm insistence, Lin Shixiao sat among TVB's top executives, center stage unmistakably prominent. At the opening of the show, he stepped onto the stage as sponsor representative. Good evening, everyone. I am Lin Shixiao, honored to represent this year's principal sponsor at this glittering event. Seeing so many radiant, poised contestants before me, I truly believe this year's Miss Hong Kong will captivate the entire city. My sponsorship extends beyond supporting a competition. It is an investment in Hong Kong's beauty, a commitment to sharing that grace and confidence with every soul. To all the contestants, may you shine brilliantly and perform at your very best. Thank you. His poised, eloquent speech ignited thunderous applause and a dazzling storm of camera flashes. After days of relentless media coverage, Lin Shixiao had become a household name across Hong Kong. Far off Zhao Yaji, waiting backstage, proudly gave him a thumbs up. Her man stood tall, unassailable. Zhao Yaji was the final contestant, a strategic advantage in such pageants where judges often struggle to recall earlier performances by the finale. Naturally, this privilege stemmed from Lin Shixiao's status as chief sponsor. As the broadcast stretched over several hours, Lin Shixiao excused himself to answer nature's call. Emerging from the restroom, he was immediately intercepted. Mr. Lin, the woman blushed shyly. Weren't you with young Master Zhuang? Lin Shixiao frowned faintly. We've parted ways. She lifted her face, her expression pitiful, her makeup lending her undeniable allure. Zhuang Shijun certainly had a keen eye for women, Lin Shixiao mused inwardly. What brings you to me, eh? Already he'd read the intent flickering in her gaze. May we speak in private, in a room? Her implication hung unmistakably in the air. With Zhao Yaji's appearance still some time away, lingering on set held little appeal. Lin Shixiao nodded. Very well. A vacant room stood nearby. Once inside, she locked the door behind them. What do you intend? Lin Shixiao's smile was laced with quiet amusement. Mr. Lin, I want fame. As she spoke, her garments began to slip away. He made no move to stop her, merely watched detached. Your figure is impressive. His eyes held no lust, only calm observation. Mr. Lin, let me serve you. Her hand reached for his zipper, only to be halted by his firm grip. I'm afraid I don't collect trash. The remark was brutally blunt. Her expression faltered. Forgive my presumption, Mr. Lin. She stepped back, but made no effort to dress. Is there anything else? For the first time, Lin Shixiao felt the chaotic undercurrents of Hong Kong's entertainment industry. No wonder he thought wryly that decades later certain photographers would capture so many iconic images. She gritted her teeth, resolve hardening. I possess evidence that would destroy Zhuang Shijun. Would Mr. Oh, what kind of evidence? Enough to land him in prison and sever his ties with the Li family entirely. That's serious. Lin Shixiao wasn't surprised. Men like Zhuang Shijun were never clean. Indeed, catastrophically so. For the first time, she met his gaze with unflinching courage. What do you want in return? A high ranking, within the top 5. She knew full well Lin Shixiao's influence as chief sponsor. Would top 5 suffice? Mr. Lin, I demand top 3. Lin Shixiao blinked, astonished. Her ambition was staggering. Top 5 is my final offer. Frankly, I have little interest in what you claim to hold. He turned to leave. Her so-called evidence would stir few passions. Exposing it meant provoking the Li family. Lin Shixiao doubted many in Hong Kong would dare make such a choice. Mr. Lin, I accept. Top 5 it is. She called out sharply, knowing she stood utterly at his mercy. When can I deliver it? It's in my car, ready for pickup right now. Excellent. Lin Shixiao summoned Along. Go with her and retrieve it. Understood, Mr. Lin. Along's expression remained utterly impassive, as if encountering a half-dressed woman before his boss were perfectly mundane. In today's Hong Kong, tycoons indulged freely. Lin Shixiao's modest entanglement was hardly noteworthy. Lin Shixiao returned to his seat, savoring the contestants' performances. Indeed, the standard was remarkably high. TVB had invested considerable effort, clearly aiming to launch a resounding success. And now, the final contestant, Zhao Yaji. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she also plays piano and performs classical dance. Her elegance is peerless. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Applause swelled as Zhao Yaji glided to the center of the stage, settling gracefully before a sleek black grand piano. Her slender fingers danced across the ivory and ebony keys, weaving Debussy's Clair de Lune into the hushed air. In that instant, she reigned as a princess above mortal concerns. Bravo! Zhou Zhihui led the applause, finally exhaling in quiet relief. With Zhao Yaji's exceptional talent, securing her a top placement would be far easier than anticipated. In the afternoon of the second day, Lin Shixiao summoned manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang to the Qianchuan villa. Lin, your villa is truly impressive. Wang Jiqiang looked around, eyes filled with envy. Lin Shixiao smiled. You can have one in the future too. Wang Jiqiang was taken aback and replied, I would be satisfied with just a place over 100 square meters. Manager Wang immediately gave him a light tap on the head. You are now under Lin's wing. You must have ambition. Wang Jiqiang rubbed the spot where he was tapped. Oh, brother-in-law, I understand now. Lin Shixiao chuckled. How's the market doing lately? Having not operated in the stock market for a few days, he felt a bit restless. The bull market only had 3 months left. He needed to make good use of this time. The next bull market would not come until 10 years later, by which time regulations would be very strict, making market manipulation unthinkable. Baialadu has seen a significant decline these past few days, but the market hasn't followed suit, and there are still many new investors entering the scene. The enthusiasm of retail investors is still present. Manager Wang was somewhat excited. He had prepared some cash to follow Lin Shixiao in making big moves. Have you received any news from the companies I asked you to investigate? Lin Shixiao had previously instructed them to research stocks that were still at low prices. Historically, these stocks would rebound in the next 2 to 3 months. The data is all here. Manager Wang placed a box on the table. Let me take a look first. What followed was the sound of Lin Shixiao flipping through papers. This continued for over an hour. When Lin Shixiao finally stopped, Manager Wang continued his report. There's another situation. You've made too much profit on Baialadu, and now both large and small investors are on guard. It will be very difficult to take another ride. These people are so stingy. Lin Shixiao felt somewhat helpless. This was the price of fame. What should we do, Lin? Wang Jiqiang frowned. This time we'll be the ones to control the market. Lin Shixiao declared firmly. He had long had this idea, but being the one in control came with more variables and higher difficulty. We'll control the market ourselves. Wang Jiqiang's eyes lit up. The term market maker was thrilling to hear. With your assets, you certainly qualify to be a market maker. Manager Wang nodded. Generally, possessing 2 to 3 million in funds makes one a significant player, while Lin Shixiao had over 50 million. I initially wanted to take it easy, but it seems someone is forcing me to ramp it up. Lin Shixiao stretched. Although the risks of being a market maker were greater, if done properly, the rewards could be even higher. He pulled a few sheets from a stack of documents. I want all the information on this company, the more detailed the better. Xiangjiang Real Estate. A few minutes later, Manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang hurriedly left the Qianchuan villa area. At the Hilton Hotel, Zhuang Shijun was organizing a gathering. Boss Qi, after suffering such a huge loss on Baialadu, haven't you thought about doing something? Zhuang Xiao, what are you talking about? Baialadu has made so much profit. How could there be losses? A man in his 50s dressed in a long robe chuckled. He was the leader of the Baialadu market makers, Qi Xiangdong. He was also a prominent figure in the financial market. He understood Zhuang Shijun's meaning and held some resentment towards Lin Shixiao. He also knew about the enmity between Zhuang Shijun and Lin Shixiao, but without benefits he would not be used as a pawn. Zhuang Shijun's smile froze for a moment. I didn't expect Boss Qi to be so generous. Qi Xiangdong put down his glass and looked at Zhuang Shijun seriously. Does Zhuang Xiao have any plans? Please share. I indeed have a plan. Zhuang Shijun's expression darkened. Thinking of the scene where he was humbled in front of Lin Shixiao made it hard for him to sleep. We are listening. A chubby man smiled. He will continue operating. We will strike back. Zhuang Shijun clenched his fist. How will we strike back? Everyone became interested. Zhuang Shijun organized his thoughts and spoke confidently. Given the current situation, all funds on the island will not allow him to control the market, so he can only be a market maker himself, which presents us with an opportunity for revenge. Everyone's eyes brightened. Qi Xiangdong raised his glass and clinked it with Zhuang Shijun's. Zhuang Xiao's brain is indeed sharp. I still need everyone's strong support. Zhuang Shijun's tone grew passionate. With Zhuang Xiao's strength, is it not more than enough to handle Lin Shixiao? I alone feel uncertain. Everyone here is my senior, and this is a good opportunity to learn from you all. I have connections in all 4 major exchanges. As long as he operates, we will know, and whatever stock he buys, we will buy too. When he pushes up, we will hit back. In short, we will do everything possible to make it hard for him. Zhuang Xiao is indeed ruthless. As the old saying goes, you are wounding the enemy 1,000 while damaging yourself 800. Qi Xiangdong laughed heartily. Zhuang Shijun raised his voice. I will put up 5 million in cash, or everyone just needs to gather another 5 million, and then we can finance it. Of course, financing is tight now. We can't get 10 times the leverage. Even if we get 5 times, that's 50 million. With 60 million in hand, we can certainly mess with him, and we also have media resources to utilize. After hearing Zhuang Shijun's words, everyone looked at each other. I've already used my money to buy stocks. I don't have any funds left to participate. It's just to show Lin Shixiao some color. After all, we have been brewing over Baialadu for so long, but in the end, the major profits are his. However, my wife has recently forbidden me from trading stocks. A group of seasoned traders still made excuses, and Zhuang Shijun felt like his teeth were about to shatter. In fact, he could raise 1 million in cash through asset collateral. Combined with financing, he could confront Lin Shixiao alone, but that was too risky. He sought these people to share the risk. How about this? If there's a profit, I will split half with you all. What do you think? This was Zhuang Shijun's final. Everyone's eyes lit up, or in fact, they also wanted to vent their frustrations. Now that someone was stepping up, why not join in? Haha, Zhuang Xiao is so generous. If we don't join in, it would seem we lack insight. I'll put in 300,000. This is my last bit of liquidity. I'll put in 200,000. The crowd eagerly participated. I'll cover the shortfall of 500,000, but I have one request. Qi Xiangdong looked at Zhuang Shijun. Please go ahead, Boss Qi. Zhuang Shijun became excited. He couldn't wait to see Lin Shixiao stumble. If losses exceed 20%, we'll withdraw. Following Zhuang Shijun's wild ideas was acceptable, but risk control must be ensured. Others immediately agreed. I have this idea too. Zhuang Xiao, what do you think about this? Everyone looked at Zhuang Shijun eagerly, whose expression looked somewhat displeased. These guys wanted profits without taking risks. Their greed was truly unseemly. However, considering it was a bull market, the likelihood of losing 20% was low, so Zhuang Shijun nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. On Sunday night, Manager Wang arrived again at the Qianchuan villa. Lin Sheng, I have fulfilled my duty. The investigation on Xiangjiang real estate is complete. He bore dark circles under his eyes, likely having not slept for a day and a night, and he dared not neglect the tasks assigned by Lin Shixiao. Thank you for your hard work. Please share the findings regarding Xiangjiang real estate. Lin Shixiao had been waiting for news. Tomorrow is Monday. Although it is New Year's Day, the Hong Kong stock market will open normally, and it is expected that major holidays will not lead to a market shutdown until the bull market ends. All right, Lin Sheng. Manager Wang took a couple of sips of water and began his report. Xiangjiang Real Estate was once one of the largest real estate companies on Hong Kong Island. Its founder had grand ambitions, being the first to propose land reclamation and implementing it through debt. However, the steps taken were too large, leading the company into insolvency. Currently, 80% of the company's shares are in the hands of investors, banks, and private creditors. If you buy a large amount, I believe they will be very pleased. You could drive up the stock price, and they would be even happier. However, there are rumors that Xiangjiang Real Estate could delist at any moment, which poses considerable risks. Would you like to consider other stocks for trading? Manager Wang felt some concern. If Xiangjiang Real Estate were to delist after a large purchase, the money would essentially be wasted. Lin Shixiao chuckled. Don't worry, it won't delist. In his memory, Xiangjiang Real Estate not only did not delist, but instead became the main force in land reclamation on Hong Kong Island. What had transpired in between was unknown to Lin Shixiao. All he needed to confirm was that the future of Xiangjiang Real Estate was bright. Well, all right then. Manager Wang still had many concerns. The more he learned about Xiangjiang Real Estate, the more anxious he felt. This stock had remained low, and there were good reasons why no one was speculating on it. Let's start trading tomorrow. If you all trust me, you can give me the money together. Whatever profits we make will be yours entirely. Of course, if there are losses, I will not be responsible. Lin Shixiao stated this up front. He was of course fully confident, but if the two men had doubts and hesitated, it would only indicate they did not have the fortune to make money. A flicker of hesitation passed across Manager Wang's face. Lin Sheng, I have prepared the money. I will give you the account tomorrow. Good. Lin Shixiao nodded, recalling something. Remember to call Zhou Zhihui. He had promised Zhou Zhihui that he would inform him of any opportunities to make money. He needed to support Zhao Yaji, as the role of the television station was crucial. Moreover, he had aspirations to produce films and TV dramas. Collaborating with TVB, the highest-rated television station on Hong Kong Island, would be mutually beneficial. This relationship must be maintained. All right, Lin Sheng, I will call him right away. Manager Wang nodded, touched by Lin Shixiao's integrity. The next morning, on the way to Bailey Securities, Lin Shixiao noticed many shops hanging red banners with golden characters that read "Congratulations on the new year, wishing you great success, business prosperity, etc." Some even in foreign languages, stating Happy New Year 1973. The festive atmosphere was very strong. The car stopped at the back door. Every move he made was under scrutiny. He had to keep a low profile to avoid unexpected incidents. Manager Wang arrived first. Lin Sheng, as per your instructions, I have changed to a more discreet room. I have applied for it, and Sister Wang will be dedicated to your trades in the future. That's great. A smile immediately blossomed on Lin Shixiao's face. The exchange's action was also meant to curry favor with themselves, and after all, from any perspective, he was a major client. It should be noted that the exchange receives a commission on every transaction. You didn't tell Sister Wang too much, did you? Lin Shixiao asked cautiously. The matter was significant, and he had. Rest assured, Lin Xing, I know what to say and what not to say. Even with Zhi Hui, I only instructed him to transfer the funds. I didn't mention anything else. Manager Wang replied respectfully. How much did he invest? Only 200,000. So little. Lin Shixiao stopped in his tracks, looking at Manager Wang in surprise. Logically speaking, Zhi Hui, being a senior executive at TVB, should not have only this amount of money. Did he not trust himself? Lin Sheng, please don't misunderstand. Zhi Hui has suffered significant losses before. This is truly all the cash he has. All right. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but be speechless. Trading stocks is not something everyone can master, as some are born under a bad star and can't earn money even in a bull market. Not long after arriving at the room, Manager Wang brought in a middle-aged woman. She was of average height, slightly plump, and her smile gave off a warm and friendly vibe. Hello, Lin Sheng. Wang Huan was somewhat excited. She had long wanted to meet Lin Shixiao. Sister Wang, thank you. Lin Shixiao was also assessing Sister Wang. The fact that the specific operations at Balido had not been leaked indicated that she was quite capable of keeping secrets. Of course, Lin Shixiao had not shortchanged Wang Huan either. He had given her a bonus of 30,000 on the day the trading ended. It's not hard work at all, as serving you is my duty. Wang Huan smiled widely. Lin Shixiao's willingness to meet her meant she was officially entering a small circle. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she could drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Do you know which stock we will be trading today? Well, Manager Wang didn't tell me. Wang Huan shook her head. Please discuss the situation of Xiangjiang real estate, including the average daily trading volume and the situation of the major players involved, etc. Xiangjiang real estate. Wang Huan paused for a moment before realizing this was an absolute cold stock. Many people had originally held it with the mindset of waiting for a rise, but later sold out. The stock hadn't risen even in a bull market and had consistently dropped last week. Who could endure that? Ahem. Currently, this stock had a very small trading volume. Retail investors were not paying much attention, and no funds dared to push the stock price higher for fear that this company could collapse at any moment. The founder had already gone to prison, and Xiangjiang real estate was like a pile of scattered sand with over 80% of its stocks circulating in the market, many of which were pledged shares waiting to be sold when the price rose. If Lin Sheng wanted to push the stock price up, he needed to consider this situation. Lin Shixiao nodded, then asked, what is the approximate market capitalization? About 1.5 billion, with a total market value of around 1.8 billion. Wang Huan responded swiftly. Her memory had always been good. If I need financing, how much can you provide? Lin Shixiao looked at Manager Wang. He asked about the amount, not the multiplier. He didn't expect the exchange to provide financing exceeding 10 times. He had 50 million on hand. 10 times would be 500 million, and even if the entire exchange were sold, it probably wouldn't be able to provide that much money. I estimate it won't exceed 50 million. Currently, financing amounts are quite tight. Manager Wang frowned. The higher-ups didn't want to give it. They simply did not have that much money. With the stock market doing so well, many people were seeking financing. Lin Shixiao nodded and then asked, can you guarantee that there will definitely be funds available when I need them? 50 million seemed like a lot, but in case of unexpected situations, it might not be enough. Manager Wang patted his chest. This is not a problem. Even if there isn't enough money here, I have other channels with similar. Lin Shixiao nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let's prepare for a major operation. His eyes gleamed with eagerness. He was truly looking forward to how much money could be made this time. As the clock struck 9:30 in the morning, the trading hall began to buzz with activity. Although Lin Shixiao's room was somewhat secluded, he could still faintly hear the commotion. Looking out the window, he saw groups of people discussing matters related to the stock market. Wang Jiqiang was still playing the role of a communicator. Report Lin Xiangjiang real estate opened at 1:35. Shall we buy? Within 1:50 purchase 4 million shares. Lin Shixiao decisively issued the order. Now that he had made his decision, he would not hesitate. All right, Lin Sheng. Before the words even finished, Wang Jiqiang was already out of sight. This time was different from the last. He had also contributed 50,000 to join in, as profit or loss concerned his own interests. The next phase was a relatively long wait, as Lin Shixiao paced back and forth in the room. His sudden large-scale purchase might trigger fluctuations in the stock price, affecting the building strategy. It wasn't until nearly 11 o'clock that Wang Jiqiang returned. He was sweating slightly. Lin Sheng successfully bought 4 million shares of Xiangjiang real estate at a cost of 140. The total cash expenditure is 5,600,000. Not bad. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but nod. He was very satisfied with this cost. The stock price fluctuation was much smaller than he had anticipated. There are still more than 50 minutes until the midday close. Around 1:50, buy another 2 million shares. The current stock price of Xiangjiang real estate was very low. He aimed to acquire as much as possible. All right, Lin Sheng. Wang Jiqiang hurriedly ran out, only to return after the midday close. Lin Shixiao successfully bought 2 million shares of Xiangjiang real estate at a cost of 1.48. The expenditure was 296,000. Very good. A smile appeared on Lin Shixiao's face. He was very pleased with the progress of building his position. Xiangjiang real estate had approximately 150 million circulating shares, and he already held 6 million shares, accounting for about 4% of the total circulating stock. Not a lot, but it was a morning's gain, just the beginning. At noon, Lin Shixiao instructed Wang Jiqiang to get takeout from the restaurant to eat in the room. After a brief nap, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the afternoon trading session began. Lin Sheng, how much do we need to buy this afternoon? Wang Huan came directly to the room to listen to Lin Shixiao's instructions. Within $2, buy as many as possible. While I was in the restroom just now, I overheard some investors discussing the unusual movements of Xiangjiang real estate. I believe it won't be long before more funds pay attention to this situation, and I must seize the time to acquire shares. Xiangjiang real estate was under the looming threat of delisting, making large funds hesitant to enter recklessly. However, he had to consider the speculators. These individuals were indifferent to whether or not a company delisted, as long as it didn't happen today. Speculators focused on quick in and out trades, jumping on any opportunity for profit. Once they entered the market, they would compete with him for shares, driving the stock price up rapidly. Lin Shixiao hoped the stock price wouldn't rise too much before he had fully established his position. If Xiangjiang real estate rose to $2 today, the increase would be close to 50%, which was substantial. Being a market maker was not an easy task. There were too many factors to consider. All right, Lin Sheng, I'll do my best to fulfill the task. Wang Huan also felt some pressure. She needed to buy as many shares as possible while preventing the stock price from rising too much. This required a great deal of skill. If she hadn't been a trader for so many years, she wouldn't have been able to handle it. Jiqiang will follow you and report any developments to me immediately, Lin Shixiao said solemnly. All right, Lin Sheng. Wang Huan and Wang Jiqiang replied in unison. I will send someone to spread the news in the hall to try to prevent retail investors from buying in. Manager Wang quickly walked out. As the manager of Bailey Securities, he naturally had some people under him. Retail investors were easily swayed by information of unknown origin. If he released the news that the current surge of Xiangjiang real estate was due to short-term speculators, many investors would be deterred. Of course, this tactic could only intimidate those without conviction. Those with the means would not be easily influenced by unverified news. Report: Lin Sheng bought 3 million shares at a cost of 1.60 of expenditure 480. The increase in Xiangjiang real estate is somewhat rapid, with a large amount of unidentified funds entering the market. Fortunately, my brother-in-law's subordinates have played a role, and most retail investors did not follow suit. Sister Wang also bought 5 million shares at a cost of 1.80. The expenditure was 900,000. Sister Wang was busy operating, trying to buy more. However, with only half an hour until the closing price was likely to be above $2. Sister Wang asked me to inquire whether to buy if it exceeds $2. Buy as much as possible. Don't worry about the cost. Lin Shixiao decisively issued the order. The increase in Xiangjiang real estate had exceeded expectations. The so-called mysterious funds were likely short-term speculative funds. Understood. Wang Jiqiang gritted his teeth and rushed out. Not long after, the trading hall was filled with exclamations. What's happening? Why did Xiangjiang real estate suddenly surge so much? Did large funds enter the market? Didn't they say Xiangjiang real estate was going to delist? Should we invest? It's really hard to watch it rise like this. Retail investors were both greedy and fearful, struggling to make quick decisions. However, just as they hesitated, large sums of money continued to buy in, and Xiangjiang real estate kept hitting new highs. $2, $2.1, $2.2. By the time the market closed, Xiangjiang real estate settled at $2.3. Wow, I really regret it. I saw it earlier in the morning, but unfortunately didn't buy. Now I'm just taking a loss. No way. This is definitely large funds buying in. Could it be that there's some good news for Xiangjiang real estate? I'll go home tonight to study it and see if I can buy some tomorrow. Retail investors lamented. In the room, Wang Huan was reporting the overall situation. Lin Sheng, today we purchased a total of 18 million shares of Xiangjiang real estate, with a total expenditure of 30,076,000, averaging a cost of nearly 1.70. There was an unmistakable fatigue in her expression, as she had been working at a high intensity all day. However, the feeling of managing large capital was exhilarating. You've worked hard. Everyone gets a 5,000 bonus. Lin Shixiao also sighed in relief. Acquiring the shares was no easy feat. Now his total holdings were close to 12%, firmly making him the largest shareholder of circulating stocks. Even if more funds entered later, he could attack or retreat, providing him with considerable maneuverability. The next day, as the market opened, Xiangjiang real estate was bustling with activity. Within less than 20 minutes, the stock price had been pushed up to $2.50. It should be noted that the price had risen significantly the day before, leading many to sell in the early trading. However, the influx of buying capital was clearly greater. Lin Shixiao wanted to continue purchasing, but managed to seize only a limited number of shares. The most critical factor was that many retail investors were stepping in aggressively. This severely disrupted his plans. Not good. Lin Shixiao's sister Wang said that the prices just now couldn't execute. The stock price is rising too fast. Wang Jiqiang rushed and drenched in sweat. What exactly is going on? Lin Shixiao could guess some of it, but he needed to confirm everything to respond appropriately. It's the short-term speculator's brother-in-law said that several powerful speculators have teamed up planning to make a big move on Shanjiang real estate. Wang Jiqiang's expression was grim. An individual speculator had limited strength, but multiple speculators joining forces could not be underestimated. Damn it, why are these people causing trouble? He added. Don't panic, let me think. Lin Shixiao also grew anxious. This momentum needed to be curbed quickly, otherwise all his plans for Shanjiang real estate would collapse. Exiting now would still yield profits, but his appetite was not that small. Wang Jiqiang's gaze followed Lin Shixiao's figure as time seemed to stand still. Suddenly Lin Shixiao shouted, got it. Lin Xing, you have an idea. Wang Jiqiang became excited. In his mind, Lin Shixiao was a deity capable of it. Dealing with a few short-term speculators was hardly a challenge. Instruct Wang Huan to crash the market, hit it hard. Place low-price orders, and also sell from one account and buy from another account for match trades. In short, I want to see a beautiful, big, bearish candlestick. Lin Sheng, crash the market. Wang Jiqiang was stunned. Stop dawdling, hurry up. Lin Shixiao pushed Wang Jiqiang out. There was no time to explain. All right, Lin Xing, I'm on it. Wang Jiqiang stumbled down the stairs. He didn't fully understand Lin Shixiao's intentions, but it didn't stop him from delivering the message. What? Crash the market. Are you sure? Wang Huan was also taken aback upon hearing this order. It was manager Wang beside him who had the insight. Listen to Lin Sheng. I also think crashing the market is a good idea. No, just crashing the market isn't enough. I'll spread some news as well, haha. Manager Wang left excitedly. Good, crash it. Wang Huan gritted his teeth. Get in. Shanjiang real estate is soaring. If you wait too long, there won't be anything left to buy. Hey, you there, why are you cutting in line? Do you believe I'll chop you up? Investors in the trading hall were getting restless. Retail investors chase rising stocks and not falling ones, and seeing Shanjiang real estate continue its strength in early trading, they rushed to buy in. Unfortunately, the efficiency of stock trading in this era was too low. Large investors had priority in transactions, and retail investors couldn't buy immediately even if they wanted to. By the time they successfully bought in, the price could differ significantly from when they made the decision. Meanwhile, in a private room of a tea house not far from Bailey Securities, several middle-aged men were chatting and laughing. Haha, Wang Sheng, you still have the big picture in mind, bringing the brothers to make money, thanks. A heavily bearded man raised his teacup in greeting to a man wearing sunglasses. Hee, everyone makes money together. Oh, just call me if you have opportunities to make money in the future. The man in sunglasses waved his hand in a generous manner. In fact, it was his own lack of strength that led him to recruit others. Definitely. Rest assured, it's a give and take. We understand that principle. Others exchanged pleasantries. As for whether they would bring others in later, that was another matter. Hey, who knows who stirred up the commotion yesterday? After we pull this off, let's give him a plaque of good deeds, ha. Daring to mess with the lifeless Shanjiang real estate. This person must be a madman. I actually have a guess. Let's hear it. Who do you think I saw when I came in just now, eh? Who? To be precise, I saw a car, a very impressive car. Who is it? Hurry up and say, don't keep us in suspense. Hee, it's Hua Sheng's adopted son. Lin Shixiao. Him. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, clearly not expecting it. In today's Hong Kong Island, Lin Shixiao is quite a big shot, someone exclaimed. I know about his operations at Beilighuo. He does have some means and guts. Haha, a young bull, it's just right to teach him a lesson, or it's not good for young people to have it too easy. Lin Shixiao's rapid rise naturally made some people uncomfortable. Hee, this guy isn't simple. Someone remarked. The man wearing sunglasses lightly tapped the table. He really didn't expect the commotion to be caused by Lin Shixiao, but that didn't stop him from continuing his operations. Continue according to the plan. We're dealing in short-term trades, while he's in long-term trades. There's no conflict. Besides, Hua Sheng's adopted son shouldn't be that petty, haha. That's right, Hua Sheng's adopted son should have the capacity to accommodate others. I won't give him the plaque. Oh, let's just treat him to a meal next time we meet. Lin Shixiao warmed up the plate as they came in to reap the rewards which they considered to be a natural thing. As for how much the stock price would drop after they left, that was none of their concern. Let's have tea. Let's have tea. Hu Xing, I heard you hooked up with a starlet again. Share her with us. I also got a little starlet, very obedient, has a lovely voice, ha. Hee, I'll talk about it when I'm bored of her. Hu Sheng's expression was somewhat displeased. He didn't like others touching the women he had encountered. Just then, several people rushed into the private room in a panic. Everyone reported to their boss. Boss, something big has happened. Boss, there's a situation. What? It's crashing. Is someone crashing the market? It must be Lin Shixiao. That guy. Damn. I just bought in, he's crashing the market. What is he thinking? Doesn't he fear retribution? He has a low cost, and crashing the market still leaves him with profits. What do we do now? The laughter faded, and the faces of the speculators turned extremely grim. I suggest we observe the situation first. We won't buy anything today. Hua Sheng's adopted son is angry. The man in glasses threw out a sentence. I hope Lin Shixiao is just trying to scare us, otherwise the losses will be huge. When the stock price rises, everything is fine, but once the stock price starts to fall especially rapidly, it's a free-for-all, and wanting to sell becomes impossible. At 10 in the morning, the surge of Xinjiang real estate came to an abrupt halt. After touching the peak of 2.7, it suddenly plummeted, dropping 10 points in just a few minutes, scaring the retail investors who were ready to buy. It's over. Xinjiang real estate is done. Miss, I'm sorry, I won't buy any more. Xinjiang real estate is too mysterious. I mentioned yesterday that this stock was just a few speculators messing around, but you didn't believe me. Ignoring the advice of the elders has led to immediate losses. Manager Wang's people were still at work. Naturally, this could only be done during the poorly supervised year of 1972. In the future, with a sound system, such actions would lead to imprisonment. Report. The current stock price of Xinjiang real estate is 2.4. Not aggressive enough. Let Wang Huan take the gloves off. Within 10 minutes, I want to see it below 2. Okay. Wang Jiqiang rushed out in a panic. Ruthless. Too ruthless. He once again witnessed Lin Shixiao's ferocity. There is such a ruthless person on Hong Kong Island, which is misfortune for others. Once Xinjiang real estate started to fall, it couldn't be stopped at all. Some funds attempted to intervene for self-rescue, but in the face of Lin Shixiao's formidable strength, they all abandoned their defenses. Nowadays on Hong Kong Island, only a few large funds can compete with him. Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Zhuang Shijun had just awakened from a pile of women when his subordinate came in to report. Zhuang Sheng, there's a situation. I don't want to hear it right now. Zhuang Shijun was distracted by different women on either side. Zhuang Sheng, it might be related to Lin Shixiao. What? You should have said it earlier. Upon hearing Lin Shixiao's name, Zhuang Shijun sprang up from the bed. Zhuang Sheng. His subordinate felt wronged. Zhuang Shijun's emotions had been increasingly unstable lately. Quick, tell me. We estimate Lin Shixiao is planning to hype up Xinjiang real estate. He intends to be the primary player in this stock. Are you sure? Zhuang Shijun grew excited. He was worried that Lin Shixiao was remaining silent. The funds were already a total of 10 million, 5 million from himself, and the other 5 million pooled by the previous primary from Beilijuo. Can confirm. Get out. Go confirm immediately. If you can't handle this, you're useless. The subordinate fled in panic. Zhuang Shijun also woke up the women. Still asleep. Are you pigs? Hurry up and serve me. 2.2. Xinjiang real estate poured down like a floodgate opened. Short-term speculators wanted to escape. However, panic had set in, and it was not easy for anyone to flee. Lin Sheng, the price is approaching the average cost. Sister Wang asked me to check if we should continue to sell. Wang Jiqiang's expression was quite dramatic, the stock price plummeting violently. Lucky to see it again after a few days. Continue. I want those speculators to surrender their chips. Lin Shixiao spoke slowly. His cost was lower than that of the speculators, and he intended to make a big move with Xinjiang real estate, not just engage for a few days, so even if temporary losses occurred, he was not afraid he would eventually earn it back. All right, understood. Wang Jiqiang felt a bit dry in his throat. This was the rhythm of a dead fish and a broken net. It's dead. How could it drop so much? You scared me. It's really lucky that I just had a stomach ache and went to the bathroom, so I couldn't buy in. If I had bought, I would really want to jump off a building now. Damn speculators. It caused everyone to suffer. Retail investors had no idea that the one crashing the stock was not the short-term speculators, but Lin Shixiao. At this moment in a tea-house private room, not far from Bailey Securities, the atmosphere was tense. I'm down over 20%. I'm down over 30%. This Lin Shixiao is truly ruthless. Isn't he afraid of losing money? He's probably losing too, but just much less than us. The bespectacled man sighed. Though he was reluctant to admit it, there was no doubt that their operations on Xinjiang real estate had failed. Clear out, or keep holding. Everyone looked at the bespectacled man. At this time, someone had to make a decision. Retreat, hold the bottom line. The bespectacled man clenched his fists. They made a lot of money in the short term, and aside from having a sharp eye and ruthless methods, the most important thing was adhering to principles. If the situation is not right, they run. Even if it means cutting losses, they must run, never lingering, never giving the market a chance to trap them. Okay, I admit defeat. In the future, if there's a stock from Lin Shixiao, I won't touch it. This guy is too frightening. The speculators hurriedly sold off their shares of Xinjiang real estate and left. Lin Sheng. Those speculators finally couldn't hold on and started unloading. His sister Wang asked me to check if we should buy. Wang Jiqiang excitedly ran over to report. Buy, why not? Get it below 1.7. If it exceeds that price, we'll dump it. I want to see who else dares to. Lin Shixiao clenched his fists. His decision was correct. The short-term speculators really couldn't bear the risk of being trapped. Wang Jiqiang looked at him with admiration. All right, Lin Sheng understood. On that day, through the operations of crashing the stock, raising it, and then crashing it again, Lin Shixiao forced out the panic selling and harvested chips on a large scale. Lin Sheng, we currently hold nearly 28 million shares with an average cost close to 1.8 and a total market value of about 51 million. The money is almost all spent. As soon as the market closed, Wang Huan rushed into the room to report to Lin Shixiao. The increase in costs was due to the aggressive selling today, resulting in some losses. Good. Lin Shixiao clapped his hands excitedly. Now he controlled nearly 20% of the circulating shares of Shanjiang real estate, and many of these circulating shares were mortgaged to banks and other institutions, which would basically not operate. This meant that unless there were unforeseen circumstances, he would face very little resistance in raising the stock price thereafter. Manager Wang's stock pledge helped me get 30 million in cash. There are many financing methods in stock pledge. Although Shanjiang real estate carries risks, Lin Shixiao only pledged 30 million for stocks valued at 50 million, leaving sufficient safety space. I'll handle it right away. Manager Wang looked excited. He once again witnessed Lin Shixiao's methods. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this was something a 20-year-old could accomplish. At this time, Zhuang Shijun was also anxiously waiting in the presidential suite. The women had already been sent away, and now he needed to focus on his work. Finally, the door opened, and his subordinate returned. Is it confirmed? Zhuang Shijun stepped forward. Zhuang Sheng, it's confirmed. Lin Shixiao is indeed manipulating Shanjiang real estate. He just had a confrontation with the short-term speculators. His subordinate looked exhausted. Working for Zhuang Shijun put both psychological and physical pressure on him. Interesting, tell me about it. Zhuang Shijun poured a glass of red wine and sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs to listen to his subordinate. Lin Shixiao made a large purchase of Shanjiang real estate yesterday, causing a significant price increase, which caught the attention of the short-term speculators. The speculators even formed an alliance preparing to make a big splash with Shanjiang real estate. But unexpectedly, Lin Shixiao began crashing the stock this morning with great force. In just 1 hour, the gains of 2 days were wiped out, and in the afternoon, he continued to sell aggressively, listing sell orders below market prices. The speculators couldn't hold out and had to cut their losses, likely suffering significant losses. A bit interesting. He must be feeling proud now, thinking no one would dare to cause trouble again, but I just have to go. Zhuang Shijun gently swirled the wine in his glass. After today, Lin Shixiao's reputation on Hong Kong Island will be even louder. The better it is if he can make Lin Shixiao suffer, he will undoubtedly gain recognition from more people. He is a rich second generation, but many people only think he comes from a good background and do not recognize his abilities. Zhuang Shijun has always held this in his heart. His subordinate boldly asked, Zhuang Sheng, what do you plan to do? What to do? Of course, it's to lay in ambush quietly, then at a crucial moment hit him hard. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Zhuang Shijun's face. In the following days, Lin Shixiao maintained a firm grip on the stock price of Shanjiang real estate. After facing setbacks, the short-term speculators ceased to cause trouble, as there were many other stocks in the Hong Kong market, making it unnecessary to clash with Lin Shixiao over Shanjiang real estate. The stock price rose amidst fluctuations, and Lin Shixiao ensured it didn't spike too much all at once. Those who were impatient were destined not to profit from the ride he offered. On the other hand, Zhuang Shijun quietly accumulated shares. He was quite cautious, and Lin Shixiao had no way of noticing it, as the inflow and outflow of funds in the stock market was vast. Lin Shixiao was not a god. A week later, Shanjiang real estate unexpectedly broke through $4. Retail investors suddenly realized that this stock had risen so much. Oh no, why did it rise so much? If I had known, I would have bought it. I thought the speculators had left and this stock would be dead, yet someone is manipulating it. Now that it's risen so high, the risk is tremendous, it's best not to buy. This is how retail investors are. They always miss opportunities in their hesitation. On this day, Zhuang Shijun could no longer contain himself and prepared to create some trouble for Lin Shixiao. Today, I want to surprise the esteemed Mr. Lin. Facing a few partners, Zhuang Shijun was full of confidence. His operations were highly successful, and as it stood, Lin Shixiao had no inkling. Zhuang Xiao is indeed skilled. Lin Shixiao will be in for it this time. I noticed it long ago. Zhuang Xiao is just low-key. In terms of capability, Lin Shixiao can't even compare. Thank you all for your compliments. I mentioned before we need to vent our frustrations and also drain his resources, allowing him to experience the taste of lifting someone else's burden. Zhuang Xiao is wise. I realized it long ago. Zhuang Xiao is a dragon among men. At 9:30 in the morning, the stock market opened, and Lin Shixiao prepared for a big move today. Raise the stock price at the lowest cost, push it as high as possible, and make everyone lose their minds. Currently, the stock price was over $4, 3 times what it was when he first entered. The amount of funds willing to participate was decreasing, indicating he could raise the stock price with minimal capital. All right, Mr. Lin, leave it to me. After some time of coordination, Wang Huan's cooperation had become increasingly seamless. Have you heard Shanjiang real estate will soar today? The trading hall was as crowded as usual, but today it seemed especially packed. What insider information do you have? Share it with us. What insider information do I have? Haven't you read the newspapers? Shanjiang real estate will not delist, and significant positive news is coming. This company is about to make a comeback. Is it that incredible? Is it true? Regardless, I'm planning to buy whether you buy or not is none of my business. No way it's risen so much you're buying. Fortune favors the bold and famine the timid. If I make a fortune, don't be envious. To facilitate today's rise, Lin Shixiao also made some arrangements. Some funds that initially intended to sell, influenced by the news, decided to hold on. After all, missing out on a rise is a painful experience. After selling at this price, they probably wouldn't have the courage to buy back. $4.50. It broke within half an hour. Next was $4.80. $5. Xiangjiang real estate was in full flight mode with a surge of buy orders in the market and very few sell orders. At this moment, anyone selling would be seen as foolish. Mr. Lin, you might not believe it, but we've only spent 5 million so far. Wang Jiqiang excitedly rushed into the room. Only 5 million spent. Lin Shixiao was somewhat surprised. He had 30 million in reserves, and naturally the less he spent during the rise the better. Yes, everyone is too enthusiastic. Sister Wang said that by the end of the midday session, Xiangjiang real estate could reach $5.50. Great. Lin Shixiao walked back and forth in excitement. Aside from the initial disturbances caused by short-term speculators, his actions concerning Xiangjiang real estate had been very smooth. At 12 noon, the morning session ended and the stock price of Xiangjiang real estate was fixed at $5.60, an increase of over 30% compared to yesterday's closing. Many retail investors who held the stock yesterday were thrilled. Heavens, it has risen so much we can have an extra meal tonight. The operator of this stock is truly benevolent. Everything has risen and very little has fallen. Currently, the operator still shows no signs of selling. I believe this stock will break $10. The rapid rise gave retail investors confidence, but also made it easy to lose their rationality. It's time. In the large investor room, Zhuang Shijun set down his teacup. Zhuang Xiao, this stock will continue to rise, or should we take it easy? Even though funds were given to Zhuang Shijun, and he promised not to interfere with operations, seeing Zhuang Shijun prepare to give up some profit made some people uneasy. If I don't act, the stock will naturally continue to rise, but let's not forget what our true purpose for entering Xiangjiang real estate is. Zhuang Shijun's expression became somewhat displeased. He was not short of money at the moment, and opportunities to trouble Lin Shixiao were not always available. I was just saying, how to proceed is still up to Zhuang Xiao. The person who spoke earlier immediately laughed awkwardly. He hadn't invested much, so his words weren't very assertive. Just wait, the storm is coming. I will make Lin Shixiao leave Berry Securities in tears today. Zhuang Shijun's gaze turned fierce. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market opened. Xiangjiang real estate should still rise a bit today. I just asked around, and everyone doesn't want to sell. If this stock has no reason to drop. You all sell, how can I buy? The trading hall was filled with laughter and chatter. The loudspeaker announced the broker's enthusiastic voice. The latest stock price of leading Xiangjiang real estate, $5.80. Wow. Yay, it has risen again. The trading hall was in an uproar, while Lin Shixiao upstairs was leisurely sipping tea. Mr. Lin, do we need to operate today? Wang Jiqiang was excited. Although he had only invested 50,000 at the current stock price, he had made over 100,000, enough to buy a Rolls-Royce. No need for operations, there will be others who continue to buy. The momentum Lin Shixiao aimed to create had already formed. In the time to come, even if he didn't participate, the stock price would gradually rise. As long as a stock generates a profit effect, and no one deliberately crashes it, it becomes quite difficult to drop. Alright, I will inform Sister Wang. As Wang Jiqiang stepped out, he heard the loudspeaker in the trading hall shout, Xiangjiang real estate is plummeting, latest quote, $5. What happened? It suddenly dropped so much. He understood what this meant very well. Wang Jiqiang turned to look at Lin Shixiao, finding the latter's expression had also turned serious. Lin Sheng, what should we do now? Wang Jiqiang's expression was grim. Just a moment ago he was dreaming of wealth, but now reality was brutally cold. The most critical point was that as he uttered this question, the broadcast in the trading hall continued to announce. The latest stock price of Xiangjiang Realty, $4.50. The latest stock price of Xiangjiang Realty, $4. It updated almost every few seconds. There was no doubt that someone was dumping shares. Let's wait and see. Lin Shixiao took a deep breath. He knew he had been set up, but he couldn't panic at this moment. Don't panic, go call manager Wang. Okay. As Wang Jiqiang left, Wang Huan rushed in with a pale face. I'm sorry, Lin Sheng, I didn't monitor properly. And as her words fell, the loudspeaker in the trading hall announced the latest price of Xiangjiang Realty, $3.50. From nearly $6 to $3.50, it didn't take long. This indicated that the person dumping shares had stock in hand and was quite ruthless. At this moment, aside from Lin Shixiao, no one would dare to buy in. This meant that the stock price would continue to decline. It's not your fault, I was careless. At this point, Lin Shixiao had completely calmed down. Then, Lin Sheng, should we support the market? Wang Huan hesitated. Although there were over 20 million in cash on the books in this chaotic situation, this amount seemed insufficient. However, if they did not intervene, all their efforts over the past days would be wasted, and the stock price might revert to its original point. Once investors' confidence is shaken, it would be very difficult to recover in the short term. Who is it that chose this moment to strike? The person behind this would also suffer significant losses. Wang Huan felt a bit flustered. Do nothing and wait for Manager Wang to come. Lin Shixiao said decisively, at worst, they won't make money temporarily, which is still better than losing everything. Okay. Wang Huan nodded as she had no better plan for the moment. 2 minutes later, Manager Wang rushed in drenched in sweat and with a pale face. Lin Sheng, you called for me. If you need a loan, I can find a way. I've been in the securities industry for so long, I still have some reputation. You don't need to lend me money, just help me find out who is causing trouble as quickly as possible. Lin Shixiao said, as long as the other party is operating, there will inevitably be traces, especially in this day and age where any operation requires human intervention. All right, Lin Sheng, I will do it as soon as possible. Manager Wang left hurriedly. Watching his staggering figure, Lin Shixiao thought to himself, this Manager Wang needs to work out. Lin Sheng, I'll head back now. If there's any other situation, I'll come back. Wang Huan experience knew that if Lin Shixiao did not intervene, the continued decline of Xiangjiang Realty was highly likely. Staying here would be of no use. It was better to help Manager Wang quickly uncover the opponent's strategy. All right, you go ahead. Lin Shixiao waved his hand. Take care, Lin Sheng. Wang Huan looked at Lin Shixiao deeply before leaving. After a few days of interaction, she had already been won over by Lin Shixiao's abilities and character. This incident was unexpected and unrelated to Lin Shixiao's capabilities. After Wang Huan left, Lin Shixiao received a call from Huayingdong. The room arranged by Manager Wang had a landline, which also showed Bell Securities' regard for him. Ah Xiao, I heard there are some issues on your end. If you need money, just let me know. Hui Yingdong's voice was somewhat heavy. Lin Shixiao felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, Uncle Hua. I will let you know if I need it. This response surprised Hui Yingdong. After a moment of silence, he said, there's no need to be so polite with me. It's really unnecessary, I can manage. Lin Shixiao was telling Hui Yingdong, but also reassuring himself. During this period, he had been quite smooth sailing. Perhaps this setback was a blessing in disguise. All right, I won't disturb you. Hua Yingdong understood that Lin Shixiao had many things to handle, so after chatting briefly, he hurriedly hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Shixiao felt a bit dazed, as if an inexplicable weight pressed down on his shoulders. This was the expectation of his elders. Perhaps at this moment Zhao Guodong and Zhao Yaji were also praying for him. In another room across the street, Zhuang Shijun wore a face of pride. Huh. Lin Shixiao definitely didn't expect someone would dump shares. This is hilarious. He said he was a stock god. He's nothing special. He had managed to push Xiangjiang Realty down to $3 in just half an hour, indeed a boastful achievement. However, the expressions of the others in the room were somewhat grim. They thought Zhuang Shijun was just making a point. After all, he was also sacrificing his own profits, which could be said to be inflicting damage on himself while trying to harm the enemy. Zhuang Xiao, that's enough. If it keeps dropping, we will incur losses. Someone's heart was bleeding. Others agreed. Yes, Zhuang Xiao, we vented our anger. It's time to stop. Zhuang Shijun was taken aback, scanning everyone's faces. We agreed to teach Lin Shixiao a lesson together. This is just the beginning, and you are already retreating. What do you think I am, Zhuang Shijun? Just some random person. How much did you invest? I put in 5 million. This is real money. I'm not just lifting someone up on Bailito, allowing them to take away most of the profits. With this statement, many people's faces turned green and white. Indeed, their purpose in investing was to vent their anger, not to make money, but watching their profits vanish was truly unpleasant. Zhuang Xiao, Lin Shixiao's cost is lower. He can withstand the dumping. I can't care about that. Zhuang Shijun was somewhat heated. All I know is that he must be in great pain watching the stock price drop helplessly. If you want me to withdraw, let him kneel down and beg me, and give me that vile woman to play with. In that case, Zhuang Shijun can generously let him off. The group of shareholders exchanged glances, feeling regretful. If they had known Zhuang Shijun was this crazy, they would not have participated at all. Zhuang Xiao, don't forget we had an agreement. By losing more than 20% allows us to withdraw. If you've forgotten, we can discuss it with Li Shang. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Shijun's expression changed, and he put on a smile. Don't worry, I know it's not easy for everyone to make money. Oh, I won't let you all lose to that extent. He clenched his fists tightly. No matter how he calculated, he never expected these teammates to be so reluctant to part with their money. If he had known this, he should have mortgaged his property and done it himself. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late to regret now. I knew Zhuang Xiao wouldn't let us lose so much. Zhuang Xiao, I was a bit loud earlier, please forgive me. The atmosphere temporarily eased, and Zhuang Shijun's dumping actions were paused due to the shareholders' persuasion. But would Lin Shixiao agree to stop? At this moment, Manager Wang and Wang Huan's investigation yielded results. Lin Sheng, various signs indicate that it is Zhuang Shijun who is behind this. Manager Wang was drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted from the effort he put into thoroughly investigating the opponent's background. Wang Huan also said, I have a friend who mentioned that Zhuang Shijun initiated a coalition with several other stockholders against you. They have raised a total of 10 million in cash along with borrowed funds amounting to 60 million. Most of the money is currently with Xiangjiang Real Estate. As for their true intentions, my friend isn't very clear. Her boss didn't inform her. Should I ask her to inquire further? After all, her boss only contributed 100,000, so she shouldn't have such a strong animosity towards you. Is Zhuang Shijun that guy? Lin Shixiao was somewhat surprised. He had a few grievances with Zhuang Shijun, but it hadn't reached a life-and-death level. This guy clearly didn't want him to have it easy. Given this situation, Lin Shixiao stroked his chin, contemplating a countermeasure. It wasn't his style to suffer losses without retaliating. Lin Shixiao real estate has stabilized with stock prices fluctuating around $2.50. Wang Huan reported the latest stock price. I see. Lin Shixiao waved his hand, signaling everyone to hold their tongues for now. He paced back and forth. The room was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Why do you think they stopped selling off the stock? Is $2.50 their target? What I mean is Zhuang Shijun should have pressed harder. After all, at this price I can still make a profit. Lin Shixiao immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Right, why is that? Wang Jiqiang rubbed his forehead deep in thought, but having no clues. It's possible they are waiting for your countermeasures, or perhaps something unexpected has occurred, Wang Huan speculated. Manager Wang, what do you think? Lin Shixiao turned to Manager Wang, knowing from their previous interactions that he was knowledgeable. My thought is that they might have had internal strife. I'm not very familiar with Zhuang Shijun, but I know those stockholders are profit-driven. Without Zhuang Shijun's mediation, they probably wouldn't target you. Manager Wang's eyes lit up. He felt he was touching the essence of the problem. That makes sense. Holding. Manager Wang's eyes lit up. He felt he was touching the essence of the problem. That makes sense. Holding were clearly unprecedented. There's a good possibility for that. Wang Huan expressed his agreement immediately. So should we remain inactive, or should we raise the stock price, or sell off? Manager Wang blurted out. He understood Lin Shixiao's style. Remaining inactive was not his way. Raising the stock price was even more inadvisable, as it would surely reignite selling pressure, further undermining retail investor confidence. That left only one choice: sell off. Break through their bottom line and force Zhuang Shijun to cut his loss. Yes, let's sell off. This will surely cause their alliance to fracture. Those stockholders won't sit idly by as they lose money. Wang Huan's expression brightened. He sounds quite thrilling. Wang Jiqiang didn't fully grasp the logic, but didn't hesitate to show his support. All right, since everyone agrees, let's do it. Lin Shixiao finally made up his mind. Sister Wang, what is our current average? Wang Huan's smile blossomed. Due to several rounds of high selling and low buying, our current cost is very low, less than $1.60. Oh, Lin Shixiao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the cost to be so low, showcasing Wang Huan's capabilities. You've worked hard. Oh, once this deal is done, I'll buy you a house over 100 square meters. Lin Shixiao turned to the other two. You both will receive one too. If you don't want a house, you can take cash instead. He was never a stingy person. These individuals would be key members of his core team for a long time to come. Investing in them now would yield return. True exploitation is when employees are motivated from the heart and take the initiative to perform their duties. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, I have never seen such a generous boss. Lin Sheng, my life is now yours. The three were immensely excited. In Hong Kong, where land is precious, a house holds significant meaning for everyone. No need to be polite. Hey, let's get to work. The atmosphere lightened and the gloom lifted. Why, yes, sir. This time they'll have enough to drink. Haha, I love this exhilarating feeling of burning everything down. Manager Wang and the others were originally not aggressive, but recently influenced by Lin Shixiao, their personalities had changed significantly. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shijun was on the rooftop terrace feeling discontented. Although he had successfully caused a significant drop in Xiangjiang real estate, it hadn't reached his psychological price point. Lin Shixiao had only lost most of his profits. His principal should still be intact, which was something he didn't want to see. He estimated that Lin Shixiao's average cost was below $2, but unfortunately those foolish allies wouldn't allow him to continue selling off. In fact, after driving Lin Shixiao away, he could continue operating Xiangjiang real estate. A popular stock would never lack for profit. Sudden urgent footsteps echoed as someone stumbled onto the rooftop. Zhuang Sheng, it's bad. Xiangjiang real estate has plummeted. Hasn't it already fallen? How much lower can it go? Zhuang Shijun felt somewhat disheartened. No, Xiangjiang real estate has now dropped below $2. Hearing his subordinates report, Zhuang Shijun's expression changed. This was originally his hope, yet now it brought him no joy. He immediately realized the severity of the issue. Quick, hurry back. Upon returning to the gathering point, Zhuang Shijun found his partners already directing their subordinates. Hurry up, help me sell my share, or we'll lose everything. However, without Zhuang Sheng's directive, we cannot take action. Zhuang Shijun's subordinates looked troubled. They worked for Zhuang Shijun, who had sternly instructed that this operation could only be directed by him. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up. Seeing no one was acting, someone immediately widened their eyes. Just as his subordinates were in a dilemma, Zhuang Shijun arrived. Zhuang Sheng is here. Zhuang Sheng, they want to sell their shares. I couldn't persuade them. Okay, I understand. Zhuang Shijun's expression darkened. Zhuang Shijun, we have already lost over 20%. According to the agreement, we have the right to withdraw. That's right. If you don't agree to sell, we will go to Li Jiaqing and ask him to arbitrate. We have done our part to support, and we haven't asked you for any of the losses. You won't deny us the right to sell, will you? The comrades who had previously been harmonious were now adversarial. So you want to sell, huh? Fine. Zhuang Shijun almost squeezed this sentence out through gritted teeth. What he was doing now was unspeakable. If it got out, it would surely displease Li Jiaqing, and the Zhuang family still needed to rely on Li Jiaqing for many matters. Thank you, young Master Zhuang. Haha, I knew young Master Zhuang was not unreasonable. Young Master Zhuang, don't call me next time there's something good. Ew, I think Lin Shixiao is quite good, haha. The stockholders knew that after this incident their relationship would inevitably fracture, and coupled with their dissatisfaction over the losses, several couldn't help but mock on their way out. Take care. Zhuang Shijun's face turned ashen, suppressing the urge to curse. These were all useless allies. Choosing to cooperate with them was his biggest mistake. Just as his temporary partners left, another piece of bad news struck. Young Master Zhuang, the securities firm has notified us that due to the substantial withdrawal of principal, they will reclaim the margin funds ahead of schedule. Please settle all accrued interest as stipulated. Fine, sell everything. Zhuang Shijun slumped into his chair. Though such a move by the broker was unsurprising, its unrelenting bluntness had caught him off guard. Mr. Lin, massive sell orders are flooding in. Shall we absorb them? No. Continue driving the price down. Also inform retail investors outside this dip is temporary. The stock will rebound. Mr. Lin still harbored a trace of compassion. Behind every retail investor stood an entire family. He could not bear the thought of someone leaping from a building because of his maneuvers. At least today he would grant them a lifeline. What noble conduct from young Master Zhuang. Manager Wang Huan and Wang Jiqiang gazed upon Lin Shixiao with profound admiration. Never before had any market manipulator risen to such moral heights. Retail investors may hold, but I've just learned that Zhuang Shijun has been formally instructed by the brokerage to liquidate all his shares today. He's about to suffer heavy losses. Karma. What did he expect, daring to oppose Mr. Lin? Manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang exchanged grimly amused glances. They felt no sympathy for Zhuang Shijun. If fortune had favored them instead, their fate would have been equally dire. This was the stock market, a merciless, ravenous arena. Meh. The stock's going up again. Is that guaranteed on the reputation of Mr. Ho's adopted son? So it's truly Mr. Ho's adopted son orchestrating this manipulation. Who's behind the sell-off? Step aside. I'll carve him into 8 pieces. No wonder this round's manipulation felt different. It's Mr. Ho's adopted son. He's our retail investors' savior. In the trading hall, retail investors, previously tormented by the plummeting share price, found their anxieties instantly soothed upon hearing the news. Thereafter, aside from Zhuang Shijun's forced sales, nearly all others held firm. It wasn't that everyone trusted Lin Shixiao's assurance. Rather, when collective belief takes root, the assurance itself becomes secondary. Stock trading thrives on sentiment. When most believe a stock will rise, it almost certainly does. Just as many hands make light work and many hearts ignite an unquenchable flame. Since it's confirmed to rebound, can we buy some now? Mr. Ho is the man I most revere in life. When Hong Kong was ravaged by floods, he was the very first to step forward with relief aid. Mr. Ho's adopted son, his integrity is beyond question. We must stand behind him. Every single share Zhuang Shijun sold was absorbed by the retail investors. When united, retail investors constitute the largest force in the market, one no manipulator could ever hope to overcome. Alas, retail investors remain retail investors precisely because more often than not they are fragmented, scattered like dust in the wind. At 4 p.m., the Hong Kong stock market closed. The moment Zhuang Shijun faced the reckoning of his losses. Speak, I'm prepared. Zhuang Shijun spoke listlessly. To withdraw the margin funds, he'd had no choice but to dump shares relentlessly. Fortunately, he'd cleared his entire position before closing, though losses were inevitable. Young Master Zhuang, your account balance stands at $2 9 million. What did you say? At that figure, Zhuang Shijun shot upright from his seat. He'd anticipated a loss of 1 million. Per your explicit order, to sell at any cost. His subordinate instinctively recoiled. The brokerage's tone had been uncompromising. Failure to repay the margin funds in full, and by day's end, would trigger colossal liability claims against Zhuang Shijun. All right, I understand. Zhuang Shijun sank back, drained. He hadn't yet lost all reason. This misfortune lay not with his subordinates, who had only obeyed his own unequivocal command. What's the closing price of Xiangjiang real estate? Surely no more than $1 Hong Kong. 10. A peculiar smile flickered across Zhuang Shijun's face. Though he'd bled heavily, Lin Shixiao hadn't emerged unscathed. That was his sole consolation. Young Master Zhuang. His subordinate hesitated, then fell silent. Speak. Zhuang Shijun suddenly roared, tendons straining along his neck. The closing price was $2 Hong Kong. 50. What? Are you certain? Zhuang Shijun lunged forward 2 steps and seized his subordinate's collar. The figure struck him as utterly implausible. Young Master Zhuang, it's truly $2 Hong Kong. 50. We've double confirmed it. Sympathy flickered in his subordinate's eyes. Had the brokerage not pressed so ruthlessly, Zhuang Shijun likely would have escaped loss entirely, but regrets change nothing. Did that man pour enormous capital into propping up the market? Zhuang Shijun's facial muscles twitched. He may have gravely underestimated Lin Shixiao's influence. It was Lin Shixiao himself who publicly assured retail investors that Xiangjiang real estate would rebound. The price rose solely on retail buying. Another thunderclap detonated inside Zhuang Shijun's skull. How does he wield such authority? Deep down, Zhuang Shijun had always measured himself against Lin Shixiao, convinced of his own superiority. After all, he came from privilege. Lin Shixiao was merely the son of a chauffeur. Now Lin Shixiao was celebrated across Hong Kong, while he remained in others' eyes a directionless scion of wealth. Everyone respects Mr. Ho's word. Hoing Dong. A wave of crushing futility washed over Zhuang Shijun. Leave me. I need to collect myself. He waved dismissively. The light in his eyes had dimmed considerably. Young Master Zhuang, what are your next steps? One subordinate dared to ask, steeling himself. Do you truly believe I'll let this slide? Zhuang Shijun lifted his gaze toward his team, a faint sardonic smile playing on his lips. Young Master Zhuang possesses both capability and resolve. A temporary setback means nothing. Lin Shixiao merely got lucky. What right does he have to stand beside young Master Zhuang? At that moment, no one else dared utter a word. Excellent. I haven't misjudged your loyalty. Each of you receives a HK1000 bonus. Go enjoy yourselves. Zhuang Shijun's mood had begun to lift. Off. His subordinates blinked stunned, then hurriedly expressed gratitude. None had imagined a bonus amid such ruin. Thank you, young Master Zhuang. Thank you. Young Master Zhuang, I know, a rising young actress. Freshly debuted, reportedly untouched. Shall I introduce her to you? A subordinate offered, well aware of Zhuang Shijun's tastes. How old is she? Is she beautiful? Zhuang Shijun's interest stirred. He needed an outlet. Absolutely stunning. I couldn't sleep after seeing her. Huh. Then arrange it. Zhuang Shijun burst into hearty laughter, and his subordinates exhaled in quiet relief. Tomorrow I'll restructure my assets. Pledge what must be pledged. He thinks he's won, but the bull market hasn't ended yet. I still have my chance. Zhuang Shijun attributed this defeat to the sudden withdrawal of his allies. Had they held firm beside him, he could have continued battling Lin Shixiao and avoided such a devastating collapse. Understood. Young Master Zhuang is the modern-day Han Exine, growing stronger with every setback. You speak well. Let him savor his triumph, for now. A marathon isn't won at the first turn, only the final sprint determines the champion. Zhuang Shijun differed from ordinary second-generation heirs in one crucial way: he possessed extraordinary resilience. In the days that followed, Xiangjiang real estate regained its strong performance, as if the previous setbacks had never occurred. As the stock price soared, retail investors' confidence grew, which in turn drove the stock price even higher. With Lin Shixiao around, unscrupulous capital dared not enter, and Xiangjiang real estate continued to rise sharply, with each day's closing price surpassing that of the previous day. If Lin Shixiao had not intentionally dampened the enthusiasm and kept suppressing the stock price, Xiangjiang real estate would have long since surpassed $10. He had to suppress the price, forcing the stock to change hands continuously, which also pressured institutions to sell earlier. Otherwise, when he sold, the institutions would also sell, leading to disaster. A rapid increase is unhealthy, a gradual ascent is safe. Meanwhile, Lin Shixiao's reputation among investors was also rising. Almost all investors who had bought into Xiangjiang real estate had made money, and they had earned it steadily, without any anxiety. Lin is truly a reincarnated bodhisattva. Someone even placed a high hat on Zhuang Shijun. On this day, in a government meeting room on Hong Kong Island, a special meeting was being held that would change the landscape of Hong Kong Island for decades to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the principle has been established: land reclamation and expansion. Although a company had attempted this earlier and failed, it does not prove that land reclamation is a mistake. If Hong Kong Island wants to develop in the future, it must expand its land area. Moreover, this time we allow everyone present to participate, which means this is not just a government project, but also a welfare project. The blond man with a golden beard in the center was all smiles. He had come from the distant east to make money. Your Excellency, the governor is wise. As long as the area is large enough, Hong Kong Island has the chance to become a world financial center. The people in the meeting room became excited. If Hong Kong Island developed well, they would receive greater benefits. Then let's discuss company matters. Should we set up a new company or acquire a listed company? The governor lit a cigar, and a pleasant aroma of tobacco wafted through the meeting room. Setting up a new company might be a bit troublesome. Recently, there has been a company gaining a lot of popularity, and its founder has lost control of the company due to debt issues. We can acquire this company for a relatively small cost, and we won't even need much in terms of promotional expenses to make the people of Hong Kong aware of the greatness of land reclamation. Moreover, once we take over, the stock price of this company will surely rise, further boosting the bull market and benefiting the prosperity of Hong Kong Island. You're talking about Xiangjiang real estate, right? I've read about it in the newspapers. The governor exhaled a puff of smoke. Is Hua Sheng's adopted son involved in it? This person has good character and can think of the retail investors. Naturally, the governor is not a person who feels pity for the world. He simply hopes that there won't be too many troublesome issues under his rule. He greatly appreciates capitalists like Lin Shixiao. My in-law just bought Xiangjiang real estate. He said that if Lin Shixiao hadn't come out to speak and led the way in not selling stocks, that day Xiangjiang real estate would have been finished. If we talk about which stock on Hong Kong Island is currently attracting the most attention, it must be Xiangjiang real estate. Everyone chimed in and most agreed that the Hong Kong government should take over Xiangjiang real estate. As one of the largest real estate companies on Hong Kong Island, Xiangjiang real estate is relatively well established, which is beneficial for expediting the land reclamation project. With Xiangjiang real estate's stock price rising, can this company escape its debt crisis? The governor was... That's right. The founder pledged a lot of stocks to banks and private institutions. When the stock price was low, the value of the stocks couldn't cover the debts. But now that the stock price is high, the stocks in their hands have become valuable and the debt issues will naturally cease to exist. Then how do we control Xiangjiang real estate? The government doesn't have much money. The governor raised a critical question. Someone's eyes glinted. The founder still holds 20% of the original shares, and he is currently locked up. If we approach him, he is likely to agree. Some words don't need to be said too deeply. How everyone present is a seasoned player and understands. If the founder of Xiangjiang real estate does not agree, he probably won't gain freedom in this lifetime. Very well, if we acquire this 20%, the stock price will take off, and we can also benefit, right? The smile on the governor's face was hard to suppress. As for whether the founder of Xiangjiang real estate was happy or not, that was not his concern. That day, Xiangjiang real estate suddenly announced that a significant event had occurred and trading was suspended for a week. At that moment, the stock price of Xiangjiang real estate had successfully surpassed $7. What is meant to come will come. In a villa at Repulse Bay, Lin Shixiao smiled upon seeing the news. Ordinary investors might feel anxious, but he was well aware of the future. Xiangjiang real estate would become the main force in land reclamation on Hong Kong Island, and the company's prospects were bright. If it weren't for the impending stock market crash, he wouldn't sell the stocks he held. Keeping them would yield even greater returns. A Xiao, come down. The water is so warm. A fair arm reached out from the swimming pool as Zhao Yazi swung her legs resembling a mermaid. Haha, aren't you afraid? I'll do something bad. Lin Shixiao felt a surge of anger. Recently, Zhao Yazi had been coming over whenever she had free time, and he could no longer hold back. Whatever about not advocating premarital behavior, to hell with it. Just be gentle. Zhao Yazi knew that this day would come sooner or later. It was better to let it arrive earlier to avoid overthinking. That day, backstage at the television station, she heard some strange sounds and realized that she had reached an age of emotional awakening. Then I won't hold back. Having received the green light, Lin Shixiao had no intention of being courteous. In a few seconds, he shed his restraints and leaped into the water. Then the swimming pool became extraordinarily enticing. Unfortunately, this scene could only be witnessed by the birds in the trees. On the other side, Zhuang Shijun was also paying attention to the unusual situation at Xiangjiang real estate. Although he hadn't bought into Xiangjiang real estate for the past half-month, as long as Lin Shixiao hadn't liquidated his holdings, he would keep an eye on this stock, waiting for future opportunities. I've gathered some information on what's happening with Xiangjiang real estate. Are they preparing to delist? Zhuang Shijun thought maliciously. If Xiangjiang real estate were to delist, then all of Lin Shixiao's current profits would go down the drain, possibly leading to total loss, which was the outcome he most desired to see. Zhuangxing, the news we have received indicates that Xiangjiang real estate may be taken over by the Hong Kong Island government, which is preparing to advance land reclamation projects with Xiangjiang real estate playing a key role. What? Zhuang Shijun immediately stood up, having heard some rumors before, but he always thought the Hong Kong Island government was just making noise. One subordinate smiled wryly. The accuracy of the news is quite high. Not just one government official has confirmed it in private settings. It said that the relevant documents will be published very soon. How could this be? Zhuang Shijun's first thought was that Xiangjiang real estate was about to take off and Lin Shixiao from the Zhuang family inside would reap the profits, making money hand over fist. How much money do we have right now? Previously, Zhuang Shijun had pledged assets to borrow a considerable amount of cash, but the stock of Xiangjiang real estate had been very stable for the past half-month, and the retail investors were unusually united, making him hesitant to act recklessly. About 9 million. If we finance, we can get a maximum of 30 million in cash. So little. Zhuangsheng, it's a bull market. The entire Hong Kong Island is short on funds. In fact, after the last incident, others were reluctant to give Zhuang Shijun too much credit. However, given the situation, his subordinates found it hard to voice their thoughts. Zhuang Shijun was still quite concerned about his reputation. All right, let's get financing done as soon as possible. Oh, I want to catch this excitement. He stood up excitedly. You want to get on board? His subordinates exclaimed. If anyone else made this decision, they wouldn't be surprised. After all, everyone knew that with the endorsement of the Hong Kong Island government, the stock price of Xiangjiang real estate was about to soar. In a nutshell, it's a case of buying and means making a profit. However, since Lin Shixiao is involved with Xiangjiang real estate, Zhuang Shijun's entry would indirectly help Lin Shixiao. What do you think? I lack vision. Zhuang Shijun was not surprised by his subordinate's reactions. Looking out at the distant sea, he said slowly, "This decision is indeed difficult to make, but I won't go against the money. Even if I don't enter, other funds will come in. My past grievances with him can be settled slowly later. For now, I'll let him benefit from this." His subordinates exchanged glances, feeling like they were seeing Zhuang Shijun in a new light. Zhuang Sheng is indeed Zhuang Sheng. This kind of calmness and rationality is not something ordinary people can possess. Following Zhuang Sheng is our blessing. Many people sighed in relief as they were truly worried that Zhuang Shijun would go against the market at this time. Right now, no matter who it was, no one could shake the upward momentum of Xinjiang real estate. Moreover, anyone shorting the stock at this moment would be going against the Hong Kong island government. It's said that the government has taken over 20 of the original shares from the founder of Xinjiang real estate. The higher the stock price rises, the greater the profits for the Hong Kong government. Without a doubt, Xinjiang real estate will soon become the undisputed leader in the Hong Kong stock market, and the upper limit of this stock is unimaginable. Not letting the vast number of investors suffer for too long. After a 2-day suspension, Xinjiang real estate reopened for purchase, and many people were eager to buy. The streets in front of the 4 major brokers were crowded, and the police had to send personnel to maintain order. What a spectacle we have never seen before. On the rooftop of Bell Securities, manager Wang looked at the crowd below with a face full of emotion. "Lin Sheng, did you know about this situation in advance?" "What situation?" Lin Shixiao smiled, playing dumb. "The Hong Kong island government will take over Xinjiang real estate and carry out land reclamation." Manager Wang took over the conversation, very curious himself. On the day of the press conference by the Hong Kong government, he even thought of rushing to the Repulse Bay Villa to ask Lin Shixiao directly. "Lin Sheng." Manager Wang also looked at Lin Shixiao. This man was too incredible. It seemed normal for anything outrageous to happen around him. "Haha, if I said I could foresee this in advance, would you believe me?" Lin Shixiao's smile deepened, knowing the future was his greatest secret and his biggest support. Of course, he wouldn't stop progressing. In the future, he would participate in many industries, and the manuals for the future would eventually run out. Only with strong personal ability could he go further. In his second life, Lin Shixiao's goal was not merely to make money. He aspired to become a figure capable of changing the world, much like Musk from the beautiful country. Of course, aiding the rise of Huaxiao was also one of his objectives. When poor one focuses on self-improvement, when affluent one seeks to benefit the world. Perhaps in the past he lacked such aspirations, but now that his basic needs were met, he must pursue higher ideals to fulfill his spiritual needs. Otherwise, life would inevitably lead to boredom. Human pursuits exist on 2 levels. One is material, and the other is spiritual. Material needs are relatively easy to satisfy, but spiritual needs are more costly. Believed. The 3 spoke in unison, which took Lin Shixiao by surprise. "Are you serious?" Of course. The 3 continued with serious expressions. "All right." Lin Shixiao shrugged, somewhat helpless. "Xinjiang real estate has opened at $2. The latest quote is $9. Investors, please remain calm. We are urgently opening additional buying windows. Just a reminder, currently the sell orders for Xinjiang real estate are quite scarce, and you may also consider other stocks." The trading hall speakers were especially busy today. Thanks to the leading role of Xinjiang real estate, the Hong Kong stocks surged, with the index rising by 5 points. It can be said that anyone holding stocks today would find it hard not to make a profit. It's happening. A new year, a new outlook. This year will be a splendid one. On the streets of Hong Kong Island, crowds celebrating were everywhere. It had been a long time since the island was this lively. At this moment, those eager to buy Xinjiang real estate, but unable to do so, were not feeling so joyful. How much has been bought so far? Zhuang Shijun paced back and forth in a brokerage's large client room, his cigar never leaving his mouth. "Zhuang, there are too few sellers. Currently, we can only buy 5 million. Only 5 million. Zhuang Shijun's eyes nearly bulged out. He had prepared nearly 40 million in cash. There's no way, too few sellers and so many buyers. I've heard there are even fights at the counter. His subordinates looked helpless. No one wanted to miss this certain opportunity to make money. What is the current stock price? Zhuang Shijun grew impatient. At this moment, all past grievances with Lin Shixiao were set aside. Buying Xinjiang real estate and making money was the way to go. Zhuang, it's already approaching $11. How can it rise so much in such a short time? Zhuang Shijun's eyes widened again. It was only 10:30 and the stock market had been open for an hour. Xinjiang real estate had jumped from over $7 to more than $10. This was like riding a rocket. Yes, and at this price there are not many willing to sell. Helplessness was written on everyone's faces. Damn it. Zhuang Shijun kicked over a chair beside him. He wished he were the governor of Hong Kong Island, forcing others to sell to him. Keep trying to buy, buy as much as you can. Yes, young Master Zhuang. His subordinates left to carry out the orders. Similar situations were occurring in many places. That day, Xinjiang real estate closed at $12. A shocking 70% increase. Considering Xiangjiang real estate had already risen significantly before achieving this level of increase was quite impressive, and this was just the beginning. It would surely continue to rise. At this price, retail investors' enthusiasm for purchasing cooled completely. On one hand, they wanted to buy, but couldn't. On the other hand, the price of Xiangjiang real estate was indeed a bit high. They shifted their focus to other stocks. In the following days, Xiangjiang real estate fluctuated upwards while banks and institutions began to sell the stocks previously pledged by the founder. Zhuang Shijun continued to buy, finally spending over 30 million, but his cost was relatively high, nearing $13. Okay. Next, just waiting to count the money. In the brokerage's large client room, Zhuang Shijun let out a big sigh of relief. Although the cost was somewhat high, buying at this price would certainly yield profit. If held long-term, the gains would not be less than Lin Shixiao's. He had every reason to believe that Xiangjiang real estate would break $20 within a month. It might not seem like a lot of profit, but this was a certain opportunity with very low risk. On February 13th, the last trading day before the Spring Festival, the trading hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Hey buddy, how much have you made recently? Haha, how would you know I've made money? You always have a smile on your face. Hee, you've seen through me. Ooh, I bought Xiangjiang real estate. I'm so envious. I know it has risen a lot by now, but I don't have the courage to enter again. Other stocks also have opportunities. Right now everything is rising. As long as you buy, you will earn money. This year everyone can have a good year. Yes, after market close this afternoon, I will go buy New Year goods. I've ordered cookies and chocolates for the kids, and for myself, I've ordered whiskey and brandy. Wow, all foreign goods. I'm so envious. Hee, you can get some too. The festive atmosphere was overflowing. Even though the market was somewhat sluggish today and the trading volume had drastically shrunk, it did not dampen people's spirits. In a room on the top floor of Bell Securities, Lin Shixiao was listening to Wang Huan's report. Lin, we currently hold about 55 million shares of Xiangjiang real estate, with an average cost of $1.50, and the real-time stock price is $14.60, making the total market value $803 million. Buy it. Lin, you can compete for the title of Hong Kong's richest. Wang Jiqiang and manager Wang exclaimed simultaneously. This was a terrifying number. Indeed, it is quite a bit. When entering Xiangjiang real estate, Lin Shixiao had 5 million in capital, later borrowing another 30 million, totaling 80 million in principal. This meant he had multiplied his investment tenfold in just 1 month. This was equivalent to 800 million in 1972, and adjusted for purchasing power, it's comparable to hundreds of billions in later years. Of course, these values are based on stock market valuations. Until he cashes out, they cannot strictly be equated to cash. This stock will definitely rise further. Lin will soon become the undisputed richest person on Hong Kong Island. Wang Jiqiang was exceptionally excited. Witnessing the birth of a new tycoon was an impressive event. No, this stock will rise further, but I plan to sell it now. This was the result of Lin Shixiao's careful consideration. He had to sell while the price was still rising. If he waited for a peak to sell, he would likely suffer losses. In the Hong Kong stock market, there are no limits on price fluctuations. It is theoretically possible for a stock to go to zero in a day. What? Selling now? Wang Jiqiang was stunned. This was an unexpected decision. Lin's decision is very wise. 800 million is not easy to find someone to take over. Wang Huan, the reason Xiangjiang real estate can still rise is that Lin Shixiao has not started unloading yet. Once he starts selling in large quantities, the market will surely be unable to absorb it, and the stock price may drop. And once it drops, the decline will be hard to control, as there are too many profit-seeking investors involved. Lin, have you thought of a plan? Manager Wang looked at Lin Shixiao, sensing that he had an idea. The other two also looked at Lin Shixiao, eagerly anxious to know the answer. Lin Shixiao smiled faintly. Let's discuss it after the new year. The three could only remain speechless. This new year was destined to be less than ideal. As night fell, the back alley of Yamadi was bustling with voices, the sounds of dice games, curses, and beer bottles clinking together, forming a chaotic symphony. This was a street of food stalls quite favored by the working class. Standing beside Zhao Yaji was a woman in a winered velvet qipao, her figure striking. Yaji, will Huasheng's adopted son really come to a place like this? Shen Hongyu exhaled deeply, the smoke rings swirling in the air before dissipating. Xiao also comes from an ordinary family. We used to frequent places like this often. Zhao Yaji smiled gently. She had few friends, and Shen Hongyu was one of them, even though they were vastly different in many aspects. Shen Hongyu was sexy, bold, and smoked. Traits Zhao Yaji disliked in many ways, yet she didn't resent Shen Hongyu. Instead, she felt that she was genuine. The two had met 3 years ago after school, when Zhao Yaji was blocked by a gang of thugs, and someone was about to lay hands on her. At that moment, Shen Hongyu appeared like a deity, scaring off the thugs with her fierce demeanor, making her a hero in Zhao Yazi's heart. After that, they often shopped together, sharing everything. A year ago, Shen Hongyu suddenly disappeared, only to reappear a few days ago. I really envy you for having a wealthy man. If you work hard, you can too. Zhao Yazi's smile brightened. Me? Shen Hongyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. I don't need a man. Zhao Yaji turned her head away to stifle a laugh. The first time she visited Shun Hongyu's home, the most striking impression was the various posters of male celebrities plastered on the walls. Both women had their own beauty. Standing together in such a place made it impossible not to attract attention. A few thugs, having had a few drinks, started whistling. "Hey gorgeous ladies, come join us for a meal. Let your big brother treat you to a good time. Get lost." "Who do you think?" Shun Hongyu shot back with one line. The thugs exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. "They're quite pretty, but unfortunately a bit too fierce," one thug murmured softly. It must be said that Shun Hongyu's personality spared him a lot of trouble. At that moment, people felt the alley bathed in golden light. Looking up towards the road, they spotted a golden Rolls Royce. Wow, a Rolls Royce gold-plated. Who's that rich? Damn, isn't that my dream car? With that much money, wouldn't they mind treating us to some late-night snacks? One thug began to entertain thoughts only to receive a smack on the head from his boss. "Treat. Do you even know whose car that is?" "Boss, whose car is it?" The younger thug covered his head, seriously doubting that his boss was venting his frustration on him. Hua Sheng's adopted son. The boss lowered his eyes, not wanting to curry favor with Lin Shixiao or make any greetings. The best approach was to pretend not to see. Hua Yingdong's adopted son. The younger thug, who had spent most of his life in prison, had little experience. Besides Hua Yingdong, who else in Hong Kong could afford the name Hua Sheng? Dream on. He really. The younger thug's gaze remained fixed on the golden Rolls Royce, and the boss smacked him. "What are you staring at? You can't even afford a license plate." Upon hearing this, the younger thug felt a bit indignant. "Boss, it's just a license plate. If I try hard enough, there might be a chance. In this line of work, one must have some confidence. Do you even know what that license plate is, eh?" A hint of envy flashed in the boss' eyes. "What is it?" The younger thug's expression grew serious. If the boss said so, then that license plate on the golden Rolls Royce must be extraordinary. 18. What? The younger thug was momentarily taken aback. 2 digits, 18, very auspicious, right? "Boss, how much is that license plate worth?" Still, the younger thug felt some resentment towards the boss' earlier words. The plate might be expensive, but if he put in some effort, who knows, he might afford it one day. That figure. The boss extended his index finger. 100,000. That's quite expensive. The younger thug lost his temper immediately. A license plate was almost as much as a car, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't afford it. 100,000. At least 1,000,000. The license plate is even more expensive than the car model. The boss began to doubt his judgment in choosing this younger thug. 1,000,000. My goodness. The younger thug stuck out his tongue, obediently bowing his head to nibble on a duck neck. "Yeah." Just as Lin Shixiao got out of the car, Zhao Yaji leaned in close. "Have you been waiting long?" Zhao Yazi's hair was a bit disheveled, and Lin Shixiao reached out to fix it. "Not long." Happiness crept onto Zhao Yazi's face. "No need to be so clingy." An unfriendly Zhao Yaji quickly jumped away from Lin Shixiao. Her face flushed. "Let me introduce, this is my best Lin Shixiao, my boyfriend." "Hello, hello." Their hands clasped together and did not let go immediately. Both sides showed some interest in each other. Zhao Yaji glanced at Lin Shixiao, then at Shun Hongyu, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. "Don't just stand there, let's go to the private room." She took one of each by the hand and walked inside. "Along, Ahu, you two should eat something too." Lin Shixiao always brought bodyguards when going out. With so many thugs around these days, he wouldn't joke with his life. "Lin Sheng, feel free to eat, don't mind us." Along and Ahu followed closely behind, remaining alert in this mixed crowd. Seeing he couldn't persuade them, Lin Shixiao could only shake his head. "All right, suit yourselves." The three had been together for over a month and had come to understand each other's personalities. Along and Ahu were good at everything, but their seriousness sometimes made Lin Shixiao feel a headache. With 2 tall bodyguards around, although the curious gazes of the crowd were upon them, nobody dared to speak recklessly, let alone approach to greet them. The private room was simple but clean. "Lin Sheng, do you mind coming to eat in a place like this?" Shun Hongyu rested her chin on her hands, staring at Lin Shixiao with unblinking eyes, as if trying to see through the man in front of her. Lin Shixiao's gaze slightly dodged. This woman was too bold. "I actually quite like this atmosphere." In his past life, after becoming wealthy, Lin Shixiao also enjoyed visiting ordinary night markets. He found such places more lively. "That's good." Shun Hongyu's lips curled up. "Boss, order some food." After placing their order, Shun Hongyu smiled. "Don't underestimate this food stall. The chef's skills are quite good." "Is that so? I'm looking forward to it." Lin Shixiao's words had a double meaning. He always felt that this woman was interested in him. This was not narcissism, he genuinely felt it. Dishes arrived one after another: stir-fried beef, ho fun crab fried in the style of a typhoon, shelter pepper salt mantis shrimp, clay pot rice, braised pigeon. These were all signature dishes of the era. Just looking at them was enough to stimulate the appetite. "Can we drink?" Shun Hongyu shot him a provocative look. "Sure, beer." Boss, 4 bottles of 5-star beer. Lin Shixiao and Shun Hongyu clinked glasses, and this woman could surprisingly drink a lot. To preserve his masculine pride, Lin Shixiao could only grit his teeth and keep up. It was Zhao Yazi who couldn't stand it any longer and pressed down the 2 raised glasses. "Hongyu, didn't you have something to speak? What do you need from me?" With the courage from the alcohol, Lin Shixiao's gaze was quite bold. There is indeed something, but I fear it will be rejected by Lin Sheng if I speak it out. Shen Hongyu tucked her hair behind her earlobe was glistening with a beautiful pearl. Then let's not say it. Lin Shixiao lowered his head and drank quietly. After all, it was their first meeting, and Shen Hongyu wasn't sure whether to continue speaking. Her pleading gaze turned to Zhao Yaji. Xiao Hongyu's family used to be in the newspaper business, ranking among the top 5. But the family has fallen on hard times. Shen Hongyu's gaze turned sorrowful. You want me to help? Lin Shixiao raised his head, looking at Shen Hongyu with a half smile. He thought this woman wouldn't feel embarrassed. This time Shen Hongyu boldly made eye contact with Lin Shixiao. This was her first time asking for help, and it was from a young man. What is your goal? Lin Shixiao's gaze shifted slightly. He actually had intentions of entering the media industry. Entertainment and media have always been intertwined. My father's wish before he passed was to enter the top 3 newspapers in Hong Kong Island. Shen Hongyu spoke cautiously. Xiao, please help her. Zhao Yaji grasped Lin Shixiao's hand, her face full of pleading. Lin Shixiao felt a stir in his heart and leaned closer to Zhao Yazi's ear. If I agree you tonight. The warmth brushed against Zhao Yazi's ear, causing her gaze to dart away and her face to flush. He'll agree to anything. Good. Lin Shixiao suddenly became excited. In matters between men and women, sometimes a bit of novelty is needed. What are you two talking about? Shen Hongyu's heart raced. Although she appeared bold, she actually had no experience. No, we weren't talking about anything. Zhao Yaji wished she could find a hole to hide in. Just say it. I'm not interested in any top 3 newspapers. Lin Shixiao looked seriously at Shen Hongyu. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Shen Hongyu's eyes as she thought Lin Shixiao had rejected her. Newspapers will eventually be outdated if you want to do it. Aim to be a media tycoon. The media actually encompasses many things. The economy of Hong Kong Island is about to take off, and the advertising industry will flourish in the future. Supporting Shen Hongyu to enter the media industry holds great potential for Lin Shixiao. As long as he controls the public opinion in Hong Kong Island, promoting films in the future will be child's play. Shen Hongyu's mouth slightly opened. She hadn't expected Lin Shixiao to have such grand ambitions. No wonder he was the son of Hua Sheng. His vision and courage were not something ordinary people could compare to. After the excitement, Shen Hongyu calmed down. I actually don't have much experience, but I'm afraid I might disappoint you. Influenced by her family, she indeed had some interest in the media industry. Reviving the newspaper industry was not just to fulfill her father's wish, but also to satisfy a dream within her heart. With me backing you, anyone can do it. Lin Shixiao's words left Shen Hongyu unsure of how to respond. Yaji, when you have time, help out too. Learning more is never a bad thing. Lin Shixiao looked earnestly at Zhao Yazi, believing women shouldn't be too idle or they might overthink. Moreover, seeing more of the world is beneficial for enhancing one's temperament. Sure, no problem. If it weren't for Shen Hongyu leading, Zhao Yaji wouldn't have agreed so readily. Shen Hongyu felt a bit displeased that Lin Shixiao was being too domineering toward Zhao Yaji. I wonder how much Lin Sheng plans to invest. The media industry in Hong Kong Island is quite competitive. 10 million, is that enough? Lin Shixiao raised his head, looking at Shen Hongyu with a half smile. If it's not enough, I can add more depending on your performance. He added another comment. That's enough. Enough, Shen Hongyu exclaimed. The assets of TVB were only worth a few tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars, and a television station is a heavy asset. 10 million as startup capital is an astronomical figure, enough to buy 100 Hongyu daily newspapers. Then let's discuss it in detail after the new year. Lin Shixiao picked up his glass and took a small sip. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and his money is currently all tied up in properties in Xiangjiang and hasn't been liquidated. All right, no problem. Shen Hongyu cupped her glass with both hands, adopting the posture of a subordinate. Are you listening? Lin Shixiao revealed a mischievous smile. Subconsciously, he wanted to tease this woman. Shen Hongyu's smile froze on her face as she glanced at Zhao Yaji instinctively. Seeing that the latter was not displeased, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Hongyu nodded earnestly. Lin Shixiao was her big financial backer, and it was only right to give him some face. Shall we drink? Lin Shixiao's mind flashed with some unsavory thoughts. Let's drink to show respect. Shen Hongyu tilted her head back and gulped down the drink. This boldness greatly impressed. Not bad, you have the demeanor of a media company boss. Actually, he wasn't very familiar with Shen Hongyu's capabilities, but as an investor, he didn't focus solely on ability. Although the media industry is highly profitable, it didn't hold much attraction for him. Investing in any future giant corporation would yield more profit than this. What he liked was Shen Hongyu. By the time they exited the food stall, it was already deep into the night, and some individuals stood in front of a golden Rolls-Royce. Along, and Ahu immediately stepped forward to question. Who are you? Hurry up and move aside. One of the bald men immediately approached obsequiously. Big brother, please don't misunderstand. We're here on behalf of our boss to watch over the car, afraid it might get scratched. Along and Ahu instinctively glanced at Lin Shixiao. They misjudged the situation. Who is your boss? Lin Shixiao asked. Currently, he had no ties with any gangs, but living in Hong Kong Island inevitably involved dealings with them. In response to Lin Sheng, our boss is called Defei. He was once under Hua Sheng's care. He actually wanted to come personally, but was afraid it would be too abrupt. Oh, Lin Shixiao nodded. He didn't know a big brother named Defei, but he should show appreciation for the other's good intentions. He motioned to Along with his lips. Give $500 to the brothers for drinks. All right, Lin Sheng. Along immediately took out a $500 bill and handed it over as several individuals hesitated to accept. That, Lin Sheng, this seems a bit too much. If converted by purchasing power, this $500 is equivalent to 50,000 in later years. Although these individuals had received tips before, it was usually $5 or $10, they had never encountered someone this generous. Lin Sheng said to take it to stop talking nonsense. Along, having been a former special police officer, naturally had an intimidating presence. The leader trembled as he accepted the $500 bill, beaming with delight. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Thank you, Lin Sheng. The group of younger brothers also became excited, initially thinking watching the car was a tough job, but unexpectedly received extra cash. This $500 was enough to invite several girls. After getting into the car, Shen Hongyu smiled slyly. Lin Sheng, your influence is truly great. Lin Shixiao's gaze deepened as he smiled and said, this isn't my influence, it's Uncle Hua's influence, but soon it will be my influence. Oh. Shen Hongyu nodded slowly, as if she began to understand something. On February 14th, Western Valentine's Day, it is also the most important festival for the Chinese, Spring Festival. Early in the morning, Lin Shixiao arrived at the Tang building purchased by Lin Guodong, during his lifetime, tidying up a bit and putting up the Spring Festival couplets. He had previously sold this house to raise funds for stock trading, which was bought by Hua Yingdong and then returned to him. He would definitely not live here in the future, but he intended to keep this house as a reminder. After that, Lin Shixiao went to the Zhao family. Uncle Zhao, Happy New Year. Aunt, Happy New Year. He had no relatives on Hong Kong Island, and although there was no blood relation, the Zhao family was the closest to him. Since you are here, why bring so many gifts? Zhao Guohua's face broke into a smile. He was the happiest to see Lin Shixiao doing well. I can't come empty-handed. Lin Shixiao was relaxed and showed no signs of nervousness about being a son-in-law. Brother-in-law, let me see what gifts you bought. Zhao Wenjie, curious, tried to rummage through things. You little brat, no manners. Zhao Guohua's expression changed, and he slapped Zhao Wenjie on the head. Dad, why did you hit me? Zhao Wenjie winced, glaring at his father with resentment. Uncle Zhao, we are all family, no need to be polite. Lin Shixiao felt a bit sympathetic towards Zhao Wenjie. The Zhao family did not have the bad habit of favoring boys over girls, and Zhao Guohua had always favored Zhao Yaji more. Did you hear that? Brother-in-law said so. With Lin Shixiao backing him up, Zhao Wenjie immediately became cocky. Asha, don't spoil this kid too much. Zhao Guohua chuckled, no longer paying attention to his son's antics. Wenjie has grown up under my watch, so it's only natural that I care for him. Actually, Lin Shixiao was just a few years older than Zhao Wenjie, but in terms of maturity and capability, he was leagues ahead. Wow, the latest Rolex, Dad, you are in luck. Zhao Wenjie suddenly exclaimed, and then he had a gold watch in his hand. Lin Shixiao smiled and said, Uncle Zhao, I didn't know what to buy, hope you like it. Although he said this, Zhao Guohua couldn't wait to snatch the Rolex from Zhao Wenjie and excitedly put it on. Is it suitable? If not, I can have someone adjust the strap. Lin Shixiao guessed the size, but he didn't know how big Zhao Guohua's wrist was. It's perfect, very suitable. Zhao Guohua shook his wrist and glints of gold light danced on the walls of the room. This old fellow has wanted a nice watch for a long time. Ah, Xiao, your gift hit the mark. Chen Xiaolan walked out of the kitchen. Aunt. Lin Shixiao quickly called out. Hey, it's so lively to have dinner here. Chen Xiaolan had wanted to call Lin Shixiao, but was afraid of bothering him. Is it convenient? Hua Yingdong had also called, but Lin Shixiao preferred to have the New Year's Eve dinner here, feeling relaxed. What's inconvenient about it? Treat this place like your own home. Zhao Guohua pulled Lin Shixiao. Come, let me introduce you to how to maintain this watch. Any precautions? Okay, Uncle Zhao. Seeing Zhao Guohua so pleased, Lin Shixiao felt happy too. At this moment, Zhao Yaji came out of the kitchen wearing an apron with some flour on her nose. Ah, Xiao. Now Zhao Yazi found it easy to feel shy around Lin Shixiao. They had done many shameless things together, and whenever she thought of them, she wished she could find a hole to hide in, yet she secretly enjoyed it. I also bought a gift for you. Lin Shixiao's gaze was drawn to Zhao Yaji, who looked entirely different in her home attire. Brother-in-law, what New Year gift did you prepare for my sister? I want to see. Zhao Wenjie shouted. Uncle Zhao. Lin Shixiao looked at Zhao Guohua, who was still holding his arm. Let's open the gifts first, my matters are not urgent. Zhao Guohua chuckled. He was a bit anxious, but his wife had a stern look, so he could only let Lin Shixiao go. Yaji, I searched for a long time, this is the biggest one. Lin Shixiao took out a delicate box, and before he opened it, Zhao Wenjie exclaimed. Wow, this is a Chow Tai Fook packaging box, it can't be a diamond, right? Sister, brother-in-law is so good to you. The whole family couldn't help but crowd around. In this day and age, diamonds are rare. If one doesn't have a few million, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. When the box opened, the dazzling diamond sparkled blindingly. Wow, Ah Xiao, this is too precious. Even Zhao Guohua didn't expect Lin Shixiao to give such an extravagant gift. Uncle Zhao, this is for Yaji. Once these words were spoken, the smiles on the Zhao family's faces became even gentler. Although that's what you say, something so valuable, it's better not to buy too much in the future. Chen Xiaolan said something, glancing at her husband subconsciously. Zhao Guohua could only awkwardly cough and turn away. He usually gave his wife gifts, but all of them combined were not worth even a fraction of this diamond. Ah Xiao, help me put it on. Zhao Yaji sweetly complied, feeling that there was no need for formality between her and Lin Shixiao. In her parents' eyes, this diamond was expensive, but Zhao Yaji knew that compared to Lin Shixiao's assets in the stock market, this amount of money was nothing. Of course, she was not a very materialistic woman. While she appreciated Lin Shixiao's gift, she wouldn't be unhappy if he didn't give her anything. What she liked was Lin Shixiao as a person. Brother-in-law, you should kneel, Zhao Wenjie urged from the side. Zhao Guohua and Chen Xiaolan smiled at each other, both full of anticipation. Lin Shixiao's heart stirred, and he knelt on one knee, holding the diamond ring with both hands. Yaji, marry me. Zhao Yazi's face turned red. But I don't want to get married that quickly. At the critical moment, she hesitated. You girl just agree first and we'll see. Chen Xiaolan nudged Zhao Yaji. If before she was happy to see their mutual affection, now seeing Lin Shixiao so capable, she dreamed of having Zhao Yaji marry him. There are not many men in the world who are as capable, and Lin Shixiao was someone they watched grow up, so character-wise there was no need to worry. I do. Zhao Yaji saw that Lin Shixiao had been kneeling for a while and felt a bit guilty, so she quickly agreed. They'll put it on for you. Lin Shixiao gently placed the diamond ring on Zhao Yazi's slender finger. Oh, this is so romantic. Dad, how I wish I were a girl too, then I could marry brother-in-law with my sister. When Zhao Wenjie said this, the Zhao family's expressions turned awkward. You little brat, haven't been beaten in a while. How dare you talk nonsense? Zhao Guohua started slapping Zhao Wenjie, who covered his head and fled, causing a ruckus in the room. All right, it's New Year's, let's calm down for a bit. Chen Xiaolan shouted, and the father and son immediately behaved. She looked seriously at Lin Shixiao and Zhao Yaji. So it's settled, but you are still young, no need to rush into marriage. Love each other and support one another. Mom. Zhao Yaji didn't dare to look Lin Shixiao in the eyes, staring at the ground, with her heart full of sweetness. Brother-in-law, do I have a gift? There is. On the second day of the new year, Hui Yingdong's private residence in Happy Valley, Lin Shixiao arrived with gifts, and Butler Chen was already waiting. Butler Chen assumed a posture to welcome the esteemed guest. Lin Shixiao's smile froze for a moment, then he forced a smile. Uncle Chen, you don't have to overly flatter me. Butler Chen straightened up with a smile. I heard you've made quite a fortune in property in Hong Kong. Not much, just getting by. Though he said so, the pride on Lin Shixiao's face was evident to anyone. There was no need to hold back in front of familiar faces. That's good, you've made progress. If Adong were here, he would surely be thrilled. Sadness flashed in Butler Chen's eyes. Lin Shixiao didn't know how to respond. Look at me, it's a festive occasion, why say such things? It's nothing, Uncle Chen. Butler Chen led Lin Shixiao to the backyard, where Hua Yingdong was tending to his birds. Uncle Hua. After some time apart, it seemed Hua Yingdong had more gray hair. Ah Xiao is here, come sit. Hua Yingdong put down the bird and walked over, sizing up Lin Shixiao. Ah, you've matured a bit more. The affection in his eyes was something Lin Shixiao truly felt. If I don't mature a bit, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you? Lin Shixiao set down the gifts, and a maid came over to take them. Butler Chen brewed tea, and the three chatted while enjoying it in the courtyard. It seems the stock price of Hong Kong properties is a bit high now. Are you planning to sell? Hua Yingdong had been keeping an eye on Lin Shixiao's operations, mainly worried that Lin Shixiao might be reckless and lose too much. He could cover a small loss, but a significant one would be troublesome. I came specifically for that today. Lin Shixiao's, oh, is there something you need my help with? Hua Yingdong was genuinely curious. I wanted to ask Uncle Hua, do you know the governor of Hong Kong? I want to discuss a business deal with him. What kind of business? It wouldn't be related to Hong Kong properties, would it? Hua Yingdong pressed on. That's a secret for now. Lin Shixiao wasn't distrustful of Hua Yingdong and Butler Chen, but he thought it better not to reveal anything if the deal didn't materialize. Then I want to ask further, as long as you know what you're doing, that's enough. Hua Yingdong was increasingly satisfied with Lin Shixiao. Compared to his own sons, Lin Shixiao clearly had more ambition and capability. To have such a foster son was a blessing he earned from his previous life. Uncle Hua. Oh, you asked me if I know the governor. Of course I do. He'll give you a call in a moment, and you can go directly over. He should still be in Hong Kong. Hua Yingdong's expression was somewhat strange. Lin Shixiao's heart stirred, and he asked, Uncle Hua, what is Governor Musa like? This person? Hua Yingdong pondered for a moment, then smiled. He is actually quite good, but rather pragmatic. Just bring a decent gift when you go, it will be more effective than if I were to bring it myself. If you really have business to discuss with him, you can privately offer him some benefits. After all, even though he is the governor, he is under scrutiny from above, and sometimes the interests of the Hong Kong government and the governor's interests do not align. Do you understand? Hua Yingdong was imparting valuable advice to Lin Shixiao. He wouldn't say such things to just anyone. Understood. Lin Shixiao nodded vigorously. With Hua Yingdong's explanation being so clear, it would be foolish for him not to understand. Previously, he worried about whether the business deal would succeed, but now it seemed he had overthought it. Deepwater Bay's guest house. A golden Rolls-Royce drove up and stopped at the entrance. The guard promptly approached to inquire. May I ask what brings you here? Zhuang, it's me. Along leaned out his head. In this day and age, the governor's security was handled by the police, and it was clear he was encountering an acquaintance. Along, why are you here? Driving for the rich now. The guard's face broke into a smile. Just having a smoke. Along handed over a pack of cigarettes. The guard was taken aback for a moment, took it, and had a hint of envy on his face. Doing quite well. Both serving people Along was clearly faring better. It was the new year, and he stood outside for a long time without any acknowledgement from the governor. Is the governor in? Yes, do you have business with him? The guard peered into the car, saw Lin Shixiao, and was momentarily stunned. How could I have the privilege to meet the governor? Lin and Mr. Hu called to arrange this. Please wait a moment, I will go in and check. The guard quickly walked inside. Since he was familiar and had received benefits, he naturally wanted to put in some effort. 10 minutes later, he came back out. The governor has asked you, Lin, to go in. The guard looked Lin Shixiao over for a while. He had learned of Lin Shixiao's identity, the foster son of Mr. Hu. Quite a title. You two can have a chat. Lin Shixiao opened the car door and got out. Lin, let me help you carry something inside. Hu was about to help. Lin Shixiao stopped him. No need, I can manage alone. Many treat their bodyguards as servants, but Lin Shixiao did not have that habit. All right, we will wait for you outside. Hu smiled happily, enjoying the feeling of being respected. Although if Lin Shixiao had a poor attitude, he would continue working for the sake of money, it surely wouldn't be as enjoyable as it was now. This Lin is a bit different. Watching Lin Shixiao's figure disappear through the door, the guard muttered. Lin is quite how impressive. He just got lucky and caught Mr. Hu's attention. The guard, who usually didn't read the news, had no idea Lin Shixiao was known as a stock god. Hu and Along exchanged glances, smiling and shaking their heads. You don't understand. To be honest, when they first started working for Lin Shixiao, they didn't think much of his abilities, but after some time with him, they couldn't help but admire him. Even if Lin Shixiao had no connection with Huangdong, he could still become the richest man in Hong Kong in the future. At this moment, Lin Shixiao had already met a foreign man in his 40s with curly hair and a bit overweight. Happy New Year, Governor. You are Mr. Hu's foster son. Musa's gaze fell on the gift box, and Lin Shixiao understood and handed over the gift box. It's the new year, and there isn't much good stuff to buy, just a small token of my appreciation. I hope the governor likes it. Musa didn't respond, but instead tore open the wrapping paper and opened the gift box. Upon seeing stacks of cash, a sincere smile spread across his face. Please come in. Thank you, Governor. Seeing Musa's attitude change, Lin Shixiao felt even more confident about reaching an agreement. Speak, what is it that you want from me? Musa crossed his legs, and as the most powerful person in Hong Kong Island, he felt an inherent sense of superiority over Lin Shixiao. To be honest, Governor, I'm here to support the land reclamation project. Lin Shixiao maintained a smile, knowing that the foreigners would eventually be driven out of Hong Kong Island. There was no need to dwell on the past while discussing cooperation. Oh, Musa leaned forward instinctively. Tell me more. The land reclamation project was not only related to political achievements, but also to his core interests. The larger the project, the more maneuvering room there was. You should know I hold a significant amount of shares in Xianjiang properties. Rather than selling them to others, it would be better for the government to take over. Lin Shixiao said earnestly. Musa's smile froze for a moment. Just how many shares do you have? His curiosity was purely genuine. I'm afraid I can't disclose that just yet. Musa's face showed a flicker of displeasure, but seeing that Lin Shixiao had presented a substantial gift, he remained patient. Are you looking to have the Hong Kong government acquire the shares you hold? Musa himself wanted to strengthen his control over Xianjiang properties. Owning only 20% was clearly insufficient for his demands. The profits from land reclamation were immense. The more shares one held, the greater the future profits would be. Exactly. At what price? $15. You're dreaming. Musa instinctively rejected the offer. Such cooperative transactions would typically involve a discount, otherwise others would simply buy in the market. Governor, $15 is not the final price for Xianjiang properties. Once the project officially commences, the stock will certainly rise. You may not know the enthusiasm Hong Kong residents have for land reclamation. No matter how many shares I hold, there will be buyers when I want to sell. Lin Shixiao had come prepared with strategies for every aspect. He was naturally seeking a buyer, and the Hong Kong government was the best option. The Hong Kong government had both the capability and the motive. However, this was not the only option. Other plans were merely more troublesome. Let me think it over. Musa lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Lin Shixiao did not rush him, entering a mode of quiet contemplation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Musa suddenly blurted out, "Aren't you afraid that I might drive down the stock price? You should know I have that capability." This was a threat. Governor, what benefit would there be for you in driving down the stock price? Musa saw no hint of panic on Lin Shixiao's face. Thus he regarded Lin Shixiao with a higher level of respect. No wonder you are the son of Huashan, you have guts. Let me think it over thoroughly. Musa rested his chin on his hand, genuinely contemplating. Time ticked away, and the two were testing each other's patience. It was clear that Lin Shixiao, being younger, had more energy and greater patience. I can take over the shares you hold. Oh, I will take as many as you have, but not in the name of the Hong Kong government, and this matter must remain confidential. Moi. Lin Shixiao's gaze sharpened. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. Rest assured I can provide the funds. Musa knew Lin Shixiao would have concerns, so he showed ample sincerity. Governor, the current market value of my shares exceeds 800 million. Do you have enough funds? Lin Shixiao began to understand Musa's motives. He intended to privately acquire the shares in his hands. It seemed that Musa represented not just himself, but a consortium or family. This was not surprising. Musa had come here to be the governor, and certainly did not genuinely wish to develop Hong Kong Island. After all, he must have known that Hong Kong would eventually return. Everything he did was merely for another's benefit. Musa's enthusiasm for land reclamation was solely for personal gain. You have so many, Musa exclaimed, lifting himself off the chair. He had thought Lin Shixiao held a considerable amount of shares, but had not expected it to be this much. Lin Shixiao smirked. What? Does governor not have that kind of financial strength? Humph, don't mention 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Even 20 billion I have that. Musa would naturally not allow Lin Shixiao to question his capabilities. So governor, when shall we transact? If it takes too long, I will consider selling to others. Lin Shixiao suppressed his excitement. He had left some room for negotiation, but Musa was surprisingly straightforward. No, I truly want all of it. Give me 3 days. Is that acceptable? Musa became anxious. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to acquire shares in the secondary market, which would only increase costs and inevitably drive up stock prices. Lin Shixiao had approached him, and he was more than willing. All right, I will wait for you for 3 days, governor. Lin Shixiao stood up, preparing to take his leave. Let me see you off, Lin Sheng. Musa put on his most welcoming smile. How could I trouble you? No need to be polite. Talents like you, Lin Sheng, are exactly what Hong Kong Island needs for development. We should communicate more in the future, Musa said politely. Having been in Hong Kong Island for so long, he had adapted to the local customs. You're too kind. Lin Shixiao straightened his posture. This was how foreigners operated. Oh, when you were assertive, they would back down. May I ask, Lin Sheng, why are you selling your shares in Xianjiang Properties at this juncture? Is it because you are not optimistic about the future of land reclamation? Hearing this, Lin Shixiao's smile stiffened. Musa was indeed cautious. However, given the magnitude of this transaction, being cautious was normal. To be honest, governor, I am not very optimistic about the upcoming market for Hong Kong stocks, so I am clearing my holdings in advance. Lin Shixiao chose to speak truthfully, but he knew very well that Musa would not agree with his assessment. Lin Sheng, you are overthinking it. The Hong Kong stock market is very healthy, and everyone can profit from it. Musa laughed heartily, choosing not to dwell on this issue. If Lin Shixiao changed his mind, he would suffer significantly. Take care, Lin Sheng. Governor, please do come by for tea sometime. Of course. Along, Enahu watched Musa all smiles as he sent Lin Shixiao off, both feeling momentarily stunned. They had interacted with Musa and knew his temperament. Lin Sheng impressive. Along gave Lin Shixiao a thumbs up behind Musa's back. Home. Lin Shixiao quickly jumped into the car. At that moment he was extremely excited, but he did not let anyone. Cashing out 800 million was no simple matter. It had taken him a whole night to come up with this bold strategy, and now it seemed he had bet right. On February 19th, the Hong Kong stock market reopened during the holiday. Retail investors seemed to have been pinned up, initiating a buying spree in the morning. The market rose broadly, and of course the most sought after was Xianjiang Properties. Financial programs during the Spring Festival were all discussing this stock, with many so-called experts praising its potential to exceed 100. It was unclear whether these comments were influenced by the Hong Kong government. 1550. 1650. At noon, Xianjiang Properties closed at 1670. Having risen so much it could still rise further, only Xianjiang Properties could achieve this. Lin Sheng, good news, the total market value has surpassed 900 million. Wang Jiqiang rushed in, his face filled with excitement. Oh, that's great news. Lin Shixiao's expression showed no signs of disturbance. Wang Jiqiang felt a bit awkward, as if he was trying to warm a cold shoulder. Lin Sheng, why aren't you happy? The increase doesn't concern me anymore. Why should I be excited? Lin Shixiao lifted his head, a half smile on his face. Lin Sheng, I don't quite understand. Wang Jiqiang looked bewildered. I have already reached an agreement with someone to sell all my shares for 800 million. I haven't informed anyone else about this yet, so remember to keep it confidential. Lin Shixiao knew Wang Jiqiang was not a gossip, which was why he had shared such crucial news with him. Sold already. When did this happen? Wang Jiqiang's eyes widened. 800 million was not a small sum, and he couldn't think of anyone in Hong Kong just in the past couple of days. Who did you sell to? Wang Jiqiang instinctively asked. Sorry, I can't tell you that. The buyer requested confidentiality. Oh. Wang Jiqiang began sifting through candidates in his mind, but helplessly had no clue. At that moment, an urgent phone ring echoed. Lin Shixiao seemed to have been waiting for this call, answering it immediately. Hello, this is Lin Shixiao. Hello, Lin Sheng. The buyer insists on proceeding with the transaction immediately. Although Musa altered his tone slightly, Lin Shixiao immediately recognized him. All right, give me an address. He'll prepare the relevant documents and come over. As Xianjiang Properties continued to rise, Musa was undoubtedly growing more anxious. Even Musa believed that the bull market in Hong Kong would last for a while, which was why he was so eager to buy the shares Lin Shixiao held. But who would have thought that in less than half a month the bull market would abruptly end indifferent to anyone's will? In the small room, several foreigners were seated, and Musa did not occupy the central position. When Lin Shixiao walked in, several pairs of eyes were fixated on him. Now that we're here, let's get to the point. Musa had no intention of making introductions. All right. Lin Shixiao did not ask further. Did you bring the documents? Musa appeared somewhat tense. Earlier in the afternoon, Xianjiang real estate stock had risen again on the verge of breaking $17, and Musa was genuinely afraid that Lin Shixiao would back out. I brought them all. Please take a look, Sir Governor. Lin Shixiao placed a large cardboard box on the table containing the documents for his purchase of Xianjiang real estate. The absence of an electronic system made things quite inconvenient. It will take some time. Musa seemed to have signaled something, and a few refined foreigners entered, clearly professionals in the stock market. Aside from Lin Shixiao, there was not a single Huaxiao person in the room. It seemed Musa was being very cautious about this matter. While the documents were being checked, Musa reminded once again. For this transaction, I hope Mr. Lin can keep it confidential. I will. Lin Shixiao leaned back in his chair, appearing very relaxed. He could not let Musa see any urgency. All right. Musa nodded and did not speak further. The checking process felt exceedingly long for both parties. After what felt like an eternity, one of the inspectors finally spoke. The documents are in order, totaling 55 million shares. Good, you can leave now. The inspectors silently walked out, and the few people seated beside Musa leaned forward, placing their hands on the table. Mr. Lin, is there still room for negotiation on the price? The person spoke with a somewhat peculiar tone. Sorry, if you don't want it, I can offer it to someone else. Lin Shixiao's face flashed with impatience. In truth, he had not contacted any other buyers yet, but he needed to put pressure on these individuals. Is there really no room for negotiation? Mr. Lin still needs to do business on Hong Kong Island and requires Governor Musa's support, right? Another person chimed in. This was clearly a threat. Lin Shixiao chuckled, not even lifting his eyelids. This is our Huaxiao territory. Instantly, the atmosphere became awkward. Two individuals showed flashes of anger on their faces, but they did not explode, clearly valuing this transaction highly. Hehe, Mr. Lin still has considerable influence on Hong Kong Island. Musa interjected. As the intermediary, he hoped this deal would go through. All right. One of the decision-makers finally. The funds will be transferred to your Huifeng bank account. We will sign the transfer agreement first. Someone pushed several sheets of paper in front of Lin Shixiao. I want to see the money first. He wasn't foolish enough to sign the agreement first. If the money didn't arrive later, he would have nowhere to argue. Do you think our Musa family would default? Sorry, I only trust cash. Lin Shixiao insisted. Even though he was alone facing several people, he showed no signs of weakness. After a long pause, one person finally grunted. Fine, as you wish. Then more people came and went, clearly handling the transfer. Finally, before 5 in the afternoon, good news arrived. Mr. Lin, the money has been transferred. You can have some. Musa sighed in relief. If this transaction fell through, he truly wouldn't know where to acquire so many shares, as Xianjiang real estate stock was rising too rapidly. All right, just a moment. There was a phone nearby. Lin Shixiao walked over and dialed a string of numbers. The call connected swiftly. Mr. Lin, I'm still at Huifeng Bank. Check if the money has arrived in the account. 800 million, not a cent less. All right, Mr. Lin, just a moment. Lin Shixiao heard the receiver placed on the wooden desk, and he could vaguely hear Manager Wang negotiating with the bank. After about 10 minutes, heavy footsteps approached, and the receiver was picked up. Mr. Lin, the money has arrived. Manager Wang's voice trembled slightly. Although 800 million was mostly Lin Shixiao's money, witnessing such a large sum entering the account was still exhilarating. All right, I understand. Lin Shixiao felt he wasn't overly excited. 800 million was indeed a massive sum. He should be thrilled. Mr. Lin, can we sign now? Musa urged as the people beside him were growing impatient. All right, let's. Just as Lin Shixiao walked out of the villa alone, and Ahu immediately approached him. Mr. Lin. In fact, the two were also unaware of what Lin Shixiao was doing here. They were just worried since he hadn't been out for a long time and had no news. Nothing happened, just heading to Huifeng Bank. Earlier on the phone, Lin Shixiao had instructed Manager Wang to ensure the bank staff didn't leave early. As a super VIP client, he had that privilege. The money had arrived, and next came the time to distribute the profits. There were also rewards promised to Manager Wang and others that needed to be issued. By the time Lin Shixiao reached Huifeng Bank's headquarters, it was already 6 in the evening. Logically, the bank should have closed by now, but a considerable number of bank staff had gathered outside, including Smith, the highest-ranking official of Huifeng Bank on Hong Kong Island. Mr. Lin, I've heard much about you, and today I finally get to meet you. Smith's Chinese was quite standard. Who is this? Lin Shixiao glanced at Manager Wang, signaling him to make an introduction. However, Smith took the initiative to introduce himself. You can call me Smith. From today onward, you will be our most important client at Huifeng Bank. All of us, including myself, will wholeheartedly serve you. Smith's demeanor was exceptionally humble. There was no other choice. Lin Shixiao was far too wealthy. If 800 million did not exist in Huifeng Bank, it would be a colossal loss. Hello, Mr. Smith. Lin Shixiao extended his hand for a brief handshake with Smith. Actually, I just want to withdraw some money. There's no need for such a grand show. Of course, of course. Amidst a bout of pleasantries, Lin Shixiao strode into Huifeng Bank. This time he did not go to the second floor, but directly to Smith's office. How much does Mr. Lin wish to withdraw? I will have someone bring it to you. Smith's smile was radiant. Help me get 5 million in cash, is that a problem? Lin Shixiao asked cautiously. In his previous life, he had to make an appointment even to withdraw 50,000, and now, with such a large amount, he genuinely feared he wouldn't be able to. A moment of difficulty flashed across Smith's face before he smiled and said, no problem, it will just take a bit of time. Please be patient, Mr. Lin. All right. As long as he could withdraw, Lin Shixiao naturally had no complaints about waiting a little. The villa in Repulse Bay was exceptionally lively that night. Not only had manager Wang Jiqiang and Wang Huan arrived, but Zhou Zhihui had also joined them. Naturally, Zhao Yaji was present as well. An array of lavish delicacies adorned the table, and the guests chatted animatedly, savoring every bite. A towering stack of cash in the corner stood out conspicuously, drawing glances from time to time. Mr. Lin, I never imagined I'd earn so much from property investment in Hong Kong. It's all thanks to you. Zhou Zhihui was clearly intoxicated, not just by wine, but by genuine elation. Not only had he fully recouped his earlier stock market losses, but he'd also secured substantial profits. For the first time in years, he could return home without fear of his wife's reproach, and perhaps even reclaim authority in his own bedroom. A trivial matter. Lin Shixiao raised his glass in acknowledgement. After spending time with Zhou Zhihui, he'd come to recognize that while the man had his flaws, he possessed unwavering loyalty and integrity, qualities worthy of deep friendship. In the future, should collaboration with TVB be required, Lin Shixiao would entrust it to Zhou Zhihui without hesitation. Mr. Lin, I'll drink this to the last drop. To express his heartfelt gratitude, Zhou Zhihui emptied a full glass of fine red wine in one go. Zhihui, this vintage isn't cheap. Go easy on it. Manager Wang teased with a grin, himself slightly tipsy. He's just overjoyed. Zhou Zhihui, already unsteady on his feet, poured himself another full glass. Everyone's in high spirits tonight. What's one more glass? Besides, Mr. Lin has plenty of spare rooms. We can depart tomorrow. Wang Huan sipped soda. You're welcome to sleep here, but cover your ears. Lin Shixiao's remark carried subtle implication, and Zhao Yaji's cheeks flushed crimson instantly. Miss Zhao is truly radiant. Wang Huan exclaimed sincerely. She'd seen Zhao Yaji on television before, but the woman seated before her now surpassed even that screen image in beauty. Youthful charm mingled effortlessly with quiet allure. Wang Huan had no doubt were she a man, she'd have fallen head over heels. Thank you for your kind words, Sister Wang. Having endured Lin Shixiao's relentless provocations, Zhao Yaji was no longer easily flustered. After crossing psychological thresholds far more daunting than this, such moments felt almost trivial. Silence settled over the room as all eyes turned expectantly toward Lin Shixiao. You're already itching to get your hands on the money. He'd long sensed their distracted eagerness and had deliberately delayed the distribution to heighten anticipation. Indeed, Mr. Lin, we're practically salivating. Wang Jiqiang moistened his lips, looking utterly unrefined. Please, Mr. Lin, distribute it now. I can hardly wait. This time manager Wang didn't rap Wang Jiqiang's skull, as he might once have done, but instead chimed in approvingly. Lin Shixiao chuckled softly. Very well, let's distribute the funds. Sister Wang, have you tallied everything? All prepared. Wang Huan herself was barely containing her excitement. She'd later added another HK5000 to her initial investment, and that sum had now ballooned to over HK5000. All eyes fixed upon her, awaiting her announcement before claiming their rewards. Jiqiang invested HK5000. Principal plus profit totals HK5000. Yes. The moment Wang Huan spoke, Wang Jiqiang leapt into the air ecstatic. His jubilation was understandable. HK5500 could purchase several Rolls-Royces, or if he preferred, an entire pre-war apartment building. Settle down. No need for such theatrics. Manager Wang shot him a stern glance. Wang Jiqiang subdued himself somewhat, though the effort clearly strained him. If you must vent, do so freely. There are no gossip reporters here, Lin Shixiao remarked with a smile. Gossip reporters wouldn't deign to notice me at all. Wang Jiqiang scratched the back of his head, humble and self-aware. He knew full well that nothing he did would ever warrant media attention. By contrast, even a single exhalation from Lin Shixiao would send tabloid journalists scrambling. Such was the gulf between their social stature. Wang Huan continued. Manager Wang invested HK10. Principal plus profit now stands at HK10. Manager Wang fumbled awkwardly with excitement. Though he dreamed of such wealth, he'd assumed it would take decades. Yet under Lin Shixiao's guidance, he'd earned it in a single month. Many thanks, Mr. Lin. Rising to his feet, Manager Wang bowed deeply and respectfully. Enough. No formalities among friends. Lin Shixiao accepted the bow without protest. After all, granting others the opportunity to invest, had been a profound favor, an offer of near-certain prosperity. At that moment, Zhou Zhihui surged with excitement. My turn. He'd contributed the largest sum, partially borrowed a detail he'd withheld even from manager Wang, meaning he'd borne considerable pressure throughout the month. Zhihui invested HK200. Principal plus profit now reaches HK200. Ha 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 ha, I'm rich. I've struck gold in the stock market. Ha ha. Zhou Zhihui suddenly sprang upright, behaving like a man possessed. Jiqiang, quickly capture this. A senior TVB executive has lost his mind. Manager Wang joked. He. Zhou Zhihui sheepishly ceased his antics, but clenched fists betrayed how fiercely his heart still raced. Lastly, my own investment HK500 now grown to HK500. Wang Huan's voice trembled faintly. For years she'd watched others amass fortunes. Now at last fortune had found her. She knew precisely to whom she owed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for guiding me to wealth. She rose and bowed, deeply mirroring Manager Wang's reverence. Many thanks, Mr. Lin. Manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang followed suit. Lin Shixiao sighed wryly. All right. This makes me feel ancient. Laughter rippled through the room. Help yourselves, but don't take too much. I'm keeping count, Lin Shixiao announced, eyes crinkling with amusement. The money had been neatly bundled. HK100 per stack, for effortless distribution. Yes. Wang Jiqiang lunged toward the pile like a ravenous tiger. Step aside, don't soil my money. Manager Wang arrived moments later, delivering a playful slap to Wang Jiqiang's rear. Brother-in-law, ease up a little. Wang Jiqiang clutched 5 bundles to his chest, grinning foolishly. Soon all 4 had claimed their rightful shares. Lin Shixiao could have wired the funds electronically, but he believed physical distribution lent greater gravitas, amplifying joy. Security posed no concern. Long and who stood guard. After withdrawing, HK5000, HK1000 remained. Aji, take 1 bundle for yourself. Lin Shixiao smiled warmly at Zhao Yaji. Me too. She couldn't quite believe it. Truthfully, watching others collect their windfalls had stirred deep envy within her. Consider it pocket money. Keep it safe. Don't let thieves catch wind of it. Lin Shixiao smiled gently. With this woman, he would never be stingy. Very well, I'll accept it. A wave of sweetness washed over Zhao Yaji's heart. Lin Shixiao's love was raw, unvarnished, and profoundly real. It was also the first time in her life she'd ever held so much money, and she found herself reluctant to let it go. Long and whose throats bobbed audibly. They kept their gazes rigidly forward, fearing they might lose control. This was millions of Hong Kong dollars, decades worth of wages, all in one room. Both of you, take 1 bundle together. When Lin Shixiao uttered those words, Long and who exchanged stunned glances, scarcely daring to believe their ears. Mr. Lin, without merit we cannot accept such bounty. Take it. Lin Shixiao commanded, his voice resonating with unassailable authority. An overwhelming aura pressed upon them. Yes, very well. Exchanging a look, they accepted the gift, hearts pounding with exhilaration. Following Lin Shixiao was unquestionably the wisest decision either had ever made, and silently they swore an oath to protect him with their lives. 800,000 remain. That'll be my pocket money. Lin Shixiao stretched languidly as he rose. In these times, cash remained king, and keeping reserves at home offered practical convenience. Besides, the villa housed a secure underground vault. Thieves posed no threat. And remember our earlier promise, each of you will receive a 100 square meter flat. Just tell me your preferences. I'll cover all costs. This benefit applied solely to Manager Wang Jiqiang and Wang Huan. Many thanks, Mr. Lin. Many thanks, Mr. Lin. Many thanks, Mr. Lin. They hadn't expected Lin Shixiao to recall this pledge. Indeed, when he'd first made it, they'd scarcely dared hope it would materialize. Such generosity was extraordinary. Once their euphoria had subsided, Lin Shixiao shifted to serious matters. Now that everyone's gathered, allow me to outline our next steps. Several people immediately perked up. Lin Sheng, tell us which stock should we operate on next? No more stock operations. Lin Shixiao waved his hand dismissively. The others exchanged glances. Wang Jiqiang asked in confusion, the stock market is doing so well right now, it's a shame not to take advantage of it. He had just made some money, but he was not satisfied. Instead, he wanted to earn more. In the future, he also wanted to live in a luxurious villa, drive expensive cars, and date the most beautiful women. Is the stock market really good? A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Lin Shixiao's mouth. Manager Wang seemed to understand something. Lin Sheng, you don't have faith in the upcoming Hong Kong market trends. Wang Huan also pretended to listen attentively. On the first day of the new year, the stock market had surged, and everyone was filled with confidence about the Hong Kong stocks, believing that breaking through 2,000 points was absolutely no problem, including the few of them. Lin Shixiao replied calmly, a stock market crash is coming soon, in about a month's time. Past events had already proven that this world generally followed historical trajectories. Thus, next month the stock market crash would arrive when everyone least expected it. What? The stock market crash is coming soon. But isn't everything still fine? Lin Xing, how did you come to that conclusion? Manager Wang and the others stood up. Zhou Zhihui looked at Lin Shixiao in confusion. He had many friends who were adept at trading stocks, and they all remained optimistic about the future of the Hong Kong market. Now Lin Shixiao had thrown out a different assertion, and it was a bombshell. There are two ways a bull market can end. One is a soft landing, where it gradually declines, allowing everyone the chance to exit. The other is much harsher, which is a market crash. In a stock market crash, no one is left unscathed. Once a stampede occurs, even if you want to sell, you can't. Hong Kong stocks do not have limits on price fluctuations, so the devastation will only intensify. Currently, I cannot tell you the specific situation, but this matter is almost certain. Oh my God! I really didn't expect this. The faces of Manager Wang and the others darkened. If it weren't for Lin Shixiao's warning, they would never have thought that a stock market crash was imminent. Seeing their reactions, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smile. Do you really trust me that much? Manager Wang smiled wryly. Lin Sheng is a person of great ability. How could I not trust you? Wang Huan also nodded in agreement. Although it's a bit hard to believe, I trust Lin Sheng's judgment. Wang Jiqiang, a beat behind, said, whatever Lin Sheng says, I will believe. This was a form of blind worship. Lin Shixiao was taken aback for a moment and laughed. All right. To be trusted like this by others is indeed a remarkable achievement. Zhao Yazi, who understood Lin Shixiao better, asked, Xiao, is your next plan related to the stock market crash? Huh, related to the crash. Can you really make money from a stock market crash? Zhou Zhihui and Wang Jiqiang exclaimed in unison. In the current stock market, money could only be made when stocks rose. If stocks fall, how can one make money? At least they couldn't figure it out. Manager Wang's eyes flashed with resentment as he said, Lin Xing, stop keeping us in suspense. Lin Shixiao was clearly teasing them. The others looked at Lin Shixiao eagerly, like children begging for candy. Of course you can make money from a stock market crash. Lin Shixiao's voice grew passionate. First, we borrow stocks from foreign banks and institutions, agreeing to return them within a certain period. We sell the borrowed stocks first, and after the prices drop, we buy them back. Isn't that spending less money and profiting from the difference? This was Lin Shixiao's idea. In this era, there was no short-selling mechanism, so he could only blaze a trail. Borrow stocks from foreign banks. Wang Jiqiang murmured. After selling them, we wait for the prices to drop, and then buy them back, but really can save some money. Manager Wang quickly grasped the logic behind it. But why would foreign banks be willing to lend us stocks? Wang Huan asked a crucial question. Exactly, if it were me, I wouldn't lend. There's no benefit. Wang Jiqiang immediately expressed agreement. No benefit. Just offer some benefits, and as long as they believe the bull market will continue, they will definitely be willing to lend. Lin Shixiao was confident. Manager Wang's eyes lit up excitedly, saying, could it be that Lin Sheng plans to offer some interest? Borrowing money requires interest, and he thought that borrowing stocks could also involve interest. As long as the interest is reasonable, this matter could indeed be successful. I want just offer interest. If the stock prices rise, I won't take any of the profits in between. Lin Shixiao laid it all out. You won't take any profits. The others exchanged glances, calming down to think about whether they would lend stocks to Lin Shixiao if they were foreign banks. Then they all came to a unanimous conclusion. Lend. It was like someone was delivering money to their doorstep. Not lending would be foolish. Of course, this was under the condition that the bull market continued. If the bull market collapsed, it would be Lin Shixiao who benefited. But as of now in Hong Kong, apart from the few of them, hardly anyone believed that a stock market crash was coming. Lin Sheng is truly a genius. Wang Huan exclaimed sincerely. She was curious whether Lin Shixiao's mind was structured similarly to her own. My goodness, today has opened my eyes. Having understood all the connections, Wang Jiqiang was completely dumbfounded. Lin Sheng, with a monster like you in the Hong Kong market, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Manager Wang shook his head helplessly. Lin Shixiao not only had capability and courage, but more importantly possessed an imaginative mindset, while others were destined to be harvested. Then I need to ask you for some help. Lin Shixiao put away his smile. Please go ahead, Lin Sheng. Manager Wang and the others became serious. They dared not neglect the serious matters Lin Shixiao brought up. Apart from Huifeng, I am not very familiar with the executives of other foreign banks, so I would appreciate your help in contacting them. I don't want to use my connections with Brother Hua. To put it bluntly, when the agreement is first signed, both parties might be smiling, but once the stock market crash arrives, those foreign institutions will be in an uproar. Because this kind of agreement has a limiting condition until the deadline, Lin Shixiao does not need to return the stocks. In other words, foreign banks can only watch the stocks plummet, unable to take any measures to stop their losses. Of course, even if the stocks fall, Lin Shixiao will still pay the interest due. However, by then the foreign banks will likely want Lin Shixiao to return the stocks early. Manager Wang took on this task. He'll handle this. I have dealings with foreign banks. He'll go with my brother-in-law. Wang Jiqiang volunteered. He was eager to broaden his horizons. Perhaps one day, he could also stand independently like Lin Shixiao. All right, thank you, and please get it done quickly. Lin Shixiao picked up the wine glass on the table and took a slow sip. Let the short selling be his final dance in this bull market. In Central, on the top floor of the International Commerce Center, Lin Shixiao and Shun Hongyu were overlooking Victoria Harbor. How about this place? I think I made a good choice, right? Shin Hongyu was also wearing a burgundy cheongsam today, featuring a teardrop-shaped hollow design at the chest subtly revealing an enticing cleavage. Isn't the rent pricey? Lin Shixiao crossed his arms. Now he could comfortably stand in such a place all thanks to the more than 700 million in his bank account. Shin Hongyu nervously brushed her hair. The annual rent for other floors is around 1 million. This floor is higher at 1.5 million. However, I think the view is great, and it feels comfortable to work here. After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh. The company had just started and theoretically they shouldn't be extravagant. But standing here for the first time and seeing the view outside left her momentarily speechless, and she didn't look at other places. Well, as long as you like it, Lin Shixiao said with a smirk. What did you say? Shin Hongyu was a bit incredulous as the rent really was a bit steep. I said let's rent here. Just remember to leave me an office, Lin Shixiao replied casually. This area is considered the core of Hong Kong Island with many foreign banks nearby. He would inevitably need to negotiate business, and not having an office would be inconvenient. The company address at the top of the International Commerce Center sounded quite impressive when mentioned. Will you come often? Shin Hongyu tilted her head observing Lin Shixiao's profile. Of course I won't come often, Lin Shixiao replied. In his past life, he hadn't gone to work for quite a while. He couldn't stand a 9-to-5 routine. Then why do you need an office? Moi. Lin Shixiao raised an eyebrow and turned to stare at Shin Hongyu. It seemed she still didn't know how to curry favor with the boss. What do you want then? We can share an office, or I could be your secretary. When you're not around, I will be the boss. When you are here, I will be your secretary serving tea and giving massages. Shin Hongyu's face flashed with a bright expression, almost seductive. This floor is nearly 1,000 square meters. Can't we divide off an office? Lin Shixiao felt Shin Hongyu's suggestion was somewhat absurd. Sharing an office with her would surely invite gossip in the company, though he wasn't too concerned about it. Did you not say? The company's business includes advertising, filming TV dramas and movies along with actors. It's really not enough. Oh, and I almost forgot about newspapers. Even if you say newspapers will eventually become outdated, we must establish Hongyu daily, Shin Hongyu argued steadfastly. Lin Shixiao's expression stiffened for a moment as he exhaled. All right, as long as you're happy. He felt that arguing with the woman in front of him was not a good idea. Thank you for your understanding, Lin. Shin Hongyu placed her hands by her side, imitating the way ancient women would bow. From Lin Shixiao's perspective, he saw a deeper allure. The air began to thicken with ambiguity. Are you trying to seduce me? Lin Shixiao's gaze turned bolder. Off. Shin Hongyu slightly raised her beautiful eyes, a hint of grievance flashing in them. What are you talking about, Lin? You are Yazizi's man, and I am very good friends with her. You know the truth in your heart. Lin Shixiao thought of 2 words. Seductress. All right, since you feel that way, I can't help it, Shin Hongyu replied, her demeanor suggesting a willingness to give in. Lin Shixiao wished he could pull the woman into his arms and teach her a good lesson. However, this thought remained just a fantasy in his mind and did not translate into action. Do you have any mature ideas about Hongyu daily? Lin Shixiao was ready to pick a fight. Mentioning Hongyu daily wiped the frivolity off Shin Hongyu's face. Currently, I don't have any good ideas. For the past few days, she had been thinking of ways to restore Hongyu daily to its former glory, but unfortunately, she had no lead. The newspaper industry in Hong Kong is highly competitive, and without explosive news the public wouldn't buy. What do you think of me? Off. Shin Hongyu's beautiful big eyes darted around. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Lin. I will provide you with materials for a successful launch. I guarantee that the new issue of Hongyu Daily will sell like hotcakes. To facilitate the shorting operation, Lin Shixiao planned to establish a wildly eccentric persona in the public media. He would also provide retail investors with a chance to exit. In his past life, he had seen too many tragedies among retail investors. Of course, he also knew that not many would heed the advice at that time. Shin Hongyu circled around Lin Shixiao twice. Tell me, how many women do you have? She frowned as if ready to teach Lin Shixiao a lesson. Lin Shixiao felt a headache coming on. Can't you think of something else? It has to be about women. Are you different from other men? Shin Hongyu pouted. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but feel angry. He did have some ideas, but for now there really was only Zhao Yaji. All right. Lin Shixiao suddenly pulled Shin Hongyu into his embrace. Opt. Shin Hongyu exclaimed. You let go of me. Her heart raced and her face flushed to her ears. I won't let go. Lin Shixiao tightened his hold. Wait, I'll tell Yaji. Shin Hongyu threatened in a weak voice. She hadn't expected herself to be so powerless, clearly taken advantage of, yet she couldn't muster the courage to retaliate. This was completely out of character for her. Are you saying you are trying to seduce me? Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smile. He thought this woman would be hard to deal with, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be a paper tiger. Shin Hongyu gasped, almost unable to catch her breath. You are such a rogue. Lin Shixiao seized the moment and let go of Shin Hongyu. Things progressing too quickly would be boring. It was more fun to tease slowly. He wasn't the type of man who rushed. You are too much. Shin Hongyu quickly stepped aside and fixed her hair, not daring to look towards Lin Shixiao. By the way, I will give you some names. You find them and sign them under the company. Lin Shixiao forcibly shifted the focus back to business. Shen Hongyu rolled her eyes dramatically, asking irritably, "What's so special about those people?" She always felt Lin Shixiao was a bit mysterious at times. "Don't ask, you'll know when the time comes." A minute later, Shen Hongyu received the list personally written by Lin Shixiao. Chu Yuan, Su Guanwen, Wu Yusen, Su Ke, Cheng Long, Hong Jinbao, Di Long, Zhou Ruanfa. A long list of names. So many people, it's going to wear me out. Shen Hongyu watched Lin Shixiao's retreating figure, stamping her foot in frustration. On February 13th, the 9th day of the lunar month, the Hong Kong stock market opened normally. The market showed signs of slowing growth, yet it maintained an upward momentum. The public remains confident in the stock market. Currently, the majority of content in most newspapers is promoting the bull market and heralding the imminent rise of the Hong Kong economy. In the evening, it was the day of the Hong Kong Miss Pageant, where the contestants were narrowed from 16 to 8. Lin Shixiao was present to support, and Zhao Yaji unsurprisingly secured her place in the next round with the highest score. Recently, with Lin Shixiao's support, she has been diligently supplementing her knowledge in the performing arts. In her past life, Zhao Yaji was popular, but her fame did not last long. This time, such a situation must change. With Lin Shixiao's support, there is no shortage of good projects, but Zhao Yaji's professional skills must also meet the standard to achieve better results. Lin Shixiao's ambitions are quite bold. In the future, Zhao Yaji will not only be a top figure in Hong Kong, but must also be a global superstar. Having seen so many excellent films and television dramas in his past life, it would be a pity not to replicate them. Of course, he does all of this not just for profit. Interest is also a part of the reason. "Ah Xiao, thank you for accompanying me tonight," Zhao Yaji said, her face beaming with sweetness backstage at the television station. "Of course, who else would I spend time with but my most cherished woman?" Lin Shixiao said, embracing Zhao Yaji tightly, ignoring the people nearby. In this day and age, the public accepts the notion of female stars being supported by wealthy patrons. Even if news of Lin Shixiao and Zhao Yaji's relationship were to spread, it would not have a significant impact on Zhao Yaji. "So does that mean you have other women?" Zhao Yaji playfully traced her finger across Lin Shixiao's chest, sending a tingling sensation throughout him. "Not at the moment," Lin Shixiao replied honestly. He wouldn't deceive himself or Zhao Yaji. "So does that mean there might be in the future?" "Perhaps." Zhao Yaji smiled, brightly showing no anger. Lin Shixiao kissed her forehead. "What do you think?" Zhao Yaji mustered her courage and locked eyes with Lin Shixiao. "What do you think of Hongyu?" Lin Shixiao's heart skipped a beat. His premonition was indeed real. "What? Are you forming a sisterhood?" Some inappropriate thoughts emerged from the depths of his mind, many images inspired by the sordid films of his past life. "Hee, you think too highly of yourself." Zhao Yaji stuck out her tongue, still unsure about certain matters. "Hee." Lin Shixiao smiled apologetically. Some things he wasn't in a hurry about. The next day, Saturday, Lin Shixiao attended a charity gala on behalf of Hua Yingdong, a request made a few days earlier during a New Year visit. Lin Shixiao couldn't refuse and agreed. The gala began at 7 in the evening, and Lin Shixiao arrived just on time. As soon as he got out of the car, he was taken aback by the formidable media presence. There were over 100 media personnel present with cameras. And there were even more without cameras. Hong Kong has a tradition of hosting charity galas during the Spring Festival, generally organized by the Hong Kong government. In fact, calling it a charity gala is somewhat inaccurate. An auction would be more precise. It is said that every year's charity auction features valuable items, which is also an area of interest for Lin Shixiao. "Wow, the Rolls-Royce is dazzling. Hua Sheng's son has arrived. Quick, interview him. This guy is quite the figure in Hong Kong. I can't believe it. The son of a driver has achieved this level. There are very few wealthier than him in Hong Kong." As soon as Lin Shixiao got out of the car, he was surrounded by a throng of media personnel. He quickly protected Shen Hongyu by his side. Zhao Yaji was feeling unwell today, and since the gala required a female companion, Lin Shixiao didn't know any other beautiful women and could only trouble Shen Hongyu. She wasn't easy to invite. He had promised to give her a precious gift on her birthday to get her to come. "Mr. Lin, a rumor suggests that you have completely offloaded your shares in Xianjiang Properties through an agreement. Is this true?" "Well, it's true that I've cleared out my shares." Lin Shixiao did not hide it. After all, in a few days, the Hongyu Daily would publish his exclusive interview, and the investors in Hong Kong would soon know he had cleared out his shares in Xianjiang Properties. "Can you tell us who purchased them? How much have you made this time?" The media personnel pressed on relentlessly. If Lin Shixiao answered these questions, it would become the hottest news the next day. "I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that." Lin Shixiao remained true to his word, having promised Musa he would not reveal anything in front of the media. "Mr. Lin, just a little hint, was it one company or several that made the purchase?" The media personnel were unwilling to give up. "I'm sorry, I truly can't say." "All right. Thank you, Mr. Lin." This media personnel did not get a satisfactory answer. However, there were too many people wanting to ask questions, so he couldn't take up too much time to avoid inciting public anger. "Mr. Lin, who is this young lady beside you?" "She's beautiful. Is she your new girlfriend?" A gossip reporter asked this time. "Whatever you think it is, it is." Lin Shixiao deliberately spoke ambiguously. Sure enough, Shun Hongyu pinched him on the soft flesh at his waist in discontent. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lin. This media personnel did not get a satisfactory answer. However, there were too many people wanting to ask questions, so he couldn't take up too much time. While there are so many people, Zhuang Shijun said excitedly. Not everyone could attend this charity gala. He had begged Li Jiaqing for a long time to be brought along. Shijun, almost everyone important in Hong Kong is here. Try to speak less and observe more. If there's a chance, I'll introduce you to some people. Li Jiaqing didn't particularly like Zhuang Shijun. Their temperaments clashed. However, his wife dotes on Zhuang Shijun, leaving him with no choice. Okay, I understand. Zhuang Shijun continued to survey the surroundings. When he noticed a group of reporters gathered not far away seemingly interviewing someone, he couldn't help but frown. These reporters really have no sense of propriety. They don't even welcome you when you arrive. Zhuang Shijun's thoughts were simple. The reporters were interviewing Li Jiaqing, and he wanted to stand beside him to get some exposure. He was wealthy, but he couldn't possibly invite so many media reporters at once. Let's go in. Li Jiaqing's expression darkened. He usually disliked reporter harassment, but this was a special occasion. The next day, the major media in Hong Kong would focus on reporting, and having little coverage about him seemed mismatched with his current status. However, he couldn't just wait on the media like this. All right. Zhuang Shijun's gaze remained fixed on the crowd of reporters, curious about who they were interviewing so intently. At this moment, the crowd of reporters parted, indicating that the interview was coming to a close. Zhuang Shijun stood on his tiptoes, stretching his neck, and finally saw the interview subject. Then he couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Shixiao, how could it be him? Lin Shixiao. Li Jiaqing stopped in his tracks. Those 3 words struck a sensitive chord with him. When did this fellow become so popular? Zhuang Shijun clenched his fist, unable to conceal his discomfort at seeing Lin Shixiao stealing the limelight. Let's go in. Li Jiaqing quickly composed himself. He had no intention of causing a scene with Lin Shixiao on such an occasion. I saw an acquaintance. He'll go in after a moment. Zhuang Shijun did not follow. All right, I'll have someone wait for you. With that, Li Jiaqing left a remark and hurried inside. Without an invitation, no one could enter this gala. After Li Jiaqing had walked away, Zhuang Shijun strode toward Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao, he called for. When Lin Shixiao did not respond, Zhuang Shijun raised his voice. Lin Shixiao. Shen Hongyu had no choice but to tug at Lin Shixiao's sleeve. Mr. Lin, someone is calling you. Shen Hongyu assumed it was a friend. Oh, I heard it. Lin Shixiao only cast a brief glance at Zhuang Shijun and gave no sign of stopping. There was nothing for them to discuss. Humiliated, Zhuang Shijun quickened his pace and planted himself before them with outstretched arms. Lin Shixiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't block the way. Zhuang Shijun cleared his throat. He had prepared his words in advance. Words meant to restore his dignity and unsettle Lin Shixiao. My brother-in-law has arrived. I can take you to meet him. Ordinary people seldom have such an opportunity. Zhuang Shijun lifted his chin slightly. In his view, although Lin Shixiao had made some money in the stock market, Li Jiaqing was a self-made businessman, and Lin Shixiao should pay his respects as a junior ought to. Moreover, Zhuang Shijun believed Lin Shixiao would not refuse the opportunities like this were rare after all. Of course, his intentions were not kind. If Lin Shixiao went, he would seize the chance to belittle him, sure that in front of Li Jiaqing Lin Shixiao would keep silent to preserve his composure. But Lin Shixiao did not oblige. Sorry, I'm not interested. In a previous life, he had once admired Li Jiaqing, but after certain events his feelings had irrevocably changed. Zhuang Shijun's smile froze. Lin Shixiao had not only declined, but done so with blunt finality. You should think carefully. Opportunities like this are scarce. Still not ready to relent, Zhuang Shijun pressed on. You can tell him to come see me. Lin Shixiao left the remark and taking Shun Hongyu's arm briskly walked inward. Zhuang Shijun was left standing awkwardly in the breeze. He had thought himself arrogant enough, but now it seemed Lin Shixiao was the more brazen of the two. Outrageous. Zhuang Shijun clenched his fist again. His carefully laid plans had failed once more. As he walked away, Shen Hongyu began to grasp the situation. You're not friends. Lin Shixiao sneered. Do you think he has that kind of standing? Oh. Shen Hongyu paused, then laughed coquettishly. Indeed, he does not. After all, you are Hua Sheng's adopted son. Lin Shixiao said nothing, instead sliding his hand a little higher along Shen Hongyu's waist. Shixiao, a familiar voice called nearby. Turning, Lin Shixiao saw Shun Zhongfu, the owner of Taiga Motor Company. Uncle Shun, he greeted warmly. Though they had met only once before, each had taken a liking to the other. Shun Zhongfu thought Lin Shixiao a promising junior, and Lin Shixiao regarded Shen Zhongfu as a respectable elder. Shall we make introductions? Shen Zhongfu regarded Shen Hongyu with a pleased smile. He had seen many beauties, but her manner was singular. Her name is Shen Hongyu. The Hongyu daily belongs to her family. Hongyu, this is Uncle Shen, the proprietor of Taiga Motor Company. Delighted to meet you, Mr. Shun. I've long heard of your name. Shen Hongyu offered her hand with ease. We are kin of a sort. It's a pity if the Hongyu daily were to fail. It's a paper of merit, Shen Zhongfu said politely. A well-run paper rarely collapses. I thought you disliked these sorts of events, eh? Lin Shixiao recalled Hua Ingdong mentioning that Shen Zhongfu usually avoided charitable auctions. Shen Zhongfu sighed. Alas, I did not wish to come either, but there are certain things today that I must bid on. Lin Shixiao's interest was piqued. Is there something special this time? Shen Zongfa's face grew grave. Have you heard of the 12 beast heads? What a... Lin Shixiao's heart jolted. Those were national treasures of Huaxia long lost overseas. Even after his rebirth, their recovery had never been complete, an irreplaceable loss to the civilization. And this is the rarest of them all, the dragon head. Shen Zongfu fixed his gaze on Lin Shixiao. The dragon head. Lin Shixiao felt another shock ripple through him. In the previous life, the whereabouts of 11 of the 12 beast heads were known, only the dragon head had never surfaced. Rumors said it was destroyed in transit, others claimed it was hidden away. Accounts varied, and despite great national effort, its fate remained unknown. If this dragon head proved genuine, Lin Shixiao resolved to secure it. As a descendant of Huaxia and a man now with means, failing to acquire such a treasure and return it to the nation would be a lifelong regret. In these times, people did not yet cherish cultural relics as they should, otherwise a dragon head would scarcely appear at an auction of this caliber. Thus a chance presented itself. What do you intend, Uncle Shan? Lin Shixiao asked, fixing his eyes on him. Shen Zongfu sighed heavily. To be frank, in recent years I've devoted myself to helping the nation recover relics lost overseas. Once on a business trip abroad, I found a precious porcelain being used as a mere vase, mishandled and damaged. It pained me deeply. As he spoke, Shen Zongfu's eyes reddened. Lin Shixiao felt stirred. With Hong Kong still some years from its return, the mainland's influence there was limited, and Shen Zongfu's efforts were purely voluntary. It was because of countless people like Shen Zongfu working quietly and steadfastly that Huaxia gradually grew strong. Uncle Shan, is the competition fierce this time? Lin Shixiao noticed anxiety etched on Shen Zongfu's face. Yes, the delegations from that small country have arrived. They seem determined to take it. How dare they? Lin Shixiao's fists tightened. That nation had once inflicted deep suffering on Huaxia. If the dragon head fell into their hands, reclaiming it would be nearly impossible. Those Japanese, always stooping to sordid deeds. When the occupying forces were stationed on the island, they brought grave misfortune. Shen Zongfu had relatives killed by their bullets, and he harbored no goodwill toward them. Do not worry, Uncle Shen. I will help you. Lin Shixiao resolved instantly. Though taking this on would cost money to him, the expense was justified. Money can be earned again. Our opportunities once missed bring lifetime regret. Given his present means and influence, Lin Shixiao believed securing the dragon head should be within reach. The banquet was originally scheduled to start at 7 o'clock, but due to some delays it was pushed back to 7:30. The big shots took the stage to speak first, followed by performances from singers. When a female singer about 165 centimeters tall, with a hint of baby fat on her face, appeared on stage, Lin Shixiao felt a moment of daze. It was the popular Deng Lijun. Meijio Jia Cafe was also one of Lin Shixiao's favorite old songs from his past life. He sang along softly, his hands moving rhythmically, resembling an enthusiastic fan. I didn't expect Lin Sheng to like Li Jun as well. Shen Hongyu said with a hint of jealousy. She's beautiful and her songs are sweet, it's hard not to like her. Then go after her. With Lin Sheng's abilities, he should be able to win her over. Shen Hongyu said with a sigh. But she has a boyfriend, and their relationship is quite good. If Lin Shixiao remembered correctly, at this time Deng Lijun was in a passionate relationship with the son of a hotel tycoon from Malaysia. They were very much in love. However, later on the boyfriend suddenly passed away from a heart attack, giving this romance a tragic conclusion. I didn't expect Lin Sheng to have such principles too. Shen Hongyu smiled brightly, her words clearly carrying, I have always been principled. Lin Shixiao replied. He reached behind his chair with his right hand and pinched a soft spot, causing Shen Hongyu to shiver slightly and roll her eyes at him. Lin Sheng, can you be a bit more serious in public? She's such a proud woman, was unexpectedly at a loss against Lin Shixiao. Did anyone see that? Lin Shixiao grinned mischievously. Even if such a thing were captured on camera, there was no need to worry. In this era, as long as you had status, others wouldn't think of you as lewd, but rather as charming. There's no way to deal with you. Shen Hongyu said helplessly, obediently closing her mouth. Then the banquet began with, the appetizer Wealth welcomes you consisted of thinly sliced top-grade Jinhua ham accompanied by honey-glazed char siu and crispy roast pork. The meaning was prosperous and auspicious, a joyful welcome. The first soup was a gathering of heroes. The broth was made from braised big shark fins and a whole hen along with ham and lean meat. This was also the most popular dish of the year. The bull market had allowed many to profit, and they wanted to flaunt by eating shark fins. The main dish, dragon and horse spirit, consisted of dried abalone that had been processed paired with deboned goose feet. Abalone symbolizes everything is included, while goose feet symbolize mastering the world. This dish required immense time and effort, showcasing the organizer's sincerity. Another main dish was sea and land clash, the East Star grouper paired with Australian lobster. At this time, Australian lobsters had just entered the high-end market, each one impressively large. In 2 lifetimes, Lin Shixiao rarely attended such high-spec banquets, so he didn't hold back enjoying the feast without reservation, which left Shen Hongyu quite astonished. Lin Sheng, mind your image. She kindly reminded him. Lin Shixiao briefly raised his head amid his busy eating, staring at the peeled lobster meat in Shen Hongyu's bowl. Do you eat this? Before Shen Hongyu could answer, Lin Shixiao had already taken the entire bowl over. If you don't eat it, I'll help you finish it. As he spoke, the lobster meat was already in his mouth. The texture of this lobster was clearly much better than in the future, where many were farmed and treated with technology. Shen Hongyu felt a bit helpless. She also liked this lobster, but with so many people around, she was embarrassed to eat too much, leaving Lin Shixiao with the advantage. Not far away, a pair of eyes was watching them, and upon seeing Lin Shixiao eat something from Shen Hongyu's bowl, couldn't help but mumble, "Dog man and woman." Zhuang Shijun had searched for a long time and hadn't seen anyone with more grace than Shen Hongyu aside from Deng Lijun at the banquet. He envied Lin Shixiao immensely in his heart, feeling even more unbalanced, as he had no chance with either Shen Hongyu or Deng Lijun. After eating his fill, some people came to greet Lin Shixiao, who responded with ease, showing no signs of stage fright, which made many nod in approval. Ho Shinji's adopted son was indeed extraordinary. Finally, at 8:30, the charity auction officially began. The journalists on site became excited, as this segment could easily lead to conflicts and provide plenty of news material. Step by step, high, step by step, good. Celebrating the new year together with laughter. As the festive music of Step by Step High played, the host took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed business tycoons, gentlemen, and all the lovely ladies and miss in attendance. Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity. Red packets are coming. All the bosses know that in recent years the market has been booming. Stocks are rising, real estate is rising, and even the prices of vegetables in the market are rising. Everyone has money, eats well, and dresses well. But while we are drinking fine wine and eating shark fins, have you thought about the many children in Sham Shui on Hong Kong Island who have to drop out of school because they can't afford tuition? And there are many elderly people who can't even get a warm coat. The ancients said those with money contribute money, those with strength contribute strength, and a family that accumulates kindness will surely have blessings. Tonight, a portion of all auction proceeds will be donated, and the accounts will be transparent and public so everyone can bid with confidence. A round of applause echoed as the host bowed deeply. Let me briefly explain the rules. Each auction item has a charity starting price, and each bid must increase by at least 1,000. The highest bidder wins. Alright, enough chit-chat. Next up is tonight's opening treasure, the antique imperial green jade bracelet from the old Shen Hongyu was momentarily taken aback. I asked if you like it. If you do, I'll gift it to you as an early birthday present. Shen Hongyu usually loves wearing kipeos, and this imperial green bracelet looked perfect on her wrist. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? It's only 60,000. Lin Shixiao casually mentioned, and Shen Hongyu suddenly realized that the man sitting next to her was a millionaire, a figure who could command the stock market. MHM. Shen Hongyu nodded excitedly, her eyes shimmering. Lin Shixiao was not only handsome and wealthy, but also assertive, who she found it hard to resist. 60,000. Lin Shixiao generously gave his bid. Mr. 009 has bid 60,000. Is there any other boss willing to offer more? The host exclaimed loudly as soon as someone placed a bid, as it had been somewhat dull before. Many attendees were only there to save face, and their willingness to bid was not very strong. In this day and age, the market for antique jewelry had not yet picked up, and people's willingness to collect was not particularly high. Who could have anticipated that such items would appreciate hundreds or even thousands of times after decades? 61,000. A middle-aged man at the table next to Lin Shixiao made a bid. Lin Shixiao had vaguely heard the man's female companion pleading, and the middle-aged man probably couldn't resist, so he casually made a price. 70,000. Lin Shixiao made a second bid without hesitation. Although he rarely attended auctions, he understood that if one was determined to win a particular item, they must make others retreat by bidding higher. Adding 1,000 each time would clearly not achieve that. Mr. 009 bids 70,000. Truly a talented youth, generous in his gestures. The lady beside him is also remarkably graceful, a stunning beauty. The host shouted hysterically. It was somewhat awkward as no one else had bid after that. The middle-aged man at the next table exchanged a few words with his companion and angrily left his seat. Is there any higher offer? If not, this imperial green jade bracelet will belong to Mr. 009. The host's eyes slowly scanned the audience, hoping someone would step forward. He was not disappointed. 75,000. A cold voice rang out. Mr. 013 bids 75,000. Is there any higher? The host's voice became high-pitched with excitement. The higher the item sold for, the more substantial his reward would be tonight. Zhuang Shijun. Lin Shixiao didn't need to look closely to know that it was Zhuang Shijun making the bid. He didn't even want to think about Zhuang Shijun's intentions and directly offered a high price. 100,000. 101,000. 120,000. 121,000. 130,000. 131,000. Regardless of what price Lin Shixiao offered, Zhuang Shijun would always add 1,000, clearly provocative. I've long heard that Huasheng's adopted son and Zhuang Shijun don't get along, Seeing it today confirms the rumors. This is fantastic. Breaking news has arrived. Zhuang Shijun is not from the Li family. I've also heard that Huasheng's adopted son has conflicts with the Li family. The media and bystanders became excited. In truth, everyone was a bit tired after eating and drinking, but with the show to watch they instantly perked up. Mr. 013 bids 131,000. Is there anyone willing to go higher? The host's gaze fell on Lin Shixiao, who also knew that it was unlikely for anyone else to bid at this moment. I shall let it go. Shen Hongyu tugged at Lin Shixiao's arm, feeling that the current price was a bit steep. Spending 130,000 on a bracelet was not as good as buying a Rolls-Royce. It's fine, I have it under control. Lin Shixiao felt anger rising in him at Zhuang Shijun's provocation. 200,000. He announced a price, then looked coldly in Zhuang Shijun's direction and said, if you can bid higher, the bracelet is yours. Although this imperial green jade bracelet was rare in this era, it wasn't considered a precious item. As long as he was willing, he could find something better. Zhuang Shijun smirked, his goal already achieved. He smiled and said loudly, since Lin Sheng likes it then. The crowd immediately cast sympathetic glances at Lin Shixiao. Being provoked during an auction was more disgusting than eating a fly. Shijun, there's no need. Li Jiaqing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, threw out a comment. In fact, he could have intervened earlier, but he hadn't. All right. Zhuang Shijun smiled, clearly not listening. Opportunities to disgust Lin Shixiao were rare, and he had to seize this one. But he never imagined that the impulsiveness of tonight would cost him his life. 200,000 once. 200,000 twice. 200,000 thrice. Congratulations to Mr. 009 for acquiring this rare imperial green jade bracelet. The host was extremely excited. He hadn't expected the bracelet to fetch 200,000. All right, next up, let's welcome the next auction item. A precious calligraphy piece with a 100-year history. The next item to be presented was somewhat lacking in weight, and Lin Shixiao did not bid again, wanting to give others some opportunities. In a blink, an hour passed, and just as Lin Shixiao was yawning, the highly anticipated item finally came up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most special auction item tonight, the bronze gold-plated dragon head. The host unveiled a red cloth, and at that moment the spotlight illuminated the bronze dragon, head gleaming with a cold yet majestic golden glow. Look at its eyes, wide open with fury, majestic and imposing. Look at its scales, intricately detailed and lifelike. Even after 100 years of storms, its gold plating remains brilliant, and its aura is still overwhelming. In feng shui, the dragon represents supreme power, wealth, and continuous elevation. Where the dragon head lies, there is prosperity. Back then, it was a divine artifact used by royalty for water signaling, symbolizing favorable timing and geographical advantages. Today, it represents the dragon returning to the sea, fortune returning. To all the bosses here, what do you value most in your business endeavors? It's the concept of momentum. If you take this dragon head home and place it in your company's lobby or right in the center of your study, that would not only mean you've collected a national treasure, but you've also invited 100 years of imperial aura and the dragon vein of Huaxia right into your home. What does this signify? It means your business will soar like a dragon, reaching great heights. It means your family will be as invulnerable as a golden body, producing distinguished individuals for generations. The ancient said the divine dragon shows its head but not its tail. Today, the head of the dragon is right before you. Which fortunate person is willing to be the one to receive the dragon? All right, I know your hearts are racing as fast as mine. The starting bid for this bronze gold-plated dragon head is 100,000. I must say the host is quite skilled. His highly provocative speech, combined with the reverence for dragons and the bloodline of the descendants of Yin and Huang, immediately escalated the bidding to a fever pitch. 111,000. 112,000. 113,000. 115,000. Mr. 036 bids 115,000. Is there any higher offer? Two Japanese men in the corner exchanged glances. Songshanken bid 200,000. In Songshan raised the bid by 50,000. And instantly the banquet hall fell silent. Inshin Zongfu's expression darkened. Indeed, the Japanese bidder had entered the fray, and with unmistakable determination. 250,000. Inshin Zhongfu countered, hoping to intimidate the Japanese bidder into withdrawing. Yet Songshan promptly followed suit. In 300,000. 350,000. In 400,000. In Songshan shot Shin Zhongfu a defiant glance. His funds were evidently abundant. 450,000. In Shin Zhongfu's face tightened to its utmost limit. This sum represented his absolute ceiling. In 500,000. Songshan did not hesitate. In this time that Japanese fellow is resolved to claim it. In it remains a treasure of China. Best not let a foreigner carry it away. Whispers rippled through the crowd, yet only whispers restrained and hushed. In Shixiao. Shin Zhongfu cast a helpless look toward Lin Shixiao. Though Lin had earlier offered assistance, the bidding had now surged to 500,000, a threshold whose outcome even Shun could no longer predict. In Lin Shixiao gave a slight quiet nod. Into many present, 500,000 was no trifling sum, but to him it was negligible. After all, over 700 million yuan rested quietly in his Huifeng bank account. 600,000. And when Lin Shixiao announced his bid, the room stilled for a breath. And many turned astonished. And to compete openly against a Japanese bidder demanded not only courage, but formidable means. The adopted son of Mr. Hua, truly formidable, and At last we've seen that Japanese fellow's composure crack. And audience members keenly noted Songshan's countenance hardening with gravity. Bakiaro, Nin Truth's 600,000 remained within his acceptable range, but Lin Shixiao's confident tone suggested this figure would scarcely suffice. 610,000, In Songshan persisted, but his voice lacked conviction. In 700,000, in whoa, collective gasps surged across the hall as Lin Shixiao declared the new sum. Many women's eyes gleamed with newfound intensity toward Lin Shixiao. In Bakiaro, in furious Songshan pounded the table with both fists, and he had assumed the dragon head was secured. Now control had slipped irrevocably from his grasp. Sir, at that moment Zhuang Shijun approached. In what business do you have? In Songshan glared fiercely at Zhuang, his disdain for any Chinese person unmistakable. Here to deliver money. Would you like it? Faint knowing smile curled Zhuang Shijun's lips. In Nanny, In Songshan exchanged a swift wary glance with his companion. What say you? In Zhuang Shijun adjusted his cuff as he spoke simple. I'll shoulder half the amount should you continue bidding beyond 700,000. What? Such generosity exists. Songshan eyed Zhuang suspiciously. In, are you mocking us? His companion challenged. Ha. We are both men of standing, why would I toy with you? I merely hold no fondness for him. That's all. Zhuang shrugged dismissively. You oppose that man. Songshan pointed toward Lin Shixiao. Indeed, in Yoshi. Understood. But how may I trust your word? A flicker of amusement danced in Songshan's eyes. It was only natural for young men driven by pride to act rashly. Li Jiaqing is my brother-in-law. My word carries weight. Li Jiaqing is your brother-in-law. Songshan's gaze brightened. He knew Hong Kong well enough to recognize Li Jiaqing as a rising real estate tycoon of recent years. Precisely. Zhuang Shijun lifted his chin with quiet pride. Very well. I shall trust you this once. But, should your promise prove hollow, I will ensure every newspaper in the city publishes the story, loudly and widely. He would embellish it shamelessly, painting you as a public pariah. Do you comprehend? Oh. Songshan chuckled darkly. Zhuang Shijun stiffened momentarily then nodded. Agreed. Sit beside us. Certainly. Zhuang Shijun welcomed the invitation. He intended for Lin Shixiao to witness his involvement firsthand. May I inquire your esteemed name? Songshan pulled up a chair and gestured warmly for Zhuang Shijun to sit. Having saved face, Zhuang wore a self-satisfied smile. I am Zhuang Shijun. Master Zhuang. Songshan glanced at his companion and grinned. I am Songshan, renowned throughout Japan. My word holds great sway. Should Master Zhuang wish to conduct business in our country, you need only speak and I Songshan shall open wide the gates. Songshan began weaving grand promises. Is that so? Zhuang Shijun felt a spark of interest. This prospect would surely intrigue Li Jiaqing. What had begun as mere alliance against Lin Shixiao now carried an added incentive. Nanny, if doubt still lingers in your heart, fear not. The moment the dragon head is secured, I Songshan shall personally connect you. I'll introduce you to several of our nation's most prominent industrialists, men of immense stature and renown. Then you'll know Songshan speaks no falsehood. Songshan thumped his chest emphatically. Very well, very well. Zhuang Shijun's smile widened radiant and genuine. If this path truly led into the Japanese market, even substantial investment would be justified. Here's my proposal. I'll contribute up to 500,000. You two can manage another 500,000. 1.7 million should secure this artifact. Songshan had not anticipated such magnanimity from Zhuang Shijun. Agreed, so be it. He reasoned Lin Shixiao's aggressive bidding, though forceful, still bore signs of rational restraint. An irrational man would never pay such an exorbitant sum. The dragon head, though precious, surpassed other antiquities only marginally in value. 9.7 million was sheer extravagance. Songshan had no inkling he'd gravely underestimated both Lin Shixiao's resolve and his true capacity. Why has Zhuang Shijun allied himself with these Japanese? Was his ancestor perhaps a traitor, to conspire with foreigners out of private grudge? How utterly shameful. Li Jiaqing having relatives like this. What terrible misfortune. Zhuang and Songshan spoke loudly enough for nearby guests to overhear, and murmurs of disapproval spread swiftly. Though none among them would place a bid aiding foreigners was unthinkable. 700,000. Once. 700,000. Twice. The auctioneer's rhythmic chant filled the hall. Master Lin. Victory is yours. Shin Hongyu beamed with sweet delight. That Lin Shixiao had triumphed over the Japanese to reclaim the dragon head filled her with genuine joy. Not yet certain, Lin Shixiao had already noticed Zhuang Shijun's approach. 1 million. Just as the auctioneer prepared to declare Lin Shixiao the winner, Song Han rose and shouted his new bid. A ripple of noise broke out, then sudden profound silence. All eyes turned fixed upon Lin Shixiao. In moments earlier flustered Song Han now stood calm and resolute, propelling the price upward by 300,000 in one bold stroke. Could Lin Shixiao still claim the dragon head? An uncertainty hung heavy in the air. Naviri's soul, bearing the blood of the Yanhuang ancestors, recoiled at the thought of this national relic falling into Japanese hands. Shen Zhongfu sighed, deeply stepping forward to rest a hand on Lin Shixiao's shoulder. And Shixiao, withdraw. We cannot prevail against the Japanese. Lin Shixiao had already done more than enough. Shen Zhongfu wished to spare him further financial strain. Countless Chinese artifacts remained scattered overseas. If each were pursued at such cost, fortunes would vanish overnight. Shen Zhongfu acted not on impulse, but on decades of experience, knowing precisely when pragmatism must temper idealism. And sometimes one must bow before reality. Uncle Shun, I'm well aware. Lin Shixiao's expression turned icy. Any Chinese national colluding with Japanese individuals would never earn his approval. 1 million once. 1 million twice. The auctioneer counted down unusually fast, perhaps assuming Lin Shixiao would not bid again at that price. I bid 1.5 million. Lin Shixiao raised his hand high, his voice resolute. Today, under no circumstances would he allow the gilded dragon head to fall into another's hands. The auctioneer paused in stunned silence before erupting into a startled cry. Bidder no. 009 has offered 1.5 million. Any higher bids? Whoa. A guest abruptly slid off his chair. 1.5 million. Blimey, mister. His adopted son truly commands astonishing audacity. They've always said he's amassed staggering wealth in the stock market. I refuse to believe it until now. Clearly, I underestimated him. The future of Hong Kong will surely bear his name. The crowd was stunned, not only by Lin Shixiao's formidable strength, but also by his unruffled composure. As if those $1.5 million were not his own. Damn it. The moment Lin Shixiao placed his bid, Zhuang Shijun's face darkened, his fingernails nearly pierced his palms. He understood precisely what 1.5 million implied. If Lin Shixiao could afford that, then exceeding 1.7 million posed no obstacle. Bakayaro. Matsuyama glared furiously. 1.7 million, no 1.8 million. Mr. Lin, if I may. I am Matsuyama. Should you graciously withdraw your bid, I shall remember this kindness eternally. If you ever visit our nation, I vow to host you with the utmost honor and generosity. Matsuyama gazed expectantly at Lin Shixiao, realizing conventional bidding could not prevail. Apologies. I hold no interest in your petty archipelago. Lin Shixiao turned toward Matsuyama, a faint sardonic smile curving his lips. He admired Japanese women, but held no such regard for Japanese men. Bakayaro. Those 4 words, petty archipelago, cut deep into Matsuyama's pride. 1.8 million once. 1.8 million twice. Fearing escalation, the auctioneer swiftly redirected attention. 2 million. Lin Shixiao uttered the figure while locking eyes with Matsuyama. You? Matsuyama's mouth opened, yet no higher number emerged. 1.8 million had already shattered his budget. He simply could not go further. Matsuyama slumped into his chair, gulping down a full glass of wine, seething with impotent rage. Zhuang Shijun likewise clenched his teeth. He had summoned immense courage merely to approach Matsuyama, and knew full well the scandal such an alliance would spark, tarnishing his reputation irreparably. Yet now his objective remained unfulfilled. 2 million once. 2 million twice. 2 million 3 times. Congratulations to bidder no. 009. This gilded dragon head is now officially yours. Thunderous applause erupted across the hall. Whistles pierced the air. Shen Zhongfu's eyes gleamed crimson with exhilaration. Shixiao, you're extraordinary. He had never imagined Lin Shixiao would deliver so powerfully. Though 2 million undoubtedly exceeded market value, the worth of cultural relics often defied monetary measure. Truly worthy of Master Lin. Shen Hongyu gazed fixedly at Lin Shixiao, her eyes shimmering with quiet admiration. What woman could behold such a man and remain unmoved? Kindly accompany me backstage to finalize the deposit procedure, Master Lin, a staff member approached. Given the staggering sum, the organizers exercised due caution. Very well, lead the way. Amid a sea of watching eyes, Lin Shixiao temporarily departed the banquet hall. The previous lot was China's supreme treasure, the gilded dragon head. The next, however, is Japan's most revered artifact, the vow-cutting blade. It embodies the spirit of Bushido, said to possess divine power, either severing a nation's destiny or safeguarding its imperial lineage. Nanny. Hardly had the auctioneer finished speaking when Matsuyama and his entourage leapt to their feet, eyes riveted upon the long sword now lifted onto the stage. Bathed in light, the blade emitted an eerie, faint violet-red luminescence, as though blood pulsed within its steel. It truly is that blade. Matsuyama trembled with excitement. Returning this sword to Japan would elevate him to heroic stature. His nation had deployed vast resources searching for it, yet all efforts had yielded nothing. Matsuyama felt profound relief at having forfeited the dragon head, freeing capital to secure the vow-cutting blade. Is it truly Japan's greatest treasure? Seems utterly ordinary to me. Wasn't Japanese craftsmanship originally transmitted from China? How exceptional could it possibly be? This blade couldn't even chop firewood effectively. Resentment had festered after Matsuyama inflated the dragon head's price, prompting deliberate disparagement of the vow-cutting blade. Bakayaro, how dare you speak such nonsense? Matsuyama heard every word and pointed fiercely at the crowd shouting in outrage. He had just ignited a hornet's nest. Oh, this isn't Japanese soil, is it? What authority do you wield here? Little boy, you're nothing but noisy arrogance. Hong Kong at that time bore the swagger of a city steeped in grit, certainly not intimidated by Matsuyama's few brash words. What had begun as a serene gala rapidly devolved into open confrontation. Only through the concerted efforts of numerous staff members did the organizers succeed in restoring order. Upon returning, Lin Shixiao surveyed the scene with evident surprise. What happened? That Japanese man tried to assert dominance. Someone took offense. Shen Hongyu's expression had grown cool. Lin Shixiao nodded indifferently, then noticed Zhuang Shijun still standing beside the Japanese delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, we resume bidding. The vow-cutting blade opens at 20,000. Bakayaro. At the opening price, Matsuyama exploded in fury. Utterly disrespectful. To assign such a sacred national treasure a starting price beneath the dragon head. That is an unforgivable humiliation. We categorically reject it. Onlookers exchanged bemused glances. A minor nation whose culture originated in China. Where did such arrogant confidence spring from? Yet mindful of earlier tensions, no one dared voice mockery aloud. Does this blade hold great significance for Japan? Lin Shixiao had been on a bank call and missed the introduction. That Japanese man seemed deeply invested. His whole body trembled with excitement. Shen Hongyu tilted her head thoughtfully. Lin Shixiao paused then nodded. Starting at 20,000. Any bids? Any at all? 1 million. Clearly incensed, Matsuyama leapt from 20,000 to 1 million. The crowd exchanged blank stares. Already indifferent to the blade, they now withdrew entirely. Bidder offers 1 million. Any higher? The auctioneer's voice surged with adrenaline. In all his years presiding over charity auctions, he'd never witnessed such a spectacle. Matsuyama-san, you acted rashly. His companion attempted to intervene, but too late. Matsuyama knew he'd erred, yet stubbornly retorted. I intend to make the Chinese understand the true worth of the vow-cutting blade. Fine, just secure it. His companion sighed in resignation. Fortunately, reimbursement seemed assured. This was after all a national treasure among national treasures. 2 million. At that moment, a voice rang out. Calm, unwavering, and utterly devoid of inflection. Baka. As Lin Shixiao drove the price of the vow knife up to 2 million, Song Shan immediately jumped up. What do you mean? It means nothing. It's an auction. Aren't you going to bid? This is Hong Kong, not the territory of the Jap. Lin Shixiao maintained a calm demeanor. It would be rude not to reciprocate. He could take the knife or leave it, but the main goal was to annoy the Japanese. Baka. Song Shan and his companions were furious, jumping up in anger. I protest, this is unfair competition. You must stop him. Song Shan raised his protest, but no one paid him any mind. What a joke. Who would refuse a higher bid? Moreover, the Japanese had no influence over Hong Kong now. 2 million going once. 2 million. The host understood the situation. The countdown was unusually slow, giving Song Shan ample time to respond. Wait a minute. Song Shan called to the host, casting a pleading look at Zhuang Shijun. Zhuang, can you lend me some money? I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Zhuang Shijun found himself in a dilemma. He had assisted earlier just to annoy Lin Shixiao, but the vow knife was clearly something the Japanese had to acquire. If he agreed, he could end up losing over 100,000. He certainly didn't want that. Sorry, mister. Song Shan, I just remembered I have a business payment pending, and I can't raise the funds right now. You're not a friend of my empire. Song Shan was exceptionally angry, feeling deceived. Mister Song Shan, it's not like that. Zhuang Shijun repeatedly waved his hands. Even if he was reluctant to lend money, he didn't want to ruin their relationship. Either you pay or get lost. I don't have a friend like you. Song Shan didn't show any mercy. In an instant, Zhuang Shijun's expression was quite dramatic. He knew that there were many onlookers, and now he truly felt like he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Mister Song Shan, am willing to offer 50,000, no, 100,000. Zhuang Shijun gritted his teeth. He had no intention of getting that money back. You think him a beggar? Get lost. Song Shan, hands on his hips, glared fiercely at Zhuang Shijun. Mister Song Shan. Zhuang Shijun found himself in a situation where he couldn't leave or stay. The curious gazes of those around him made him feel utterly humiliated. Just then a stern voice rang out. Zhuang Shijun, come here. Li Sheng, you're back. Zhuang Shijun looked up to see Li Jiaqing returning from outside and hurriedly approached him. What happened? Why are you involved with the Japanese? What? Li Jiaqing questioned. This was not the right setting to be close to the Japanese. It's nothing, mister. Song Shan just had a question for me. Zhuang Shijun chuckled awkwardly, not daring to reveal the truth. Really? Li Jiaqing was suspicious. The strange gazes surrounding them had not ceased since he returned. Li Sheng, how could I dare to deceive you? Zhuang Shijun bent slightly. He was of a higher generation than Li Jiaqing, but given Li Jiaqing's outstanding achievements, he didn't dare act arrogantly. You better be honest. Li Jiaqing was somewhat displeased. If it weren't for his wife's request, he wouldn't have brought Zhuang Shijun here. Yes, Li Sheng, I understand. Zhuang Shijun obediently sat back down in his chair. Li Sheng, your relatives where are they doing well? Tell me about it. Hee everywhere is quite good, hee. Some people around exchanged pleasantries with Li Jiaqing, but whenever Li Jiaqing pressed for details, they became evasive, leaving him even more puzzled. Sir, are you going to place a bid? The host urged as Song Shan remained silent for a long time. Please allow me to make a phone call. Song Shan was sweating profusely, looking anxious. He certainly wanted to secure the vow knife, but lacking the strength, he could only seek help. Lin Sheng, can you help me? This was somewhat against the rules. The host could only seek Lin Shixiao's opinion. If Lin Shixiao disagreed, the auction would have to continue. Lin Shixiao nodded slightly. If he could make the Japanese spend more, why not? Thank you. Song Shan's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. As long as he could seek help from outside, securing the vow knife shouldn't be a problem. Although the credit would be less, there would still be some. Song Shan quickly left the banquet hall and returned after more than 10 minutes. His steps were light, now clearly indicating that the communication had yielded good results. We can continue. Our empire's merchants lack nothing. We are immensely powerful. He lifted his head, chest out, his eyes filled with a strong sense of superiority. This guy managed to come up with money. Looks like quite a bit. People around whispered, some even starting to worry for Lin Shixiao, unaware that he didn't truly want to acquire the vow knife. Let's begin. A smile hung at the corners of Lin Shixiao's mouth. The more money the Japanese gathered, the better. This worthless knife held no allure for him, but it would be satisfying to see the Japanese lose face. All right, the auction continues. This gentleman initially offered 2 million. How much will you bid? The host did not bother asking others. He was well aware that this was a showdown between Lin Shixiao and the Japanese. 210,000. Song Shan appeared relaxed. 3 million. Lin Shixiao's new bid froze the smile on Song Shan's face. He never expected Lin Shixiao could raise the bid by nearly 1 million. Wow. Today's auction is truly exciting. Who would have thought that Hua Sheng's adopted son would be so powerful? Now we should start calling him Lin Sheng. Including the previous bracelet, his bids have already surpassed 5 million. In Hong Kong, who can take out 5 million in cash? Many people often claim their net worth exceeds 100 million, yet they can't even pull out 100,000 in cash. Exactly. People once again reassessed Lin Shixiao, pondering his character and strength. Baka. Song Shan began to grind his teeth again. However, 3 million was still not enough to make him back down. 350,000. Song Shan felt he needed to regain some momentum with the bid. 350,000. This gentleman has bid. Lin Sheng, it's your turn. The host's voice was slightly hoarse from calling out. Who could have imagined that an item starting at 20,000 could reach this price? Everyone in the venue, including Li Jiaqing and Zhuang Shijun, turned to look at Lin Shixiao. 350,000. Would Lin Shixiao raise his bid again? With a shred of rationality, Lin Shixiao shouldn't bid any further. The vow knife held special significance for the Japanese, but for Lin Shixiao it did not. What if the Japanese suddenly withdrew later? Lin Shixiao would have to pay in real money. Of course Lin Shixiao could back out, but if that happened, there would be no place for him in Hong Kong. Huangdong would also feel ashamed of Lin Shixiao. Shixiao, that's enough. Shen Hongyu firmly grasped Lin Shixiao's arm, gently shaking her head. That's enough. The Japanese are about to be driven mad. Shen Zhongfu also advised, thank you, I know what I'm doing. Lin Shixiao's expression remained calm. Given the atmosphere, if he stopped now, it would be rather dull. Today, he aimed to make the Japanese enter standing and leave horizontally. Lin Sheng, is that your name? Then keep bidding. Though Matsuyama couldn't hear what Lin Shixiao and his group were discussing, he easily surmised they were urging Lin to withdraw. A self-satisfied smirk flickered across his face. The expenditure was indeed substantial, but it served to showcase the formidable financial prowess of a merchant from a great empire, and achievement in its own right. I bid 5 million. A stunned silence instantly fell over the entire hall. All eyes turned to Lin Shixiao, expressions shifting, astonished, incredulous, awestruck. Matsuyama's face stiffened. He glanced at his companion. He just bid 5 million, correct? My ears didn't deceive me, did they? His companion's expression darkened. Lord Matsuyama, yes. It is indeed 5 million. Absolutely no mistake. Bakayaro. Matsuyama ground his teeth. Though the vow-cutting blade was a national treasure of Hua State, purchasing it for 5 million felt like paying an exorbitant premium. Foolish even. At that moment the auctioneer shrieked, 5 million. Mr. Lin, 5 million. Is there anyone else willing to top this bid? Silence. Matsuyama's mouth hung open, yet no counterbid emerged. Though he had secured backing, and his patrons had declared they would spare no expense, the sheer magnitude of the price would inevitably invite severe censure upon his return. Reluctance still smoldered in Matsuyama's chest. I formally request a financial verification of Mr. Lin. I simply cannot believe he possesses such funds. A low hum rippled through the crowd. The proposal ignited immediate commotion. It blatantly violated standard auction protocol. I'm sorry, but this matter falls solely between the organizer and Mr. Lin. The auctioneer refused outright, naturally siding with Lin Shixiao. Ah, what a profound pity. Without verification, I absolutely categorically refuse to place another bid. My sincerity has reached its absolute limit. Matsuyama projected unyielding resolve. He had finally grasped the truth. Lin Shixiao had no intention of acquiring the vow-cutting blade. His repeated bids were nothing more than calculated provocations designed solely to unsettle him. Had he known this earlier, he never would have entered the bidding war for the Dragonhead artifact. The auctioneer hesitated, turning his gaze toward Lin Shixiao. No words were spoken, but the meaning was unmistakable. If Lin Shixiao truly intended to claim the vow-cutting blade, verification would be unnecessary. Yet if his desire to acquire it remained lukewarm, if he wished instead to provoke further bidding from the Wa merchants, he might well be compelled to submit to verification. Verification, by all means. Lin Shixiao rose, pivoted toward Matsuyama's direction, and smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. Seeing Lin's relaxed composure, Matsuyama's heart lurched, but he pressed on, determined to save face. For the sake of fairness, I shall, incidentally, verify my own financial standing as well. After all, this benefits everyone present. The sudden reversal left guests exchanging bewildered glances. Truly unprecedented, to demand financial verification mid-auction. Has this ever happened before? How exactly does one verify? Excellent. Does this mean we'll finally learn just how vast Mr. Lin's fortune truly is? A young striking woman exclaimed, eyes alight with excitement. Lin Shixiao summoned Long and Hu, the two men who stepped forward immediately. Mr. Lin, they intoned respectfully. Whoa, I recognize them. These are elite veterans of the Flying Tiger unit. Mr. Lin's bodyguards are truly extraordinary. A subtle ripple of agitation passed through the room. Everyone knew retired Flying Tiger elites were fiercely sought after. That Lin Shixiao had secured not one, but two spoke volumes about his influence and resources. Bring forth my passbook, and show it to that gentleman. Lin Shixiao nodded subtly toward Matsuyama. Understood, Mr. Lin. Long retrieved a gleaming golden passbook from his satchel and strode briskly toward Matsuyama. A golden passbook? Am I seeing clearly? When did HSBC ever issue such a thing? Gasps erupted around them. Several faces paled. This passbook appears reserved exclusively for clients whose deposits exceed 100 million yuan. At those words, every gaze fixed upon Lin Shixiao burned with renewed intensity. 100 million yuan. What did that even signify? In Hong Kong, perhaps 3 individuals could claim such liquidity. Damn it, Zhuang Shijun muttered under his breath. He had never imagined Lin Shixiao possessed such staggering wealth. Then comprehension struck. That bastard must have liquidated his entire stake in Xianjiang property. Yet another question surged forth. How had Lin executed such massive offloading without triggering a single ripple in the market? Zhuang himself still held shares in Xianjiang property, and recent trading volume showed no abnormal surge whatsoever. Zhuang Shijun felt his mind seize, entire logical pathways collapsing under the weight of unsolved contradictions. Here, you asked to see it, didn't you? Long thrust the passbook toward Matsuyama, his expression distinctly unfriendly. Oomph. Matsuyama refused to believe the 100 million yuan claim. Surely some misunderstanding lay behind it. He hadn't even heard of Lin Shixiao until tonight. Yet the moment he opened the passbook, he froze, utterly immobilized, breath suspended. Rubbing his eyes, he began counting digits from the unit's place upward. It was true. Lin Shixiao's balance exceeded 100 million yuan, and the leading digit, a bold, unmistakable 7. Over 700 million yuan. Unbelievable. Matsuyama blurted out involuntarily. Lord Matsuyama, what's wrong? His companion hurried over, perplexed. This man possesses immense wealth. Extraordinary wealth. Matsuyama's voice trembled with disarray. Nanny. His companion snatched the passbook and counted with painstaking care. His expression too underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Could it possibly be forged? He too found the reality inconceivable. It is possible. Matsuyama swallowed hard. Though improbable, he couldn't rest until he verified it firsthand. Excuse me, might we call HSBC directly to confirm this? His tone had shifted, humble, deferential. If the balance was genuine, Lin Shixiao's status as Hong Kong's wealthiest individual remained debatable, but as its undisputed cash sovereign, he stood unchallenged. While people harbored an enduring cultural reverence for raw strength. That decision lies beyond my authority, Long replied flatly. Matsuyama gestured timidly toward Lin Shixiao. Would you please consult your employer? Very well. Long reclaimed the passbook and returned swiftly to Lin Shixiao's side. Before he could speak, Lin interjected, they wish to make the call correct. Mr. Lin heard everything. Long chuckled. Unquestionably, this corner of the banquet hall had become the epicenter of attention. Do we even need to listen? While people have always behaved thus. Lin Shixiao's voice carried, loud enough for Matsuyama to hear clearly. The latter merely flushed with embarrassment, speechless. Mr. Lin, shall we proceed with the call? Long sought confirmation. You go with him. I'd rather not move. Though the backstage office was only steps away, Lin Shixiao had no intention of stirring. Understood, Mr. Lin. Long nodded, approached Matsuyama, and grunted, follow me. Yes, thank you for your trouble. Matsuyama bowed deeply, all former arrogance dissolved. Zhuang Shijun watched, face grim, especially when peripheral glances, knowing judgmental, began drifting toward him. He felt exposed, absurd. Compared to Lin Shixiao, his earlier groveling toward Matsuyama now seemed grotesquely clownish. Just how much is in there? Let me see. Shun Hongyu, long consumed by curiosity about Lin's actual balance, seized the passbook the moment Lin's attention wavered. Wow! Shun Hongyu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, making the scene slightly ridiculous. Lin Shixiao deliberately waved his hand in front of Shun Hongyu's eyes. Dad, please support me from now on. Shun Hongyu suddenly pounced into Lin Shixiao's arms, nuzzling like a little kitten. Lin Shixiao was momentarily taken aback, but his heart was quite satisfied. This woman was truly remarkable. Shixiao, let me take a look too. I want to see what materials make this golden bankbook different from a regular one. Shin Zhongfu was equally curious. Lin Shixiao smiled and handed over the bankbook, saying, Uncle Shin, here you go. His willingness to verify the assets was motivated by a desire to disclose his savings. If those foreign banks knew he had such savings, it would be hard for them not to have ulterior motives. Their enthusiasm for lending stocks would only increase. Of course, satisfying a bit of vanity was also one of the goals. Lin Shixiao had never considered himself a saint. Being human means having emotions and desires as well as a need for societal recognition. Shin Zhongfu stared at the digits on the bankbook, stunned for a long while. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I've worked for most of my life, yet I haven't earned as much as you have in half a year. How embarrassing. His face was filled with deep frustration. He was genuinely a bit shaken. Reflecting on himself, he realized he hadn't been unmotivated these years. Yet in terms of wealth and cash deposits, he was significantly behind Lin Shixiao. Uncle Shin, engaging in real business is undoubtedly harder. My money comes from the stock market, which has a substantial element of luck. Lin Shixiao wasn't trying to console him. He was speaking the truth. Moreover, one's success cannot solely be measured by money. While others cannot manage to acquire a golden Rolls-Royce, you can, and that is also an achievement. Shun Zhongfu felt somewhat reassured as he returned the bankbook to Lin Shixiao, smiling at the corners of his eyes. From today onward, you need to take good care of your kidneys. Once this news spreads, it's likely that any woman with some charm in Hong Kong will want to share your bed. Shin Zhongfu was not exaggerating at all. In fact, he had downplayed it. It wasn't just Hong Kong. Wherever Chinese was spoken, once the news got out, many beautiful women would have thoughts about Lin Shixiao. Hee Uncle Shun, I will be careful. As for women, I won't intentionally reject them, but I won't accept everyone either. I'm not a breeding pig. Otherwise, I wouldn't have turned down that woman at the TV station a while ago. Oh, everything depends on the feeling. You rascal. Shin Hongyu suddenly got angry and pinched the soft flesh at Lin Shixiao's waist hard. Annie, what's wrong? Why are you getting angry? Lin Shixiao didn't suffer a loss either. He quickly sought revenge on Shun Hongyu, but the spot he touched was a bit sensitive, causing her to shudder slightly. Pervert. She blushed, lowering her head and not daring to look at Lin Shixiao. Cough, cough. Shin Zhongfu, witnessing all this, could only awkwardly turn his head away. Meanwhile, Li Jiaqing couldn't help but ask Zhuang Shijun, did this guy really make that much money? He had heard about Lin Shixiao making a fortune in the stock market, but he was reluctant to believe it. Subconsciously, he refused to acknowledge Lin Shixiao's excellence. If Lin Shixiao had been a bit more polite to him, it would have been easier to accept. It seems true, and I feel it's not just 100 million. Zhuang Shijun looked somewhat dejected. One misstep led to another. If he hadn't clashed with Lin Shixiao earlier and hadn't liquidated his stocks in Xiangjiang at $2, he would have over 100 million in cash assets now. I see. Li Jiaqing murmured, not knowing what to think. At this moment, Song Shan finally returned. All eyes in the room immediately turned to him. Song Shan strode up to Lin Shixiao and deeply bowed. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. I was too rude, please forgive me. After bowing, he didn't immediately get up, seemingly waiting for Lin Shixiao's pardon. The people around exchanged glances. Song Shan's actions implied that Lin Shixiao's bankbook was indeed real, and the balance stated was also genuine. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere grew tense. Song Shan bent his waist a little more. After a long while, Lin Shixiao finally spoke leisurely. You want me to let you off the hook, right? Hey. Song Shan looked up, his face filled with expectation as he gazed at Lin Shixiao. After seeing Lin Shixiao's savings exceeding 700 million, Song Shan realized that if he didn't gain Lin Shixiao's understanding, it would be nearly impossible to retrieve the Vow Blade without spending tens of millions. In fact, just now he had called not only Huifeng Bank, but also some big shots back home. People of higher authority had learned about this matter and ordered that no matter the cost, they must retrieve the Vow Blade back to Japan. The orders had been given, but there was no extra money to support him. At this moment, he felt extremely troubled and deeply regretted offending Lin Shixiao. It's not impossible, but I've played with you for so long, there's some mental loss on my part. What does Mr. Song Shan's brows furrowed, and he had a bad premonition. The people around looked at each other somewhat perplexed. Have you heard of mental distress compensation? Lin Shixiao scratched his nails and looked at Song Shan at a 45-degree angle. Mental distress compensation. Song Shan repeated it, and although he had never heard of it, he could grasp the general idea from the literal meaning. The expressions of those around changed. To confront a Japanese businessman was already quite remarkable, as many people in Hong Kong still had a natural fear of the Japanese. Now Lin Shixiao was not only resisting, but also demanding compensation. This was definitely something that had never happened in Hong Kong before. Suddenly, many people's perceptions of Lin Shixiao changed. This young man was not just capable of making money. In the future, if there were conflicts in business, one must think thrice before deciding to confront him. After a long silent Song Shan finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. I don't know how much, Mr. Lin. Once. He unconsciously bent his waist again, knowing Lin Shixiao had completely taken the initiative, and he was nothing but fish on the chopping board. This amount. Lin Shixiao extended a palm. 500,000, that's fine, no problem. Song Shan sighed in relief. 500,000 was considerable, but still acceptable. Once the Vow Blade was brought back to Japan, the direct and indirect benefits would far exceed this amount. The people around exchanged glances, surprised that Lin Shixiao asked for 500,000, showing a bit of ruthlessness. However, they never expected that what Lin Shixiao wanted was not 500,000 at all. Lin Shixiao's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Is this all the strength of you Japanese businessmen? Do you think my time and energy are so worthless? Do you know how much I make in the stock market per minute?" Lin Shixiao reprimanded, causing Song Shan's face to pale and his body shrank further. Now Song Shan's waist was almost parallel to the ground, and the only ones able to maintain such a posture without falling were probably the Japanese. Song Shan's throat moved with difficulty as he croaked, "Mr. Lin, please directly inform me of the specific amount." Hey. Lin Shixiao had a faint smile at the corner of his eye. Actually, what you said is quite close. Add 50,000 more. No problem. Song Shan exclaimed in surprise. Now he felt that 55,000 was quite a bargain. It's adding another zero. The smile on Lin Shixiao's face completely blossomed. What a... Song Shan was taken aback and fell to the ground with a thud. Song Shan. His companions hurried over to help him up. I am fine. Song Shan, dazed, stubbornly got back up. He couldn't let others see the weakness of a merchant. The onlookers secretly reveled in this scene, as Song Shan had indeed been overly ostentatious before. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shijun felt too ashamed to meet anyone's gaze. Song Shan's actions at this moment felt like slaps on Zhuang Shijun's face. "Shijun, what's wrong?" Li Jiaqing noticed something was off with Zhuang Shijun's expression and asked with concern. Nothing. Zhuang Shijun repeatedly waved his hands. He was most afraid that Li Jiaqing would find out what he had just done. If you're not feeling well, we can go back now. The necessary conversations had taken place, and Li Jiaqing felt it was meaningless to stay here any longer. No need, I still want to watch. Zhuang Shijun raised his head, looking at Lin Shixiao with an inscrutable expression. Meanwhile, Song Shan had somewhat recovered and looked at Lin Shixiao with a wry smile. Lin Sheng, 500,000. Can we negotiate? 600,000. Lin Shixiao replied coldly. Song Shan staggered back 2 steps. If not for the support of his companions, he would have fallen again. He was drenched in cold sweat and dared not haggle with Lin Shixiao any longer. All right, 600,000 it is. Please give me some time to raise the funds, Lin Sheng. He knew he had encountered a nemesis today. Most of the Chinese he had met before were polite, but he had never encountered one like Lin Shixiao who was so brazen. No problem. Lin Shixiao's smile was radiant, showing no signs of concealing his joy. The onlookers were agape as if they had forgotten how to close their mouths. They could hardly fathom that Song Shan would agree. This was 600,000, enough to buy dozens of Rolls Royces. Excuse me, sir, do you want the oath knife or not? The host rushed off the stage looking nervously at Song Shan. Yes, just 500,000. Song Shan replied weakly. At this point, if he still couldn't bring the oath knife back to Japan, he might as well not go back at all. Mental damages. Lin Sheng's mental state is really expensive. In the future, be careful. Haha, seeing a Japanese merchant eat humble pie in my lifetime is truly delightful. How fortunate to be here, otherwise I wouldn't have witnessed such a spectacular scene. The people began to discuss happily, their gazes towards Lin Shixiao, filled with admiration. Having money is one thing, but being unpretentious and daring to put a Japanese merchant in a difficult position is another, as some people may have money, but deep down they never stand tall. Shixiao, well done. Shen Zhongfu exclaimed excitedly, giving a thumbs up. Handsome. Shen Hongyu expressed her admiration more directly with a kiss on Lin Shixiao's cheek. She couldn't contain her inner excitement. A remarkable man like Lin Shixiao, not only had she never seen one, but she hadn't even heard of such a person. How could she not fall for him? Lin Shixiao felt a surge of excitement in his heart, tightening his grip around her waist. Lin Sheng sang, "Regarding this payment, please allow me some time to raise the funds." "Thank you." Song Shan was now bowing when speaking to Lin Shixiao. "Sure, I'll give you half an hour. You Japanese, it shouldn't take too long to raise a few 100,000, right?" Lin Shixiao didn't even cast a glance at Song Shan. This was how one should treat the Japanese. They shouldn't be given a favorable expression. Haha, no, it won't take long. Song Shan's face turned ashen, looking as if he had just received terrible news. He quickly walked outside. The crowd silently watched, some feeling a pang of pity. Rationally speaking, Song Shan's desire to reclaim his national treasure was commendable. He could only blame himself for offending Lin Shixiao. As Song Shan was about to exit the banquet hall, everyone prepared to turn their gazes away. But just then, bang! Song Shan crashed to the ground like a wooden board, making a loud noise, and everyone was momentarily taken aback. A few seconds passed before they realized that Song Shan had likely suffered a tremendous mental shock and hadn't recovered in time. Song Shan, a companion, screamed and hurried over, and the event organizers rushed to assist, creating a scene of chaos. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, each with a smile on their lips. Seeing Song Shan in such a predicament was nothing short of delightful. The shipping king is here. The crowd suddenly stirred, parting to make way. They saw a man in his 50s, slender and wearing black-rimmed glasses, striding over. Ha ha ha. Even before he arrived, his booming voice echoed. I've long heard that Mr. Hua has taken in an extraordinary son. Seeing him today, truly remarkable. He unexpectedly reached out his hand, leaving the onlookers stunned. The shipping king held an unparalleled status in the commercial world of Hong Kong. If he said he was second, no one would dare claim the first. His fleet spanned the globe, with rumors that his assets had long surpassed 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Bao. Lin Shixiao didn't dare to slack off and quickly approached. He, a handsome talent, very good. Very good. The shipping king scanned Lin Shixiao up and down, nodding frequently. Shipping king. Shipping king. Hello, shipping king. The crowd was exhilarated to see the shipping king, their expressions filled with excitement, but the shipping king's attention remained solely on Lin Shixiao. Originally, he didn't plan to appear tonight, intending to make a brief appearance and leave, but unexpectedly witnessed such a spectacular scene. Lin Shixiao's courage, spirit, and character were all to his liking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disregarded his status and rushed over to meet Lin Shixiao. Even if Hua Yingdong were here, he wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. The shipping king traveled the world all year round. His perspective was not something ordinary people could compare to, and those who caught his eye were few, especially young people. You're too kind, shipping king. Lin Shixiao felt very excited inside. This was an idol-level figure. In his past life, he could only see the shipping king's figure in film archives. The shipping king passed away in 1991, when Lin Shixiao was still a kid. Come visit me sometime. Let's have a good chat about Hong Kong and the international economic situation. The shipping king held Lin Shixiao's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Sure, Mr. Bao will definitely come when it's convenient. Lin Shixiao nodded vigorously. Opportunities to communicate with someone like the shipping king were rare, and perhaps a casual remark could benefit him greatly for life. In his past life, many people spent a fortune to have lunch with Buffett, and besides seeking fame, the main goal was to listen to Buffett's teachings. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the international oil crisis would break out by the end of this year, and with so many ships under the shipping king's name, there might be a chance for cooperation. Someone give Lin Sheng a business card. The shipping king called to his assistant. With his status, he was naturally surrounded by people wherever he went. The business card was very simple: Bao Yugong, followed by a string of fixed telephone numbers. This is my personal card. Not many have been distributed. Bao Yugong said with a smile. Lin Shixiao felt another wave of excitement. To be valued by Mr. Bao is an honor for the younger generation. In terms of capability, you're not inferior to me. It's just that I'm older. No need to be so polite. Bao Yugong glared slightly. Lin Shixiao scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. Sure, Mr. Bao. Just then Li Jiaqing pushed through the crowd and rushed over. Mr. Bao, long time no see, he said with great enthusiasm. Little did he know that Bao Yugong merely nodded slightly, showing no intention of conversing with him. Li Jiaqing was left awkwardly standing there. Mr. Bao, I'm Zhuang Shijun. We spoke before. Zhuang Shijun was also filled with excitement. Bao Yugong was indeed his idol. However, Bao Yugong frowned, saying, Sorry, I don't know you. The smile on Zhuang Shijun's face froze. Some ladies with weak composure chuckled, and Zhuang Shijun's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. He thought Bao Yugong was so enthusiastic towards Lin Shixiao that he might have changed his attitude. Zhuang Shijun could only awkwardly laugh to mask his panic. Alright, I'll be leaving first. Lin Sheng, remember. Bao Yugong lost interest in staying, but still wore a smile towards Lin Shixiao. Of course. Lin Shixiao extended his hand to lead the way. Thank you. Bao Yugong nodded in acknowledgement and quickly left with his subordinates. Many people crowded around just to catch another glimpse of the shipping king. Li Jiaqing and Zhuang Shijun both looked at Lin Shixiao, their emotions very complex. Bao Yugong ignored them, but valued Lin Shixiao so much that it made them wonder why. Just then Song Shan bounced in his face, filled with excitement. Lin Sheng sang, I have money now. Please tell me your account number. Once the transfer is completed, we will be all square. In an instant, Lin Shixiao felt some regret for asking for less. Lin Sheng. Noticing Lin Shixiao's hesitation, Song Shan's heart skipped a beat. Fine. Lin Shixiao decided to honor the agreement, even though the other party was Japanese. Song Shan was proactive, and within minutes the money was transferred. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Song Shan expressed his gratitude profusely before heading backstage to pay 500,000 for the oath knife, leaving hastily. He was genuinely afraid of Lin Shixiao. The surrounding gazes burned with heat. Lin Shixiao knew many were envious. Although the people present were all notable figures, many took a year, or even years to earn a few million, while he had merely spoken and completed it in less than an hour. In fact, he had been contemplating how to handle this ill-gotten wealth, and now he had an idea. Lin Shixiao strode onto the stage, leaning towards the microphone. All eyes in the venue turned towards him. Ahem, I would like to announce a decision now. What's going on? Many people looked forward with eager anticipation, wanting to know what decision Lin Shixiao had. I have decided to donate the 6 million I just received. I will establish a charity fund to help the impoverished individuals of Hong Kong Island, to assist them in overcoming difficulties and to help their children successfully complete their education. Here I also earnestly request everyone to provide me with leads on those who need help. I would be immensely grateful. After speaking, Lin Shixiao slightly bowed. Helping others indeed brings joy, that much is beyond question. Holding on to 6 million is burdensome. It's better to donate it and gain some reputation in the process. After all, 6 million is a small sum for him. What? Donating it? Hua Xiong's adopted son is indeed extraordinary of such righteousness. The impoverished masses of Hong Kong Island are blessed. With Hua Xiong's adopted son to support them, they can finally live a good life. While this is truly the largest charitable donation since the opening of Hong Kong Island. Heaven, 6 million. Enough to buy several garden villas. People were shocked in awe and filled with admiration. It was foreseeable that after tonight Lin Shixiao would gain many admirers. The media on site desperately squeezed to the front, furiously pressing the shutter. Without a doubt, Lin Shixiao was the absolute star of this banquet, and the only star. There was simply too much to write about today. It was likely that Hong Kong newspapers would sell out in the coming days. Lin Shixiao's righteousness. With a hearty laugh, a foreigner walked out from backstage. Governor Musa. The crowd immediately surrounded him to greet Musa. Musa ignored them and headed straight for the stage. He leaned close to Lin Shixiao's ear and whispered, "Thank you, Lin Shixiao. The dragon head and the oath blade were inadvertently obtained by my family. Congratulations, Governor." Lin Shixiao extended his hand and briefly shook hands with Musa. Everything became clear as to why these two extremely precious national treasures appeared together. It turned out that members of Musa's family came to Hong Kong Island to negotiate with him, bringing them along. These foreigners have no idea how many good things they have seized. Thus, a weak nation is bullied. If a country is weak, it will be oppressed. As a Chinese, regardless of how wealthy you are, if the nation is weak, you will not receive genuine respect abroad. Others will only covet your money, and once they find a way to drain your wealth, they will sever ties with you. Congratulations, congratulations. Musa laughed widely. He never expected the dragon head and the oath blade could sell for such a high price. He would probably wake up laughing from dreams in the coming days. Musa stepped to the microphone and proclaimed loudly, "First of all, I wish all the guests a happy new year. Secondly, I want to applaud Lin Shixiao's righteousness. Furthermore, to encourage more people to participate in charitable endeavors, I hereby appoint Lin Shixiao as a justice of the peace, effective immediately." After Musa spoke, the venue fell into an unusual silence. It was as if everyone's thoughts had come to a halt. The Justice of the Peace is not only an honorary title, but also a ticket into the upper echelons of Hong Kong society. It allows participation in community affairs, visits to prisons, signing legal declarations, and more. In other words, starting today, Lin Shixiao officially enters the core circle of Hong Kong Island. In the past, whenever people saw Lin Shixiao, their first reaction was that he was Hua Xiong's adopted son, but from now on, Lin Shixiao is simply Lin Shixiao, no longer needing to rely on the title of Hua Xiong's adopted son. Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Lin Shixiao was also somewhat excited. He certainly did not care for the title given by foreigners, but before Hong Kong's return to the mainland, there were certain rules one must abide by. That was a matter of reason. Of course. Musa looked at Lin Shixiao with a smile, knowing he was a treasure who could bring money he needed. Governor Musa, let's take a photo with Lin Shixiao. The media below could no longer contain themselves. They did not expect such explosive news to emerge as the banquet neared its end. There are only a handful of gentlemen on Hong Kong Island, all of whom are over 50 years old. Lin Shixiao is the only young man. The significance of this is something anyone with the capacity for thought should understand. All right. Musa did not refuse, pulling Lin Shixiao's hand to satisfy the media's request. In truth, Musa was not so easy to please, but he was happy today. Heavens, is this what a gentleman looks like? The man I admire is indeed extraordinary. Shen Hongyu was filled with excitement as she gazed at Lin Shixiao, who was revealing a gentleman's smile, on stage, her eyes full of affection. She loved capable men. I never expected this, I never expected. Shen Zhongfu shook his head with a bitter smile. He was envious. He was also a well-known figure in Hong Kong, but obtaining the title of gentleman was still somewhat impossible. At this moment, Zhuang Shijun was so envious and jealous that he wanted to go mad. Li Sheng, how can he obtain an honor that you don't even have? Shut up. Li Jiaqing was feeling gloomy. Zhuang Shijun was practically stirring up trouble. He had always wanted a title of gentleman and had approached Musa several times, but Musa had always brushed him off with various excuses. Lin Shixiao, let's chat when you have time. Musa was in a rush to head backstage to distribute the money. Sure, Governor, please head to the back to handle the payment and take the dragon head. Staff approached to invite Lin Shixiao to the backstage. All right. As Musa left, Lin Shixiao looked in Zhuang Shijun's direction and solemnly said into the microphone, everyone present has the blood of Yan Huang flowing through their veins. It is our responsibility to help national treasures return home. Even if you do nothing, you should not ally with the Japanese. He was pointing at Zhuang Shijun as well as some people at the banquet. There have always been traitors. If one doesn't encounter them, it's fine, but if one does and stays silent, he finds it displeasing. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned towards Zhuang Shijun. What's going on? Li Jiaqing was also scrutinized by the crowd, feeling very uncomfortable. Li Shixiao, it's nothing, let's go back. Zhuang Shijun wanted to run. He knew his earlier actions were somewhat impulsive. Now he regretted it. Don't leave yet to clarify this. Li Jiaqing grabbed Zhuang Shijun, unable to sleep well tonight without understanding the situation. Li Shixiao. Zhuang Shijun's mouth moved, but found it hard to speak. Li Jiaqing saw this and knew that Zhuang Shijun was in the wrong. Does anyone know? If so, please let me know. Li Jiaqing could only seek help from those around him. Li Shixiao, earlier young Master Zhuang, wanted to collaborate with the Japanese. His aim was to prevent the national treasure dragon head from falling into Lin Shixiao's hands. Is that really the case? Li Jiaqing exploded with rage. He always thought Zhuang Shijun was just useless, but he never expected this guy to err in front of righteousness. Many big shots on Hong Kong Island, although they have not publicly stated it, are all inwardly aligned with China. To many, Zhuang Shijun represents Li Jiaqing. If this matter is not addressed, it could affect future collaborations, which is something Li Jiaqing absolutely cannot tolerate. Li Shixiao. I was just momentarily foolish. Zhuang Shijun knew that any reason he found at this moment would be useless. It was better to sincerely admit his mistake. Nonsense. Slap. Li Jiaqing slapped Zhuang Shijun across the face, angered, but also putting on a show for the media present. He wanted these people to understand that he and Zhuang Shijun were not on the same side. Li Shixiao. Zhuang Shijun covered his stinging cheek, looking incredulously at Li Jiaqing. He truly did not expect Li Jiaqing would slap him in public. Now he had lost face. Apologize. I want you to apologize to everyone, to all compatriots. For his own interest, Li Jiaqing could only make Zhuang Shijun feel awkward. In matters of great principle, there could be no mistakes. I'm sorry. Zhuang Shijun had no choice but to deeply bow to those around him. When he raised his head, he glared viciously at Lin Shixiao. He dared not antagonize Li Jiaqing. This debt would have to be settled with Lin Shixiao. Let's go. Li Jiaqing pulled Zhuang Shijun away. From then on, Zhuang Shijun was never seen again in public with Li Jiaqing. That is another story. Lin Shixiao, please head to the back to handle the payment and collect the dragon head. Staff approached to escort Lin Shixiao backstage. All right. The next day, the media in Hong Kong indeed devoted extensive coverage to everything that happened at the banquet. Conflict erupted between the adopted son of Hua Sheng and Japanese businessmen. The adopted son of Hua Sheng brought glory to Hong Kong, and the Japanese merchants compensated 6 million for emotional damages. In the future, it seems inappropriate to call him the adopted son of Hua Sheng anymore. Discussions about Lin Shixiao in Hong Kong reached a new peak, with many young delinquents regarding him as an idol. In just a few months, he transformed from the son of a driver to the hottest new aristocrat in Hong Kong, a true miracle. In his private residence in Happy Valley, Hua Ingdong put down the newspaper, his expression somewhat excited. I never expected Xiao to be so outstanding. Even someone as ruthless as Musa has started to show compassion. If someone had said a few months ago that Lin Shixiao would rise to such heights, he certainly would not have believed it. And now he only feels he has struck a great deal. Yes, if Guodong had known Xiao was this exceptional, he probably wouldn't have been so quick to leave this world. Steward Chen looked up at the sky, his expression somewhat complicated. Although Lin Shixiao's rise depended on some of Hui Yingdong's prestige, it was more due to his own abilities. This person is simply a prodigy. No one in Hong Kong can compare to him, not even the older generation. Hee. Hua Ingdong sighed wryly, saying, I don't even know how to interact with him anymore. Steward Chen wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. He could understand Hui Yingdong's mindset. When a junior is so outstanding, it can create immense pressure for the seniors. If only my few useless sons were even a tenth as excellent as Xiao. Hua Ingdong recalled his own disappointing sons. Hua Sheng. Steward Chen hesitated. Come on, with our relationship, is there any need to hide it? Hua Ingdong shot a dissatisfied glance at Steward Chen. Hee. Steward Chen chuckled awkwardly, collecting his emotions, and said, actually, you don't need to be disheartened. Among the younger generation in Hong Kong, no one can match Xiao, and this is just the beginning. I have a feeling that Xiao will accomplish many things that will leave us astonished. Steward Chen spoke with certainty. Is that so? Hua Ingdong stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance as he pondered. He found Steward Chen's words quite reasonable. In the Zhao family, Zhao Wenjie rushed in with a thick stack of newspapers. Dad, look quickly, brother-in-law is in the papers again, and it's the front page. He was sweating profusely, panting heavily. You kid, why did you buy so many newspapers? Zhao Guohua first scolded his son before picking up the top newspaper. The next moment, Zhao Guohua's expression froze. The headline of the newspaper read, "Please call Lin Shixiao Gentleman Lin from now on." The article elaborated on the events that unfolded during the banquet and speculated on the reasons Musa conferred the title of gentleman upon Lin Shixiao. Every line was filled with recognition and praise for Lin Shixiao. "Dad, what do you think? Are you happy?" Zhao Wenjie asked with an expression that sought praise. "What is there to be happy about?" Zhao Guohua chuckled bitterly. "Dad, how can you not be happy when brother-in-law is so outstanding?" Zhao Wenjie asked in confusion. Zhao Guohua scratched his head, momentarily unsure of how to explain. Just then Chun Xiulan walked out from the kitchen smiling. "Your dad is worried that Xiao is too excellent and your sister may not be able to handle it." Zhao Yazi had gone out early to attend a training session and was not home. "Oh, I see." Zhao Wenjie grinned. "Brother-in-law shouldn't be that kind of person, right? I feel like he treats sister really well. The car sister drives was bought by brother-in-law. I don't know how many people envy that. As the saying goes, the brother-in-law's value is enhanced by the sister." Because of Lin Shixiao, Zhao Wenjie's status among neighbors and friends had risen significantly. Many people knew he was Lin Shixiao's brother-in-law and sometimes even offered to treat him to meals. Thus, Zhao Wenjie admired Lin Shixiao immensely. Xiao isn't that kind of person. Zhao Guohua pulled out another newspaper, pointing at a picture. "Take a look at this." In the photo, Lin Shixiao and Shun Hongyu were cuddling together, looking very sweet. I know about this. Sister was busy, so she had Hongyu stand in for her." Zhao Wenjie instinctively defended Lin Shixiao. Zhao Guohua snorted angrily, and young people's matters should be resolved by the young themselves, but he understood Lin Shixiao's character. No matter what, he would never treat Zhao Yaji poorly, that was certain. Otherwise, he would never stand idly by. "Don't mind your dad." Steward Chen laughed and reached out his hand. Zhao Wenjie thoughtfully handed over a new newspaper. "Haha, your brother-in-law is indeed very outstanding." The more Chen Xiulan read, the more she enjoyed it. She simply took out her reading glasses and sat on the sofa reading through all the newspapers. Everyone says so." Zhao Wenjie also appeared proud. "Do you want to become someone like your brother-in-law?" Suddenly Chen Xiulan asked. In an instant, Zhao Wenjie's smile froze. "No way, Mom. You should quickly go read. If you don't understand, you need to read and learn more. I've told you countless times your brother-in-law only became this capable after studying abroad." Chen Xiaolan's voice rose. Zhao Wenjie shrank his neck in fear. "Got it, Mom. I'll go right now and strive to reach 1% of my brother-in-law's excellence. No 1 in 10,000. A thing flew past Zhao Wenjie's behind. However, Zhao Wenjie quickly closed the door. Bang! The object hit the door, making a reluctant sound. At that moment, Lin Shixiao was striding into the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, where executives from foreign banks were already waiting in the conference room. Whether or not he could successfully borrow a large number of shares and sell them at a high price, capitalizing on the impending stock disaster, depended on the upcoming conversation. "Mr. Lin has arrived, and hello, Mr. Lin. Pleased to meet you for the first time. I'm Jack, head of Standard Chartered Bank's Hong Kong Island Division. I'm Tom, head of Worry Bank's Hong Kong Island Division. Good morning, everyone." Lin Shixiao shook hands with each executive in turn. At this time, Hong Kong Island's banking sector was dominated by foreign institutions. 3 major ones stood out: HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Worry. All 3 held the authority to issue banknotes. Several smaller foreign banks also operated in the territory, Chase Manhattan Citibank and Bank Callion among them. Chinese-owned banks had only recently begun establishing themselves in Hong Kong and still required time to grow. Locals, for now, placed greater trust in foreign institutions. "Mr. Lin, having earned the esteem of Governor Musa, surely possesses an extraordinary future ahead. We at HSBC are deeply honored by your confidence in us." Smith, HSBC's head of Hong Kong Island Division, gripped Lin Shixiao's hand firmly. With rival banks watching intently, he knew he must tread carefully, lest such a high-value client slip away. "Mr. Smith, I trust you'll take the lead shortly." Lin Shixiao deposited his funds with HSBC not for paltry interest, but because HSBC reigned as Hong Kong Island's most influential financial institution, the de facto elder statesman among foreign banks, whose strategic moves other foreign banks routinely followed. Of course. Smith understood Lin Shixiao's implication perfectly. Even if the proposal Lin Shixiao presented moments later proved somewhat unorthodox, HSBC would lend its endorsement to signal goodwill. "Shall we begin without delay, Mr. Lin?" Tom urged politely. With Smith maintaining close watch, Tom had no opportunity for private conversation, but demonstrating proactive engagement today would certainly leave a favorable impression. "Are you all growing impatient?" Lin Shixiao smiled faintly as his gaze swept across the assembled executives. Though the youngest present, he exuded neither hesitation nor deference. He had convened this gathering himself, and the proposal he was about to unveil promised mutual benefit for everyone. Even with foreknowledge of the impending stock market crash, many banks would refrain from selling their equities outright, since stocks formed an integral component of their asset allocation strategy. Unlike retail investors, banks prioritized long-term equity appreciation. Every person in that room, including Lin Shixiao, remained profoundly optimistic about Hong Kong's economic trajectory. Mr. Lin Manager Wang couldn't quite clarify it. Would you kindly explain in detail how this stock borrowing arrangement works? Jack suppressed his smile, adopting an expression of rapt attention. And indeed, Mr. Lin, please do tell us. We're all eager to hear. And subtly yet unmistakably, each executive sought to curry favor. Little wonder, they all knew Lin Shixiao was now Hong Kong's undisputed cash king, holding over 700 million Hong Kong dollars in deposits. At last night's banquet, many guests knew only that his deposits exceeded 100 million Hong Kong dollars, but the precise figure remained unknown to most. Bank executives, however, possessed far more timely intelligence. Very well, please be seated, everyone. Let us proceed deliberately. Lin Shixiao took his place at the center of the table. Once all had settled and turned expectantly toward him, Lin Shixiao cleared his throat softly and began in truth, my proposal to borrow your shares benefits us all. You may well wonder where lies the advantage for you. First, I will pay interest on the borrowed shares, calculated at the prevailing interbank lending rate of 8% per annum. Second, should the share price rise during the borrowing period, all resulting gains accrue entirely to you. I claim none. Upon maturity, I shall return an identical quantity of shares from the same issuer. Not a single share shall be missing. Lin Shixiao offered these generous terms precisely because he knew the market crash loomed near, and during the borrowing period share prices would likely decline steadily, leaving little room for meaningful appreciation. As Lin Shixiao spoke, some eyes gleamed with sudden insight, others fell into quiet contemplation. Tom, head of Worry Bank's Hong Kong Island division, broke the silence. If I understand correctly, Mr. Lin, you intend to sell the borrowed shares immediately. Then how precisely will you ensure sufficient capital to repurchase them should the price surge dramatically? As a banker, his foremost concern was never profit, but risk. Should risk outweigh reward, he would decline the transaction outright. Precisely, Hong Kong equities continue rising. How then do we safeguard our interests? Jack, head of Standard Chartered's Hong Kong Island division, echoed the sentiment. Nods rippled across the room. This shared apprehension was palpable. Lin Shixiao had anticipated this very question. Do I not hold 700 million Hong Kong dollars in deposits with HSBC? Upon borrowing your shares, that sum will be fully frozen. No portion shall be withdrawn. You may monitor the account continuously. Should you judge my balance insufficient to repurchase the requisite number of shares at prevailing market prices, you retain the right to terminate the agreement early and demand immediate buyback, thus eliminating any concern about liquidity shortfalls. Short-selling mechanisms did not yet exist in this era. Otherwise, Lin Shixiao would not need to devise such elaborate safeguards. That is indeed a sound solution. Tom and Jack nodded slowly, then turned their gaze towards Smith. After all, Lin Shixiao's deposits resided at provided Mr. Lin consents, his account shall remain subject to your collective oversight throughout the agreement. Moreover, HSBC itself will lend shares to Mr. Lin. We too must protect our own interests. That final clause constituted Smith's strongest endorsement. Tom and Jack nodded once more. Then this arrangement is viable. After careful reflection, he realized there was no downside. He had no intention of selling those shares in the near term. Lending them to Lin Shixiao yielded interest, and any upside appreciation remained wholly his. Refusing would be inexplicable. In principle, I consent to lending the shares, but operational details require further negotiation, declared Citibank's head of Hong Kong Island division. We agree to lend, and so do we. In rapid succession, every bank assented. And there was no alternative. Lin Shixiao's terms were simply too compelling, akin to fortune falling from the heavens. Mr. Lin, do you truly hold so little confidence in Hong Kong's stock market? Tom could no longer restrain his curiosity. He needed to grasp Lin Shixiao's underlying conviction. Silence fell. All eyes fixed upon Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao lifted his teacup, sipped gently to moisten his throat, and smiled calmly. I confess, I harbor grave doubts about Hong Kong's equity market over the coming year. More precisely, I anticipate a pronounced downturn within that time frame. Hence my borrowing term is set at 1 year. Should I choose to repay early, rest assured, you shall receive full interest for the entire 12-month period. His words hung in the air, and the foreign bank executives exchanged glances. Their expressions betrayed widespread skepticism toward Lin Shixiao's forecast, yet none voiced dissent. All understood his intent: sell high, buy low, pocket the arbitrage. If the market unfolded as he predicted, his profits would indeed be substantial. Still, even they could not predict Hong Kong's market trajectory with certainty. So how could Lin Shixiao be so certain? Was it sheer confidence born of repeated past successes? They chose not to probe deeper. Mr. Lin, let us now discuss operational details. We at Citibank hold a considerable portfolio of equities. Citibank's head of Hong Kong Island division spoke first, signaling formal commitment. We hold quite a number of stocks at Standard Chartered. Mr. Lin, let's first consider our holdings at Hui Fong Bank. We possess only high-quality blue-chip stocks. The crowd began to fight for their shares. Lin Shixiao had only 700 million in collateral, so the number of stocks he could borrow was limited. Mr. Lin, if you borrow stocks from Huifeng Bank, the interest can be lower. After clarifying all the details, Smith was ready to seize the largest share. Initially, he had the intention to support Lin Shixiao, but now he truly sought profit. That's reasonable. I only need stocks worth 500 million. Let's discuss them one by one. Lin Shixiao did not expect things to go so smoothly. Being appointed as the person in charge on Hong Kong Island meant he had both capability and audacity. It's foolish not to engage in a risk-free, profitable endeavor. Soon Lin Shixiao signed agreements with various banks, successfully borrowing 60 million shares from various companies, with a total market value of approximately 500 million, agreeing to return the same number of stocks from the same companies a year later. If Lin Shixiao sold the stocks immediately after obtaining them, he could acquire 500 million in cash. Assuming he could buy back the same 60 million shares after the market crash for only 200 million, the 300 million difference would be his profit. Of course, it might not stop there. Lin Shixiao clearly remembered that within the next year the market index plummeted from over 1,700 points to below 400, and the decline of individual stocks would be even more dramatic. He eagerly anticipated that moment. If it weren't to reassure these banks, he would want to borrow more than 700 million in stocks. Perhaps compared to his previous operations, the profit multiplier was somewhat small. However, this was a certain opportunity for profit. From Lin Shixiao's perspective, it was almost zero risk. Furthermore, once wealth reached a certain scale, multiplying it many times over became increasingly difficult. A shallow pond cannot nurture a giant turtle. In the future, if Lin Shixiao wanted to rapidly double his wealth, he could only fight in the international market. The foreign financial market was relatively well developed, providing better opportunities for Lin Shixiao to showcase his abilities. 2 days later, the 60 million shares borrowed from various foreign banks were all in Lin Shixiao's hands, while his 700 million deposit at Huifeng Bank was simultaneously frozen. He could not access that money until the agreement was fulfilled. What Lin Shixiao needed to do immediately was to sell these 60 million shares as quickly as possible while the market conditions were favorable. After all, there was only a little over half a month left before the market crash. However, with such a large volume of 500 million, Lin Shixiao could not sell too much at once to ensure profit, as it would create too great an impact on the market. Fortunately, he had signed confidentiality agreements with all the banks, and the market was unaware that a large amount of stock was about to be liquidated. In the specialized trading room of Bell Securities, manager Wang Jiqiang and Wang Huan were already in position. Mr. Lin, there are 5 minutes until the market opens. None of the three expected Lin Shixiao's imaginative idea to be so successful. At this moment, Lin Shixiao's image in their minds grew even taller. When this matter is revealed later, everyone on Hong Kong Island will be astonished. Lin Shixiao is practically making a fortune in the stock market. Let's first sell the shares of Xiangjiang Real Estate. This stock is the hottest right now. Among the borrowed stocks, many belonged to Xiangjiang Real Estate. There was no choice. The company had previously pledged many stocks to foreign banks due to debt, and although many had already been sold, the banks believed in a positive future for Xiangjiang Real Estate and retained more stocks. All right, Mr. Lin. The three of them were eager to get started. Mr. Lin, are we short selling now? Wang Jiqiang didn't fully understand the meaning of short selling. Short selling. Lin Shixiao was momentarily taken aback and then laughed. I suppose so. But this is just child's play for us. Compared to later generations, it was indeed child's play. In later generations, short selling could even leverage and amplify profits. That's already quite impressive. Wang Jiqiang shyly scratched his head. Then someone hit him on the head. Not just impressive, it's simply godlike. Manager Wang glared at Wang Jiqiang discontentedly. Although they did not share in the profits this time, being part of this matter was already incredibly exciting. On February 26, 1973, Monday, Lin Shixiao sold 1/10 of his stocks, realizing over 50 million in cash. The market conditions were excellent. Although his selling caused some impact on the market, it was quickly absorbed by the enthusiasm of retail investors. Newspapers and television stations continued to promote the bull market, and the market index breaking 2,000 points became a consensus among more and more people. On February 27, 1973, Tuesday, Lin Shixiao attempted to sell more of his stocks. This time the market experienced virtually no impact. On that day, Lin Shixiao liquidated a total of 1 million shares amounting to 90 million Hong Kong dollars. On February 28, 1973, Wednesday, Lin Shixiao originally planned to cash out at least 800,000 shares, but the market declined from morning until afternoon, and he only could liquidate 400,000 shares that day. Manager Wang and the others were very worried, fearing that the market might end here, but Lin Shixiao remained calm. The Hong Kong stock market had been rising sharply recently, so a slight adjustment was normal. In the following 2 days, Lin Shixiao hardly liquidated any stocks. Although the days until the market crash drew closer, he had enough composure and remained unflustered. At 9:20, Wang Huan reported. All right, I understand. Lin Shixiao looked at Manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang. I asked you to gauge market sentiment. Have you got any results? At 9:20, Wang Huan reported. All right, I understand. Lin Shixiao looked at Manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang. I asked you to gauge market sentiment. Have you got any results? The market had not been good these past 2 days, so Lin Shixiao would naturally not remain idle. Manager Wang frowned. Everyone is on the sidelines, and I've heard that many company shareholders are secretly liquidating their stocks. This is expected. Lin Shixiao was not surprised. Many company stocks had risen significantly, and it would be strange for shareholders not to liquidate. However, these liquidations made it more difficult for him to continue cashing out. With about 10 days left until the market crash, he had to act quickly. Wang Huan watched the early market and buy some shares to heat up the market, sell the purchased stocks as soon as possible, and we won't worry about the profits for this part. All right, Mr. Lin. Wang Huan nodded, preparing to leave. Mr. Lin, what can we do? Manager Wang and Wang Jiqiang looked serious. They understood that the critical moment had arrived. Continue to help me monitor the market sentiment. This is very important. Understood. The two hurriedly ran out. Lin Shixiao walked to the window, looking at the bustling crowd below, and his heart settled again. As long as the logic of the bull market remains, there is no fear that the stocks in hand cannot be sold. At 9:30 after the stock market opened, the index fluctuated around 1,700 points, neither rising nor falling. It was evident that many funds were hesitating. If the index stabilized above 1,700 points, they would make a significant entry. Use 10 million to buy stocks in the top 10 popular stocks. Then use another 20 million to purchase the Under Lin Shixiao's bold operations, the index gradually stabilized and quickly surged upwards. 1,700 points, 1,710 points, 1,720 points, 1,750 points. When the index broke through 1,750 points, retail investors no longer hesitated and short-term speculative funds rushed in to grab shares. Charge. The market is about to break 1,800. 1,800 is just the beginning. We'll definitely break 2,000 points this week. An optimistic atmosphere enveloped every investor. At 11 in the morning, the index broke through 1,790 points, launching an attack towards 1,800 points. Now's the time. Lin Shixiao's long-awaited opportunity to sell had finally arrived, and he immediately issued the sell order. Sell all the stocks bought this morning. Understood, Lin. Wang Jiqiang ran faster than a rabbit. Seconds later, Wang Huan received the instruction at the trading desk. Got it. She had been prepared for this, just waiting for Lin Shixiao's order to take action. As a senior trader who had followed Lin Shixiao through so many operations, her trading intuition was also improving. Sold stocks worth 5 million. Sold stocks worth 10 million. Sold stocks worth 8 million. Sold stocks worth 10 million. Tell Lin that all the stocks bought in the morning have been sold with a floating profit of 3 million. Ask Lin if he wants to continue selling. Wang Huan shouted loudly. In half an hour, over 30 million was sold, yet the index continued to slowly rise. The enthusiasm of retail investors was incredibly high. A many rushed to the trading desk in anger to execute transactions, causing great chaos. Lin Shixiao now enjoyed the highest transaction priority at Berry Securities. Whenever he wanted to buy or sell stocks, his orders would be processed first. All right, I'm on my way. Wang Jiqiang sprinted off. Lin, all the stocks bought today have been sold, and Sister Wang asked if you want to continue selling. So fast. Lin Shixiao was somewhat surprised. It had only been half an hour. Yes, the market enthusiasm is extremely high. Wang Jiqiang's face was flushed, not sure if from being jostled or excitement. Lin Shixiao glanced at the time. There was less than half an hour until the morning close. He decisively issued the instruction, above 1,750 points, sell as much as possible. If it falls below 1,750 points, slow down a bit. If the index fell below 1,750 points, it would indicate a failed upward trend, and it might break downward. At that time, his task was not to sell, but to protect the market alongside other funds. Lin Shixiao's rich experience from his past life played a crucial role here. If he panicked and sold recklessly, the index would likely collapse. At that point, Lin Shixiao would incur significant losses. He understood very clearly what was at stake. Okay, Wang Jiqiang hurriedly ran out. All communication between Lin Shixiao and Wang Huan relied on him. Lin Shixiao walked to the window, looking at the chaotic trading hall, the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly widening. As long as the index rises, endless funds will flow in. This way, cashing out becomes much simpler. Lin successfully sold 3 million shares, cashing out 32 million. Lin successfully sold 4 million shares, cashing out 42 million. Lin successfully sold 3 million shares, cashing out 36 million. Good news kept coming in. By the midday close, not counting the stocks bought and sold in the morning, Lin Shixiao had sold a total of 11 million shares, cashing out nearly 120 million. Thus far, Lin Shixiao had cashed out over 300 million. About half of the stocks sold for 300 million means that after selling all the borrowed stocks, I still have over 70 million in profit, enough for a year's interest. A smile spread across Lin Shixiao's face. Although he had agreed not to take the profit from the stock rise, this small difference probably wouldn't be too much for foreign banks to quibble over. This slight increase was just right. If it rose too much, Smith and others would probably not be able to sit still. Hee Lin, isn't this a bit too little? Wang Jiqiang still felt somewhat dissatisfied. This is too little. Lin Shixiao stared blankly at Wang Jiqiang. When did you get such a big appetite? Hehe, it's all because of Lin spoiling us. Last time we made several hundred million. Wang Jiqiang chuckled. Lin Shixiao could only be speechless. We could earn this much before because our capital was relatively small. Do you expect several billion to multiply many times? Who has that much money to give us? Lin Shixiao also wanted to earn many times more, but there simply weren't dozens of billions of hot money in Hong Kong. The money he made was all from others investing in the stock market. I was just saying you actually earning several tens of millions in a few days is already a lot. Wang Jiqiang said seriously. Don't worry, Lin will lead us to earn even more money in the future. Manager Wang now had some blind confidence in Lin Shixiao. Wang Huan also looked over with some anticipation. She mainly wanted to be part of the event. The financial gains were just one aspect. The feeling of taking risks in the market was truly exhilarating and refreshing. Of course, Lin Shixiao squinted his eyes. There are plenty of giant capital players in the international arena like the stock god Buffett. If he didn't compete with them, it would be a waste of his time traversing to this world. In the afternoon, Lin Shixiao continued to sell stocks to cash out. It was precisely because of his substantial selling that the index struggled to break through 1,800 points. However, this time market sentiment remained unaffected. Most people believed the index would break 1,800 points tomorrow. On March 6th, Lin Shixiao replicated the previous day's operations using large amounts of capital to boost the index and successfully assisting it in breaking through 1,800 points. The sentiment of the funds was ignited once again. Even many short-term speculators who intended to sell were forced to turn bullish. The index surged rapidly, showing signs of breaking 1,850 points. Very good just now. At 10:30 in the morning, Lin Shixiao began to sell the stocks he had bought to boost the market. After this portion was successfully executed, he started selling the remaining borrowed stocks. On that day, a total of 15 million shares were sold, cashing out 220 million. Thus far, there were less than 13 million shares left of all the borrowed stocks, and most were low-price stocks. He could still sell for about 60 to 70 million. At this moment, Lin Shixiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the index dropped, now his profits were. For the next 2 days, Lin Shixiao no longer invested to boost the market. He truly didn't dare to push it up. If the index rose too much, who knows if a stock disaster would occur. If that happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. On March 12th, Lin Shixiao finally cleared all the borrowed stocks in his hands, cashing out a total of 580 million, which he could now utilize. Of course, he needed to keep some funds to buy back the stock sold after the market crash, which would take at least 10 months. Strangely, on the very day Lin Shixiao cleared his stocks, the market experienced a surge. By the end of the day, the index had broken through 1,900 points, setting a new historical high. On the streets, crowds could be seen rushing to share the news. Extra! Extra! The market has breached 1,900. The bull market is officially underway. Experts say this round of the market will at least hit 3,000 points. Those who haven't bought yet, hurry up and join in. Latest data shows that the economy of Hong Kong has risen by 15 compared to the same period last year, and Hong Kong is about to become a world financial center. The frenzied crowd even stormed into the brokerage trading hall, shouting that there should be no market closure. Many were even preparing to sell their properties overnight, planning to share a piece of the pie in the stock market. Lin Shixiao treated manager Wang and others to afternoon tea at a tea house next to Bell Securities, observing the scene with keen interest. Lin, did we sell a bit too early? If we had waited, we could have made more profit, Wang Jiqiang said, somewhat unwilling. Watching the market rise while holding no stocks was a very uncomfortable feeling. Have you ever heard a saying? Lin Shixiao squinted his eyes. If he had any doubts about whether a market crash was imminent before seeing the frenzy of retail investors, now assured him that a crash would certainly come, and not long from now. Before something is destroyed, it always goes through a period of madness. What did you say? Wang Jiqiang straightened up. Every word Lin Shixiao said was crucial to him. Manager Wang and Wang Huan listened attentively. Don't aim to earn the last penny. Don't aim to earn the last penny. Wang Jiqiang repeated, still somewhat confused, while Lin Shixiao patiently explained. No one can accurately predict the ups and downs of the stock market, so the idea of selling at the highest point and buying at the lowest is simply unrealistic. If you hold such thoughts, you are gambling, artificially amplifying the risks of the market. Therefore, many people simply choose to invest long-term, disregarding short-term fluctuations. In fact, these individuals often earn more and earn more steadily. The stock market god Buffet advocates for long-term investment, and his previous investment in domestic new energy vehicles is a prime example. In just a few short years, the leading domestic new energy vehicle company BYD's stock price soared over 20-fold, earning far more than those who fought in the short term, living in constant anxiety and risk. If he weren't aware of the trajectory of the Hong Kong stock market, he wouldn't have chosen to engage in short-term battles. I think I somewhat understand now. Wang Jiqiang was still only half understanding. Manager Wang, however, had his eyes light up. No wonder you are Lin, your understanding is deeper than ours. He finally understood that Lin Shixiao's success was no coincidence. But Lin seems to get it right every time, earning more than any long-term investor. Wang Huan had a different opinion. This point Lin Shixiao couldn't refute. It was as if he had opened his third eye, which was somewhat of a cheat. My success cannot be replicated, so it is not comparable. This wasn't Lin Shixiao being arrogant, it was simply the truth. Unless there were other time travelers, his path to success was unique. Indeed, Wang Huan nodded, deeply agreeing. There can only be one genius like Lin in the world. I feel Lin is even more impressive than God. Wang Jiqiang excitedly added, being able to be around Lin has greatly benefited me. Manager Wang spoke in a scholarly tone. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but feel embarrassed. If he weren't a time traveler, if he hadn't started off with the connections from Huangdong, he wouldn't have achieved such great success now. There are many smart people in the world, he would rank at most as above average. The next afternoon, Lin Shixiao drove his golden Rolls-Royce to the global building located in Central. Top floor. Compared to his first visit, it was noticeably livelier. Shen Hongyu had gathered some old employees from Hongyu Daily preparing to revive the newspaper. Welcome, Director Lin. Shen Hongyu greeted him with a smile at the entrance. She still preferred to wear a qipao, and today's qipao was noticeably tight, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Lin Shixiao didn't hold back, appreciating her openly. Director Lin, aren't you afraid of being seen? Shen Hongyu's face flushed slightly. Actually being stared at by Lin Shixiao made her feel a little pleased. Lin Shixiao straightened his back. They are all my employees, unless they don't want to work anymore. Oh, so you're a ruthless boss. Shen Hongyu teased with a smile. It's not convenient to talk here, let's go to the office. At this moment, Lin Shixiao's breathing was noticeably quickening. Director Lin, what do you want to do? Shen Hongyu sensed the change and provocatively leaned in closer. Nothing. Amid Shen Hongyu's startled exclamation, Lin Shixiao pulled the woman into the office. Then, with a loud bang, he firmly shut the door. Director Lin. Shen Hongyu backed towards the wall like a frightened deer. Her appearance only fueled Lin Shixiao's anger. Enchantress. Lin Shixiao yanked off his tie. Director Lin, please don't be reckless, you have a girlfriend. Shen Hongyu said refusingly, but her eyes were filled with encouragement. At this point, Lin Shixiao could no longer hold back. He closed the distance, gripping Shen Hongyu's hands and pinning them against the wall. Director Lin, don't. Shen Hongyu's eyes were full of a pitiful look, her voice soft like a cat. You enchantress. Then Shen Hongyu received a severe punishment. Not knowing how long it had been, the two reluctantly separated. Shen Hongyu touched her slightly swollen lips, her face filled with resentment. Director Lin, don't you know how to cherish a woman? Haha, I'm sorry, I acted impulsively. Lin Shixiao also felt somewhat apologetic. He had indeed been a bit rough just now. I need you to help me with something. Shen Hongyu pouted, clearly having her own calculations. What do you want? Just say it, as long as it isn't something about human reproduction, I can agree to anything. I deliberately said that. You have a nice imagination, Lin Shixiao teased. Shen Hongyu shyly averted her gaze. Just say it. Lin Shixiao wanted to shift his focus. Discussing work was an effective method. Shen Hongyu's eyes again showed a pleading look. You promised me before to revive Hongyu Daily's former glory, didn't you? Oh, that. Lin Shixiao scratched his head, pretending to look troubled. Sure enough, Shen Hongyu fell for it, her face showing concern. Is it very difficult? Reviving Hongyu Daily's former glory was his father's dying wish, and no matter how hard it was, she would strive for it. It's not too difficult, but I will have to work harder, and I need some rewards. Lin Shixiao had already made plans. Shen Hongyu gave Lin Shixiao a slight glare, pouting. Just tell me what benefits you want. While speaking, she deliberately raised the slit of her qipao a bit. Damn. Lin Shixiao's gaze couldn't help but wander down. If I can help Hongyu Daily enter the top 3 in the Hong Kong newspaper industry, you will be my maid for a month. How about that? Lin Shixiao had this idea because he had watched some Japanese adult films. Director Lin, you sure know how to have fun. Shen Hongyu's eyes flashed with panic, but she still bravely met Lin Shixiao's gaze. No problem, but top 3 isn't enough, it must be first. She leaned closer, her fingers slowly sliding across Lin Shixiao's chest, her breath fragrant. As long as Lin can do it, I can play any role, even as a maid. Lin Shixiao's breathing inevitably quickened at this moment. Hesitating for even a second would not be manly. Deal a gentleman's word. A swift horse's promise. Chen Guangcai is a senior clerk at a small trading company in Wanchai. Influenced by his colleagues, he invested most of his savings in the stock market. His luck has been relatively good recently, earning a considerable profit, nearly doubling his capital. However, he is still not satisfied, as among those around him his profit multiplier is the least. He carries breakfast with him and arrives at a roadside newsstand, having a habit of reading the newspaper before work. Boss, give me a newspaper with the latest market updates. Akai, you're late today. The newsstand owner knows Akai. My wife has been in a good mood lately, keeping me from getting up. Akai's face reveals a proud smile. Oh, I see. You've made money recently, your wife is treating you well. The newsstand owner, being someone who has been through it all, instantly understands why Chen Guangcai is late. As they spoke, the newsstand owner handed Akai a newspaper. Here you go. Chen Guangcai handed over 2 cents. While the owner thanked him, Chen Guangcai glanced at the newspaper and then froze for a moment. Boss, why is this the Hongyu Daily? Didn't that newspaper go out of business? It can't be a pirated version, can it? I assure you it's the Hongyu Daily, it can't be fake. Today a beautiful woman came to sell it. I know her, she's the young owner of the Hongyu Daily. The newsstand owner smiled. Oh, she just reopened. Is the content reliable? With suspicion, Chen Guangcai's gaze fell on the headline. The stock market crash is imminent. Isn't this? Chen Guangcai suddenly became angry. He placed the newspaper back on the stand. Change it. I dislike these sensationalist things the most. Don't bring me the Hongyu Daily again. Akai, you'd better check who wrote this article. The owner doesn't trade stocks, but knows Lin Shixiao's current fame on Hong Kong Island. Who wrote it? Chen Guangcai searched the newspaper and finally saw the signature in the bottom right corner. What a... Chen Guangcai was stunned. It was actually written by Gentleman Lin. It can't be Ghostrin, right? Lin Shixiao is his idol. If this article is truly by him, then he must read the content carefully. It's definitely not Ghostrin, don't you know? Gentleman Lin has a rather ambiguous relationship with the young owner of the Hongyu Daily. The newsstand owner chuckled. Handling numerous newspapers daily, the owner is exposed to all sorts of gossip and can be considered one of the most well-informed individuals on Hong Kong Island. How could Gentleman Lin make such a judgment? Chen Guangcai believed the newsstand owner's words. Well, I wouldn't know. I know you're into stocks, that's why I recommended this newspaper. If there really is a stock market crash, you need to be smart and get out quickly. Right? Suddenly Chen Guangcai found himself indecisive. At that moment others came to buy newspapers. Boss, is there any explosive news today? It seems to be another regular customer. There is Uncle Chun. The Hongyu Daily that you loved before has resumed. Really? Uncle Chun was surprised then delighted. The Hongyu Daily is the most reliable, unlike other newspapers that are always spouting nonsense. Huh. The stock market crash is imminent. Seeing the newspaper headline, Uncle Chun was also stunned. Although he doesn't buy stocks, his son does. Hee Uncle Chun, it's written by Gentleman Lin. The newsstand owner pointed to the signature location. Gentleman Lin. Is there even a gentleman with the surname Lin in Hong Kong? Uncle Chun was momentarily at a loss. He's the adopted son of Mr. Hua. Don't you know? He was knighted by the governor. Mr. Hua's godson. Oh, I remember now. This friend is very skilled in stock trading and my son supports him the most. Uncle Chun suddenly understood. You must study this article carefully, the newsstand owner kindly advised. You really should study it carefully. Don't say that, even though the stock market has risen sharply these past few days, I still feel something is off. Yes, as the saying goes, a cautious sailor will steer a ship for 1,000 years. Give me another copy. I want to show it to my son. Uncle Chun urged, taking out a 5-cent big bill. No need for change. Thank you, Uncle Chun. The newsstand owner beamed with joy. This is a small business for him, and receiving a tip of 1 cent is all. Uncle Chun took 2 newspapers and quickly left. The newsstand owner looked up and saw that Chen Guangcai was still standing there while the double-decker bus he usually takes had just left. Aren't you going to work? The owner checked the time. If Chen Guangcai didn't leave soon, he would be late. Chen Guangcai didn't answer the newsstand owner, but asked another question. Boss, what do you think is what Gentleman Lin said reliable? As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. He holds a significant position in the market, fearing that a stock market crash might truly happen, but also worried it might just be a false alarm causing him to miss out on profit opportunities. Retail investors often feel this way, plagued by anxiety and indecision. I can't make any guarantees. It would be better for you to pay attention to what the experts say. If Gentleman Lin is exposing such intense material, there will definitely be waves. The owner is very sensitive to public sentiment. You have to know that Lin Shixiao is currently the most prominent figure on Hong Kong Island. To publish such an article during a stock market surge, it is impossible not to have anyone come out to criticize it. These people may either have differing opinions or simply want to become famous. Criticizing Lin Shixiao will naturally attract significant attention. The earlier and harsher the critique, the greater the fame one will gain. If it later proves that Lin Shixiao's viewpoint was incorrect, that person will achieve instant glory. In the newsstand owner's perspective, Lin Shixiao publishing such news content at this time is somewhat irrational, although it does allow the Hongyu Daily to quickly return to the public eye. Give me a few more copies. They'll take them back to my company to study with my colleagues. They are much better at stock trading than I am. Chen Guangcai chose what seemed to be a prudent approach. All right. The newsstand owner cheerfully handed over several newspapers. He had already said what needed to be said, and what to do is up to Chen Guangcai. At this moment, Zhuang Shijun had just woken up from the bed in his villa, and his assistant knocked on the door. What's the matter? Zhuang Shijun was somewhat displeased as he had morning grumpiness. Zhuang Sheng, there's something you'll definitely be interested in. The assistant's voice was filled with excitement. What is it? Zhuang Shijun instantly snapped awake, sensing something amiss in his assistant's demeanor, intuition stirring within him. Zhuang Sheng, may I come in? Come in. Granted permission, the assistant pushed open the door and stepped inside, his gaze immediately drawn to several elegant legs resting on the bed. Zhuang Shijun's eyes fell upon the newspaper clutched in his assistant's hands. He extended his hand. Give it to me. Zhuang Sheng, the front page. With deference, the assistant handed over the paper. Zhuang Shijun nodded, rubbed his eyes, and fixed his gaze upon the headline. A stock market crash imminent. A mocking smile flickered across his face. This writer dares say such things. The market is thriving. How could a crash possibly occur? Indeed, Zhuang Shijun had been riding high lately. Though he entered the Hong Kong property development market relatively late, its recent surge had yielded him extraordinary returns. Zhuangsheng, please look at the byline below. The assistant offered a gentle prompt. Oh, Zhuang Shijun's eyes darted downward, then froze. Lin Shixiao, it's a me. How audaciously presumptuous. An unbidden surge of anger rose within. He had hoped to ride the bull market further for massive gains, and aside from his personal grudge against Lin Shixiao, the very notion of such a headline irked him deeply. Zhuangsheng, I suspect Lin Shixiao, pardon me Lin Shixiao, did this to lend credibility to Hongyu Daily, a publication long defunct, until Lin Shixiao helped Shun Hongyu revive it. Bastard. Zhuang Shijun hurled the newspaper across the room. At the thought of Shun Hongyu's beauty, his mood soured further. The assistant cautiously interjected. Zhuangsheng, this is your chance to publicly humiliate Lin Shixiao and catapult your own reputation into the stratosphere. Strike now before others react. Issue a swift, forceful rebuttal. Zhuang Shijun's excitement flared instantly. Excellent idea. You'll be richly rewarded once this is done. Immediately contact the media. I will speak out publicly. He sprang from bed and dashed to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Every second felt unbearably long. In matters like this, speed was paramount. If he hesitated, all glory would belong to others. To Zhuang Shijun, Lin Shixiao had clearly lost his senses over a woman. A stock market crash. Preposterous. The index was soaring. Within hours, the front page story in Hongyu Daily ignited a firestorm across Hong Kong. People debated passionately. Though Lin Shixiao commanded respect for his past triumphs and retained devoted followers, most remained unconvinced that a crash loomed. Their skepticism stemmed largely from vested interest. They held substantial shares and fervently wished the bull run to continue. Then a sensational rumor swept through the city. Did you hear? Zhuang Shijun has summoned Hong Kong's top media outlets. He's preparing to publicly denounce Mr. Lin. What? You don't know who Zhuang Shijun is? He's the man highly favored by Mrs. Li Jiaqing herself. Mr. Li even brought him to charity auctions. Now this will be spectacular. Your intel is outdated. Mine is sharper. Zhuang Shijun isn't acting alone. He's assembled a legion of stock market experts, and even some market manipulators. How could such people ever accept Lin Shixiao's view? Wow, where's the press conference? I want to go watch. Forget it. It's being held at Zhuang Shijun's mansion, a place we'd never gain entry to, not even near the gate. Zhuang Shijun may not match Mr. Lin's brilliance, but his fortune dwarfs ours beyond measure. They're simply on different tiers. Someone sighed dejectedly. I truly admire Mr. Lin. I think he's extraordinarily handsome, but I don't want the market to collapse just yet. So this time I'm backing Zhuang Shijun. Whoa, Ah Piao, you're so pragmatic. Won't Mr. Lin's heart shatter if he finds out? His friend teased. Ah Piao's eyes hardened with resolve. I entered the market late. I've barely profited. If this bull run ends abruptly, the gap between me and those around me will only widen. Besides, I read financial news daily. I can tell the bull market isn't ending anytime soon. But what if Mr. Lin truly possesses foreknowledge, and the crash strikes without warning? You'll be wiped out completely. His friend's face clouded with deep concern. Do you know something? Ah Piao asked, earnestly locking eyes with his friend. What? Even if Mr. Lin could foresee the future, so long as the overwhelming majority believe no crash is coming and no one rushes to sell, where does the crash begin? Ah Piao grew increasingly animated. That makes sense. His friend, unable to counter the logic, fell silent. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Global Tower, in central jubilation reigned. Director Shin, the newspapers are sold out. We've shattered this year's single-day sales record for print media. An elder staffer of Hongyu Daily delivered the good news to Shun Hongyu. Is that so? Shun Hongyu shot upright. This was a milestone she dreamed of achieving. Yes. The elder staffer nodded vigorously. Even if we'd printed 1/3 more, every copy would have vanished. What Mr. Lin wrote was simply electrifying. Things outside must be rather tense right now. Though Shun Hongyu did not trade stocks herself, she understood the climate. Everyone hailed the bull market as enduring, so Lin Shixiao's contrarian stance would provoke widespread resentment and backlash. Yes, it's not going well. The elder staffer's expression turned grave. Zhuang Shijun has rallied the media and gathered numerous stock market experts. He's preparing to launch a full-scale assault on Mr. Lin. The elder staffer relayed all known details. Upon hearing them, Shun Hongyu's brow furrowed deeply. Please step out for now and inform me immediately of any new developments. She had urged Lin Shixiao to reconsider, but he insisted, driven equally by principle and by his desire to resurrect Hongyu Daily with a resounding, unforgettable impact. Now, however, she realized she had underestimated Hong Kong's visceral reaction. A storm was gathering, one that would soon descend upon Lin Shixiao. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Lin Shixiao emerged, stretching lazily. Mr. Lin. Shun Hongyu hurried toward him. What's wrong? Why so serious? Someone is mounting a public campaign against you, with a host of so-called experts. Who? Zhuang Shijun. Lin Shixiao wasn't surprised. It was precisely the sort of move Zhuang Shijun would make. Would you consider leaving town? Shun Hongyu wore an expression of profound remorse. She felt responsible for dragging Lin Shixiao into this turmoil. Hide? Why? Lin Shixiao broke into laughter. Huh, aren't you afraid? Shun Hongyu asked, astonished. Afraid? Why should I be? He shrugged nonchalantly. For a moment Shun Hongyu was speechless. His calmness had exceeded all her expectations. Do you truly believe I did this solely for you? Lin Shixiao posed the question suddenly. Huh, isn't that why? Shun Hongyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Shixiao walked to the window, gazing toward the nearby securities trading center, toward the bustling crowd of retail investors, and let out a quiet, contemplative sigh. Whether you believe me or not, the crash is coming. If I remain silent, my conscience won't allow it. Those who suffer most are ordinary investors. Their losses ripple outward, devastating families. You may call me sentimental, but this is how I feel. I know my words hold little sway. If retail investors heeded warnings, they wouldn't be preyed upon so easily. Still, even if I persuade just one, that is victory enough. A wry, self-deprecating smile touched his lips. Am I ridiculous? He turned, meeting Shun Hongyu's gaze with unwavering sincerity. In that instant, Shun Hongyu saw Lin Shixiao towering, not in stature, but in spirit. Sunlight bathed him, gilding his silhouette with a radiant halo. No, you are magnificent. Shun Hongyu rushed into Lin Shixiao's arms, inhaling deeply, savoring the quiet strength and warmth of the man she held. At this moment, at the entrance of the Zhuang Shijun community, many fervent stock investors gathered, shouting slogans in support of Zhuang Shijun. The bullish market will not end. The economy of Hong Kong Island is so good, the logic of the bull market. Many people shouted with flushed faces. They had made money in the stock market, but they were not satisfied and were still dreaming of getting rich. Those who bought apartments wanted to upgrade to villas, and those who bought Bentleys wanted to switch to Rolls Royces. During the bull market, even fools could make money. Many attributed all of this to their own abilities. They were blindly confident, caught up in excitement, unwilling to stop and consider whether the risks accumulating during this bull market had become excessive. Every car carrying experts passed by, and the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers resembling a star-chasing event. Inside the community, Zhuang Shijun had already heard the commotion. A satisfied smile adorned his face. This was the effect he wanted. How many people do you think are outside? More than 1,000, and it is estimated that it will exceed 3,000 later. His assistant was also very excited, having never seen such a scene before. Zhuang Shijun closed his eyes. This is the feeling so good. This Lin Shixiao is surprisingly muddled, giving me the opportunity to shine. Should I go thank him? He is probably in a dire situation right now. The assistant laughed. He probably didn't expect this. Zhuang, most of the people you invited have arrived. The media is also here, and many unaffiliated media are applying to get in. What do you think? Those who weren't invited should reflect on their own reasons and consider whether they said anything bad about me. Zhuang Shijun was in a good mood, so he didn't have to worry too much. Go buy some things to distribute to those outside. Although they are not clever, they support me at this moment, so I must treat them well. Okay, Zhuang, I will take care of it right away. The assistant realized that Zhuang Shijun was trying to win people's hearts. I should go down now, or I don't want my friends to wait too long. It has been a long time since it has been this lively here. Zhuang Shijun prepared to seize this opportunity for a comeback. His previous reputation was indeed not very good, but after this incident, everyone would probably see him as a brave voice for retail investors. Once a person is adorned with a halo, the public can tolerate some shortcomings. Half an hour later, Zhuang Shijun's carefully planned press conference was successfully held. The media nearly filled his. Wow, Zhuang is so handsome. Zhuang, what do you think about Lin Shixiao's remarks? Haha, I know everyone is eager, so I won't waste words. Let's get started. First, I want to comment on Gentleman Lin's remarks. He said a stock disaster is coming, which is simply nonsense. Zhuang Shijun's emotions suddenly became agitated. The media in the audience immediately became excited. The more intense Zhuang Shijun's remarks, the higher the newspaper sales. Please continue, Zhuang. Yes. Zhuang Shijun nodded with a smile. Everyone should have seen that the economy of Hong Kong Island is unprecedentedly good. Moreover, it will only get better. The stock market is the barometer of the economy. When the economy is good, the stock market is naturally good. Although the stock market has risen quite a bit and carries some risks, the Hong Kong stock market hasn't risen for so many years. What's wrong with it rising a bit now? Moreover, the key point is that everyone believes the bull market will continue. How could the bull market not continue? The stock market is fundamentally dominated by sentiment. When everyone is optimistic, I can't think of any reason for a stock disaster to occur. Zhuang Shijun's argument was sound, and many stock trading experts nodded frequently. Who would have thought that Zhuang really understands the market? Zhuang, what do you think of Lin Shixiao's behavior? Clown. Zhuang Shijun replied without hesitation. Outside the community, more and more retail investors gathered, their emotions becoming increasingly agitated, and some information was transmitted through special channels. Zhuang Shijun angrily rebuked Lin Shixiao, directly calling him a clown. Zhuang and a group of experts all looked positively at the future of the stock market, saying the logic of the bull market still exists. Even if there are adjustments, there will absolutely not be a significant drop. Everyone should stay steady. The Hong Kong stock market will continue to soar. Everyone need not worry. At this moment, Zhuang Shijun seemed to become the guiding light for retail investors who needed someone like him to give them confidence. On the same day, Zhuang Shijun was elevated to a pedestal with countless retail investors expressing gratitude and worship. Do you think a stock disaster will really come? Chen Guangcai pondered along the way to the company. What ability does he have relying on luck and insider information to make money? Although I haven't made as much money as he has, I believe my ability is not inferior to his. That's right, his words are just nonsense. Have you seen? The market has risen again today. I'm leaving at this time. If the situation is not right, it's not too late to leave. At most, I would just lose a little profit. A colleague patted Chen Guangcai's shoulder and said, "Kai, if you leave now, you will definitely regret it." Hearing what his colleague said, Chen Guangcai finally bolstered his confidence. All right, I will follow your advice. I will hold on. No, I want to double down. Kai, you want to double down? His colleagues looked shocked. That's right. My mother-in-law gave me some money. I am optimistic about a stock and was planning to buy in today. Colleagues urged him. They were preparing to watch the fun. After all, only Chen Guangcai in the company idolized Lin Shixiao. All right, I will ask immediately. Chen Guangcai also became anxious. A few minutes later, he hung up the trading house call looking distressed. How did the stock rose by 5 points? That damn Lin Shixiao. He ruined me. Not just Chen Guangcai, many people are making choices. Chen Bo hurried home with 2 newspapers. Azide, Dad, what's the matter? I'm getting ready to head out. Stop for a moment. Chen Bo pulled his son back. Dad, what's going on? I have an appointment. Look first. This is serious. Chen Bo handed over the newspaper in his hand. Hongyu Daily. Isn't it out of print? His son looked astonished. It's not about whether it's out of business or not. Look at the headline first. What? Stock market crash? Upon seeing this title, Chen Bo's son widened his eyes. Last night, he had a nightmare about a sudden stock market crash, losing all his money. The person you admire wrote this. Read carefully. Lin Shixiao. His son quickly saw the signature. Then he read the article at lightning speed. Afterward, he fell into deep thought. How is it? Is it well written? Chen Bo looked at his son with a worried expression. On the way back, he had already thought it through. Their family was doing well now, and there was no need to take risks at this time. It was better to earn a little less than to lose everything. Dad, what do you think? My opinion is to liquidate for now. After all, you've made a decent profit. Just make sure you don't lose it all again. Chen Bo spoke earnestly. His son thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Shixiao wouldn't speak nonsense without reason. Hurry up. While the market is good today, sell everything. Chen Bo urged his son. All right, Dad, I'll go right now. His son, not daring to delay, hailed a taxi to the stock exchange. Piao returned home in a daze. Time to eat. His mother had prepared the meal, but Piao had little appetite. You eat first, I'm feeling a bit unwell. After saying this, Piao entered his room and closed the door. He lay on the bed staring at the dilapidated ceiling, lost in thought. His father passed away early and his mother raised him single-handedly. However, he hadn't achieved much. He lost his job last year and had only recently earned some money in the stock market. Otherwise, covering living expenses would have been a problem. Piao always wanted to provide a good life for his mother and himself, to drive a nice car and have beautiful women smiling. The reason he admired Lin Shixiao was that he wanted to be as successful as Lin Shixiao. He loved a saying: the stock market is a great battlefield for ordinary people to turn their fortunes around. Many people around him had proven this point. Some entered the stock market early, made a fortune, and moved away to live in spacious, bright rooms. Lin Shixiao must be wrong this time. Piao muttered to himself. After seeing Lin Shixiao's comments, he was also hesitant and wavering, but now he was resolute. Especially upon seeing many experts criticizing Lin Shixiao, his only hesitation vanished. Now he just wanted to make money, to earn a lot of money. However, the capital was still a bit short of what to do. Piao thought of the retirement money his mother had saved, and it was in cash. He could secretly invest the money in the stock market. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Piao slapped himself. Stupid, how dare you touch your mother's money, you fool. However, once the thought arose, it was hard to quell. After tossing and turning in bed for half an hour, Piao finally made up his mind. I'll take it to the stock market first. If I make money, I'll tell my mom, but she shouldn't be mad at me then. Piao tiptoed out of his room, found that his mother had already left, and quickly ran into her room. He found the iron box where his mother kept the money. There were $10,000 inside, and Piao knew this was the money his mother had worked hard to save. A pang of guilt flashed through him. Double, that is 20,000. 20,000 doubled is 40,000. 40,000 doubled is 80,000. Piao even envisioned how to spend the money after earning it. He carefully placed the iron box back in its original spot. Then he quickly ran back to his room, hid the money under the quilt, waiting to increase his position the next day. The discussion grew increasingly heated, and Hua Yingdong was also being harassed by reporters. May I ask, Mr. Hu, what do you think of your adopted son's comments? Hua Yingdong initially didn't want to engage with the reporters, but considering the very poor public opinion environment Lin Shixiao was facing, he felt it necessary to support him. He smiled and said, "You know he's my adopted son. Oh, how could what he says be problematic? Mr. Hu means you support Lin Shixiao, right?" Hua Yingdong pondered for a moment and then nodded vigorously. Yes, I support him. Regardless of whether Lin Shixiao's predictions were correct, as an elder, he had to stand by him. Thank you, Mr. Hua. The reporters got the answers they wanted and let Hua Yingdong leave. Mr. Hui Xiao is a bit headstrong this time. But no matter what, Lin Shixiao shouldn't put himself in such a passive position. Hui Yingdong's expression became serious. I think Xiao has his own difficulties. He is not a reckless person. Li Jiaqing also did not escape the reporters. May I ask, Mr. Li, what do you think of the current conflicts? Li Jiaqing was prepared and smiled faintly. Young people who rise too high can easily become arrogant. They'll learn their lesson. He still spoke in a tone of admonishment. The reporters became excited. Mr. Li, if I'm not mistaken, are you targeting Lin Shixiao with this statement? Think what you want. Li Jiaqing adjusted his glasses. So, Mr. Li, do you think Zhuangsheng is different? What Shijun is doing is very meaningful. Li Jiaqing dropped this remark and strode away. The reporters were not foolish. They knew Li Jiaqing was supporting Zhuang Shijun. With Mr. Hua and Mr. Li both in the spotlight, it's really lively. Go back and write the article quickly. We can put out another edition tonight. Generally, newspapers publish 2 editions a day, but with the high attention on the debate between Lin Shixiao and Zhuang Shijun, publishing 3 editions would not worry about sales. That day, the stock market surged 5 points to close. Those who were not affected by Lin Shixiao and continued to hold their positions smiled widely. Meanwhile, those who believed Lin Shixiao's words and liquidated their positions began to worry about the ancestors of Lin Shixiao. The lobby on the first floor of Global Mansion was packed with reporters. Lin Shixiao had yet to be interviewed, and everyone wanted to obtain first-hand information. As night fell, when the reporters were famished, Lin Shixiao slowly walked out of the elevator with Shin Hongyu. Mr. Lin. The reporters swarmed around like flies sensing blood. Everyone, don't rush, one at a time. Shin Hongyu was mentally prepared, but was still startled by the reporters' enthusiasm. Mr. Lin, have you seen Zhuangsheng's comments? What do you have to say? This was the question the reporters wanted to ask the most. Lin Shixiao's expression was deep. Isn't he bullish on Hong Kong stocks? Then does he dare to bet with me? If he doesn't sell a single share this month, I'll give him 20 million, or otherwise he gives me 10 million. Wow. As soon as Lin Shixiao finished speaking, there was a tremendous gasp from the crowd. A 10 million gamble. Lin Shixiao, that confident. And microphones from the press nearly poked Lin Shixiao in the face. And he pushed them aside coolly and replied, sorry. Please refer to the upcoming issue of Hongyu Daily for all other questions. Lin Shixiao hadn't forgotten his wager with Shin Hongyu. If he won by accident, he'd enjoy a blissful month ahead. Lin Shixiao. And reporters remained reluctant to let him go. Long and who stepped forward, parting the crowd and clearing Lin Shixiao's path to safety. Only after Shin Hongyu settled into the car did she realize she'd been clinging to Lin Shixiao the entire time. And put me down. And she felt utterly drained, her strength completely gone. Ha ha, weren't you enjoying it? And Lin Shixiao reluctantly released her. And judging by touch alone, this woman's figure surpassed even Zhao Yaji's. At the mention of Zhao Yaji, Lin Shixiao suddenly recalled he'd been somewhat neglecting her lately. Fortunately, Zhao Yaji hadn't been idle, either, devoting herself fiercely to study. The Miss Hong Kong finals were just days away. He'd certainly attend in person to show his support. And having wrapped up their interview here, the reporters didn't head back to their offices. Instead, they rushed to Zhuang Shijun's residence. Mr. Zhuang, Lin Shixiao has proposed a wager. If you publicly disclose your holdings and sell not a single share this month, he'll pay you 20 million. Otherwise, you pay him 10 million. So, dare you accept? And the reporters reveled in the drama, their words dripping with provocation. Is that so? Zhuang Shijun instantly began calculating in his mind. 20 million was a colossal sum. Even more so, given the entire territory of Hong Kong would bear witness. Lin Shixiao surely wouldn't dare renege. And most crucially, even if the market crash was inevitable, Zhuang Shijun didn't believe it would strike this month. No problem. Though I'm afraid he'll deny the loss when it comes. Na's self-assured smile flickered across Zhuang Shijun's face. And wow, Mr. Zhuang is truly confident. Absolutely magnificent. That was precisely the reaction the reporters had hoped for, and undoubtedly all of Hong Kong would relish such spectacle. And within half an hour, every major media outlet across Hong Kong reported the story under near-identical headlines. The greatest wager in history, in Lin Shixiao and Zhuang Shijun enter high-stakes bet. Wager exceeds 10 million. What a, so massive, truly worthy of the wealthy. And how thrilling. I love it. And Lin Shixiao's boldness is undeniable, but his odds of winning are virtually nil. Even if the market dips this month, Zhuang Shijun stands to profit as long as he holds every share. Though it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the streets teemed with people, all debating Lin Shixiao's grim prediction of a market crash and the staggering 10 million wager. On television, financial experts dissected the situation vigorously. A few voiced support for Lin Shixiao, but these were largely staged antagonists, placed there purely for dramatic effect. Lin Sheng TVB's stock market discussion program enjoys high viewership, but your public reputation is declining rapidly. Zhou Zhihui said this during his call to Lin Shixiao. He couldn't fathom why Lin Shixiao insisted on speaking out so publicly. In his view, Lin Shixiao's conduct in this matter bordered on recklessness. Over the next 2 days, the index repeatedly battered the 200-point threshold. And strangely, each time retail investors surged upward with renewed vigor, an inexplicable wave of selling pressure slammed down upon them. Yet whenever the index showed signs of further decline, that pressure vanished, just as mysteriously. And few understood why. Yet Lin Shixiao knew corporate shareholders were urgently cashing out. His dire forecast had accelerated their rush to liquidate. And still the index rose, however modestly, each day sustaining retail investors' confidence. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shijun, now hailed as the guiding light, published optimistic commentary daily across major newspapers. And leaving aside all else, he still had the wager with Lin Shixiao. He certainly didn't wish for a downturn this month. A new week dawned. After a day-and-a-half rest, many retail investors grew restless. And after a week's correction, the market should be ready. This week will break through 200 points for sure. Didn't Mr. Zhuang say it himself? Breaking 2000 is only a matter of time. And why haven't we seen Lin Shixiao speak up recently? I actually enjoyed listening to his wild talk. Market crash imminent. Yet my holdings keep rising, and he's long since liquidated everything, and now dares not re-enter green with envy as we profit. As Mr. Zhuang says, the stock market has no room for cowards, and Mr. Zhuang has assembled so many trading masters. Their guidance must be reliable. Unbeknownst to them, Zhuang Shijun's prestige among investors had soared to astonishing heights. Retail traders loved hearing what they wanted to hear. And it was now 9:30 m. Market open, and amid thunderous cheers, the morning session of March 19th commenced. In welcome new and seasoned investors alike. Bailey Securities wishes you extraordinary gains in the market. For smart investing, choose Bailey Securities. Before the announcer could finish his routine script, an urgent bulletin arrived, and the index opened 3 points. Instantly, the announcer froze, his spine chilled. And the index should have been climbing. How could it open lower? In, are you certain? In disbelieving, he turned to his colleague for confirmation. His colleague's expression was grim. In confirmed, 3 times over. In both men felt a boulder settle heavily in their chests. Nah, thriving market meant more traders and more profits for them. Watch your wording. Don't incite panic. Ni's colleague clapped his shoulder once, then walked away, steps heavy with dread. In recalling Lin Shixiao's earlier warning, both men sensed something deeply ominous. The announcer stood stunned for several seconds before resuming, urged on by eager, smiling faces in the gallery. In ahem. Apologies. There may have been an error in preliminary data. The index has opened 3 points lower. What a 3 points lower. In must be a correction. We've risen far too fast. Perfectly normal. And many retail investors paled, but still insisted defiantly. In the VIP trading room, Zhuang Shijun received the news instantly. In he staggered, nearly collapsing, before catching himself on the armrest of his chair, narrowly avoiding public embarrassment. Gentlemen, your thoughts? In beside Zhuang Shijun, the room held several trading experts he'd recently assembled. All wore grave, unsettled expressions. Reason told them this development was highly irregular. Yet emotion overruled logic. After all, they'd spent weeks proclaiming the bull market would never end, and most still held substantial positions. It's just a correction. Yes, absolutely. In, we're all seeing the same thing. No way the bull market ends like this. Stay calm, for now. Someone tried desperately to reassure himself. In, should we? In Zhuang Shijun almost suggested selling some shares, but recalling his wager with Lin Shixiao, he dismissed the thought entirely. Selling even a single share now would cost him 10 million, utterly unprofitable. Yet he had no idea it was precisely this hesitation that cost him his sole chance to cut losses. We will hold our positions and send someone down to say that this is a normal adjustment, urging the retail investors to hold on to their stocks. Zhuang Shijun spoke fiercely. Since he wouldn't sell, he naturally couldn't let the retail investors sell either. If they all rushed to sell, even without a stock market crash, it would still lead to one. All right, Zhuang Sheng. Someone went down to announce. Zhuang Sheng said it's a normal adjustment. I mean, with the market moving so well, it's impossible for it to suddenly plummet. It might just be that the securities company made a mistake in their statistics. It's just a false alarm. Everyone hold on tight, and don't get shaken off the bus. The retail investors encouraged each other, their hearts slightly settling. Perhaps their hope touched the heavens. After an hour of trading, the market gradually stabilized and slowly regained its previous losses. Now's the time. A retail investor shouted from the corner. He had just gathered some funds yesterday and hadn't had the chance to increase his holdings. The bull market couldn't end now. Those who aren't in line, step aside. Don't block me from buying stocks. At that moment, some shareholders within the company congratulated each other. If we can cash out, let's do it now. What happens to the market later has nothing to do with us. Is the market support fund being withdrawn simultaneously? Yes, there's no need to leave it in. What is Lin Shixiao doing, almost causing us to miss our chance to cash out? Someone brought up Lin Shixiao with a face full of resentment. Fortunately, Zhuang Shijun stepped in, otherwise we would have suffered greatly. He With the market rising so much, even though the economic momentum in Hong Kong Island is good, we can't ignore the bubble. Retail investors are still retail investors. It's no wonder they are being harvested by us. The more it falls, the better. It let the stock price stabilize a bit before buying back. The reason the shareholders could easily cash out was due to the lack of regulation at this time. In the future, selling stocks without the approval of the Securities Regulatory Commission would be a crime. At noon's closing, the market recouped 2 points of loss, only down 1 point, and the retail investors were exceptionally excited. Yay, yay, yay. Those who got off will regret it. It's a certainty. We will recover all losses this afternoon. I estimate we can rise 1 or 2 points by the closing. The retail investors went off to eat, filled with good expectations. At 2 in the afternoon, Wang Huan sat in front of the first counter. Lin Shixiao was not trading in the stock market. As an employee of the securities company, she sometimes needed to fill in. At the front of the queue was a short, thin, middle-aged man. Hello, buy or sell. Hello, here's a stock certificate. Please sell it for me at the highest price. The middle-aged man wore a polite expression. He didn't dare offend Wang Huan. In these times, all trading was manual, and if Wang Huan wanted to play tricks, she could easily make him lose money. All right. Wang Huan took the paper stock certificate from the middle-aged man. Then she instinctively frowned. This paper seems a bit off. Regular stock certificates are printed on special paper, while the quality of the middle-aged man's certificate was clearly inferior. Wang Huan kept a close eye and began to observe other details. The printing was rough, like a product from a small workshop. The seal was also incorrect, not just blurry, but the font details were different. This is a fake certificate, Wang Huan concluded in her mind. However, this was not a small matter. She quickly called over Manager Wang. Take a look at this. Moi. Manager Wang took the stock certificate with a puzzled expression. Then his brow furrowed as well. He looked at Wang. Manager Wang was certain that his judgment was correct. Both he and Wang Huan were seasoned professionals who had handled countless stock certificates, and they could tell the authenticity at first touch. However, fake certificates had never appeared before. Whether the middle-aged man had forged it himself, or if someone was mass forging them, the middle-aged man might also be a victim. If it was the former, then the situation wasn't too serious. If it was the latter, then the problem would be significant. Originally, the public was not very trusting of paper certificates. If many fake certificates suddenly appeared on the market, the public's first reaction would definitely be to sell their stocks for cash. Thus, a stampede would occur and a stock market crash would be a logical consequence. It is difficult to build the confidence of retail investors, but it could collapse in an instant. The market had been soaring for more than a year, accumulating many profit positions. These profit positions would be the biggest short sellers during a stock market crash. Once a gap appears in the dam, it will collapse and floods will pour down, leaving no survivors. Did Lin Shixiao grasp this situation long ago, leading to the conclusion that a stock market crash was imminent? Manager Wang suddenly thought of many things. Where did you get this certificate from? Manager Wang asked the middle-aged man with a serious expression. I bought it. What's the problem? That person needed money urgently, so I bought it at 80 of the price. The middle-aged man was a bit confused, sensing something unusual from the exchange between Manager Wang and Wang Huan. This certificate is fake. Fake it. Impossible. The middle-aged man became agitated. Manager Wang could see that he didn't look like he was acting, and his heart sank. Being cautious, he handed the certificate to Wang Huan. Check the code on it. Each certificate has a unique code, and checking the code reveals the detailed information and transaction records of the stocks held by the man. Okay. Wang Huan understood Manager Wang's intention and immediately began to search through the materials. Soon she found the corresponding code retained by the securities center. Her brow furrowed again, deeper this time. Isn't it correct, eh? Manager Wang had a premonition, but still held onto a sliver of hope. The code is real, but the corresponding stocks have long been repurchased by the company. They cannot still be in personal hands. Wang Huan's eyes were filled with seriousness. The middle-aged man also heard this and immediately shouted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're trying to cheat me. Help me evaluate this. I want to report it. Suddenly, many people gathered around. After clarifying the situation, many retail investors felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. How can there be fake certificates? Can certificates really be fake? Paper is inherently easy to forge. Trader, help me check. Help me check as well. Many people crowded to the front of the window, wanting to verify the authenticity of the certificates in their hands. The leaders of the securities company also understood the gravity of the matter and immediately arranged for personnel to assist in the verification. Once this verification was conducted, it turned out that many people's stock trading certificates were indeed fake. We're doomed. Manager Wang felt a bit weak in the legs. Those with fake certificates were throwing tantrums, while those with real certificates were now also clamoring to sell. Everyone feared that when they woke up tomorrow, the certificates in their hands would have turned fake again. Only cash could reassure these people. But if everyone wants to sell, who will buy? The news reached the main office, and Zhuang Shijun and a group of stock trading experts exchanged silent glances. How could this happen? Yeah, how could this happen? Everyone's face looked extremely grim. If we sell now, will it still be too late? Someone even asked naively. No one answered him, nor did anyone mock his ignorance. At this moment, who would still buy stocks? If no one was buying, who would they sell to? If we could find a way to get some money, could we struggle a little, eh? Zhuang Shijun clearly was unwilling to accept defeat. Zhuang stopped making futile struggles. Everyone is busy verifying the authenticity of the stocks and has no time to focus on transactions. By the time things settle down, I wouldn't be surprised if the market falls by several points. Just accept it. Everyone felt an extreme bitterness in their mouths. If I had known it would be like this, I should have listened to Lin Shixiao back then. That guy, he guessed right again. Someone said angrily. Yeah, he guessed right again, and I am about to suffer heavy losses. Zhuang Shijun suddenly lost all his vigor. These people lost money in the stock market, but he still had the bet with Lin Shixiao, which was $1 million. He might not even be able to scrape that together. Moreover, having borrowed so much money, how could he repay it now? Would the brokerage firm let him off? Zhuang Shijun's heart felt like a pile of ashes. In the trading hall, wails filled the air. Even those holding genuine certificates found it hard to be happy. The stock market was temporarily closed, but anyone with common sense knew that once it reopened, the market would inevitably plummet and no one would escape. How could this happen? How could this happen? Piao held a stack of stock certificates, feeling completely lost. His mother's retirement money was also invested in the stock market, and now the certificates couldn't be exchanged for money. By the time market liquidity returned, the market would likely have dropped by more than half, and he would at least lose half of his capital. How could he explain this to his mother? You fool. I told you to trade stocks. I told you to trade stocks. Suddenly, Piao began to slap his own face fiercely, his cheeks quickly swelling, but he still didn't stop, as if he was not hitting himself. No one around had the leisure to pay attention to him. Everyone was too preoccupied with their own troubles. Chen Guangcai was assigned by the company to entertain a very important client today, and he had no time to monitor the stocks. After finally settling the client, Chen Guangcai immediately asked his colleagues, "How is it? Did it rise today?" But the usually lively office was now filled with an eerie silence. Chen Guangcai then noticed that every colleague's face looked very grim. His heart sank. What happened? Didn't it rise? Still no one acknowledged him, and the atmosphere was tense. He'll call. Chen Guangcai picked up the landline and called the brokerage firm. However, what responded to him was I don't call anymore. A colleague looked up, casting a sympathetic glance at him. Your idol predicted it correctly. Our stock market crash is upon us. What do you mean? Be clearer. Chen Guangcai suddenly panicked, rushing over and grabbing that person's collar. He had just invested his mother-in-law's money in the stock market. How could there be a stock market crash? It couldn't be. The stock market crash is here. The colleague let Chen Guangcai grab him as if it would make him feel a little better. Huh. How could this happen suddenly? Chen Guangcai felt his body lose all strength, staggering back to sit in a chair. Damn it. The stocks I hold are fake. Those unscrupulous traders. Don't let me see them, or I'll kill them. A colleague suddenly exploded, throwing the stock certificate in his hand with, "What? This certificate is fake." Chen Guangcai rushed over to pick up the stock certificate, and after a brief inspection, his eyes widened. It really is fake. Where did you get this from? Don't ask. I'm not the only victim. This time I wasted several years of effort. The colleague slammed a fist on the table, sulking. Are there many fake stocks? Chen Guangcai's voice trembled uncontrollably. He knew what this meant. Another colleague confirmed. Huh. Chen Guangcai collapsed to the ground, murmuring to himself, how can I explain this to my mother-in-law? My wife won't let me off, she'll divorce me. He knew his life was about to come to an end, and those who believed Lin Shixiao and cleared their positions early became the fortunate few. Chen Ba-sun was one of them. At this moment, the father and son were celebrating wildly. Son, we made the right call. Dad, we must thank Lin Sheng. Without him, I would have lost a fortune now. Chen Ba-sun felt a bit apprehensive. The stock market is not something humans can play with. It changes in an instant. You shouldn't trade anymore. While we still have some capital, let's do some small business. Western fast food is good now, we can consider it. All right, Dad, I'll listen to you. Chen Ba-sun nodded vigorously. Years later, there was a famous Western fast food restaurant in Hong Kong Island, Chenbo Restaurant. Thanks to this restaurant, Chen Ba-sun achieved true financial freedom. This is a later story. Unbeknownst to them, in Central, many people gathered in front of the Global Trade Plaza, and the crowd kept increasing. Lin Sheng, show us a way out. I really can't afford to lose, and my whole family is waiting for me to open the pot. Lin Sheng, we know you have a way up. Lin Sheng, come out quickly. Ooh, I really have no solution. Everyone was counting on Lin Shixiao to save them. On the top floor, Lin Shixiao looked down at the crowd, feeling heavy-hearted. He knew this would be the outcome. Shixiao, they really are quite pitiful. If you have a way, please help them. Shen Hongyu's eyes turned red as well. The people below might deserve to die, but their families were innocent. Do you think I'm omnipotent? Lin Shixiao looked at Shen Hongyu. Huh. Suddenly Shen Hongyu was left speechless. Indeed, Lin Shixiao was not a god. Giving a warning in advance was already merciful enough. How could one expect him to do more? I'm sorry, I spoke thoughtlessly. Shen Hongyu hurriedly apologized. She truly hadn't considered Lin Shixiao's feelings. Haha, it's all right. Lin Shixiao gently pinched Shen Hongyu's nose, showing that her words reflected her kind heart. So, what should we do? If you don't go out, they won't leave. We can't spend the night here, can we? As the crowd's shouts grew louder, worry appeared on Shen Hongyu's face. When retail investors go crazy, they can do anything. The police had already arrived and were trying to persuade them, but it was ineffective. It's fine to let them be disheartened. Lin Shixiao strode towards the elevator. When Lin Shixiao appeared in the lobby on the first floor, the crowd immediately became agitated. Lin is here. The savior has arrived. Lin, quickly tell us what to do. You must have a way, right? If it weren't for the police maintaining order on site, Lin Shixiao would have suspected that he would be torn apart by these people. Everyone quiet down. Lin Shixiao shouted loudly, and the crowd truly fell silent, not daring to make a sound. They looked at Lin Shixiao with eager eyes. You want to get a solution to the current predicament from me, right? Yes. The crowd responded in unison, resembling a group of kindergarten children. If I say there is no solution, can you accept that? The crowd quieted for a moment, then erupted in chaos again. We won't accept it. Didn't you predict the stock market crash was coming? Now that the stock market crash is indeed here, you must have countermeasures. You can't ignore us. The people shouted hysterically, looking like a pack of lunatics. Lin Shixiao's emotions showed no signs of wavering. I'm sorry, but I really have no way to respond now. The measures for the stock market crash have already been communicated, and you did not adopt them. Now, you must bear all of this. I came in late. What should I do if I have little profit? A middle-aged man lamented. If there's no profit, then accept the massive loss of principal. Lin Shixiao's face was cold. Perhaps only bloodied lessons could make these people remember. Are you telling us to wait for death? Someone shouted hoarsely. Lin Shixiao stared into his eyes. If you can sell tomorrow, sell. If you can't sell, then wait for death. After saying that, he no longer lingered. He was not a savior, nor did he have the compassionate heart of a bodhisattva. Don't go save us. How can you just leave? Lin Shixiao, come back. No matter how the retail investors shouted, Lin Shixiao did not. That night, countless retail investors braved the wind and rain, lining up waiting for the stock market to open the next day. The closer they were to the front, the sooner they could place orders. However, they forgot that large investors had priority in transactions. No matter how they lined up, it was futile. At that moment, the villa of Zhuang Shijun was shrouded in darkness. When the assistant entered, he initially thought there was no one there. Zhuang. The assistant searched for a long time before finding Zhuang Shijun crouched in a corner of the garden. Zhuang, what are you doing here? The assistant was startled. Zhuang Shijun's face was terrifyingly pale, like a terminal cancer patient. Is there any news? Zhuang Shijun's voice squeezed out from his throat. Zhuang, you need to be mentally prepared. The assistant looked sympathetic. He felt grateful that Zhuang Shijun hadn't made him invest, otherwise he would also suffer losses. Go ahead, I'm prepared mentally. Zhuang Shijun's eyes were redrimmed, clearly having cried recently. The police's preliminary investigation shows that approximately 20% of the market consists of fake certificates. The relevant departments just finished a meeting and decided to open the market normally tomorrow. Open normally. Zhuang Shijun suddenly erupted, grabbing the assistant's collar fiercely. His facial flesh trembled, looking extremely terrifying. Zhuang. The assistant did not evade. His eyes were filled with sympathy. Although Zhuang Shijun was not very kind to him, usually having interacted for so long, it was impossible to say there were no feelings at all. How can they open the market? Don't they know that once the market opens, the crash will come? Zhuang Shijun screamed in frustration. But if they don't open the market, the retail investors won't agree, and it might even impact government institutions. The consequences are something no one can bear. Bastard. Zhuang Shijun suddenly shoved the assistant away. Then he shouted loudly. The frustrations, anger, and unwillingness in his heart could not be vented. Zhuang, get lost. Do you want? I said get lost. Do you hear me? You are fired. Get lost. Zhuang Shijun roared like a wolf. All right, I'll leave. The assistant did not dare to stay longer. He was truly afraid Zhuang Shijun would lose his mind and harm him. Once he exited the community, he finally understood why there was no one else in the villa. They had all been driven away by Zhuang Shijun. Well, I am also liberated. Although the stock market crash has come, the economy of the island is thriving. I am not worried about finding a job. The assistant glanced back at the community with reluctance and left with large strides. At 9:30 the next morning, the Hong Kong stock market opened normally. This was a moment of attention for all people on the island. Many prayed silently, hoping that the market wouldn't drop too much, praying that someone would buy so they could sell. However, most people's wishes were destined to be unfulfilled. The market opened 10 points lower and then plummeted rapidly, falling through 1,600 points in just 1 hour. There was almost no effective transaction in the market, with countless people continuously lowering their selling prices. Thus, the market continued to fall with no end in sight. 1,500 points. 1,400 points. When it dropped to 1,300 points, the market's decline finally slowed slightly. Many retail investors realized that no matter how low they set their selling prices, they could not complete a transaction. Many simply stopped placing orders, wanting to see how far the market could fall. At the 1,300 points mark, there were indeed some people entering the market with the mentality of catching a rebound, but the funds were very limited. Everyone knew that the market had not fallen enough. There were still profit positions inside. How many transactions have been completed? Are there still no transactions? Zhuang Shijun stayed in the large investor room, repeatedly asking the staff. However, the staff could only shake their heads. He had already been notified by the securities company that he must quickly repay the financed money or else all his assets would be auctioned off. In this financing deal, Zhuang Shijun had mortgaged his house car and other valuable assets to obtain the maximum. If he could not convert the stocks in hand into cash in less than 2 days, he would become a pauper and be burdened with debt. I am a large investor. I have priority in transactions. Have you forgotten? Zhuang Shijun walked up to the staff, glaring with bloodshot eyes. I'm sorry, Zhuang, but now all large investors want to sell stocks and must queue up, and there are no buyers. Useless. Zhuang Shijun began to destroy the items in the large investor room. Bang! Crash! The staff silently walked out and quickly returned with several security guards. Please escort Zhuang out. Huh? Do you know who I am? Li Jiaqing is my brother-in-law. You can't treat me like this. A few minutes later, Zhuang Shijun was thrown onto the street like garbage. He was then surrounded by a group of furious retail investors. Zhuang, didn't you say the bull market would continue? I believed you borrowed high-interest loans, and now I've lost my home and my wife. Oh, I don't want to live anymore, and neither should you. Brothers beat him. This lying scoundrel. No. Help me. You bastards. Under the violent outburst of the retail investors, Zhuang Shijun's voice gradually weakened. After a while, the security guard of Bailey Securities noticed something was amiss and rushed over to help. At that moment, Zhuang Shijun was already on the verge of death. Quick, send him to the hospital. The staff at Bailey Securities panicked and hurriedly called for a car to take Zhuang Shijun to the hospital. The retail investors also realized the seriousness of the situation and scattered like birds and beasts. Who started it first? A police officer approached with a serious expression and inquired. However, no one answered. In this era, there were no surveillance cameras. As long as no one reported it, with so many people at the scene, finding the culprit would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. By the time Li Jiaqing and his wife, Zhuang Yueming, arrived at the hospital after hearing the news, Zhuang Shijun was completely wrapped in thick bandages, having fallen into a state of coma. Doctor, what is the situation? Li Jiaqing's face looked grim. Although he did not particularly favor this member of the Zhuang family, to others Zhuang Shijun was his person. Now that Zhuang Shijun had been beaten at the entrance of the securities company, word would spread that Li Jiaqing lacked authority. The situation is not good. He probably won't survive tonight, the old doctor sighed. He did not know why Zhuang Shijun had been beaten, but seeing someone so young in such a state felt a bit regrettable. What a... Jun, wake up quickly. Zhuang Yueming lost her composure and cried bitterly while leaning over Zhuang Shijun. When she was young, Zhuang Yueming had received a lot of care from Zhuang Shijun's father, so her relationship with Zhuang Shijun had always been good, and he often gifted her with presents. The most critical issue was that Zhuang Shijun was in trouble, and she didn't know how to explain it to the Zhuang family. Madam, please accept my condolences. Li Jiaqing, having experienced the winds and waves, quickly adjusted his emotions. Jiaqing, you have to think of a way. Zhuang Yuming's eyes were filled with tears, making her look pitiful. Li Jiaqing knew there was nothing to be done. This was the best hospital in the harbor, but to make Zhuang Yueming feel a bit better, he nodded. All right, I will think of something. On that day, the market closed at 1350 points, setting a record for the largest single-day drop in history. This was also because there were no limits on price fluctuations in the harbor, and with some ill-intentioned individuals aggressively selling off stocks, the retail investors suffered heavy losses. Piao returned home dejectedly, having not gone home the previous night and having kept vigil at the securities company. Now his heart was finally dead. He had to return to give his mother an explanation. Why are you back now? Hurry up and eat. Piao originally thought his mother would question him immediately, but unexpectedly she did not. Tears flowed unconsciously down Piao's cheeks as he noticed that his mother had grown more white hair and her body had become a bit hunchbacked over these past few months. He had actually taken his mother's retirement money to gamble on stocks, leaving his mother without security in her old age. He could not forgive himself. Mom, what are we having for dinner? It's all your favorite steamed meat patties, pan-fried stuffed tofu, and slow-cooked soup. Seeing Piao's exhausted face, his mother felt a bit of heartache. Piao, I heard the stock market crashed today. Huh. Upon hearing this, Piao's body couldn't help but tremble. He looked at his mother with some trepidation. Mom, didn't you say you didn't care about the stock market? My son is trading stocks, of course I have to pay attention. His mother smiled. Oh. Piao lowered his head, not daring to continue on this topic. Mom. Piao really wanted to tell his mother about his theft of money, but the words never came out. Let's eat first. His mother was more patient and gentle than usual. Piao felt even more guilty as tears flowed down like a flood that had broken its dam. Look at you, such a grown person, don't cry. His mother's eyes were also red. She reached out her hand to wipe away the tears on her son's face. Mom. Piao could no longer hold back, gripping his mother's rough hand tightly and crying loudly. Even if you lose, it's okay, you can keep trying. His mother encouraged him. But Mom. It's okay as long as you're doing well, I'm satisfied. Mom. Piao blurted out, I stole your retirement money to gamble on stocks. What a... His mother froze and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground. She seemed to age many years in an instant, her gaze becoming dazed. Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing. His mother stood up and dragged her heavy footsteps back into the house. After an unknown amount of time, Piao heard muffled sobs. Guilt gnawed at his heart like ants. He felt that even breathing now was a mistake. Looking at the bare walls of his home and thinking about the difficulties his mother would face without her pension, Ah Piao gritted his teeth and made a decision. Years ago, under the persuasion of a classmate selling insurance, he had bought an accident insurance policy. If something were to happen to him, now his mother would receive a substantial compensation. Mom, I'm sorry, I can only do this. Ah Piao opened the high-proof liquor used for cooking at home and began to drink. Feeling dizzy all over, he resolutely walked out of the house, stepping into the storm. Chen Guangxi returned home very late. No matter how late he came home in the past, his wife would always leave food for him and smile as she helped him place his briefcase, sometimes even helping him take off his shoes. At such times, Chen Guangxi always felt that his fatigue had diminished significantly. But tonight there was no delicious food and his wife had not even turned on the lights. Ah Shio, what's wrong? What's wrong with me? I haven't asked you, but you are asking me first. I asked you, where did the money my mom left with you go? His wife's voice grew louder, almost screaming at the end. That. Chen Guangxi naturally could. His wife's emotions became even more agitated. I know without you saying you took it to gamble on stocks, right? How much did you lose? How much is left? Hurry up and return it. His wife extended her hand with a cold expression. Ah Shio, I got trapped. Chen Guangxi didn't even know how he had spent that day. At this moment, he could no longer hold back and cried out loud. Losing money was hardest for him, yet his wife offered no words of comfort. All the family's expenses were not borne by him alone. If you can't take out money tonight, we will divorce. What are you saying? Although he could guess this result when his wife said the words divorce, Chen Guangxi could not help but become emotional. I said we will divorce. The house belongs to me, you leave empty-handed. Oh, anyway, my parents provided the money when we bought this house. Fine. Chen Guangxi couldn't be bothered to argue with his wife and slammed the door behind him. Previously, he had always been seen as a successful person earning a decent salary every month. But now he had become the laughingstock of the neighborhood because of the stock market. At the hospital, amidst a flurry of activity, Zhuang Shijun was pronounced dead. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, we did our best. Thank you for your hard work. Li Jiaqing looked at his wife with some concern, knowing her feelings for Zhuang Shijun. I'm fine. Zhuang Yueming waved her hand, indicating Li Jiaqing not to worry about her. I know you can do it. Just as Li Jiaqing let out a sigh of relief, he saw Zhuang Yueming striding towards the exit. Zhuang Shijun had just died, and logically Zhuang Yueming should stay to handle the aftermath. Leaving at this time was completely unusual. Li Jiaqing hurriedly chased after her, grabbing his wife's hand. Yueming, where are you going? Zhuang Yueming turned back to glance at Li Jiaqing, her tone faint. I'm going to find Lin Shixiao. Why are you going to find him? Upon hearing that his wife was going to look for Lin Shixiao, the Li family immediately became the reason why Shijun ended up like this is inseparable from that guy. Moreover, he has a bet with Shijun. Although Shijun is no longer here, the Zhuang family cannot evade their promise. Yueming, don't pull me, or we won't be able to be husband and wife. Zhuang Yueming coldly looked at Li Jiaqing. In an instant, Li Jiaqing didn't know how to persuade her. His wife usually had a good temperament, but today she was just stimulated. Perhaps letting her meet Lin Shixiao was a good choice. He would just send someone to follow her. All right, you go, but don't be too excited. Okay. Zhuang Yueming smiled gently. She turned and hugged Li Jiaqing. I knew you treat me the best. Li Jiaqing gave a wry smile and nodded at him. They had known each other for many years, and even if he felt that Zhuang Yueming was wrong in some aspects, he would only be tolerant. Without this woman, his career would not have taken off. Zhuang Yueming first went to the Global Plaza, but did not encounter Lin Shixiao there. After some twists and turns, she found Lin Shixiao's residence in Repulse Bay. When Lin Shixiao heard that Li Jiaqing's wife was looking for him, he was also somewhat at a loss. However, since she had gone through so much trouble to come, he still had to meet her. Mrs. Li. Lin Shixiao's first impression of Zhuang Yueming was that she might not seem very beautiful at first glance, but the more he looked, the more he felt that this woman was charming. I have long wanted to meet the famous Huashinjia's son. I apologize for my abrupt visit, oh please forgive me. Although she hated Lin Shixiao deeply in her heart, Zhuang Yueming still wore a smile. Please come in, Mrs. Li. My surname is Zhuang. Ms. Zhuang. Lin Shixiao sensed a bit of intimidation, although the other party was a woman. Precisely because she was a woman, there were some things and methods he was not very comfortable using. Let's talk outside. Zhuang Yueming flicked her hair. I know you made a bet with Shijun. Now that he has lost and owes you 10 million, even though he is dead, the Zhuang family acknowledges it. Give me the bank account, and I will arrange for the money to be transferred tomorrow. Shengjun is dead. Lin Shixiao was somewhat surprised. Did he commit suicide or? He was killed. He prided himself on being an expert in the stock market, wildly optimistic, misguiding many people, and now he has suffered a backlash. When Zhuang Yueming said this, she was staring intently into Lin Shixiao's eyes. Ahem, my condolences. Lin Shixiao realized that this woman was blaming him for Shengjun's death, which he would not accept. Shouldn't you go pay your respects to Shijun? Zhuang Yueming's eyes were very cold. Sorry, I'm not familiar with him. Lin Shixiao's expression also turned cold. He respected women, but he had his bottom line. Aren't you afraid he will come to find you? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhuang Yuming's eyes. Lin Shixiao scratched his head. In his past life, he was somewhat wary of ghosts and gods, but in this life that wariness inexplicably vanished. He should go find the person who hit him. Why come to me? Lin Shixiao deliberately showed a hint of mockery on his face. His prediction of the stock market crash was not to dig a pit for Zhuang Shijun. Rather, this guy thought he had a chance to bring him down and tarnish his reputation, volunteering to step forward as a guiding light for retail investors. Now that he has suffered a backlash, all he can say is that everything is a matter of cause and effect. Alright, I remember. Zhuang Yuming came quickly and left just as quickly. It was somewhat baffling. However, Lin Shixiao observed that this was a woman who held grudges. He and Li Jiaqing were already at odds, and now there was another opposing factor. However, Lin Shixiao was not afraid. In the world of Jianghu, one should not fear being stabbed. Even if he was a nice guy and treated everyone kindly, he would still have inexplicable enemies. To put it bluntly, if no one remembers you, you are a waste. He was destined to be renowned in the world, rising to the top amidst the gritted teeth of countless people. Zhuang Yuming was very quick. The next morning, Lin Shixiao received a bank notification that 10 million had been deposited into his account. Alright, I'll take the money. 10 million was not a small sum for Li Jiaqing. Now Li Jiaqing probably hated him to the core. Anyway, there would be greater conflicts sooner or later, so he might as well take the money. On the same day, Li Jiaqing published an apology statement in a rather inconspicuous small newspaper, basically admitting that he underestimated Lin Shixiao's abilities and lost the bet with him. The first time the two met was at Hui Yingdong's private residence, where they made a bet. If the stock market crash occurred in March of this year, Lin Shixiao would win, otherwise Li Jiaqing would win. Li Jiaqing lost and had to issue a public apology. Lin Shixiao knew this situation and could only helplessly curl his lips. The esteemed Li Sheng is indeed so petty. Zhuang Shijun misled investors, causing many to go bankrupt. Zhuang Shijun died under the fists of retail investors. It was well deserved. Lin Sheng is indeed a stock trading genius, accurately predicting the stock market crash. Only when the tide recedes do we know who is swimming naked. Lin Shixiao trounces a host of experts. He is the true stock trading genius. In the days following the stock market crash, Lin Shixiao's reputation underwent a tremendous reversal. The media went wild, praising his abilities, with some of the expressions making Lin Shixiao blush. However, he also knew the media had this nature and didn't pay too much attention. If it were someone else, they would probably be overjoyed to the point of losing their bearings. In the following days, Lin Shixiao continued to express his views on the stock market in the Hangyu Daily. The stock market will enter a long-term downward trend, advising retail investors to be cautious in their entries. The economic fundamentals of Hong Kong Island will not change. One can believe in the future of Hong Kong stocks. The stock market can indeed change the fate of ordinary people, but one must overcome greed. The sales of Hangyu Daily soared steadily, entering the top 3 in daily sales, but to claim the top spot, there was still a bit of difficulty. Hangyu Daily currently had a circulation of 300,000 copies, while the leading Oriental Daily had a circulation of 500,000 copies. Lin Shixiao studied Oriental Daily and found that this newspaper's philosophy was very avant-garde, embodying the essence of those marketing accounts from his past life: exaggerate the headlines and write the content explosively. This newspaper took only a few years to firmly establish its top position, which is not without reason. Without his involvement, it would have been a pipe dream for Hangyu Daily to surpass Oriental Daily. Lin Sheng, it seems you don't have a chance to win the bet anymore. Shun Hangyu leaned forward slightly, while using a provocation tactic, revealing her beautiful and profound career line. She knew very well how to make a man lose control. It's too early to make conclusions now. Lin Shixiao gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to deal with this woman on the spot. Oh, does Lin Sheng have other means? Of course. Lin Shixiao nodded vigorously. Although he was not a professional marketer, having seen too many successful marketing cases in his past life, he could casually come up with a plan that would be hard for people of this era to resist. Excellent. Shun Hangyu beamed sweetly. She had genuinely feared Lin Shixiao would abandon the project altogether. To elevate the Hangyu Daily to the top spot, even becoming a personal attendant seemed a trivial sacrifice. The veteran staff, you recalled, are competent, but this... Lin Shixiao tapped his temple gently, is rather... Shun Hangyu's mouth fell open. She was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp Lin Shixiao. Have you thoroughly studied the Dongfang Daily? To be honest, not yet, she murmured, lowering her head in mild embarrassment. Surely at least you know why they rose so swiftly. She stuck out her tongue. Well, I suppose I know something about it. Lin Shixiao suppressed an urge to swat her. He fixed his expression sternly. The Dongfang Daily possesses a distinct hallmark. Its headlines explode with impact, its content captivates with novelty and precision, and it strikes unerringly at the pulse of Hong Kong's public interest. Hence its strong circulation is entirely unsurprising. This was Lin Shixiao's candid acknowledgement of the Dongfang Daily's excellence. Yes, absolutely true. Shun Hangyu nodded vigorously. She could hardly claim ignorance of the paper entirely. That's all. Lin Shixiao shot her a sharp glance, exasperated. He'd already laid it bare, yet she still hadn't caught his drift. What exactly do you want me to do? Her large, luminous eyes brimmed with pure confusion. Sensing his irritation, she darted forward, seized his arm, and gently shook it. "Brother, I'm just slow, so please tell me plainly, won't you?" As she spoke, she subtly pressed her chest against his arm in playful coaxing. A wave of warmth surged through Lin Shixiao's body. He drew a deep, steadying breath. "You ought to emulate their strengths. If these veterans' thinking has grown rigid and obsolete, recruit fresh talent, even poach from competitors. If funds run low, I'll wire more immediately." "Oh." Shen Hongyu nodded, emphatically, falling into thoughtful silence. She realized with quiet chagrin that imitation had never crossed her mind. Perhaps deep down she'd considered it undignified. Yet now she understood the marketplace was ruthlessly Darwinian. Survival demanded either dominance or extinction. The Hongyu Daily's current success rested entirely on Lin Shixiao's shoulders, but he could not possibly write for it daily. Once his byline vanished, its circulation would inevitably plummet. With clarity dawning, Shen Hongyu lifted her gaze and met Lin Shixiao's eyes with newfound resolve. "Chairman Lin, I understand now. I'll reorient the team's mindset and actively scout outstanding talent to reinforce our ranks. They must change, but the person who most urgently needs transformation is you." "Mie." Shen Hongyu blinked, then instantly grasped his meaning. "Yes, as their leader, I am the one who must evolve first. Your correction is absolutely justified, Chairman Lin." She flashed him a dazzling, knowing eye roll. Lin Shixiao guided her patiently. "Now, there's an exceptionally attention-grabbing subject right before us. Have you noticed it?" An attention-grabbing subject. She pondered deeply, yet drew a blank. Once again she resorted to coquettish pleading. "Chairman Lin, could you just say it outright?" Lately her flirtatiousness had markedly increased, a striking shift for a woman who once prided herself on fierce independence. Perhaps when a woman aligns herself with a truly formidable man, such softening becomes inevitable. "What were we discussing just moments ago?" Lin Shixiao tempered his tone. Shen Hongyu, unfamiliar with commercial strategy, naturally required time to pivot her thinking. The Hongyu Daily, aiming for first place? This time enlightenment struck. "Exactly." Lin Shixiao snapped his fingers sharply, voice rising with energy. "What if we publicly declare war on the Dongfang Daily? Would that ignite public fascination?" "Absolutely. It's precisely the kind of spectacle people crave." Shen Hongyu leapt up, exhilarated. "And with Mr. Lin involved, interest will soar even higher." Her smile blazed with sudden brilliance. Clarity had dawned. "Now that you've grasped it, what are you waiting for? Go draft the article." Lin Shixiao unceremoniously gave her fullest curve a light, playful pat. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She stuck out her tongue. "As you command, you rascal." Soon the next issue of the Hongyu Daily erupted onto newsstands with a headline engineered for maximum impact. Hongyu Daily vows to claim one circulation within 1 month. Instantly, it seized the city's collective attention, sparking more discussion than the recent stock market crash. "Wait, Hongyu Daily wants to be number one. Who gave them such audacity? Is it all because of Mr. Lin?" "I'll admit, Mr. Lin's stock trading prowess is undeniable, but can he truly master business? Lately I've been buying the Hongyu Daily, but frankly only to read Mr. Lin's columns. If one day he stops writing, I'll stop buying it altogether. The Dongfang Daily suits my taste far better. I live for celebrity gossip." Most citizens doubted the Hongyu Daily's promise. Many even suspected ulterior motives behind the bold declaration. Yet one man reacted with acute alarm. Li Guangquan, owner of the Dongfang Daily. The moment he learned the news, he rushed to the Chung Kong Group headquarters. Few knew of his unusually close ties. Moreover, Li Jiaqing held shares in the Dongfang Daily. Without his backing, even exceptional content could never have propelled the paper to become Hong Kong's top-selling newspaper in such a short span. "May I ask, is Mr. Li available?" "This is Li Guangquan. I urgently need to speak with him." "Guangquan, what wind brings you here?" Li Jiaqing welcomed him warmly. He held Li Guangquan's abilities in high regard. Li Guangquan offered a wry smile. "Mr. Li, this is indeed a crisis." "Oh." Li Jiaqing's smile faded. He knew Li Guangquan, while fiercely proud and utterly unwilling to seek help unless truly stymied. "Please sit down." "Yes." Li Jiaqing instructed his assistant to brew tea before turning his full attention to the matter. "Tell me what's happened. First, please look at this." Li Guangquan withdrew a newspaper from his pocket and presented it respectfully. "The Hongyu Daily." Li Jiaqing frowned. The paper had long been on his personal blacklist owing to Lin Shixiao. "Just glance at the front page." Li Guangquan helpfully pointed to the boldly printed headline. Li Jiaqing skimmed it rapidly, then his brow furrowed slightly. They aim for the top spot within 1 month. Were Lin Shixiao uninvolved, he'd dismiss it outright. But with Lin Shixiao implicated, even the most improbable claims demanded his gravest consideration. "Treat this seriously. Lin Shixiao is a man even I cannot fully fathom." Li Jiaqing's expression turned grave. "What?" Li Guangquan was startled. Such praise from Li Jiaqing signaled genuine, profound respect for Lin Shixiao's capabilities. "Then, what would you advise I do?" He'd come precisely because he lacked direction, and he knew all too well how formidable Lin Shixiao truly was. "Let me think." Li Jiaqing inhaled deeply, sinking into contemplation. After a long while, Li Jiaqing finally spoke up. At present, I have no better solution. Let's just wait and see. All right. Li Guangquan felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart, as this was not the answer he had hoped for. At the same time, the weight in his heart grew heavier. Even Li Jiaqing did not dare to offer suggestions easily, which only proved that Li Jiaqing was wary of Lin Shixiao. He did not believe that Li Jiaqing, who had built such a grand family business from scratch, would have no ideas at all. Perhaps sensing Li Guangquan's emotions, Li Jiaqing added, "If there are any new developments, call me at any time. You know the number at my home. I will stay updated." For Li Guangquan, this was monumental good news. He truly feared that Li Jiaqing would not care, as that would leave him feeling utterly unconfident in confronting Lin Shixiao. "All right, thank you, Li Sheng." Li Jiaqing waved his hand and smiled. "The Dongfang Daily is also my asset. I can't let you handle it alone, right?" He. Li Guangquan could only be grateful that he had agreed to Li Jiaqing's request to invest. In a luxurious courtyard in Happy Valley, Butler Chun came in excitedly, holding a newspaper, heading straight to the back garden. "Hua Sheng." At this moment, Hua Ingdong was watering the flowers. "What's the matter? You look so excited." After so many years of working together, although their relationship was one of superior and subordinate, they had long regarded each other as family. "Ah Xiao is up to something again." Butler Chen laughed as he handed the newspaper to Hua Ingdong. "Oh." Hua Ingdong quickly put down the watering can, reached out to take the newspaper, and then realized his hands were a bit wet, wiping them dry with his clothes. "Let me take a look." Hua Ingdong was not worried at all about Lin Shixiao conflicting with others. He had realized that as long as Lin Shixiao did not provoke others, the world would be at peace. Is he going to make Hongyu Daily the #1 on Hong Kong Island? Or within a month? After reading the content, Hua Ingdong looked up incredulous as he stared at Butler Chun. Although it doesn't have his name on it, it's highly likely his intention. This guy. Although Hua Ingdong did not read the Dongfang Daily, he knew that at present this newspaper was the best-selling on Hong Kong Island, and many of his employees enjoyed reading it. "Hua Sheng, do you want to lend a hand?" Butler Chun asked with a smile. "Lend a hand?" Hua Ingdong shot a glare at Butler Chun. "Do you think he needs my help?" Then he added, "We can just quietly watch the show." Butler Chun also laughed. He merely asked as a formality. The stock market crash had already proven that as long as Lin Shixiao dared to speak, he would definitely deliver. He felt a bit envious that his old friend had such an outstanding son. If one were to say that Lin Shixiao could not become a tycoon on Hong Kong Island in the future, he would never believe it. Initially, many believed that Lin Shixiao was just boasting, but the corresponding measures of Hongyu Daily soon followed. Simple and crude. Buy a newspaper, get an egg for free. This was a very plain marketing tactic from later generations which Lin Shixiao had brought over. What? Buying a newspaper gives an egg? Is that real? Then isn't the newspaper free? Hongyu Daily is backed by Li Sheng. This should be true, and Li Sheng is generous. Hey brother, why still buy the Dongfang Daily? Just spend time reading Hongyu Daily, and there's an egg too. People, especially when someone actually received an egg after buying Hongyu Daily, people's enthusiasm became somewhat uncontrollable. Many people already had the habit of reading newspapers. As for which newspaper to read, it was not fixed. The main thing was to pass the time. Other newspapers once bought, nothing was given, but Hongyu Daily was generous enough to give eggs. Was there still a choice? They must buy Hongyu Daily. Thus the sales of Hongyu Daily rapidly increased. 350,000. 400,000. In this back and forth, it was clear that they were about to catch up to Dongfang Daily, and Li Guangquan, naturally, could not sit still and sought advice from Li Jiaqing again. Giving away eggs. I can't believe he thought of that. After hearing this, Li Jiaqing could only shake his head repeatedly. For the past 2 days, he had been speculating on the tactics Lin Shixiao would soon employ, but he never expected them to be so simple and crude. Do you already have an idea? Li Jiaqing intended to listen to Li Guangquan's response first. In response to Li Sheng, I do have some thoughts. Li Guangquan took a deep breath and continued, my idea is simple. Since he is giving away eggs, we can do the same. Our content is inherently better. The public will surely return to us then. That's a good plan. Li Jiaqing thought for a moment, and finding no better idea for the time being, made up his mind. Let's execute this plan first, and see how it goes. If the funds are insufficient, you can tell me. Although his cash flow was not as abundant as Lin Shixiao's, providing some eggs was still feasible. Thank you, Li Sheng. I will not let you down. Li Guangquan suddenly became excited. He had come to seek Li Jiaqing's financial support. Go ahead. Put your all into it. It is hard-earned to get to the top, and we must not easily let it go. Lin Shixiao was actually starting to attack his industry, and Li Jiaqing had to let Lin Shixiao know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Understood, Li Sheng. Li Guangquan patted his chest vigorously, feeling confident at that moment. Soon Dongfang Daily also followed the rhythm of Hongyu Daily, similarly offering, buy one newspaper, get one egg free. What? Dongfang Daily is giving away eggs too. Huh. Sorry, I actually prefer Dongfang Daily more. I can't possibly buy 2 newspapers that costs too much, comparatively ill by Dongfang Daily. It must be said that Dongfang Daily had indeed cultivated many loyal readers. Once the egg giveaway measure was implemented, the readers who had previously turned away returned in droves. The sales of Dongfang Daily rose again, even surpassing previous levels. After all, besides snatching readers from Hongyu Daily, many readers from other newspapers were also drawn over. Haha, we are likely to break through the daily sales of 600,000, and we must thank Li Sheng for coming up with such a great idea. At the headquarters of Dongfang Daily, Li Guangquan excitedly paced around the room. This was a crisis, but it could also be an opportunity. With Li Jiaqing's strong support, Dongfang Daily could seize this chance to occupy more market share. He was very confident in the content of the newspaper. As long as new readers came in, they would surely be retained. Meanwhile, Shen Hongyu's mood was far from pleasant. After giving away eggs, the newspaper sales quickly increased, and she was very pleased. However, after Dongfang Daily also subsidized eggs, the sales of Hongyu Daily quickly plummeted, nearly failing to maintain daily sales of 300,000. Li Sheng, what should we do next? Should we subsidize 2 eggs, or? As Lin Shixiao put it, once the subsidy war began, it was bound to be a fight to the death. She could only think of increasing the subsidy amount, having no better alternatives. Lin Shixiao at this moment remained very calm. If Dongfang Daily did not fight back, then this matter would become rather dull. He smiled lightly. Subsidizing 2 eggs is too boring. If we are going to do it, let's go big, make it spectacular. He had already received news that Li Guangquan's backing was Li Jiaqing. Then this matter became even more interesting. On this day, an explosive piece of news spread across Hong Kong Island. Buy Hongyu Daily, and you could win a Rolls-Royce. Initially, many people could not believe it, even doubting it was a prank, but when Lin Shixiao personally confirmed it in front of the media, suddenly the whole of Hong Kong Island was in an uproar. Remember to buy Hongyu Daily tomorrow. A Rolls-Royce worth hundreds of thousands. If we win, we'll be rich. Only Lin can have such boldness, there's no denying it. The news reached the headquarters of Dongfang Daily, and Li Guangquan was left in a daze for quite a while. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. He asked his assistant several times. If sending eggs was like sending grenades, then sending a Rolls-Royce was akin to sending a nuclear bomb. He could still manage sending eggs, but sending a car, especially a Rolls-Royce, was beyond him. There was no need to ask Li Jiaqing. He already knew it was impossible. Mr. Li, what should we do? The assistant looked at Li Guangquan eagerly. This. Li Guangquan hesitated for a long time without a follow-up. With no other choice, he could only resort to a delaying tactic. You wait for me to consult with Mr. Li, and before I return, hold your position. All right. The assistant felt helpless as well. Facing an opponent like Lin Shixiao was truly challenging for Li Guangquan. Every newsstand on Hong Kong Island was bustling with people buying Hongyu Daily. Boss, how many copies of Hongyu Daily do you have? I want them all. It's known that the more newspapers you buy, the greater. Every copy of the newspaper had a unique number. Hey, handsome, don't buy so many, save some for me. Boss, there's a purchase limit, 1 per person, otherwise I'm really worried there won't be enough newspapers. The newspaper vendors were equally astonished, feeling as if they were witnessing a ghost. Who would have thought that newspapers could ever be snatched up like this? That day, almost all media outlets on Hong Kong Island, including television stations, reported on this event. The unprecedented, most expensive lottery event begins. Buy a newspaper, win a Rolls-Royce. Because of the newspaper lottery event, the entire Hong Kong Island has gone crazy. Now many people aren't even watching the stock market, all they can see is the Rolls-Royce. At 7 p.m., which should have been the end of the workday, the global building was brightly lit. There was no help for it. Too many people were crowding in the lobby, wanting to purchase Hongyu Daily. Many newspaper vendors were also compelled to comply as their regular customers insisted they come. Who would dare not to? If they upset their regular customers, what would they do if those customers no longer bought newspapers from them? Mr. Shin, you must get me 5,000 copies tonight. The content isn't that important. Mr. Shin, your father was around when I was the main underwriter for Hongyu Daily. At this critical moment, you should give me some preferential treatment. Shin Hongyu finally experienced what it meant to have sweet troubles. Haha, okay, I'll do my best. She hurried back to her office and found Lin Shixiao reclining in the boss chair, sitting directly on Lin Shixiao's lap. In a very soft and tender voice, she called out, Mr. Lin, which fairy is this? Lin Shixiao casually wrapped his arms around her curvy waist. For a moment, Shen Hongyu stiffened. Her mind began to wander, but she still pretended nothing was wrong. There are many people below urging us to try to get today's 3rd edition out. What time is it now? Yes, what time is it now? Well, can you speak normally? I can't handle it. The people in the company hadn't finished work, and with so many matters concerning Hongyu Daily, people came in frequently to report. Otherwise, Lin Shixiao wouldn't let this woman off the hook. Haha, Mr. Lin, you're still a gentleman. Shen Hongyu slipped off Lin Shixiao like an eel. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be unable to resist making a move. Are we really putting out a 3rd edition? Lin Shixiao widened his eyes at Shen Hongyu. Yes. Shen Hongyu's voice became a bit more normal, but not by much. Do you have any content? Lin Shixiao asked the crucial question. None. Shen Hongyu was quite. Then why don't you think of something? Lin Shixiao pushed the woman lightly. He certainly knew what she was thinking. Although Shen Hongyu had brought back some old employees, the numbers were still too few. Many news channels hadn't expanded, and she realized the lack of news-gathering ability, so some content could only follow behind others, but this way the heat was lost. Mr. Lin, don't be like this. Tears actually welled up in Shen Hongyu's eyes, making Lin Shixiao unable to help, but sigh, oh, it's a pity this woman isn't an actress. Just this once. No, next time. Shen Hongyu smiled brightly. Let me think. Lin Shixiao rubbed his temples, feeling more exhausted than when he traded stocks. He regretted getting involved with Shen Hongyu. All right, take your time to think, I'll give you a leg massage. After saying that, Shen Hongyu squatted down, completely unconcerned that from Lin Shixiao's perspective a beautiful view was visible. Demon. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but complain internally. Who asked him to board this pirate ship? He still had to use his brain. Fortunately, in his past life, he was a surfing expert, and good ideas were not in short supply. Got it. Mr. Lin, what is it? Are you having a baby? At this moment, Shen Hongyu actually teased him, and Lin Shixiao naturally would not let her off lightly. He reached out. In an instant, the office was filled with sounds of heavy breathing. It was unclear how long it lasted, but it was Shen Hongyu who reacted first. She jumped up like a rabbit, her face flushed. Staring at Lin Shixiao, she said, "You better have good content or else." She gritted her teeth, looking fierce, but it didn't scare Lin Shixiao. Or else what? Lin Shixiao sniffed under his nose. It smelled quite nice. Pervert. Shen Hongyu was helped. She felt completely at his mercy. Ahem. Let's get down to business. Lin Shixiao was afraid he would get lost in the moment. Speak. Serialized novel. This was a slightly simple idea Lin Shixiao could think of that could also increase reader engagement. A novel. Where do we find an author? Are you going to write it? This tactic had been used by newspapers before, but the quality requirements for novels were too high. If the quality was slightly poor, it would backfire. Building a reputation for a newspaper is not easy. The articles Lin Shixiao had published before were all of very high quality. I'll have to write it myself. The capable must work harder. All right. Shen Hongyu bent down and gave Lin Shixiao a peck on the lips. Thank you for your hard work, my mister. Lin, don't let me down. After saying that, she walked out of the office with a sway that could break a waist. At this moment, Li Guangquan arrived at Li Jiaqing's home. He had nowhere else to go. I apologize for the sudden visit, Li Shang. Please forgive me. Li Guangquan's face was filled with bitterness. He didn't want to give up the hard-earned top spot on the sales chart, but at the moment he had no good options. I already know. Li Jiaqing's expression was also somewhat gloomy. This Lin Shixiao lacks martial virtue, but with money he can indeed act as he pleases. Li Guangquan couldn't help but feel envious of Lin Shixiao's cash flow. There was no denying that. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Li Jiaqing's face. After years of entrepreneurship, he prided himself on having achieved some success, but his personal cash combined with the company's funds barely reached 100 million, far from being comparable to Lin Shixiao. Every time he thought of this, he would feel depressed. However, he also reassured himself that Lin Shixiao's earnings were just luck, and he was still stronger in real business. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, and Li Guangquan forced himself to speak. Right now, everyone on the island is rushing to buy the Hongyu Daily. I've heard that many newsstand owners have gone to block the entrance of the Hongyu Daily headquarters. This is a golden opportunity for them. If they handle it well, no one will be able to shake Hongyu Daily's position in the future. However, if they hastily fail to provide quality content, leaving readers with the impression that Hongyu Daily is lacking in substance, as soon as the subsidies stop, readers will still turn to other newspapers with better content. No matter how rich Lin Shixiao is, he cannot continue like this. What you say does have some validity. Li Jiaqing actually wanted to support Li Guangquan's follow-up, but reason overcame emotion. Lin Shixiao, being a single man, wouldn't feel pain spending 100,000. He had to consider the bigger picture. The projects currently undertaken by the Longshore Group were numerous, and the financial pressure was considerable. He couldn't act impulsively. Moreover, if he followed up with Rolls-Royce this time, Lin Shixiao might next draw a villa. Would he still want to follow up then? It might be better to give up now. I've already had someone wait at the newsstand. The Hongyu Daily should be publishing another issue tonight. They'll have someone deliver it, and we can take a look together. Okay. Li Jiaqing was actually somewhat interested too. The two didn't wait long. An hour later, someone delivered. Li Zong, there were too many buyers. I only managed to grab one copy. The person arrived disheveled, as if just having a fight. Is it really that exaggerated? Li Guangquan was somewhat skeptical. While Rolls-Royce indeed drove people crazy, there was only one. The public should be more rational. Li Zong, it's no exaggeration. You should have seen the scene earlier. If their own fathers showed up without queuing, they might get. Did they print too few? Li Guangquan still held on to a bit of hope. In fact, he was also engaging in denial, unwilling to accept reality. Li Zong, they have already increased the print run. I estimate their sales will exceed 500,000 today. 500,000 was a very sensitive number. The Oriental Daily secured its top position because its daily sales consistently exceeded 500,000. So soon, Li Guangquan jumped up from his chair, his expression somewhat dejected. You can leave now, you've worked hard. Li Jiaqing sent the newspaper delivery person away, then comforted Li Guangquan. Rolls-Royce holds too much appeal for ordinary people. I'm not surprised they have this sales figure. However, whether the sales can be sustained depends on the quality of the newspaper's content. Li Jiaqing's gaze fell on the newspaper on the table. Right. Li Guangquan suddenly realized, snatching the newspaper from the table. Then he realized that this was somewhat rude and looked at Li Jiaqing awkwardly. It's fine, go ahead and look. Li Jiaqing waved his hand, but there was some displeasure in his heart. In the past, he thought Li Guangquan was very talented and composed, but now it seemed he was still lacking some refinement. If the Oriental Daily loses to the Hongyu Daily this time, he won't put in much effort to help in the future. After all, this was just a small part of his industry. Oh, okay. Li Guangquan didn't care much, opened the newspaper and started reading intently. He didn't look at the front page, as the matters there weren't fresh to him. He flipped to the back and finally saw the content he wanted to see. Serialized novel. The Legend of the Qin. Zhao State Handan. The cold rain fell like countless fine steel needles, mercilessly piercing through this dilapidated alley. Li Guangquan unconsciously began to read along, quickly becoming engrossed in the story. 10 minutes later, when he emerged from the world of the novel, cold sweat immediately broke out on his body. How? Is it really good? Actually, there was no need to ask. Li Jiaqing also knew that the novel should be good. After all, Li Guangquan had truly immersed himself, not even hearing him speak. Li Sheng, you should read it yourself. Li Guangquan handed over the newspaper, his face filled with seriousness. All right, let me see. Li Jiaqing put down his cigar and took the newspaper. He wanted to see if The Legend of the Qin was truly as good as it seemed. If someone like him who usually didn't read novels found it good, then it truly was good. The rise of the Hongyu Daily was unstoppable. Time travel. This setting is quite fresh. In that instant, Li Jiaqing's eyes lit up. A modern person travels to ancient times in an unbelievable way. The beginning of the novel is captivating enough. Li Jiaqing calmed down to read carefully, and 10 minutes later, he too wore a serious expression. Li Zong, give it up. You can't win. This was a direct death sentence for the Oriental Daily. Okay, I understand. Li Guangquan slumped down. This fact was something he didn't want to accept, but he had to accept. Especially since the author of the novel was Lin Shixiao, which shocked him immensely. He had no idea how many more tricks Lin Shixiao had up his sleeve. To become a rival of someone like him was the great. As soon as the serialized novel The Legend of the Qin was published, it immediately became a sensation across the island. If previously people bought newspapers for the chance to win a Rolls-Royce, now it was to follow The Legend of the Qin. When the protagonist Xiang Xiaolong faced crises, people worried to the point of losing their appetite. When Xiang Xiaolong succeeded, people rejoiced, wearing smiles all day. Most importantly, Lin Shixiao, who had read some web literature in his past life, understood how to create cliffhangers, expertly manipulating the reader's emotions. If a copy of the Hongyu Daily flew in from who knows where, it would definitely be picked up within 10 seconds. The newspaper's sales also experienced a massive surge because of The Legend of the Qin. 550,000, 600,000, 650,000, 700,000. A week after the serialized novel began, the Hongyu Daily directly shattered the single-day sales record for newspapers on the island. It's important to note that newspapers were no longer as popular as before. Achieving this score was incredibly rare. And this day was the day for announcing the winners of the Rolls-Royce Grand Prize. On Sunday, the streets in front of the Global Building were filled with a crowd of witnesses. Many people were anxiously and excitedly waiting, carrying thick newspapers. All television stations on the island, after receiving authorization, broadcasted live. The island's government cooperated fully, temporarily closing the roads around the Global Building. Under normal circumstances, this would certainly provoke great discontent among the public. But today, people had no thought to consider such things. Meanwhile, some were still questioning the sincerity of the Hongyu Daily. They always felt that Lin Shixiao was orchestrating a scheme, and it wouldn't be surprising if the winners had been predetermined. Although not many people recognized this negative sentiment, Lin Shixiao's reputation in the island was currently quite high. However, it cannot be denied that there were still some audiences. Regardless, everyone would focus on this grand lottery event. The silver Rolls-Royce had already arrived at the scene, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. With great anticipation, Lin Shixiao and Shun Hongyu finally appeared, dressed to the nines. Lin Sheng, Lin Sheng, Lin Sheng. As Lin Shixiao appeared, the crowd erupted with excitement. Many had never seen him up close before, and were instantly captivated by his striking presence. Is this really Lin Sheng? He's absolutely stunning. If I were a woman, marrying Lin Sheng would be my greatest wish in this lifetime. Don't daydream. Can't you see the young woman beside Lin Sheng? Even if you were a woman, could anyone possibly rival her beauty or her grace? A bystander's retort cooled the man's fantasy, and he gazed blankly at Shun Hongyu. True. How could Lin Sheng possibly take interest in anyone else when such a radiant woman stands so near him? Today, Shun Hongyu wore an elegant gown. Her décolletage revealed a sweep of porcelain skin, stirring countless imaginations. Lin Sheng, look this way. Strike a handsome pose, Lin Sheng. And the media, long impatient, now surged forward, not out of personal admiration, but driven by the relentless pursuit of traffic and attention. Don't crowd. I'll cooperate. In watching the frenzy unfold, Lin Shixiao felt a bead of sweat form. He prayed nothing unexpected would happen today, lest he bear the blame alone. After nearly half an hour of commotion, Lin Shixiao finally stepped onto the makeshift podium. And instantly the sea of people fell into hushed silence. Thousands of eyes locked onto him. Intense, expectant, almost suffocating. And few could withstand such palpable pressure. And, ahem, no more preamble. Let's draw the winners. At those words the crowd roared to life. Nice. Lin Shixiao was undeniably handsome and Shun Hongyu breathtaking. But their true purpose today was far grander: to witness the birth of fortune itself. A friendly reminder: should the winner prefer cash over the Rolls-Royce, an equivalent sum will be offered instead. Lin Shixiao had anticipated this contingency. After all, the car had been borrowed from Shun Zhongfu, payment still pending. Lin Sheng is invincible, and Lin Sheng is simply magnificent. And the crowd sensed genuine warmth, and their goodwill toward Lin Shixiao deepened accordingly. At that moment, staff wheeled forward several colossal boxes, each brimming with pre-printed newspaper serial codes totaling millions of entries. The crowd held its breath. The moment they dreamed of had finally arrived. And Lin Shixiao, by contrast, remained remarkably composed. And to ensure fairness, I'll invite several audience members on stage for verification. No sooner had he spoken than hands shot up across the venue. And indeed, skepticism lingered among some. And very well, you. Lin Shixiao selected over a dozen volunteers. And upon ascending the stage, they first embraced him ecstatically, then shook his hand vigorously. None attempted to embrace Shen Hongyu, only to be gently but firmly intercepted by Lin Shixiao. My friend, that's going too far. In laughter rippled through the crowd. And long-held assumptions began to crumble. To many, wealth implied rigidity, aloofness, even austerity. And Lin Shixiao, however, defied every stereotype. Let's begin. With staff assistance, the dozen volunteers scrambled the coded slips inside the boxes, shaking, shuffling, and mixing them thoroughly. The process dragged on for 5 or 6 minutes. Enough. Lin Shixiao, unable to watch any longer, ushered the volunteers off stage. He'd realized they were all jesters at heart. Director Shin, please arrange for each of these guests to receive a complimentary copy of Hongyu Daily, every issue from now on. His voice boomed across the venue via loudspeakers. Lin Sheng is truly generous. Many chuckled, inwardly amused that Lin Shixiao had unilaterally decided to gift newspapers, without asking whether recipients even wanted them. Media crews eagerly captured the scene. Many publications, having never topped sales charts, felt no rivalry toward Hongyu Daily. Their sole concern was reader engagement. The festive atmosphere lifted most spirits. Yet one journalist remained stern-faced throughout. Xinxiang, formerly the official reporter for Zhuang Shijun, he published numerous scathing pieces against Lin Shixiao, earning immense notoriety within anti-Lin circles. Senior reporter Shin, did you buy Hongyu Daily too? You might win today. Na voice chimed beside Xinxiang as he stood lost in thought. Senior reporter Zhou, how devoted you are to Lin Sheng. Does he even know your name? Where there was opposition, devotion flourished, and Zhou Shin stood among Lin Shixiao's most ardent followers. Having heeded Lin's advice, he'd exited the stock market early, escaping unscathed. In his heart, Lin Shixiao already occupied a place higher than his own parents. He is the savior of ordinary people. I praise his deeds sincerely, never seeking reward. So tell me, did Zhuang Shijun leave you an inheritance before he died? Zhou Shun was no pushover. You. Xinxiang's neck flushed thick with rage. Zhou Shun had struck the rawest nerve. His unwavering service to Zhuang Shijun had yielded little in return. Yet Zhuang Shijun was gone, and Xinxiang redirected his bitterness toward Lin Shixiao. Though Lin's reputation soared, Shun persisted in publishing damaging content, a perverse compulsion undeniable yet unsettling. Indeed, to unearth flaws, he'd purchased numerous copies of Hongyu Daily. Don't rush off. When the grand prize winner emerges, things will get explosive. Snap a few more photos. Zhou Shin stood triumphant. In his mind, Lin Shixiao's triumph was his own. Smile less, or you'll lose your teeth. Xinxiang's lungs burned with fury. He longed to walk away, but having found no scandal, he refused to depart empty-handed. Thanks for your concern. Zhou Shin, buoyed by good cheer, chose not to escalate. And meanwhile, Lin Shixiao reached into the lottery box, rummaged deeply, and withdrew a slender slip of paper, holding it aloft. Thousands of eyes tracked the slip's ascent. Breaths stilled, fists clenched, faces flushed with anticipation. The winning code for the Rolls-Royce is 8265-926-5821. As Lin Shixiao's voice faded, groans filled the air. Everyone knew their own code by heart. No comparison needed to confirm their disappointment. Who's the lucky winner? Are you here? Step forward. Nays darted left and right, scanning for telltale elation. Such fortune surely could not be concealed. But hope soon dimmed. No winner emerged from the crowd. Zhou Shun retrieved the clipped code from his pocket, checked it thrice, then stared crestfallen. It was unsurprising. He'd profited modestly in the markets, yet a Rolls-Royce remained beyond reach. You weren't meant to win. Seeing his rival's dismay, Xinxiang's lips curled into a barely suppressed smile. Zhou Shin's mood soured. and he turned away, ignoring Xinxiang entirely. It appears our winner isn't present, but no concern. The winning number will flash across all major television networks shortly. We urge the victor to contact us immediately. We'll dispatch a vehicle to collect you. Lin Shixiao's calm voice resonated across the venue. Disappointment lingered, but no one left. All waited transfixed for the face behind the fortune. They waited. Half a day passed, and the so-called lucky winner never appeared. Senior reporter Zhou, care to explain? Xinxiang's long-awaited moment had arrived. His grin threatened to break free. Well, Zhou Shin faltered, knowing Lin Shixiao had committed no fraud. Yet if the winner remained silent, suspicion would inevitably take root. Night has fallen, and the expected lucky one has yet to appear, causing many to leave in impatience. At this moment, Shin Hongyu began to panic. If the lucky one doesn't show up, everything arranged for today will turn into a joke. Director Lin, stay calm. Although Lin Shixiao also felt some worry, he remained composed, believing that there must be some unexpected circumstances. At that moment, an unfriendly voice rang out. Lin Sheng, I didn't expect such a reputable person like you to engage in such petty tricks. Shin Hongyu turned around and recognized the speaker as Lin Shixiao's #1 hater Xinxiang. What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Hongyu's face twisted with anger, as she had long wanted to deal with Xinxiang, but didn't expect him to show up at the scene. Calm down, Mr. Shun. Xinxiang shrugged. I merely stated the facts. You want us to believe you haven't pulled any tricks, but where is the lucky one? Where is that lucky one who won the grand prize? Find him. At this moment, Xinxiang felt he was the center of attention, as no one came forward to reprimand him, indicating that his presence aligned with the will of many. Where are the security guards? Can anyone just come up here? After standing all day, and with the lucky one still absent, Shin Hongyu felt extremely agitated. Haha, if you want to kick someone out, come on. Xinxiang burst into loud laughter. Shin Hongyu's actions were precisely what he wanted to see, as it provided him with new material for his criticism. Sorry sir, please go down. Two security guards rushed onto the stage and began to pull Xinxiang away. I won't go down. What are you afraid of? Xinxiang struggled vigorously. He wanted to stay on stage a little longer. During the scuffle, some small papers fell from Xinxiang's pocket, one of which was blown by the wind to Lin Shixiao's feet. Lin Shixiao picked it up, casually glanced at it, and his expression suddenly froze. Let him go, Lin Shixiao commanded. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Xinxiang appeared a bit flustered, but the smile on his face remained. This is your lottery ticket code. Oh, do you still want it? Lin Shixiao held out the paper he had just picked up, a playful smile on his face. Xinxiang adjusted his clothes, appearing indifferent. Since you like it, I'll give it to you, Lin Sheng. It was just useless junk taking up space in my pocket. At this moment, Xinxiang completely believed that this lottery draw was a farce. The so-called code held no... Are you sure? Lin Shixiao's lips curled into a smirk. Xinxiang was taken aback and mocked. For someone like you, Lin Sheng, to be so indecisive, do you really think we are 3-year-olds? His smile grew increasingly radiant. He had already planned how to write the newspaper article for tomorrow, ensuring that Lin Shixiao would carry the blame for a long time. You all bear witness, this lottery ticket code was voluntarily forfeited by him. Lin Shixiao looked toward the media still present. Sure, Lin Sheng, we will bear witness. Although Zhou Shin did not understand why Lin Shixiao attached such importance to a code, he still cooperated. He had blind faith in Lin Shixiao, even under such a passive situation. Lin Shixiao stood up from his chair and walked to the microphone. He spoke slowly. Are you all starting to grow? Isn't there already doubt in your hearts about the authenticity of this lottery? Don't hide it, express your true thought. As soon as Lin Shixiao finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, then some people shyly nodded. Sorry, Lin Sheng, I indeed thought that way for a moment, but it was just a fleeting thought. I trust your character, Lin Sheng. There must have been some issues in between, like the winner is currently hospitalized, or the ticket blew into the sea. In short, anything is possible. A middle-aged man in the front row smiled and defended Lin Shixiao. Most of those still present admired or idolized Lin Shixiao. Thank you, brother, for covering for me, but I can assure everyone that the winner has been found. As he spoke, Lin Shixiao held up the ticket that originally belonged to Xinxiang. Oh, what? Impossible. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the audience, and Xinxiang, realizing the situation, directly fell apart. Give that back to me. He was no fool. He had already guessed that the code in Lin Shixiao's hand might be the winning, and that code was originally his. Sorry, you already forfeited it, so this code is mine now. Lin Shixiao dodged Xinxiang's attempt to snatch it away, a mocking expression on his face. He knew Xinxiang, and had previously found it beneath him to argue with such a petty person. However, since Xinxiang had given up the chance to own a Rolls-Royce, he would naturally let him be. This is killing me. You even rejected a Rolls-Royce, Shin, the great reporter. What car do you drive? Zhou Shin laughed loudly, nearly in tears. He never expected such a situation to arise, that the winning code would end up in the hands of his greatest critic, who had chosen to forfeit it. No drama would dare to write such a plot. You all are bullying me. Xinxiang's heart raced with anxiety, pain shooting through his chest. The fact that he had forfeited a Rolls-Royce made him feel an impulse to harm himself. But with so many witnesses, he understood Lin Shixiao's character, knowing that the winning code would never return to him. Lin Xing, what do you plan to do with the Rolls-Royce? Zhou Shen asked. If it were someone else, they would likely take this opportunity to pocket the prize, but he knew Lin Shixiao would never do such. Hongyu, what do you think? Lin Shixiao suddenly turned to Shen Hongyu. I don't know. Shen Hongyu waved her hands repeatedly, looking flustered. She truly had no idea. Then I'll decide for myself. Lin Shixiao's lips curled upward. He had asked this question on purpose, of course, to test Shen Hongyu's composure. All eyes in the room were focused on Lin Shixiao, eager to know how he would handle the Rolls-Royce. Everyone listen carefully. This Rolls-Royce, I will handle it like this. Just as Lin Shixiao was about to reveal his plan, a loud thud resounded as a heavy object fell onto the stage with a tremendous crash. Lin Shixiao turned around to see Xinxiang, who, unable to bear the blow, had blood oozing from his mouth and had sent him to the hospital. Lin Shixiao waved his hand. He did not deliberately target Xinxiang, yet it seemed that fate had conspired, and Xinxiang fell indirectly into his hands. Once again, the saying rings true: doing good deeds does not guarantee a reward, while bad deeds will surely bring retribution. Xinxiang was carried out by 2 staff members, and the crowd was indifferent to his fate, instead urging Lin Shixiao. Lin, hurry up and tell us, what about that Rolls-Royce? Is it a gift for me? A man in the front row laughed as he spoke, sensing that Lin Shixiao was someone who could take a joke, otherwise he wouldn't dare to ask. Lin Shixiao grinned. It's impossible to give it directly. This lottery must be over. However, we will soon start the next draw, and the prize will still be this Rolls-Royce. What do you all say? Sounds good, right? At once the venue fell silent. No one expected Lin Shixiao to be so cunning. After a long while, someone weakly, all right, louder, I can't hear you. Lin Shixiao deliberately stirred the pot. If you don't like the Rolls-Royce, I'll change it to something else. How about laundry detergent? You can use that regularly. No way. This time the crowd reacted vigorously. They still preferred the Rolls-Royce. The smile on Lin Shixiao's face deepened. Since that's the case, the lottery will continue, but this time we'll extend the time a bit, allowing everyone to gather more newspapers. A shrewd businessman. Many in the crowd unconsciously thought of these 2 words. The lottery ceremony concluded in a dramatic fashion, and for the next few days, everything that happened today would become a topic of conversation over tea. As for Lin Shixiao's happiness, it was just beginning. Although he had been through a day of turmoil, his body had significantly improved after the crossover. He felt no fatigue at all. Upon returning to his penthouse office, Lin Shixiao immediately pinned Shen Hongyu against the wall. Beauty Hongyu Daily is now undeniably the #1 in sales. What do you say? He had been provoked by this woman enough over the past few days and needed to regain some face. Through the long night, he thought about many programs. As he envisioned some scenes, his blood could not help but boil. Handsome, are you that anxious? Shen Hongyu's voice was very soft and sticky. Her demeanor was both inviting and hesitant. Lin Shixiao nearly lost control. You truly are a temptress. Lin Shixiao gritted his teeth. Thank you, Director Lin, for helping me fulfill my wish. I believe if Hongyu Daily ever drops from first place in the future, you would still lend a hand, right? Shen Hongyu looked at Lin Shixiao with her beautiful big eyes, some innocence reflected in them. With her appearance, no man could utter a word of refusal. I can help, but there must be benefits. For Lin Shixiao, this was not a difficult request. He had plenty of novels, and a decade of serialization was no problem. Then let's. Before Shen Hongyu could finish her sentence, her mouth was sealed tightly. Soon her gaze became hazy, losing all will to resist. With many people in the company, major actions couldn't be taken, but these small moves were still feasible. Lin Shixiao was quite glad that Shen Hongyu insisted on sharing an office, otherwise it wouldn't have been so convenient to reap benefits. At Li Jiaqing's private residence, Li Guangquan visited again. Li Guangquan was obviously drunk, staggering as he walked. Drink some water to sober up. Li Jiaqing was not angry. He could understand Li Guangquan's feelings. The most important issue was not this failure, but the lack of a future. Dongfang Daily had lost its position at the top of the sales chart, and it would be impossible to regain it unless Lin Shixiao ever withdrew from Hongyu Daily, but that possibility was very low. To Lin Shixiao, Hongyu Daily was merely a small part of his industry. Moreover, Lin Shixiao and Shen Hongyu were currently on fire. Thank you, Li. After drinking a few large gulps of warm water, Li Guangquan finally regained some spirit. Let's analyze how we lost this time. Li Jiaqing had a great habit. Every time he lost to a competitor, he would seriously reflect on where he went wrong and improve next time. This was also one of the reasons he was able to rise rapidly. Alright, Li Guangquan had never really reviewed the loss. Some content discussed previously was also incomplete. First, we definitely underestimated our opponent. We all thought Lin Shixiao was only good at stock trading and that he was generally average in business. We didn't expect this guy to not only be excellent at marketing, but also willing to spend money. In fact, we lost this time without any regrets. Li Jiaqing had already accepted the reality, so his emotions were not greatly affected. Indeed, we underestimated him, and it was a significant underestimation. If we had taken him seriously from the start and considered other methods, there might have been a slight chance. Though he said this, Li Guangquan also knew that even if they had a chance to start over, he and Li Jiaqing would still lose, just not as badly. Secondly, although I don't want to admit it in the face of strength, our room for maneuvering is indeed quite limited. This was also what frustrated Li Jiaqing the most about this situation. His cash flow was actually not as strong as that of a driver's son, and Lin Shixiao had become wealthy in just half a year. He had spent decades on this, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Fortunately, he had a strong inner self, otherwise he would really lose the motivation to do anything. Indeed, had I known it would be like this, I should have directly admitted defeat initially and used the Rolls-Royce as a prize. How cruel. Li Guangxuan was filled with bitterness. Moreover, even heaven seems to be helping him. If the winner continues to be absent, public opinion will explode. His rise has been so rapid that it's not just us who feel jealousy. Li Jiaqing felt a sense of unfairness. He had struggled for many years and had never been particularly lucky, experiencing many ups and downs. In any case, it's better to avoid provoking this person. Li Jiaqing sighed. In fact, Zhuang Yueming had been urging him for days to find trouble with Lin Shixiao, but he had deflected her with various excuses. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not engage in any intense conflict with Lin Shixiao. Like with Dongfang Daily, it wasn't enough to make him resolute. Unless one day Lin Shixiao threatened his core industry, that would be another matter. After this day, Dongfang Daily completely gave up, resisting accepting the fact that it had become second and did not publish any content to smear Hongyu Daily or Lin Shixiao, fearing that Lin Shixiao would target them again and they might not even maintain their second position. Meanwhile, Lin Shixiao took Shen Hongyu back to his villa, which was her first visit here. Wow, this set is the king of... As soon as Shen Hongyu entered, she exclaimed. Her father had extensive connections, so she had the fortune to enter this neighborhood a few times and seen several other villas, but none had the same large area and exquisite decoration as Lin Shixiao's. Moreover, this location offered a view of Victoria Bay with absolutely no obstructions in front of the villa, making it arguably the best position on the entire island. This house isn't mine, it's rented. Lin Shixiao stated honestly. At his status, there was no need to Shen Hongyu looked deeply at Lin Shixiao. Others might gloss over this, but this man was truly exceptional. Baby, come here. Lin Shixiao suddenly embraced Shen Hongyu in his territory, unafraid of interruptions. Feeling Lin Shixiao's warmth, Shen Hongyu was extremely flustered. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? Lin Shixiao pretended to glare. No. Shen Hongyu smiled brightly. I have a surprise for you. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed. Yaji. As Zhao Yaji, dressed in a fitted blazer and a body-hugging skirt paired with black stockings and high heels, slowly walked out of the villa, Lin Shixiao felt as if he had forgotten how to breathe. It was Hongyu who insisted that I come. Zhao Yaji said, her face flushed. It had been a while since she last saw Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao turned to look at Shen Hongyu. Lin Sheng, tonight, I'll be with Yaji. Do you like that? Shen Hongyu also had a shy expression, but she clearly intended to go all in. Lin Shixiao had kept his promise. Although she was a woman, she too would honor her word. Moreover, she would definitely not let Lin Shixiao down. She had little romantic experience, but she knew what men desired. I like it. Lin Shixiao cautiously glanced at Zhao Yaji, and seeing only shyness in her eyes, without any displeasure, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Sheng, just tell me what role you want me to play. Seeing Lin Shixiao appearing somewhat shy, Shen Hongyu grew bolder, walking over and resting her arm on Lin Shixiao's shoulder, exuding charm. Since Yaji is the secretary, you should also play the role of a secretary. He was just an ordinary man, and having lived another life, he no longer felt so many constraints in his heart. One should enjoy life to the fullest as long as no one gets hurt. One should boldly pursue their desires. Understood, boss. Shen Hongyu blushed and threw a flirtatious glance. Lin Sheng. Zhao Yaji shot Lin Shixiao a glare. This man really knew how to have fun. However, after being so intimate with Lin Shixiao many times, she already had some predictions about his preferences. If you two regret it now, it's still not too late. I'm not unreasonable. Lin Shixiao reluctantly said. With two such charming women before him, not committing a crime was his greatest goodwill. Zhao Yaji and Shen Hongyu exchanged glances, both seeing the laughter in each other's eyes. This man was pretending to be generous. I have no regrets. I don't regret it either. What a joke, leaving now would surely hurt this man's feelings. That absolutely cannot happen. Okay, then I won't hold back. Lin Shixiao's mind began to race. He had to think of some ideas to make the night more ambiguous. The next day, Shen Hongyu appeared at a high-end tea restaurant, sitting opposite a refined man in his 30s wearing black frame. Do you know why I called you out? Shen Hongyu got straight to the point. Since President Shun is looking for me, there must be a reason. The refined man smiled, guessing the reason, but wanting Shen Hongyu to say it herself, making it more proactive. He didn't take the bait, but Shen Hongyu wasn't angry. Let's be direct. I want to recruit you to Hongyu Daily. I've done my research, and the success of Dongfang Daily is largely due to your contributions. Many of the articles were personally written by you. However, Li Guangxuan seems to have not recognized your contributions based on the treatment you receive. She came today well prepared and had conducted thorough research. The refined man's eyes flickered, but he still held it. President Li has shown me kindness. I cannot forget my roots. Your monthly salary at Dongfang Daily is 3,000, right? And there's no year-end bonus. Did I say something wrong? 3,000 is not a small amount. Haven't you seen that many people can only earn 1,000 a month? But I believe your talent is worth 10,000 a month. Upon hearing this, the refined young man's jaw dropped and he was indeed dissatisfied with his salary at Dongfang Daily, but he never dared to imagine earning 10,000 a month. That was a sum he wouldn't even dare dream of. President Shun, is what you said true? The refined man's breathing quickened, his face a mixture of anxiety, and though I may be young and a woman, my words still hold weight. Shin Hongyu picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. From the refined man's reaction, it was clear he was someone who cared about money. Of course, caring about money isn't a flaw. If this man treated wealth as dirt, it would be harder to lure him away. President Shin, I'll start working at Hongyu Daily tomorrow. How does that sound? The refined man also knew that Shun Hongyu had Lin Shixiao backing her, so he didn't doubt that she would fail to deliver on wages. Shin Hongyu couldn't help but smile. Sure, let's have a pleasant cooperation. A pleasant cooperation. Their hands shook lightly. Minutes later, Shin Hongyu walked out of the tea restaurant with a beaming smile. With the refined man resigning, Dongfang Daily lost its capacity to compete with Hongyu Daily. She walked towards the next tea restaurant. In the following days, not only Dongfang Daily, but many elites from other newspapers were poached to Hongyu Daily, lured by higher salaries, a more capable boss, and the fact that Hongyu Daily was now at the peak of its power, leading most to choose to switch jobs. Although the owners of those newspapers were extremely dissatisfied, they had no choice but to accept it. They dared not offend Lin Shixiao. After the battle with Dongfang Daily, Lin Shixiao had effectively established Hongyu Daily as the dominant force in the press industry of the island, a position that would remain unshaken for a long time. With a massive market share, Lin Shixiao could leverage the newspaper to promote his films and TV shows, swaying public opinion, but that was a matter for later. On this day, it was the finals of the Miss Island competition. Lin Shixiao accompanied Zhao Yaji to the television station early in the morning to prepare. Though they had reached an understanding with TVB that Zhao Yaji would be the champion, she still took it very seriously and worked hard, which Lin Shixiao greatly admired. While waiting in the makeup room, the assistant to the general manager of TVB approached. The usually spirited Zhou Zhihui looked despondent today, with a face full of frustration, as if he hadn't slept well for days. Lin Shixiao's heart sank, sensing something was wrong. What happened? Zhou Zhihui looked regretful. I'm sorry, Lin Sheng. The matter I promised you may not be fulfilled. It's like this. Zhou Zhihui was about to explain. Ha ha ha. With an exaggerated laugh, a middle-aged man in a blue suit walked in, wearing black sunglasses that exuded an air of authority. So you must be Lin Sheng? I've heard much about you. The middle-aged man casually extended his hand, and although he spoke flattering words, it was apparent to everyone that he did not hold Lin Shixiao in high regard. I'm sorry, but I don't shake hands with just anyone. Lin Shixiao's expression turned serious. As soon as the man entered, Zhou Zhihui's expression changed drastically. Lin Shixiao realized that some unexpected situation was likely related to the man before him. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, his expression cooling. He chuckled awkwardly, as expected of Lin Sheng, indeed proud. Then he adjusted his suit and cast a glance at Zhou Zhihui. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Let Lin Sheng know your name. He seemed to disregard Zhou Zhihui entirely. Zhou Zhihui's face changed again and again. After all, he had once been a high-ranking official at TVB, and being treated so rudely by the middle-aged man was quite unsatisfactory. But the middle-aged man did not give Zhou Zhihui much time to hesitate. Slap. He struck Zhou Zhihui across the face, scolding, Do you still want to work at TVB? Be honest, and if I'm happy, I might reward you with some food. If not, get lost as far as you can. The middle-aged man's tone was peculiar, clearly just returned from abroad. You? How could you hit someone? Zhou Zhihui covered his beaten cheek, looking completely bewildered. He had never anticipated that the middle-aged man would resort to violence, especially in front of so many people. Lin Shixiao's expression turned completely cold. Zhihui introduced this person. Oh, who is this audacious individual? He had long regarded Zhou Zhihui as a friend, and naturally, he could not stand by while his friend was bullied. Ahem. Zhou Zhihui dared not meet Lin Shixiao's gaze. This is Lit, who just replaced me. Oh, what position do you hold now? Lin Shixiao inquired, already suspecting some things, but still somewhat. Zhou Zhihui's mouth moved a few times, but he could not say a word. Seeing this, Lit couldn't help but laugh. Haha, he is now unemployed. I plan to have him watch the door for a few days. A former assistant to the general manager, now reduced to watching the door. Zhou Zhihui's expression revealed his deep discomfort. Lin Shixiao narrowed his eyes, staring at Lit. It seems that what I discussed with Assistant Zhou is no longer valid. He referred to the arrangement for Zhao Yaji to be the champion, which had originally been smooth sailing until this unexpected turn of events. It appeared that internal strife had occurred within TVB, with Zhou Zhihui becoming a casualty. What was agreed upon? Lit scanned Zhao Yaji with a sinister glint in his triangular eyes. Noticing Lin Shixiao's unfriendly demeanor, he quickly laughed it off. Oh, you want the championship, right? Previously, Lin Sheng sponsored 500,000, correct? But, however, that money isn't sufficient. 500,000 is too little. If Lin Sheng could fork out another 2 million, I guarantee that the beautiful Miss Zhao Yaji will definitely be the champion. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Yazi's face turned pale. She felt that 500,000 was already an astronomical figure, and now Lit was asking for 2 million. Xiao, let's go, I no longer want this championship. Zhao Yazi did not wish to burden Lin Shixiao, knowing that he had already sacrificed a lot for her. Yazi, don't be anxious. Lin Shixiao, however, was not very angry. Someone like Lit was bound to behave this way. Of course, he would never give 2 million. Lin Shixiao coldly stared at Lit. I've changed my mind. Oh, I will no longer sponsor the Miss Hong Kong pageant. Please have the station return the 500,000 sponsorship. Return it. Lit burst into laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so exaggeratedly that he even crouched down, seemingly out of breath from laughing. Lin Shixiao remained silent, allowing Lit to perform. It was not until 5 minutes later that Lit finally stopped looking at Lin Shixiao, as if he were a fool. Lin Sheng, I don't know about others, but now I'm in charge. That 500,000 is unlikely to be retrieved. Are you sure? Lin Shixiao squinted slightly. Lit blew a puff of air at Lin Shixiao's face. Absolutely sure. He then turned to Zhao Yaji. Unless you let her spend the night with me, then we can still be friends and everything can be discussed. Damn. Lin Shixiao slapped Lit hard across the face. If Lit had insulted him, he would not have been as angry. You hit me, Lit clearly did not expect this. Holding his throbbing cheek, his face contorted with rage, he was a man who cared about his dignity. You want me to pay, huh? Lin Shixiao's face revealed a mocking expression as he took out his wallet and tossed a wad of cash onto the ground. He smiled at Lit. I wonder how many slaps this money can buy. Huh. Lit jumped back like a startled rabbit. He knew Lin Shixiao's strength, otherwise he wouldn't have asked for. Although he wanted to make money, he valued his face even more. Now Lit was clearly not as arrogant as before, even feeling a bit hesitant to meet Lin Shixiao's gaze. As the main sponsor, given such a significant change in the program, I believe it should be postponed, Lin Shixiao stated coldly. With today's finals, Zhao Yaji was very likely to miss out on the championship, and he needed time to address this. Why should what you say go? Lit stubbornly glared at Lin Shixiao, evidently regaining some composure. I'm informing you, not discussing it with you. Lin Shixiao spoke in an unarguable tone. You certainly have money, but at TVB, it's Lit's word that counts. At this time, TVB had several shareholders, with the Lit family holding the most shares. Xiao Yifu was the second largest shareholder, but had little influence at TVB in the face of Lit's dominance. I may not have the final say, but I wonder if you'll listen to the governor's words. Reluctantly, Lin Shixiao had to bring up Musa. To outsiders, Musa granting him the title of Justice of the Peace was meant to signal that his relationship with Lin Shixiao was quite extraordinary. Indeed, Lit's expression shifted. He could not ignore Musa's influence. The environment in Hong Kong was unique, and Musa was like a local emperor. If Lin Shixiao really went to Musa to speak ill of him, Lit, as the assistant general manager, would be ousted before he even settled in. Lit's face changed several times before he finally made up his mind. Fine, I'll agree to postpone it for a week. This is my biggest concession. Previously, due to some special reasons, the finals had already been delayed for a long time. Continuing to postpone would greatly diminish public anticipation. Lit, having just taken office, was eager to achieve results. 1 week was his utmost compromise. All right. Lin Shixiao smirked, pulling Zhao Yazi's hand as they headed outside. Just as they were about to exit, he turned back to call Zhou Zhihui. Assistant Zhou, come here too. But Zhou Zhihui glanced at Lit, clearly still afraid. Lit was now his superior, and the reasons for causing trouble were plentiful. Lin Shixiao also looked at Lit and calmly said, don't worry, if he dares to speak out of turn, I'll continue to slap him. Lit's mouth twitched, but he didn't utter a word. Seeing this, Zhou Zhihui finally gathered his courage and nodded. All right. In a private room of a tea restaurant near TVB, Lin Shixiao invited Zhou Zhihui to sit down. He poured a cup of tea for Zhou and asked, why are you so afraid of him? If you're unhappy, just leave. Didn't you make money before? Used up so soon. Previously, he had allowed Zhou Zhihui to trade stocks together, and the guy had made quite a bit. Zhou Zhihui took the teacup with both hands and sighed, alas, I could indeed leave, but Mr. Xiao has shown me kindness. At this time, I can't just walk away. Oh. Lin Shixiao nodded, falling into contemplation. The Mr. Xiao you mentioned is Xiao Yifu, right? Speaking of Xiao Yifu, most people in Huaxia knew him in his past life, as he had helped many universities build buildings for free, making him a top philanthropist. A few years later, under the leadership of Xiao Yifu, TVB gradually moved towards glory. It was uncertain whether it was due to his arrival, but at that moment TVB unexpectedly experienced internal strife. Zhou Zhihui, as a person of Xiao Yifu, found himself marginalized. One could imagine Xiao Yifu was also being sidelined at TVB, holding shares, but not being able to influence any decisions. Yes. Zhou Zhihui nodded, remaining silent. His expression was somewhat forlorn. Do you think there's no hope left for your days, eh? Or are you afraid that Li Tei will continue to trouble you? Zhou Zhihui looked up at Lin Shixiao and nodded vigorously. Both, I suppose. Have you thought about doing something? Lin Shixiao suddenly smiled. What do you mean, Lin Sheng? Zhou Zhihui became excited all at once. First, tell me about the shareholding situation of TVB, the more detailed the better. In fact, Lin Shixiao had thoughts about TVB as well. If he could control TVB, he could achieve synergy with Hongyu Daily and exert greater control over the opinions in Hong Kong. However, he had previously been somewhat lazy and deemed TVB's valuation too low, which was why he had not taken concrete action. Nevertheless, the artist training programs under TVB were very famous, and there were already figures like Zheng Xiaoqiu who was destined to become a big star. Zheng Xiaoqiu was also one of Lin Shixiao's favorite actors in his past life. He had watched his leading roles in Chu Liuxiang and Laughing at the Wind and Clouds several times. If he could take over TVB, he wouldn't have to worry too much about artist training in the future, as Shen Hongyu's abilities in this area were somewhat lacking. All right, Lin Sheng. Zhou Zhihui organized his thoughts and slowly said, the largest shareholder is the Li family holding 34% of the shares, making them the absolute majority shareholder. The second largest shareholder is Mr. Xiao Yifu holding 23%. The third largest shareholder is the Kelly Group from Nanyang, holding 22%. The fourth largest shareholder is the Pearson Group from the Sun, Never Sets, holding 15%. The remaining shares are in the hands of some celebrities totaling 6%, which is quite scattered and lacks influence. After finishing his words, Zhou Zhihui looked eagerly at Lin Shixiao, having already guessed at some of his thoughts. So, how much shareholding is needed to have a veto right? Lin Shixiao asked again. A veto right means that one person can stop any company plan from being implemented. This, Zhou Zhihui frowned, it requires over 50%. Then if the other shareholders unite, isn't it easy to overthrow the Li family? Lin Shixiao was somewhat surprised. One should know that the Li family only held 34% of the shares. If Xiao Yifu united with the other two major shareholders, the shareholding ratio would far exceed that of the Li family. A bitter expression appeared on Zhou Zhihui's face. Xiao Sheng has thought about that, but those two companies only want to sell their shares at a high price and do not want to unite with Xiao Sheng. Quite astute. Lin Shixiao understood that the Li family could be so arrogant likely due to the connivance of those. If Xiao Yifu wanted to change the passive situation, he would have to buy their shares at a high price. Do you know they're asking? TVB's current valuation is 50 million, but they want to price it at 100 million. To be honest, Lin Shixiao Sheng has recently been tied up in the stock market and is temporarily short on funds. Zhou Zhihui's face showed some embarrassment. While the dignified Xiao Sheng is actually in a bind, Lin Shixiao found it somewhat amusing. In his past life, whenever Xiao Yifu was mentioned, there was only admiration. Who would have thought that during Xiao Yifu's rise there would be such a small twist? Cough, cough. Zhou Zhihui could only cough. Lin Shixiao, however, made a resolute decision in that moment. Help me contact those two groups. If they want 100 million, then 100 million it is. Let's strive to acquire all the shares they hold. We can't overlook the 6% held by the celebrities. Oh, buy as much as you can. Zhou Zhihui suddenly stood up, his face filled with excitement. Are you planning to take over TVB? Sit down first. Lin Shixiao smiled wryly. He knew it would be like this. Beside them, Zhao Yaji appeared somewhat anxious. Ah, Xiao, there's no need to do this for me. Lin Shixiao raised his hand to stop Zhao Yaji from continuing. He looked at this woman with deep affection. Yaji, to say that there isn't a reason related to you would be impossible, but it's not all for you. TVB can help me earn quite a bit in the future. This was the truth at that time. Although TVB had captured a significant market share through free television, it still lacked a stable profit model, and its valuation was not high. Really? Zhao Yaji stared at Lin Shixiao's face, afraid that this man was just flattering her. Of course it's true. Lin Shixiao held up two fingers. If I lie, let me be short for a minute. No. Zhao Yaji, blushing, pulled Lin Shixiao's hand down. Cough, cough. Zhou Zhihui beside them felt both envious and jealous. If his own wife were as obedient, he'd wake up laughing in his dreams. Assistant Zhou, please put in some effort. Once this is accomplished, I'll make you the general manager. Lin Shixiao made a promise. Zhou Zhihui was capable and reliable. Being a general manager would be more than adequate. Don't worry, Lin Sheng. He'll contact them immediately. I believe there won't be any issues. Zhou Zhihui's voice was trembling with excitement. He knew Lin Shixiao always kept his word. There's one more thing. Please go ahead, Lin Sheng. Help me arrange a meeting with Xiao Sheng. Since we are to cooperate, I should visit him. Lin Shixiao actually had some selfish motives. In his past life, he had not had the qualification to visit Xiao Yifu. Being able to communicate closely with these big shots was a rare experience. That's no problem. Xiao Sheng has long wanted to meet you. He said you are his idol. Zhou Zhihui couldn't help but really. Now it was Lin Shixiao's turn to be excited. Yes. Zhou Zhihui nodded vigorously. That night, Lin Shixiao finally met Xiao Yifu. At this time, Xiao Yifu was already 66 years old, but he looked quite well and his health was robust. His face was thin and long with distinct features, giving a sharp and capable impression. His hands were tightly clasped together. Mr. Xiao, I've wanted to visit for a long time, but I was afraid of being too abrupt. Lin Shixiao felt no pressure from Xiao Yifu, indicating that what Zhou Zhihui had said earlier was not without. Haha, I feel the same way. No matter how long I live, I could never match Mr. Li's stock trading skills. Xiao Yifu laughed heartily. He was very happy to communicate with a young talent like Lin Shixiao. Although he was already 66 years old, and at the age of enjoying retirement, He had no intention of retiring, as long as his body allowed it. He would continue his career. Haha, Mr. Xiao, you flatter me. Lin Shixiao felt a bit shy as Xiao Yifu had always seemed quite formidable in his eyes. Mr. Lin, there's no need to be humble. In Hong Kong, abilities are what matter, not age. Though I've eaten more salt than you, I still have much to learn from you. Your gesture of delivering eggs truly opened my eyes. If I had your marketing skills, Xiao's film industry could expand several times. Xiao Yifu said this with a serious expression. His main business at this time was Xiao's film industry, which had produced classic works such as The Beauty of the Country, The Butterfly Lovers, and The One-Armed Swordsman. Mr. Xiao is really too polite. If you keep this up, I might just turn around and leave. Xiao Yifu's compliments made Lin Shixiao a bit uncomfortable. While he indeed had some real skills, more often than not it was due to the information gap from his previous life. This must be Li Xiaolong, right? Lin Shixiao had noticed a muscular man in a white tank top and sports shorts standing behind Xiao Yifu. Standing there, he emanated a formidable presence. This year, Li Xiaolong would reach the peak of his career with the film Dragon vs. Tiger. However, it was also this year that Li Xiaolong would pass away at home due to a drug overdose, marking the loss of a groundbreaking figure in the Chinese film industry. Lin Shixiao had been hesitating about whether to intervene if he had forcefully reminded him Li Xiaolong might have escaped this calamity. Yet he was also afraid of impacting the operational logic of this world. However, he recently concluded that nothing was more important than preserving this giant of Chinese martial arts. Hello, Mr. Lin. It was I who asked Mr. Xiao to let me stay. I've wanted to meet someone as outstanding as you for a long time. Li Xiaolong could no longer contain his excitement and stepped forward to tightly grasp Lin Shixiao's hand. However, he seemed to be applying a bit too much pressure, causing Lin Shixiao to grimace. No, big brother, please be gentle. Despite Li Xiaolong's lean physique, every muscle was filled with strength. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Mr. Lin. Li Xiaolong panicked. His excitement had inadvertently frightened Lin. It's fine. Oh. While saying it was fine, Lin Shixiao was still shaking his hand violently, taking a while to recover. Really, I'm very sorry. Li Xiaolong, like a child who had done something wrong, could only seek help from Xiao Yifu next to him. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Lin won't hold a grudge. He is a very generous person. Xiao Yifu said. Li Xiaolong was now the top star of Xiao's film industry, a reliable cash cow, so he naturally wanted to protect him. I'm not that generous. Lin Shixiao pretended to maintain a serious face. Instantly, both Xiao Yifu and Li Xiaolong were taken aback, not understanding Lin Shixiao's intentions. Haha, Mr. Lin, feel free to make any requests. Xiao Yifu had originally wanted to befriend Lin Shixiao. He often needed money in the film industry, and Lin Shixiao was currently the wealthiest person in Hong Kong. Then I won't be polite. Lin Shixiao's eyes lit up. Xiao Yifu realized immediately that something bad might happen, but words once spoken were like water poured out, and he had no face to take it back. Ahem, Mr. Lin, please speak. I and Xiaolong will listen attentively. Xiao Yifu and Li Xiaolong exchanged glances, both sensing the other's nervousness. If Lin Shixiao's request was too excessive, this matter could become troublesome. If Mr. Xiao doesn't mind, may I borrow Xiaolong for a while? To be honest, I also plan to produce some films in the future. Lin Shixiao chuckled. He wanted to promote Zhao Yaji, and naturally he needed to shoot a film, but Zhao Yazi's status was evidently not enough, so he needed another lead to raise her profile, and currently in Hong Kong, who had more fame than Li Xiaolong. Not only in Hong Kong, but also worldwide, Li Xiaolong was the most influential Chinese star. So that's it. Xiao Yifu visibly let out a sigh of relief. As long as the schedule permits, Mr. Lin can borrow him at will, but I must say beforehand the payment must not be a penny less. Li Xiaolong's income was Xiao's film industry's income, and Xiao Yifu would not compromise on this point. The salary will be the highest, and I can also offer some profit sharing. Lin Shixiao was not one to be taken advantage of. He wanted the other party to earn a bit more, as only then would their enthusiasm be high. He couldn't expect Li Xiaolong to perform well if he was unhappy. Then thank you, Mr. Lin. Xiao Yifu's laughter became sincere. To be honest, currently Xiao's film industry did not have many films to shoot, and Li Xiaolong spent at least half of his year idle. Earning a bit of extra income was certainly very good. With a good start, the three quickly became familiar with each other. Li Xiaolong was initially a bit reserved. After all, Lin Shixiao was not only the adopted son of Huasheng, but also a true billionaire and the youngest gentleman. However, as they interacted, he found that Lin Shixiao was not only knowledgeable, but also very humorous, and he gradually accepted the fact that he could become friends with Lin Shixiao. As for Xiao Yifu, there was no need to say much. Getting to know Lin Shixiao would greatly aid his future career. Regarding the collaboration request made by Lin Shixiao, he agreed, without hesitation, promising that during this time all matters regarding TVB would be arranged by Lin Shixiao, and Lin Shixiao had no other responsibilities. Mr. Xiao, if I successfully take over TVB, I hope you will serve as the chairman of the board. Lin Shixiao sincerely extended the invitation. In his past life, TVB truly reached its peak under Xiao Yifu's leadership. In terms of managing a television station, Xiao Yifu was undoubtedly more suitable than him. He only needed to provide some ideas. Oh, Xiao Yifu was quite surprised. He had never thought that Lin Shixiao would spend so much money, but not. However, he genuinely wanted to be the chairman, as controlling TVB would make it much easier to promote his own projects. Of course, he would also diligently manage TVB, especially since he owned over 20% of the shares. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Linu. I won't let you down. Xiao Yifu's expression turned serious, filled with a sense of urgency to be recognized by his boss as a newcomer in the workplace. Haha, you can decide the salary and benefits. I absolutely have no objections. Lin Shixiao understood that to get the horse to run, it must be well fed. Also, I think Zhou Zhihui is quite capable. Oh, let's make him the general manager. What do you think, Mr. Xiao? Lin Shixiao smiled as he looked at Xiao Yifu, believing that this was also something the other party would be happy to see. Sure enough, Xiao Yifu's smile widened. Zhihui is indeed quite capable. He can handle the position of general manager. Xiao Yifu was somewhat afraid that Lin Shixiao would appoint a general manager who was not to his liking, as it would complicate his work. All right, then, it's settled. Lin Shixiao picked up the teacup in front of him. Although he had not yet received any news from Zhou Zhihui, he was sure that whatever he wanted to accomplish would definitely succeed. Listening to their conversation, Li Xiaolong felt a storm brewing in his heart. This is what it means to be a big shot. Deciding the fate of TVB with light-hearted banter. At 10 in the evening, Lin Shixiao was preparing to leave. Although it was a small community, he could return at any time, but considering Xiao Yifu's age, he couldn't let Xiao Yifu stay up late with him. Before parting, Lin Shixiao looked at Li Xiaolong seriously. Have you been taking medication frequently to alleviate your anxiety lately? In his previous life, Li Xiaolong had died from an overdose, and his medication was related to the immense pressure he felt. Yes. If it were someone else asking, Li Xiaolong would definitely have dodged the question, but with Lin Shixiao asking, and Xiao Yifu beside him, he didn't have the courage to lie. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's best not to take medication. Lin Shixiao patted Li Xiaolong's shoulder firmly. Xiao Yifu added, you should listen to Lin Sheng. He could tell that Lin Shixiao intended to support Li Xiaolong. With Lin Shixiao's backing, Li Xiaolong might truly become an international superstar. Okay, Xiao Sheng, I've noted it down. Li Xiaolong responded earnestly. He knew taking medication was not good, but sometimes he just felt too awful and wanted to take something. Xiao Sheng, how about this? If I find out again that Xiaolong is taking medication, let's blacklist him for a year, so he has nothing to do. Lin Shixiao knew that without pressure, Li Xiaolong would inevitably resort to medication again. It was very easy to become addicted. Huh. Xiao Yifu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Shixiao to be so serious. Xiao Sheng, do you really want to lose a cash cow? Lin Shixiao suddenly shouted. To save Li Xiaolong's future, he had to do this. What Lin Sheng means is. Sensing the possibility, Xiao Yifu's expression changed. As far as I know, there have been several deaths due to overdoses, and several celebrities abroad have died this way. Lin Shixiao's face was filled with frost. After hearing this, Xiao Yifu made up his mind. Li Xiaolong taking medication was of no benefit to Xiao's entertainment. He had previously refrained from intervening out of consideration for Li Xiaolong's face, but if Li Xiaolong really had an accident, the biggest loss would be to Xiao's entertainment. After Lin Shixiao's reminder, he decided to eliminate that possibility. Xiaolong, you heard what Lin Sheng said. If I find out you're involved with drugs again, I won't be lenient. Li Xiaolong was cultivated by Xiao Yifu, and with such a warning, he dared not take it lightly. He forced a smile. I understand, Xiao Sheng. Lin Sheng, I know you both mean well for me. How about this? Let's change his assistant. The current one can't control him. Lin Shixiao made another suggestion. It should have been changed long ago. Xiao Yifu immediately agreed. He was not a hesitant person. All right, I'll listen to both of you. Li Xiaolong had a helpless expression. With both Lin Shixiao and Xiao Yifu applying pressure, no matter how famous he was just a star and couldn't resist the two of them. From then on, Li Xiaolong's life trajectory changed. By not abusing drugs, he naturally wouldn't die suddenly at home. The future of Chinese martial arts films looked bright. Lin Sheng, thank you. Xiao Yifu bowed respectfully to Lin Shixiao. He knew that Lin Shixiao would have no selfish motives in this matter. Casual words can easily offend people. Lin Shixiao disregarded personal gains for Li Xiaolong's health, indicating that he was someone who truly thought of others. Such a person was worth deepening relationships with. I've overstayed my welcome. Oh, I should be leaving now. Lin Shixiao looked in the direction of his villa where the lights were on, and Zhao Yaji was waiting for him. Xiaolong, you won't be mad at me, will you? Lin Shixiao winked playfully at Li Xiaolong. No. Li Xiaolong then realized that the Lin Sheng in front of him was only in his early 20s. Recalling that he had been in school at 20 relying on his parents for support, he felt a pang of shame. When Lin Shixiao returned to the villa, Zhao Yaji had already bathed and changed, waiting for him. She had become much more open, wearing less restrictive clothing, which ignited Lin Shixiao's desire. He rushed over, picked Zhao Yaji up, placed her on the sofa, and was about to kiss her. Stop! Zhao Yaji laughed, extending her index finger to block Lin Shixiao's mouth. What's wrong? Lin Shixiao felt like he was a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Are you listening carefully? Zhao Yazi's smile grew wider. Listening to what? Lin Shixiao leaned in to listen, and indeed heard some faint water sounds from the direction of the shower. That girl is also here. Lin Shixiao's mood soured immediately. Zhao Yaji couldn't help but laugh. Hee what girl. If Hong Yu hears this, she'll be unhappy again. I don't care whether she's happy. Lin Shixiao's face was filled with frustration. With Shun Hong Yu present, nothing could be done today. Although many things had reached an understanding, taking that step still required courage from all three. All right, you sleep with her today, I'll go to the guest room. Lin Shixiao pouted and was about to leave. Hubby, don't go. Zhao Yaji gave a flirtatious glance and slowly squatted down. The next morning, Zhou Zhihui came to report to Lin Shixiao. After Lin Shixiao issued his instructions yesterday, he had hurriedly contacted 2 companies Nanyang, and the sun never sets, resulting in one joyful and one worrying outcome. Lin Sheng Kelly Group has agreed to sell in principle, but some details still need to be discussed. They have a branch in Hong Kong, and he'll go talk to the person in charge about the specifics. If all goes well, we might finalize it today. As for the sun never sets, it hasn't gone smoothly. They raised the price and said they need to increase the valuation of TVB to 1.5 billion before agreeing to sell their shares. Zhou Zhihui's expression was somewhat dejected. He had thought of many ways, but the Pearson Group had not budged. He was eager to perform well in front of Lin Shixiao. Did the Pearson Group make any firm statements? Lin Shixiao's face was also serious. Not exactly. They still want to sell. Maybe they sensed our urgency. What about the celebrities? Are they all willing to sell? I haven't managed to contact all of them yet, but acquiring 5% shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Zhihui had a confident expression. That's good. Lin Shixiao nodded. The celebrities were only holding 6%, so acquiring 5% was already quite rare. In that case, Kelly Group's 22% plus the celebrities' 5% would amount to 27%, along with Xiao Yaifu's 23%, just enough for over 50%, barely achieving a veto vote. However, Lin Shixiao's ambition was not that small. Not acquiring the shares in the Pearson Group would mean that any profits generated by TVB would also be shared by them, which he was unwilling to accept. Leave the Pearson Group to me. You hurry up and acquire the shares from the celebrities to avoid unexpected events. All right, Lin Xingil, follow up today. Zhou Zhihui nodded earnestly. This was crucial for him to secure the position of general manager, so he had to put in extra effort. After Zhou Zhihui left, Lin Shixiao paced back and forth contemplating his ideas. Among the people I know, it seems that only this person can influence the decisions of the Pearson Group. May I ask if the governor is in? Are you? Mr. Lin. That's right, it's me. Let me go in and The guard was very polite to Lin Shixiao. A few minutes later, with a hearty laugh, Musa quickly emerged from the governor. From a distance, he extended his hands. Mr. Lin has arrived. Governor. Lin Shixiao also took a few steps forward. He couldn't be rude in front of someone showing him respect. Mr. Lin, do you have business to discuss again? Musa's face was full of eagerness. In his heart, Lin Shixiao was undoubtedly the god of wealth. There is something that requires the governor's assistance. Lin Shixiao didn't expect Musa to be so straightforward, showing no intention of concealing anything from the guard. Mr. Lin, let's talk inside. Musa was even more enthusiastic. Upon entering Musa's office, Lin Shixiao's eyes immediately fell upon several voluptuous women, all dressed provocatively. Governor, am I coming at an inconvenient time? Lin Shixiao smiled at Musa. He thought he was quite the player, but compared to Musa, he still had a long way to go. There's nothing inconvenient. You all perform a show for Mr. Lin. At your command, master. Several women replied courteously. Lin Shixiao tightly closed his mouth, refraining from speaking. A lively tune blared from the record player as several women climbed onto the newly installed steel poles, striking various alluring poses. As a man, Lin Shixiao could only quietly appreciate the spectacle. Seeing Lin Shixiao immersed in the scene, Musa's inner vanity was greatly satisfied. These women had quite a reputation in the land of the setting sun, and he spent a hefty sum to bring them over. Mr. Lin, how do you feel? Governor Musa has good taste. Lin Shixiao gave a thumbs up. If Mr. Lin likes them, would you like to borrow them for a few days? Musa smiled broadly. Thank you, Governor, but there's really no need. Lin Shixiao politely declined. Just watching here would be enough. Bringing them home would likely lead to a severe punishment from Zhao Yaji and Xin Hongyu. However, Xin Hongyu had some dancing skills, and this woman should be able to manage those dances. Thinking of this, Lin Shixiao's heart ignited with passion. Mr. Lin values his reputation so highly. Oh, it's admirable. Musa flattered insincerely. Thank you for the compliment, Governor. Lin Shixiao displayed a formulaic smile. Musa waved his hand to dismiss the women, then looked eagerly at Lin Shixiao. I wonder what business you have for me today. Governor, do you know about the Pearson Group? I know what's up. I want to acquire their shares in TVB, but their asking price is a bit high. Oh, how can I help with that? Musa was the type who wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. Governor. Lin Shixiao stared into Musa's eyes and said, I'm valuing the shares I acquire from others at 1 billion. The Pearson Group holds 15% of TVB, which is 15 million. If the governor can help me reduce my expenses, I'll give you half of the savings, 100,000 for 1 million less, 500,000 for 2 million less. Deal. Musa happily accepted the proposal. Lin Shixiao was somewhat surprised. Governor, aren't you going to have— In fact, as long as the acquisition of the Pearson Group's TVB shares went smoothly, Lin Shixiao could accept giving the entire difference to Musa. Mr. Lin, Musa said seriously, we've collaborated a few times, you're a straightforward person, and I'm not one to fret over trifles, so I won't bargain with you this time. Musa patted his chest, presenting himself as generous. Lin Shixiao appropriately showed a grateful expression. Thank you, Governor. Your magnanimity is commendable. Huh. It's all trivial. Musa didn't hesitate and immediately called the Pearson Group. Hello, this is Musa looking for Edison. Hurry, it's urgent. Edison, my friend, is acquiring the TVB shares you hold. How can you raise the price? Huh. Isn't that the way of the merchants of the land of the setting sun? Huh. This friend of mine has made a significant contribution to the island. He is a justice of the peace, and you must show him respect. Don't say too much. How much did you originally buy them for? 3 million. All right, you sell them for 5 million. I draft the documents immediately and wait for my friend to come. I'm not negotiating. You must give me face as Musa. All right, it's settled. Musa chattered on the phone, and a little over 10 minutes later, he hung up with a beaming smile. Mission accomplished. Tell your people to go sign the contract. They have an office on the island, and with my presence there will be no surprises, but Governor, rest assured, I will transfer 5 million to your account immediately. Lin Shixiao didn't expect Musa to be so supportive. Now he not only didn't have to pay a premium, but also saved 5 million compared to the original plan. We're friends, so we should help each other. Musa smiled broadly. After bidding farewell to Musa, Lin Shixiao immediately went to find the Pearson Group's regional manager in Hong Kong Island. The other party received him with a sullen face, even resorting to verbal threats, but Lin Shixiao was unfazed. He directly brought out Musa's name. The other party, unsure if they were in possession of some leverage over Musa, was very wary of him. Lin Shixiao successfully acquired 15% of TVB shares from the Pearson Group for 5 million. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhihui also reached an agreement with the Nanyang Kelly Group, successfully acquiring 22% of TVB shares from them. Thus, Lin Shixiao's shareholding exceeded 37%, making him the largest shareholder of TVB. Adding the 5% held by the celebrities, his total shareholding exceeded 42%. The total expenditure was around 37 million. Although the money in Huifeng Bank was temporarily frozen, the 500 million gained from selling borrowed stocks could be spent freely. On this day, a quarterly TVB board meeting was convened under the proposal of Li Shi. The current chairman of the board, Li Feng, attended, and the meeting was hosted by the recently successful Li Tai. However, half an hour had passed since the scheduled meeting time, and aside from Xiao Yifu, representatives from the Nanyang Kelly Group, the Pearson Group of the Land of the Setting Sun, and many shareholder celebrities had not yet arrived. Li Tai, did you notify everyone? Where is everyone? Li Feng's expression was somewhat displeased. Li Sheng, I did notify them. Should I call again to check? Li Tai was also puzzled. Today's agenda was very important, and logically the shareholders shouldn't be late. Xiao Sheng, do you know the reason? Li Feng didn't respond to Li Tai for now, but turned to ask Xiao Yifu. I'm sorry, Li Sheng, but I don't know. However, we can't start the meeting until everyone is here. Xiao Yifu also didn't know how far Lin Shixiao's acquisition had progressed, or if it was going smoothly. Li Feng felt displeased, but with so many important shareholders absent, the meeting indeed couldn't proceed. Li Tai, go make a call and find out what's going on. Okay, Li Sheng. Li Tai lifted his foot, preparing to walk outside, when a hearty laughter rang out. Wow, a board meeting. Why wasn't I notified? Lin Shixiao. Light immediately recognized the voice of Lin Shixiao. Li Feng sensed that the owner of the voice was not here for a friendly visit. Have you arrived? Xiao Yifu couldn't help but stand up. Lin Shixiao's arrival indicated that everything should be going smoothly. He had long grown tired of the Li family's dominance and would welcome any change in leadership at TVB. As Lin Shixiao and Zhou Zhihui entered one after the other, Light couldn't help but widen his eyes and scold. Zhou Zhihui, why did you bring him here? This is the TVB board meeting, not some family gathering. And you, Zhou Zhihui, you're no longer a senior executive at TVB. This is not a place for you. The security guard is on leave these days, so go over there and fill in. Now immediately go. Light jumped around his finger, nearly poking Zhou Zhihui's face. Don't shout. Lin Shixiao rudely grabbed Light's wrist. Pointing at someone is very impolite, you know. Let go. Light's expression turned fierce. Lin Shixiao was clearly using too much force. At that moment, Xiao Yifu walked over. He didn't want the scene to become too ugly. Get out of the way. Lin Shixiao directly flung Light aside. Lin Sheng. Light looked pitifully at Li Feng. Is this Lin Sheng? Li Feng approached coldly, sizing up Lin Shixiao. You are the chairman of the TVB board, Li Feng. Lin Shixiao's expression was equally cold. Li Feng raised his head slightly. I'm sorry, I'm currently holding a TVB board meeting. Please leave otherwise. I will call security, and it won't be good for anyone's face then. Although the Li family's assets were not as extensive as Lin Shixiao's, TVB was his domain, and he didn't need to give Lin Shixiao too much face. Moreover, due to some historical reasons, his relationship with Huangdong was not very good, which also affected his feelings towards Lin Shixiao. I know, otherwise why would I be here? Lin Shixiao showed a mocking smile. How could the esteemed Lin Sheng not know that only shareholders can attend board? Light hid behind Li Feng and sneered. Lin Shixiao couldn't be bothered to respond to him, and instead gestured to Zhou Zhihui behind him. All right, Lin Sheng. Zhou Zhihui understood and stepped forward to place a pile of documents on the table. This is the transfer agreement regarding the shares of TVB held by the Nanyang Kelly Group. This is the share transfer agreement from the Sun Never Sets Pearson Group. These are some celebrity share transfer agreements. Currently, Lin Shixiao holds 42% of TVB's shares, making him the absolute largest shareholder. In an instant, the conference room was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Xiao Yifu did not expect Lin Shixiao to be this efficient, having acquired nearly all available shares. He forced a smile, as expected of Lin Shixiao. He could only be thankful that he was Lin Shixiao's partner and not his opponent, otherwise he would be the one suffering now. Li Feng initially did not believe it, but after examining the transfer agreements, he found no forgery. How is it possible? Kelly Group is plausible, but how could the Pearson Group sell to you? Haha, do you know how much I paid? Lin Shixiao walked over and sat down in the position where Li Feng had just been. Lin Shixiao, even if you're the major shareholder, Li Shixiao is the legitimately elected chairman of the board, and that is the chairman's seat. You should leave quickly. Light immediately scolded. He simply could not stand Lin Shixiao's arrogant demeanor. But Lin Shixiao completely ignored him, merely staring at Li Feng. Do you know how much I spent to acquire the TVB shares from the Pearson Group? Li Feng's expression changed as he suppressed his displeasure towards Lin Shixiao. A billion valuation is one thing, the Pearson Group would definitely not sell. It must have been settled around 1.5 billion, right? Money does allow you to do whatever you want. You are mistaken. Lin Shixiao's lips curled into a smile. I only spent this much. He extended a palm. 5 million. Impossible. Li Feng clasped his hands behind his back, feeling that Lin Shixiao was trying to fool him. Lin Shixiao pointed to the documents on the table and smiled. The transaction amount is inside. Didn't you see it when you checked earlier? Li Feng quickly scrutinized Lin Shixiao's expression and found it unlikely that he was joking. He immediately grabbed one of the agreements and began to read it carefully. He had just glanced at it before without much seriousness. After several seconds, Li Feng murmured, "How is it possible? It really is 5 million. He turned to look at Lin Shixiao. What method did you use? The Pearson Group wouldn't be so easy to negotiate with. If the shares in the Pearson Group were only sold for 5 million, I would have bought them long ago." Lin Shixiao smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, this is a business secret I cannot disclose to you." You? Li Feng felt he was being looked down upon by Lin Shixiao, which only fueled his anger. Light is also quite a character. He quickly accepted the fact that Lin Shixiao was the major shareholder of TVB and forced a smile. "Lin Shixiao, since you've arrived, the board meeting can continue. Please step aside. Chairman Li Feng has something to say." "Oh, I didn't see that you are actually someone who can bend and stretch. Did you raise a turtle at home?" Lin Shixiao immediately mocked without hesitation. There was no need to maintain high standards with someone like Light. Light's expression darkened, but he held back his anger. "Lin Shixiao, please respect me." Lin Shixiao showed a mocking expression. "Who do you think you are asking for my respect?" Light's face darkened as he lowered his head in silence. He knew that his status was far inferior to Lin Shixiao's, and continuing to face off would only lead to his own humiliation. With Light at a disadvantage, Li Feng had to step in personally. "Lin Shixiao, since you've acquired so many shares, you must hope for the best for TVB, right? We should set aside past grievances and work together to strive for." Stop. Lin Shixiao raised his hand to indicate that Li Feng should not continue. "You are quite right. I hope for the best for TVB, but with your Li family in TVB, that is impossible. Therefore, I am preparing to acquire all the shares held by the Li family." As soon as Lin Shixiao's words came out, not only were Li Feng and Light shocked, but even Xiao Yifu and Zhou Zhihui were astonished. What? Holding 42% wasn't enough? He was still eyeing the shares in the Li family's hands. But now that the relationship between the two sides was tense, how could the Li family possibly sell? At this moment, Li Feng suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out, pointing at Lin Shixiao with a look of disbelief. "Ha! They say Lin Shixiao is skilled and ambitious. Seeing him today, it truly is the case. But I'm sorry. I want sell. Since he doesn't accept my goodwill, then it's confrontation. I, after all, am not afraid." Light chimed in. "Lin Shixiao, are you daydreaming?" Lin Shixiao coldly stared at Light. "Not only do I want him to relinquish the shares in his hands, but I also want you to kneel down and apologize to me voluntarily. Deal?" In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room dropped to freezing point. Light was unconvinced, but Lin Shixiao loomed over him like a mountain, leaving him reluctant to retort. Li Feng, however, was less restrained and scoffed. "What a bold claim. Don't you believe it?" Lin Shixiao scanned Li Feng and Light with his gaze. "I don't believe it." Li Feng replied, a smile creeping onto his lips as he shook his head slowly. "Xiaoxing, do you believe it?" Lin Shixiao asked with a smile, looking at Xiao Yifu. Since Lin Xing said so, he must have his means. Xiao Yifu looked at Lin Shixiao with eager anticipation. He had long suffered under the Li family and wished for them to leave TVB as soon as possible. "All right, I'll tell you right now." Lin Shixiao fixed Li Feng with a cold, piercing gaze. "From now on, as long as you do not hand over your shares, TVB will cease operation for a day. I will bear the losses incurred, but I wonder if you have the guts for this." This was Lin Shixiao's method, simple yet brutal. His cash flow was abundant, and he was unafraid of the losses that TVB might face. The key was that he was certain the Li family would not dare to endure this situation. If they continued to drag this out, TVB would be left in ruins, and the shares would lose their value. In that case, they would still have to sell, but the price would be significantly lower than it is now. Li Feng could calculate that clearly. Li Feng's expression turned grim. What a ruthless tactic. But doesn't this require a unanimous vote? Although you hold more shares than I do, you haven't reached 50%. How do you plan to implement this? Right, how do you intend to execute this? Isn't this nonsense? Light shouted, acting like a sycophant. Just me alone is indeed not enough. Lin Shixiao quietly glanced at Xiao Yifu. His tactics were already laid bare. It was up to Xiao Yifu to show his resolve. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yifu laughed heartily. If Lin Sheng has such determination, how could I lack it? As I said before, I will follow Lin Sheng's lead on this matter. If Lin Sheng wants TVB to thrive, it will thrive. If Lin Sheng wants TVB to perish, it can only perish. As he spoke, Xiao Yifu fixed a fierce gaze on Li Feng. Their conflict had long become irreconcilable. Li Feng, feeling anxious, exclaimed, Xiao Yifu, are you really going to go mad with him? TVB has worked hard to reach today. What do you stand to gain from this? Li Feng was anxious. Although the shares in Lin Shixiao's hands did not meet the threshold for a unanimous decision, when combined with Xiao Yifu's shares, they were more than sufficient. Any actions from TVB would become impossible, including upcoming bank loans, and TVB would just be waiting for its demise. No worries, I will compensate for the losses incurred by Xiao Sheng, Lin Shixiao said with a smile. With Xiao Yifu supporting him so staunchly, how could he truly let Xiao Yifu suffer losses? Xiao Yifu looked grateful. Thank you, Lin Sheng. He did not possess the financial strength of Lin Shixiao, and watching TVB suffer losses did indeed sting a bit. You are so ruthless. Li Feng gritted his teeth, staring at Lin Shixiao, dark thoughts surfacing in his mind. But considering Lin Shixiao's close relationship with the governor of Hong Kong, he could only suppress them. Alright, I can sell my shares. Li Feng gritted his teeth and made his decision. He was a businessman, and everything revolved around profit. Controlling TVB was for profit, and selling his shares at this moment was also for profit. Li Sheng, please don't. Light became agitated as he had barely settled into the position of assistant to the general manager. This is none of your business. Li Feng found Light annoying. If it weren't for this guy offending Lin Shixiao, they wouldn't be in this situation today. But Light still didn't understand, pleading, Li Sheng, TVB has worked hard for this market share. We're about to start making money. Do you think I don't understand? Li Feng pushed Light aside. Do you have a better solution? Light stuttered, unable to articulate a response. Lin Shixiao's methods were indeed ruthless and left no room for argument. Alright, let's talk about the price, he said, not hiding his delight. Just like buying shares from others, let's calculate it with a valuation of 100 million. Li Feng prepared to negotiate with Lin Shixiao. Based on a valuation of 100 million, the 34% shares held by the Li family would be worth 34 million. You think too highly of yourself. Lin Shixiao scoffed, revealing a dismissive expression. Instantly, Li Feng's face darkened. His chest heaved. Then what do you want? Now Lin Shixiao is the knife, and I am the fish. As long as I don't want to go down with TVB, the initiative lies with Lin Shixiao. A valuation of 100 million is when I am seeking something, but now you are seeking something from me. Am I wrong? Lin Shixiao smiled at Li Feng. You? Don't push me too hard. Li Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he stared intently at Lin Shixiao. Don't be angry, aren't we negotiating? Lin Shixiao's smile widened. Li Feng's expression softened as he thought Lin Shixiao was prepared to make significant concessions. Even if it wasn't calculated at 100 million, he could accept a valuation of 90 million. But unexpectedly, the normal valuation of TVB is 50 million. Given the current special circumstances, I will take a small loss and calculate it at 40 million, which makes your 34% share worth 13.6 million. Did I calculate that wrong? Lin Shixiao. You. As soon as Lin Shixiao's words fell, Li Feng took 2 steps forward, viciously pointing at Lin Shixiao's nose. Light became agitated too. If the deal went through at this price, he would surely become Li Feng's punching bag, and life at the Li family would not be easy. Lin Shixiao, what dream are you having? Light scolded loudly. This time Lin Shixiao ignored him as well. A minor character had no right to speak. If you disagree, just wait until the shares in your hand are worthless. Lin Shixiao remained calm. He was confident he could establish a new TVB from the ruins. With so many classic variety shows from his past life, bringing over just 1 or 2 would be more than sufficient. Most importantly, he wanted to use this incident to warn all capital in Hong Kong that opposing Lin Shixiao required careful consideration. Li Feng lowered his head, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and determination. Suddenly he walked out. Li Sheng. Light wanted to follow but was kicked aside by Li Feng. Get lost, don't follow me. At this moment Li Feng hated Light to the core. Ouched. Light clutched the spot he had been kicked, wailing in pain, but no one offered him sympathy. Xiao Yifu stared blankly at Lin Shixiao, waves of shock surging in his heart. This was the first time he witnessed the ruthlessness of Lin Shixiao's methods. Judging by Li Feng's performance, he was clearly about to compromise. Lin Sheng, I admire you. Xiao Yifu cupped his hands in salute. You flatter me, Xiao Sheng. Lin Shixiao's face showed a hint of pride. Oh, after all, he was still young. After a full half-hour, Li Feng returned, but he no longer had the previous bravado, his face downcast. 15 million, this is the Li family's biggest concession. Li Feng stared at Lin Shixiao intently. No problem, let's consider it as giving a beggar something. Lin Shixiao whistled playfully, full of provocation. However, Li Feng seemed to be mentally prepared and did not show any signs of anger. Draft the contract, Li Feng urged. He had just communicated with his family, and after a heated discussion, they ultimately decided to compromise. Exiting now could still preserve their capital. If they continued to clash with Lin Shixiao, they would end up with nothing. Don't rush. Lin Shixiao stretched lazily, smiling lightly at Light. Lin Shixiao, what are you planning to do? Light instinctively stepped back. He felt a genuine fear of Lin Shixiao. Had he known it would come to this, even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Lin Shixiao. Have you already forgotten what I just said? Lin Shixiao turned his gaze toward Li Feng. What? Li Feng took a deep breath. He longed to tear Lin Shixiao apart, but he had no choice but to comply. Lin Shixiao tilted his head slightly toward Lit, gesturing with his chin. Make this man kneel and apologize. Only then can we proceed with the deal. Lin Shixiao, you're insane. You're panicking, Lit cried out in alarm. He pleaded desperately at Li Feng. Li Xing, don't listen to him. Unbeknownst to him, Li Feng at that very moment loathed him utterly. Didn't you hear Master Lin's command? Hurry up, or you'll be banished from the family forever. Li Xing. Lit's face contorted in shock. He hadn't expected Li Feng's betrayal to be so swift and absolute. To kneel and beg forgiveness would strip him of all dignity. Never again could he hold his head high in Hong Kong. Zhou Zhihui, watching from the side, suppressed a smirk and urged, hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Zhou Zhihui, shut your mouth. Lit's eyes burned crimson as he glared at Zhou Zhihui. He dared not lash out at Lin Shixiao or Li Feng, but Zhou Zhihui was fair game. Oomph. Zhou Zhihui's expression flickered. Aware of his own position, he chose restraint, lest he jeopardize the matter entirely. Zhihui, slap him. Lin Shixiao's voice cut through the air. Oh. Zhou Zhihui froze, visibly torn. A cultivated man by nature, he had never before struck another in such manner. Lit's face twisted anew as he roared, Zhou Zhihui, if you dare lay a hand on me, you won't walk out of this door. Fury boiled within him. To be humiliated by Lin Shixiao was one thing, but Zhou Zhihui, a man he'd once manipulated at will. Zhihui. Lin Shixiao's expression darkened. He was deliberately testing Zhou Zhihui's resolve. Excessive leniency, after all, undermined leadership. Zhou Zhihui possessed undeniable ability, yet his temperament remained too yielding. Master Lin. His hand rose, yet faltered, unable to strike. Zhihui, Master Lin acts only for your own good. Xiao Yifu interjected, unable to stand idle. If Zhou Zhihui defied Lin Shixiao today, he might retain the general manager title, but forfeit Lin Shixiao's trust forever. For Zhou Zhihui, that would be an irreplaceable loss. Understood. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Zhihui steeled himself, making a quiet, irreversible decision. He still intended to rise alongside Lin Shixiao, so? Lit, I'm truly sorry for this. Zhou Zhihui looked upon Lit with faint pity. No, don't. What are you doing? Lit paled, stumbling backward in terror. Zhou Zhihui closed in with that slap, 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 slap. Each blow landed with unrestrained force across Lit's face. At first, Lit managed feeble blocks, but Zhou Zhihui, now fully committed, poured every ounce of strength into his strikes. Damn you, for bullying others, guarding doors. Guard your own grave. Die. Amid anguished cries, Lit lost all capacity to resist. His face swelled grotesquely, his speech devolving into delirious babble. Keep going, huh? This is exhilarating. Keep going. Li Feng could barely bear to watch. After all, Lit was still blood of the Li clan. Master Lin, surely that's enough. One more blow and he may not survive. A subtle smile curled Lin Shixiao's lips as he raised a hand, signaling Zhou Zhihui to halt. Very well, I'll grant Li Xing this courtesy. Lin Shixiao's smile turned warm and effortless, as if no confrontation had ever occurred. Li Feng seethed inwardly, yet ruthlessly suppressed his fury. Lit finally collapsed into unconsciousness. Blood trickled from his split lip, soaking a wide patch of his shirt. A faint metallic tang of blood hung heavy in the conference room. Zhihui, please draft the acquisition agreement. Lin Shixiao idly trimmed his nails, utterly unruffled. The outcome was already sealed. Yes, Master Lin. Zhou Zhihui rubbed his stinging palm, gazing at Lit's battered form, and felt inexplicably a surge of grim satisfaction. Swiftly, Lin Shixiao and Li Feng signed the agreement, 15 million Hong Kong dollars for 34% of TVB shares held by the Li clan. The moment Lin Shixiao transferred the funds, Li Feng wasted no time, storming out of TVB headquarters, leaving the unconscious Lit crumpled in the corner. Zhihui, revive him. Lin Shixiao issued the order calmly. Yes, Master Lin. Zhou Zhihui moved swiftly, fetching a basin of icy water and dousing Lit without hesitation. Oh. Lit jolted awake, shivering violently. It took several moments before full consciousness returned. Scanning the room frantically, he found no trace of Li Feng, and panic seized him. He scrambled to his feet and staggered toward the exit. Wait! At Lin Shixiao's voice, Lit's knees buckled. He collapsed onto the floor, face crumpling in abject despair. Master Lin, I was wrong. What did I say earlier? Lin Shixiao loomed over him, voice cold and commanding. Master Lin. Lit's expression shattered anew. Recalling Lin Shixiao's ruthlessness, he crawled forward on his knees and bowed his head low, striking the floor with a heavy thud. I'm sorry, Master Lin. Master Lin, I beg your forgiveness. Resigned to his fate, Lit knew Li Feng had abandoned him. Without Lin Shixiao's pardon, he would not leave this room unscathed. Lin Shixiao nodded in quiet approval and asked almost casually, so, you still wish to sleep with my woman? Lit blinked, then suddenly understood the true depth of Lin Shixiao's wrath. Without prompting, he began slapping himself. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Daring even to covet Master Lin's woman. He struck harder than Zhou Zhihui ever had, his cheeks splitting open, blood streaming down his face and dripping onto the floor. Lin Shixiao frowned faintly. Enough, get out. Thank you, Master Lin. Thank you. Lit had been waiting for those words and fled instantly, scrambling away in utter disgrace. The elite directors in the room exchanged knowing glances, then spoke in unison. Master Lin, might you consider acquiring our shares as well? Earlier, Lin Shixiao had proposed purchasing their stakes, but they declined, citing various reservations. Today's display of uncompromising authority had shifted their calculus. Holding TVB shares was now perilous, not profitable. My deepest gratitude for your generosity. Lin Shixiao welcomed the offer eagerly and accepted without hesitation. We'll maintain the 1 billion HKD valuation. Zhihui, you'll handle the paperwork. Lin Shixiao gestured for Zhou Zhihui to begin drafting the agreement. Though each director held less than 1%, securing their shares eliminated lingering complications. With these acquisitions added to the Li clan's stake, Lin Shixiao's ownership in TVB reached 77%, securing absolute control. He possessed ample means to acquire Xiao Yifu's remaining shares and achieve total ownership. Yet he saw no need. Complete dominance offered diminishing returns. Money was infinite, but trustworthy allies were rare. Sometimes a friend was worth more than any fortune. Congratulations, Master Lin. Xiao Yifu's heart fluttered with quiet anxiety. He feared Lin Shixiao might covet his own stake. Lin Shixiao sensed his unease and reassured him warmly. Master Xiao, please rest easy. I need you to manage TVB, and your 23% stake remains firmly yours. Xiao Yifu invested wisely and gave generously back to society. That alone earned Lin Shixiao's enduring respect and willingness to share prosperity. Xiao Yifu exhaled deeply. Thank you, Master Lin. That same day, Lin Shixiao launched a lightning assault on TVB's board, forcing the Li clan to surrender its holdings and cementing his absolute majority control. Simultaneously, Xiao Yifu was appointed chairman of TVB's board. His first act was a sweeping personnel overhaul, purging all Li clan loyalists and restoring integrity to the organization. Zhou Zhihui assumed the role of general manager. His inaugural task was straightforward: expedite the Miss Hong Kong finals, a long-delayed event demanding urgent revival. Once Zhao Yaji claimed the crown and reaped its prestige, Lin Shixiao would launch her career with bespoke films and television series meticulously crafted for her talents. For Lin Shixiao, this endeavor was less about profit and more about the profound pleasure of creation, resurrecting timeless classics from his past life and savoring their triumphant rebirth. By 10 o'clock that evening, after finalizing key arrangements with Xiao Yifu and Zhou Zhihui, Lin Shixiao instructed Long and Hu to warm the car and excused himself to the restroom. Emerging from the washroom, he found his path blocked by a woman. Is it you? The woman before him was none other than Zhuang Shijun's former plaything, also a contestant in the Miss Hong Kong pageant. I'm sorry, Lin Sheng, I have something to attend to. The woman lowered her head, her hands nervously rubbing against each other. Lin Shixiao smiled. Are you afraid that I won't keep my word? Previously, this woman had provided him with some dirt on Zhuang Shijun, and he had agreed to let her enter the top 5 of the Miss Hong Kong competition. Unfortunately, Zhuang Shijun died unexpectedly, and the dirt was never used. Now he completely controlled TVB, and the woman was surely afraid he would go back on his word. Lin Sheng, this competition is really important to me. As long as you keep your promise, I'm willing to do anything. The woman stepped forward and grabbed Lin Shixiao's arm. Lin Shixiao frowned slightly and pushed the woman away. She was beautiful, but unfortunately, she was someone else's leftover, and he had no interest. The woman's eyes turned red instantly. She had sacrificed so much for this competition, even willing to sell her body. If she ended up with nothing, she would be devastated. Don't worry, I may not have many virtues, but keeping my word is one of them. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but find it amusing. He had never intended to go back on his word, and the woman before him was clearly overthinking. Really? The woman burst into tears of joy. Lin Shixiao shot her a glance. Do I seem so untrue? No, Lin Sheng, that's not it. The woman shook her head, frantically scared that Lin Shixiao would be angry. Lin Shixiao was the most powerful rising tycoon in Hong Kong, unmatched by anyone. Compared to Lin Shixiao, she was nothing. Alright, it's late. You should head back. Lin Shixiao straightened his clothes and prepared to leave. Lin Sheng. The woman grabbed the sleeve of Lin Shixiao's jacket again. My. Lin Shixiao turned back, frowning, exuding unnatural authority. The woman was startled, but gathered her courage to say, Lin Sheng, am eternally grateful. Sister, come out. As Lin Shixiao looked on in confusion, another woman stepped out from the shadows. The two women looked almost identical. You too. Lin Sheng, this is my sister Hongzhu. She's still a student, but she's already an adult, the woman hurriedly introduced. Lin Shixiao suddenly remembered that he had talked quite a bit with this woman, yet he didn't even know her name. My name is Hong Yan. The woman answered timidly, not daring to meet Lin Shixiao's gaze. That's a nice name, but you don't deserve it. Having mingled with Zhuang Shijun, Lin Shixiao found her tainted. The woman's face turned pale, but she didn't dare to get angry. I know Lin Sheng looks down on me, but my sister is still innocent. Lin Sheng could. My. Lin Shixiao turned to look at Sister Hongzhu. Is this what your sister wants? He felt a hint of anger brewing within. It's also my wish, Lin Sheng. You are really impressive. Sister Hongzhu bravely looked up to meet Lin Shixiao's gaze, her eyes full of admiration. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but feel a headache. He told Hong Yan she should continue her studies. Hongzhu had just reached adulthood, her body radiating a youthful aura. What's the future in studying? Hong Yan scoffed. Hongzhu added, I'm not cut out for studying. Ew, I want to become a star like my sister. Please help me, Lin Sheng. For a moment, Lin Shixiao was at a loss for words. Indeed, not everyone is suited for academics. The entertainment industry isn't as simple as you think. Lin Shixiao looked at Hongzhu, trying to persuade her. Lin Sheng, I've made up my mind. Hongzhu stepped out from the shadows, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Lin Shixiao paused for a moment and stepped outside. Good luck to you both. Lin Sheng. Don't. At this, the sisters grew anxious and rushed over, each grabbing one of Lin Shixiao's arms. Do you know who? Lin Shixiao hated being forced by others, and his expression darkened immediately. Suddenly, the sisters were frightened and knelt down on the ground. Lin Sheng, please don't be angry. My sister just wants to be a star, they pleaded, both women in tears. In an instant, Lin Shixiao's heart softened. Women had always been his Achilles heel under certain circumstances. Get up first. Lin Shixiao withdrew his foot, realizing that he wouldn't be able to leave without resolving this matter. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Thank you, Lin Sheng. The sisters looked at Lin Shixiao with hopeful expressions. Your conditions are actually quite good. Lin Shixiao scrutinized Hongzhu carefully. She had a bit more spirit and grace than her sister. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Sheng. Hongzhu smiled. Lin Sheng, my sister sings beautifully and has acting talent. Hong Yan strongly endorsed from the side. She knew she didn't catch Lin Shixiao's eye and had limited prospects for development, but her sister was different. As long as Lin Shixiao gave the nod, it wouldn't be difficult for Hongzhu to become a star. Now Lin Shixiao had the most cash in Hong Kong. Creating a star was as easy as drinking water. Is that so? Lin Shixiao began to seriously consider it. He was preparing to separate the TVB artist training class and set up an independent agency to discover and cultivate potential stars. If Hongzhu indeed had some talent, signing her wouldn't be out of the question. Lin Sheng, can I sing a song for you? Hongzhu suddenly became excited. Oh, she had been preparing for this moment for over a month. Sure, go ahead. Lin Shixiao felt a bit of anticipation. Lin Sheng, it's not very convenient here. Hong Yan gave her sister a look, and Hongzhu's face turned red as she walked over and held Lin Shixiao's hand. Lin Sheng, I want to sing for you in the room. As she spoke, her fingers gently traced Lin Shixiao's palm, sending a peculiar tingling sensation throughout his body. He shivered and looked seriously at Hongzhu. Are you sure? If Hongzhu truly wanted to offer something, he could understand and wouldn't refuse too much. If he had no special relationship with Hongzhu, the support he could provide wouldn't be too great. With a special relationship, it would be natural to care a bit more. This was human nature, and he believed the sisters had this in mind as well. Lin Sheng, my sister admires you very much. Seeing that Lin Shixiao wasn't angry, Hong Yan immediately became excited. Lin Sheng, I've never been in a relationship. Hongzhu was shy but still lifted her head, gazing affectionately at Lin Shixiao. All right. Lin Shixiao nodded and quickly walked toward a room. After being teased by these two women, he couldn't help but feel a bit restless. Over an hour later, Lin Shixiao finally sat in the golden Rolls-Royce. Lin Sheng, your zipper is down. Along had actually gone to find Lin Shixiao earlier and was quietly waiting in the car. Oh. Lin Shixiao felt a bit embarrassed. He had been too wild just now and overlooked this detail. It's a blessing for them to know Lin Sheng. Who spoke a truth. Many women in Hong Kong wished to attach themselves to Lin Shixiao. To be noticed by Lin Shixiao meant enjoying a lavish lifestyle. What do you think? Lin Shixiao said while zipping up, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The earlier feelings were great, but as a person who had crossed over, he found it hard to accept that he had become such a person. Lin Sheng. Along said seriously, if you don't accept them, they would truly suffer. That's also. Lin Shixiao thought about it and realized this was true. The next morning, Lin Shixiao had just gotten up when Along informed him that someone was looking for him. Where are they? Along leaned in closer and whispered, they say they were introduced by Hua Sheng. I called to verify, and they should be from the mainland. Moi. Lin Shixiao suddenly became excited. Ever since he secured the dragon head at the charity auction, he had been waiting for this moment. You all hide for now so others won't mind. At this time, many people from the mainland were active in Hong Kong, but most were relatively low-key, as they had to consider the face of the sun never sets here. Alright, Along called a Hu to go to the backyard. Lin Shixiao found a more formal outfit to wear, and as he reached the villa's entrance, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Hello. For some reason, Lin Shixiao felt somewhat excited. This excitement was strange, perhaps it was some DNA within him stirring. The middle-aged man turned around and looked Lin Shixiao up and down. No wonder you are the renowned Lin Sheng. You truly are a person of distinction. The man had thick eyebrows and piercing eyes exuding an aura of authority without anger. You're too kind, please come in and chat. Lin Shixiao stepped aside, and at that moment snippets from espionage films had seen in his past life flashed through his mind. Thank you. The middle-aged man glanced around before striding into the villa. This place is really nice. Looking at the extraordinarily luxurious villa, the man couldn't help but express his admiration. May I ask your name, sir? Lin Shixiao did not wish to dwell on this topic as life on the mainland was not so. You can call me. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Lin Shixiao's eyes and slowly spoke. Just call me. Return. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but repeat the name. These two words seemed to possess a certain magic that stirred excitement within him. The smile on the middle-aged man's face grew more pronounced as he sensed something in Lin Shixiao's eyes. Once the mainland opens up, I sincerely invite Lin Sheng to come and take a look. Sure, definitely. I also really want to see the beautiful landscapes of my homeland. Having crossed over to this point in time, Lin Shixiao's mindset was different from any other time in his past life. He truly wanted to traverse the vast lands of China and experience its grandeur and beauty. The middle-aged man smiled, took out a business card, and handed it to Lin Shixiao. My phone number is on this card. Oh, let's keep in touch in the future. Thank you. Lin Shixiao accepted the business card with both hands. With this card, he now had a connection to although it would be years before the reforms and opening up related pilot programs would precede it. If Lin Shixiao remembered correctly, around 1977, some progressive businessmen from Hong Kong began investing in the mainland, and naturally the mainland offered these individuals special preferential treatment. The reason Lin Shixiao was determined to secure the dragon head also stemmed from this consideration. To be honest, he had some personal motives. As long as he secured special treatment, he could get a head start and seize opportunities. There were many opportunities in the mainland. Whoever took the initiative first could claim a larger piece of the pie. This might seem a bit far-fetched, but Lin Shixiao felt it was necessary. It is most unwise to wait until the last minute to prepare. At this time, the mainland was also assessing businessmen from Hong Kong. He needed to get on the assessment list as soon as possible and score as high as he could. May I take a look at that? This was the main purpose of the middle-aged man's visit today. The significance of the dragon head to China was self-evident. Lin Shixiao smiled and gestured for the middle-aged man to follow him. I've had professional personnel clean it. The dragon head has been well protected. I must thank Lin Sheng for acting in time, otherwise the dragon head would have gone to the Japanese. The middle-aged man sincerely bowed in gratitude. This is what every descendant of Yin and Huang should do. I just happen to have this capability. Lin Shixiao truly did not feel that what he did was extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression couldn't help but become emotional. He looked deeply at Lin Shixiao. With people like you in China, how can we not thrive? Opening two security doors, the two finally arrived at the place where the dragon head was stored. Is this place newly built? Yes, the dragon head is too precious. We must be cautious. Even if someone were to break in without professional equipment, they wouldn't be able to take it away right away. Lin Shixiao had put a lot of thought into preserving the dragon head. Giving the dragon head to the middle-aged man today did not mean this place would be of no use. There were many artifacts of China scattered overseas, and in the future, if he encountered any, he could find ways to secure them and place them here. Thank you for being cautious, Lin Sheng. The middle-aged man looked touched and bowed deeply. No need to be so polite. Lin Shixiao waved his hand. Although it was their first meeting, he felt a very close connection with the middle-aged man, perhaps due to a strong desire in both their hearts being the same. After some effort, the dragon head was finally brought out. The middle-aged man couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, looking at the dragon head with delight. This truly is one of the most important treasures of China. It is exquisitely crafted, truly exquisitely crafted. The middle-aged man could hardly contain his excitement, his body trembling involuntarily. In fact, he had been present that day when the Japanese businessmen started to compete for it. He felt a sense of despair. He deeply understood that once the dragon head fell into the hands of the Japanese, it would never have a chance to return to the embrace of China. Lin Sheng, you have done great service. The middle-aged man bowed deeply again. Lin Shixiao quickly stepped back and smiled. It's a small matter, nothing to mention. He felt very pleased inside. He didn't ask for much, one of which was the recognition from his homeland. The middle-aged man suddenly seemed at a loss for words. Lin Shixiao understood and smiled. You want to take it back to the mainland, right? Yes, but The middle-aged man had an awkward expression as if he had something difficult to say. Is it the money? Lin Shixiao asked with a smile. Yes. The middle-aged man coughed and said seriously, you should also know that the economy of the mainland cannot compare to Hong Kong. Everything requires money and the price of this item is too high. I cannot apply for that much funding. After speaking, the middle-aged man looked eagerly at Lin Shixiao. No problem, I don't want any money. Lin Shixiao smiled. He was not lacking money now, and he was clear about what money to accept and what not to. Really? The middle-aged man exclaimed somewhat in disbelief. Previously, there had been no shortage of people gifting precious artifacts, but the prices of those items were nowhere near comparable to the dragon head. Lin Shixiao nodded seriously. The middle-aged man was stunned for a while, before confirming that Lin Shixiao was sincere. He then bowed deeply once more. Lin Sheng, your great righteousness will not be forgotten by the motherland. It's fine, is the mainland preparing to open up? Just let me get in early. The dragon head would indeed be given away freely, but it did not prevent Lin Shixiao from seeking some benefits for himself. How do you know? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Shixiao in shock. The matter of opening up was currently only a discussion among a few people. Could it be? Suddenly, the middle-aged man thought of many things. Lin Shixiao could tell from the middle-aged man's expression that he had misunderstood. He smiled and said, it's actually not hard to guess. To develop quickly, one must open up. Lin Sheng's insights are indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man was once again impressed by Lin Shixiao as he had already investigated everything about him before coming. A young man just over 20 not only possessing a broad mind, but also having such outstanding insights. If a person like this does not succeed, who will? At that moment, the middle-aged man made up his mind. A patriotic individual as remarkable as Lin Shixiao must not be missed. He tightly grasped Lin Shixiao's hand. Rest assured, Lin Sheng. As soon as the policies are relaxed, I will immediately strive to secure the best treatment for you as a Hong Kong businessman. Even if they were to open up, it would be gradual. Although Hong Kong was not under the jurisdiction of the mainland, they were still one of their own. It would eventually return, and allowing Hong Kong businessmen to enter the mainland pilot programs first was a safer approach. Thank you, sir. Lin Shixiao smiled and looked at the middle-aged man. May I ask, your status in the mainland shouldn't be low, right? Lin Shixiao searched his memory and found no information on the middle-aged man before him. He wasn't surprised, as not every high-ranking official would be public-facing. Many people contributed silently to the revival of China. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. Lin Sheng, don't guess anymore. In any case, securing you the best treatment as a Hong Kong businessman will not be a problem. The middle-aged man's words were filled with powerful confidence, something only those in high positions could possess. Then I will thank you in advance. Lin Shixiao's smile was hard to contain. Handing over the dragon head brought Lin Shixiao limitless opportunities in the mainland. This deal was a win-win. With the dragon head secured, the middle-aged man was eager to leave, and Lin Shixiao did not hold him back, asking along and a who to escort him out. The dragon head was too precious, and Lin Shixiao was also afraid of unexpected incidents. Lin Sheng, I was in a rush today. Let's have a chance to talk again another day. The middle-aged man said before leaving. Although they had not met long, he was still deeply impressed by Lin Shixiao's extensive knowledge. Some of his words could serve as guiding principles. Not long after the middle-aged man left, Lin Shixiao drove his golden Rolls-Royce out of the shallow water bay villa area. He was heading to the global building, as there were some matters that needed to be discussed in person with Shin Hongyu. Moreover, he had previously given Shin Hongyu a list. The people on it were bound to become very successful in the future, and he was very much looking forward to how many he would sign. At the top floor of Global Tower, Lin Shixiao had barely stepped out of the elevator when he spotted the newly erected oversized sign reading Xiaolong Group. He had not attended the unveiling ceremony, a decision that had drawn a torrent of complaints from Shin Hongyu. Hello, may I ask whom you're here to see? The elegant receptionist newly hired failed to recognize Lin Shixiao. Is Director Shun in? May I ask the nature of your business with Director Shun? Wait, you can't go in yet. Seeing Lin Shixiao stride purposefully inward, the receptionist hurried after him and spread her arms wide to block his path. Lin Shixiao's gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Shin Hongyu certainly possessed an impeccable eye for talent. You don't know who I am. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but smile. No, I don't, she replied, furrowing her brow in earnest thought before shaking her head firmly. Lin Shixiao swept his eyes across the surroundings. Unfamiliar faces everywhere, none of them Just as a dull ache began to throb behind his temples, the crisp rhythmic click of high heels echoed down the corridor. Lin Shixiao's smile bloomed anew. He hadn't even glimpsed her yet, but he knew instantly who was approaching. Let me make a grand introduction, Mr. Lin. Chairman Lin. Both you and I work for him. My sincerest apologies, Chairman Lin. The young lady just returned from overseas and has no idea who you truly are. Shin Hongyu's words carried unmistakable double meaning. Lin Shixiao could only offer a wry smile. It's quite all right. I'm truly sorry, Chairman Lin, the lovely receptionist chirped, sticking out her tongue playfully. In that fleeting moment, Lin Shixiao faltered, his expression momentarily suspended. A mischievous glint immediately danced in Shun Hongyu's eyes, and she leaned in softly. Well, Chairman Lin, what do you think? Is she up to standard? Interested? Lin Shixiao appraised the receptionist once more, thoughtfully deliberately, then nodded slowly. Yes, she is in fact somewhat lovelier than you. You. Shun Hongyu clenched her teeth, raised her hand to deliver a sharp pinch to his waist, only for Lin Shixiao to seize her slender wrist with lightning speed. Director Shin, isn't public flirtation rather unseemly? The receptionist stood frozen beside them, dumbstruck. Even if she'd been naive, she could now plainly discern the extraordinary closeness between Lin Shixiao and Shin Hongyu. Chairman Lin, Director Shun, I've got duties to attend to. I'll return to my station now. With that, she flashed her tongue once more and dashed away. Lin Shixiao's gaze instinctively followed her retreat. Still watching? Haven't had your fill yet. Shall I transfer her to be your personal secretary? Shin Hongyu's voice bristled with barely contained fury. This man had left her alone at the company, dropping by only when it suited him, vanishing for days without notice. Poor woman, shouldering the weight of relentless work single-handedly. To claim she felt no grievance would be a lie. Not impossible, Lin Shixiao replied. Not out of lecherous impulse nor some base urge to possess every beautiful woman he met, but because grace and charm after all made labor far more agreeable. Fine, I'll arrange it this very moment. Shin Hongyu practically ground the words between her teeth. Sensing her mounting irritation, Lin Shixiao swiftly changed the subject. Earlier I gave you a list. Have all the names signed on? That list included several individuals destined to dominate the entertainment industry in years to come. Shin Hongyu shot him a disdainful glance. How dare I neglect anything you assign? They're all secured, but we haven't finalized logistics here, so they haven't arrived yet. There is, however, one person I must consult you about first. Who? Come with me, and you'll see. Shin Hongyu swayed gracefully ahead, leading the way. Within moments, Lin Shixiao stood face-to-face with the person she'd mentioned. A 12-year-old boy. I seriously suspect you harbor pedophilic tendencies. Shin Hongyu crossed her arms, her expression dark and accusatory. What a... Lin Shixiao inwardly groaned, pointing emphatically at the boy, whose nose was strikingly aquiline, and exclaimed, do you have any idea what heights he'll reach one day? Shin Hongyu shook her head vigorously, saying I don't know. She scrutinized the child in front of her. Aside from his slightly high nose, large eyes, and handsome appearance, he didn't seem to have many other advantages. Lin Shixiao, disinterested in chatting much with Shin Hongyu, asked the child gently, your name is Lu Dehua, right? Yes, mister. Lin, I am Lu Dehua. The child looked at Lin Shixiao with admiration. You know me. Yes, my family has many newspapers about you. My dad always says he wants to be a person like you. Lu Dehua was obviously a bit excited. Your father is a firefighter. Lin Shixiao tried to search his memory. Yes, mister. Lin, you have 6 siblings. Mister. Lin, do you already know all this? Lu Dehua became even more excited, as if being noticed by Lin Shixiao was an extraordinary thing. Hee, I know quite a lot. You're in a relationship, right? Lin Shixiao's eyes showed a hint of amusement. No, mister. Lin, that's not the case. Lu Dehua waved his hands repeatedly, his face turning red. Lin Shixiao laughed heartily. One of the future 4 heavenly kings, known as a perennial star in the entertainment industry, was now so timid in front of him. It was truly a fascinating feeling. Just kidding. Lin Shixiao leaned closer to Lu Dehua, gazing into his eyes, and asked in a coaxing tone, do you want to become a star? Yes. Lu Dehua suddenly stood up. Oh, why do you want to become a star? I want to help my family. Lu Dehua's response was very sincere. At such a young age, he was already considering his family. Great. Lin Shixiao patted Lu Dehua's shoulder. I want to sign you and train you well. Are you willing? In his previous life, Lu Dehua only started his entertainment career after entering the TVB training class in 81. But now that he was here, he naturally wanted to expedite this process. Such a good seedling would be a pity not to nurture. Is there a salary? Lu Dehua asked boldly. Lin Shixiao was momentarily taken aback, before laughing. You really have guts asking for a salary. You're only 12 now, or the company will have to invest quite a bit in your training, so it would be good if we don't ask for your money. Shin Hongyu couldn't help but chuckle. I see. A look of disappointment flashed across Lu Dehua's face. Then, will you provide meals? He thought that as long as he had meals, his parents' burden would be lighter. Meals, and not just meals. There's also a salary more than what your dad earns. Lin Shixiao's laughter didn't cease. Currently, a firefighter in Hong Kong earns about 1,500 HKD a month, which is not low but clearly insufficient to support a large family. More than what my dad earns. Lu Dehua nearly jumped up. He didn't doubt the truthfulness of Lin Shixiao's words. That seemed he would believe anything Lin Shixiao said. Really? Lin Shixiao nodded emphatically. But this lady is right. He pointed at Shin Hongyu. The term lady earned a big eye roll. I will need to invest a lot of money and energy to train you, so I hope the contract can be a bit longer. Of course, you don't need to worry about the division of profits. It will definitely be at the maximum extent I can offer. Lin Shixiao didn't want his artist to end up in court with him in the future, so he would be generous regarding profit sharing. As long as there's money, we can sign for as long as you want. Sounds good. Lu Dehua shouted. Okay. Lin Shixiao nodded, and looked at Shen Hongyu. Where are his parents? On their way here. Shen Hongyu pouted, still not having forgotten the term lady. Lu Dehua was still young, and the contract would definitely need to be signed by his parents. Good. Lin Shixiao nodded and instructed, go call the receptionist. Don't misunderstand, it's not for me. Take Huagu to eat something good and put it on my tab. The company has money. Shen Hongyu rolled her eyes at Lin Shixiao again, crossing her arms as she left. Mr. Lin, no need to be so polite. Though she said that Lu Dehua's throat couldn't help but move. His family relied solely on his father's salary for food and living expenses, so they couldn't be too picky. He had really never eaten anything good growing up. It's fine. Lin Shixiao patted Lu Dehua's shoulder again, smiling. In the future you'll be with me. You can eat whatever you want. I have plenty of money, just focus on practicing hard. Lu Dehua had a great talent, but in his previous life, due to family and other reasons, he didn't receive good training before debuting, wasting some of his talent. Otherwise his achievements would have been even higher. Wait, the 4 Heavenly Kings are still just kids right now, or should I sign them all over and create a group similar to TF? Lin Shixiao felt a surge of excitement at the thought. In his previous life, while the 4 Heavenly Kings had some achievements, they were mostly in the Chinese-speaking world, having only a moderate global influence. This was undoubtedly a loss for the Chinese entertainment industry. Due to various reasons, the instances of the 4 Heavenly Kings coming together in his previous life were few and far between. Thinking about the 4 Heavenly Kings becoming a globally influential superstar group under his guidance, he became even more excited. Lin Shixiao immediately began to plan out various details in his mind. Currently, the oldest of the 4 Heavenly Kings was only 12 years old, and their families were quite ordinary. As long as adequate compensation was provided, signing them wouldn't be difficult. At that moment, Shen Hongyu brought over a pretty receptionist. Chairman Lin. The receptionist blushed, somewhat shy, to look at Lin Shixiao. Miss, could you please take Huagu to get something to eat? Lin Shixiao flashed a charming smile. Though he didn't have too much thought about the receptionist teasing her brought him great joy. Sure. The receptionist looked at Lu Dehua. Huagu, right. What do you want to eat? I'll take you. Mr. Lin, then I will go. Lu Dehua had long been unable to hold back. Yes, go ahead, enjoy a good meal. By the way, you can take some back for yourself. Lin Shixiao generously patted his chest. Lu Dehua immediately became excited. Thank you, Mr. Lin. He had been thinking of eating a little less so he could take some home. Now he could eat freely. After the two left, Shen Hongyu plopped down on Lin Shixiao's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and exhaling sweetly. Chairman Lin, is there anything else you need? Lin Shixiao, who had finally found a train of thought, suddenly lost it, feeling a bit annoyed as he wrapped his arms around Shen Hongyu. Relax, let me teach you a little. After a prolonged moment of heavy breathing, the outside footsteps prompted the two to hastily part ways. Shen Hongyu's cheeks flushed as she glared at Lin Shixiao, saying, "Humph, Min." Lin Shixiao, feeling a bit indignant, retorted, "What's wrong with Min? Weren't you just enjoying it?" A mischievous smile lingered on his face as he spoke. Shen Hongyu's face grew even redder as she replied softly, "I won't say much to you." By the time Lu Li and his wife entered, Shen Hongyu had already composed herself. "Lin Sheng, is that really you?" Upon seeing Lin Shixiao, Lu Li rushed over and firmly shook his hand. "You are my idol. No need to be so formal, big brother." Lin Shixiao discreetly pulled his hand back, feeling the strong grip of Lu Li, who was a firefighter. Sorry, I got a bit too excited." Lu Li scratched his head, realizing he had been somewhat abrupt. "It's fine, Hongyu, make us 2 cups of coffee." Lin Shixiao gestured for Lu Li and his wife to sit down. "All right, Mr. Lin." Shen Hongyu deliberately softened her voice, swaying her hips as she walked out. "By the way, I heard Lin Sheng wants to sign Dehua. What capabilities does he have?" If Shen Hongyu hadn't visited multiple times, Taoing would have thought she was dealing with a scammer. Lu Li looked at Lin Shixiao with eager anticipation. He certainly didn't doubt Lin Shixiao was a scammer, but he still found it hard to believe Lin Shixiao wanted to sign his son. Whether or not he has talent is another matter. "With my abilities, as long as he isn't mute, I can turn anyone into a superstar," Lin Shixiao declared emphatically. At that moment, Taoing was moved. She had indeed overlooked this point and quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Lin Sheng, It's fine." Lin Shixiao waved his hand sincerely. "Don't ask me how I chose Dehua. I have no malicious intent. He's still in middle school, and if you agree to the contract, I will send him to a private school. Besides completing his school assignments, he will also practice vocal skills, dance, and acting. In summary, I will train him comprehensively. You don't need to worry about money. I won't take a single cent from you. On the contrary, considering your family situation, I will also pay Dehua a salary of 2,000 yuan a month before his debut, and after that he will receive a share. How does that sound? How many years do we need to sign for?" This was Lu Li's only concern. "You should know he is only 12 years old. I'll need at least several years to train him, which will require a significant amount of money and effort. Therefore, the contract duration should be at least 15 years. However, rest assured, I won't be stingy with the shares after his debut. It will definitely be the highest possible share he can get," Lin Shixiao patiently explained. "In that case, we have no objections." Lu Li quickly agreed. He knew Lin Shixiao had recently signed many people, and if he waited too long to agree, such a good policy might be given to someone else. "All right, I will send the contract over later." You can take a look then, and if everything is fine, we will sign it. Lin Shixiao felt a mix of excitement at the prospect of successfully signing the young Huazai. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Lu Li was filled with excitement, feeling that Lin Shixiao was the savior of their family. Is Lu Ge still working as a firefighter? Yes, I can't do anything else. Lu Li's expression grew dim. Taoing explained, he was injured while rescuing people last year, and now he cannot do heavy work. He is not very popular in the team. I see. Lin Shixiao nodded. Although he had a good relationship with Musa, he felt it was inappropriate to bring this up. Why don't you come work at my company, Lu Ge? We have a security position available with a salary of 2,000 a month. How does that sound? Lu Li was somewhat being a firefighter always carried risks, and a stable job with a good salary was exactly what he sought. This way he could see Lu Dehua often and wouldn't worry about him facing difficulties at the company. Of course he believed in Lin Shixiao, but he knew Lin Shixiao couldn't always keep an eye on things. Lin Shixiao nodded vigorously. Lu Li's character was beyond doubt. In his past life, Lu Dehua had such a good reputation largely due to Lu Li's influence. Having someone like him in charge of the company's security made Lin Shixiao feel at ease. Oh, this is wonderful. Thank you, Lin Sheng. You have no idea how worried I feel whenever he goes on duty, Taoing exclaimed, overcome with joy and tears. No problem, sister. It's the least I can do. For some people, empathy is essential. If you treat them well, they will reciprocate. Lin Shixiao hoped to win Lu Dehua's loyalty with sincerity rather than contractual obligations. Thank you so much. You are a great benefactor to our family. Lu Li expressed his gratitude, while Taoing was still very excited, nearly bowing down to Lin Shixiao. Sister, you probably don't have a job, right? Would you like me to arrange something for you as well? Lin Shixiao wanted to help thoroughly as his newly established Xionglang group needed manpower for many positions. I don't have much ability, but what can I do? Taoing didn't refuse Lin Shixiao's kindness. If she also had a salary, their family life would have much more hope. Lu Li looked at Lin Shixiao with hopeful eyes. If his wife also worked at the company, everything would be perfect. Let me ask President Shun. At that moment, Lin Shixiao was unsure what position to arrange for Taoing. Fortunately, Shen Hongyu returned just then, bringing coffee for Lu Li and his wife. Is there a suitable position for Andy? Hearing Lin Shixiao's question, Shen Hongyu fell into deep thought. Wait, I need to ask first, will you still sign children in the future? Shen Hongyu smiled at Lin Shixiao. If that's the case, we will need someone to take care of their meals and daily life while they study at the company. Lin Shixiao nodded, realizing that such a person was indeed necessary. He looked at Taoing. I wonder if you would be willing to take on this job. I'm willing. Absolutely willing. Taoing nodded eagerly. She was very happy to have something to do, especially since Lu Dehua was one of those in need of care. That's great. The salary. Let's tentatively set it at 2,000 yuan to avoid any disputes between you two. Lin Shixiao chuckled, knowing that he was offering a decent salary. As expected, both Taoing and Lu Li were very pleased and kept thanking him. Thank you, Lin Sheng. Thank you, Lin Sheng. We will definitely work hard and not let you down. The couple was somewhat at a loss for words, feeling extremely happy at the thought of having a monthly income of 6,000 yuan. At that moment, Lu Dehua returned after finishing his meal and ran over to his parents. Dad, Mom, good boy. Taoing patted her son's head and asked, do you want to be a star? I do. Lu Dehua nodded vigorously. In fact, apart from wanting to help improve his family's life, he was also very envious of the fame that stars enjoyed. Lin Sheng, let's hurry up and sign the contract. Having asked her son's opinion, Taoing was eager to reach an agreement with Lin Shixiao, fearing that delays could lead to unforeseen events. Lin Shixiao smiled and waved his hand, saying, don't worry, the contract hasn't arrived yet. Once the contract arrived, both parties happily signed the agreement. Lu Li and Taoing would start working at the company the next day, while Lu Dehua would have to transfer schools first before coming to the company for training. In fact, the training department of the Xiaolong group was not yet fully established, so even if Lu Dehua came over tomorrow, there would be no teachers to teach him. After Lu Dehua left with his parents, Lin Shixiao began to explain some matters to Shen Hongyu. I have already spoken with Xiao Sheng. The TVB artist training class will be separated from TVB and merged into the Xiaolong group. From now on, this department will be responsible for the training and management of artists. Shen Hongyu was already aware of some of the situation, but she still had doubts. Did Xiao Sheng agree to this? You should know that the training class has some big names. It's no wonder she had this doubt. The artist training class was actually a very important asset for TVB. I promised him that all movies and TV series produced by Xiaolong will be distributed by Shaw Brothers. After all, there's no end to making money, and giving them a little benefit is no problem. Lin Shixiao mainly feared complications. Shaw Brothers already had their own theaters and channels, and cooperating with them would save a lot of trouble. Oh, so that's how it is. Shen Hongyu nodded. She had no objections to Lin Shixiao's decision. However, another question arose, and she frowned. We've signed so many artists all at once. What are we going to do next? What do you mean? How do we arrange them? We have to find something for them to do, right? Filming movies, TV shows, etc. But what about the scripts? Shen Hongyu's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Shixiao. Scripts? Lin Shixiao pondered. He originally planned to hire someone to write them, but thinking about all the classic movies and TV shows he had seen in his past life, it would be a shame not to adapt them. How about this? You help me recruit a screenwriting team. They can write whatever scripts, and I'll specify later. You can write. Shin Hongyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is that not allowed? Lin Shixiao instinctively. Shin Hongyu showed a frightened expression. He believe it isn't trust good. She waved her hands repeatedly, clearly still not convinced. You. Lin Shixiao initially wanted to argue a bit, but after thinking it over he decided to use facts to prove himself to this woman. We don't need to find very talented screenwriters, I just need someone to help me ghostwrite without needing them to think too much. Shin Hongyu playfully nodded and joked, then I'll find you a few beautiful girls. Lin Shixiao was somewhat speechless, but still nodded. All right, preferably college students. Great. Shin Hongyu couldn't help but giggle. She was genuinely looking forward to seeing what kind of scripts though she couldn't write scripts, she still had the ability to appreciate them. I'll give you a few names, they should be around Lu Dehua's age. Help me find them, I'm preparing to create a 4-member boy group. Wow, I'm so excited. Shin Hongyu exaggeratedly clapped her hands. She looked as cheeky as can be. Lin Shixiao felt a headache coming on, wishing he could smack this woman's behind, but there were still matters left to address. Remember the names. Lin Shixiao said sternly. Okay, Lin Dong. Shin Hongyu deliberately made her voice high-pitched, exaggeratedly flailing her arms as she brought out paper. Reporting to Lin Dong, I'm ready. Lin Shixiao took a deep breath. They are. Zhang Shuio Guafu. All children. Shin Hongyu exclaimed with excitement. Yes, all children. Lin Shixiao gritted his teeth. Okay, got it. Shin Hongyu marked the paper with her pen, asking in a quacking voice, are there any more? There are 2 girls, they have a lot of potential, you should sign them too. Lin Shixiao feigned seriousness. Shin Hongyu's big eyes were fixed on Lin Shixiao. Are you ready? Lin Shixiao avoided Shin Hongyu's gaze. Shin Hongyu chuckled, the great Lin Dong always takes care of women. Ready. The older sister is called Hongyan, and the younger sister is called Hongzhu. The younger sister needs to be nurtured. Wow, they are sisters. Do they look alike? Lin Dong really knows how to play. Shin Hongyu exclaimed exaggeratedly. Then Lin Shixiao cast a cold glance at her. I've noted everything down. Is there anything else? Shin Hongyu became more earnest as she was a bit afraid that Lin Shixiao would go mad, which would cause her body to suffer. For now, that's all. I'll let you know if I think of more. Lin Shixiao began to pay attention to the commotion outside. If there weren't many people, he could still handle some matters here. Sensing Lin Shixiao's eager gaze, Shin Hongyu quickly changed the topic. Lin Dong, are you planning to stop trading stocks next? Recent actions indicated that his focus would shift to the entertainment industry, particularly film and television. I won't be trading stocks for the next few months. Lin Shixiao's voice rang out. Although the stock market shows signs of stabilizing, the stock disaster is far from over. If I enter now, it will be tiring, and I won't make much money. I need to rest for at least a year or so, and wait until the stock market bottoms out to discuss it. By then, not only will stock prices be at an absolute low, but real estate values will also be relatively low, and I'll have many things to do. Shin Hongyu was not an outsider, as some plans could be discussed to cultivate this woman's broader perspective. Oh, I see. Shin Hongyu contemplated Lin Shixiao's words. This man's foresight in economics was unparalleled. If you borrow so many stocks from foreign banks, won't you make a fortune? Stocks that are 20 now might drop to just 1 or 2 at that time, with a price difference of more than 10 times. Thinking about Lin Shixiao's advanced layout before the stock disaster, Shin Hongyu was still deeply impressed. Lin Shixiao could come up with such a profitable method. He was truly a genius. Just a little money, a little money. Lin Shixiao looked somewhat smug. Shin Hongyu tilted her head. So for the next year, are you planning to unify the entertainment circle? Lin Shixiao snapped his fingers, saying, no wonder I chose you, you're smart. Of course, just look at who I am. Being complimented, Shin Hongyu looked proud. Then a large hand wrapped around her waist. Oh. Shin Hongyu gradually lost consciousness. A few days later, the long-awaited Miss Hong Kong finals finally arrived. On this day, a multitude of reporters and curious onlookers gathered at the entrance of TVB. Which big names will attend today? I'm really looking forward to it. Do you think the governor will come? I heard he has a good relationship with Mr. Lin. It's unlikely, the governor usually avoids such events. Amid the discussions, a Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow appeared in sight, showcasing the latest model from the luxury brand. It has discarded the complex chrome decorations of its predecessor, featuring smooth and flowing lines with a low stance that exudes simplicity and dynamism. License plate AX88. The moment it appeared, it captured everyone's attention. Mr. Hua has arrived, someone exclaimed excitedly. With Lin Shixiao's rapid rise, Hui Yingdong's reputation was steadily increasing in Hong Kong. As the car came to a stop, the media quickly surrounded it. Mr. Hua, it's well known that you dislike attending such events. Oh, what brings you here today? A reporter rushed to ask. TVB has a new owner, and my adopted son is the biggest boss. Ooh, I definitely need to come and support his event. Hui Yingdong seemed a bit excited. With Lin Shixiao's achievements, he naturally felt happy. Mr. Hua, you've heard about the stock dispute over TVB. Oh, what do you think of Mr. Lin's actions? It's eye-opening, even I couldn't do better. This was already a high praise, causing those around to gasp in awe. Mr. Well, may I ask if you have followed the Hong Kong sister pageant before? Honestly, I didn't pay attention before, but I've gained considerable insight over the past few days. Hua Yingdong was rather sincere. It's clear that Mr. Hua is very supportive of Mr. Taiping. That's only natural. Who wouldn't support such an adopted son? Just as Hua Yingdong departed, a special convoy arrived. Leading the way were a few motorcycles followed by 2 black Alvis police cars with a Rolls-Royce Phantom in the center and 2 more Alvis police cars at the end. The governor has arrived. What a grand event today. The governor hasn't participated in such activities for a long time. Mr. Taiping's influence is truly significant. The media crowd stirred. As Musa stepped out of the car, he was immediately surrounded. Governor, did you come today because of Mr. Lin's influence? Of course, Mr. Lin and I are good friends. Musa smiled and waved to those around him. Sitting in this position, his emotional intelligence was naturally high. Governor, what special significance do you think the Hong Kong sister pageant holds for Hong Kong? This competition is excellent. There are many beautiful women in Hong Kong, and identifying the most beautiful and representative woman will help boost the development of Hong Kong's entertainment industry. Governor, who do you think will win the championship today? That goes without saying. Miss Zhao Yaji is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. She is the undisputed choice for the champion, and I am eagerly looking forward to her performance today, which is sure to be spectacular. Once Musa made this statement, the venue fell silent. While everyone implicitly understood that Zhao Yaji would certainly be the champion, Musa stating it publicly held a different significance. This was akin to sealing a confirmed outcome, leaving no possibility for surprises. Following Musa, other celebrities arrived, with the most unexpected being Li Jiaqing. Mr. Li, I heard that you and Mr. Lin are not on good terms. Why did you choose to attend his event? The media truly enjoys stirring the pot. Li Jiaqing showed an awkward expression. In truth, he did not want to come, but with Musa attending and most of Hong Kong's prominent figures present, if he didn't show up, it would seem he was not fitting in. With Chung Shun Group in a growth phase, he must maintain good relations in all areas. The notion of not getting along is entirely fictitious. I have great respect for Mr. Lin. Li Jiaqing hurriedly replied a couple of sentences before making a quick exit. The media present exchanged glances, all aware that Li Jiaqing was not being truthful. Mr. Lin is truly impressive. Even Li Jiaqing, who didn't want to come, showed up. Mr. Lin's influence in Hong Kong is now comparable to Mr. Li's, if not greater. In fact, there was a consensus that Lin Shixiao would soon surpass Li Jiaqing in all aspects. Besides the elite class, many well-known artists from the entertainment industry also made their appearance. Li Xiaolong, Zhang Dawei Di Long, Lily Li Qing, Wang Mingquan. Each one was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry. Their presence pushed the atmosphere of the event to a climax, elevating the audience's anticipation. Although there was still half a day before the show began, countless people had already tuned into TVB. The ratings soared. At this moment, a group of people was nervously monitoring everything. Currently, TVB's ratings are around 30%, 10 points higher than usual. The programs currently airing are not particularly appealing, yet the public is still watching. This speaks volumes for TVB. Someone remarked with a hint of bitterness. Even Governor Musa is attending, but it's no wonder they're drawing such crowds. In the middle, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses spoke up. He was the chairman of Li's Television and the head of the Guo family, Guo Xiangdong. The Guo family's most important assets consist of 2 parts. One is retail, and the other is Li's Television. Before TVB rose to prominence, Li's Television was the undisputed leader. If TVB had remained under the control of the Li family, Guo Xiangdong wouldn't have been so worried, but now not only has Lin Shixiao taken over, but Xiao Yifu is personally overseeing operations, placing a great deal of pressure on Guo Xiangdong. Today was supposed to be a rest day, but Guo Xiangdong still summoned all the top executives to monitor the ratings of the Hong Kong sister finals to strategize accordingly. We cannot just watch helplessly. Guo Xiangdong supported his chin with his hand, frowning in thought. What are your thoughts, Mr. Guo? A group of executives looked eagerly at Guo Xiangdong. We need to capture the ratings, though it will be difficult. Guo Xiangdong set the tone. The 2 television stations are now competing for every gain and loss, accumulating advantages for victory, so he cannot allow TVB to monopolize the spotlight. How about we bring up that program we've been preparing for a long time? An executive proposed. Li's Television has been brewing a major surprise, but the program was not fully prepared. Guo Xiangdong frowned. Isn't it not ready? We can be flexible, a focus on games, add in song and dance performances. The host can manage the game segments. Even if something unexpected happens, it can be wrapped up. We've been hyping this program for a long time, and the audience is looking forward to it. If we air it tonight, it will certainly yield unexpected results. The proposing executive became increasingly excited. What do you all think? Guo Xiangdong looked at the other executives. It's worth a try. The Hong Kong sister program is too popular. We cannot let it go unchallenged. Let's give it a shot. Let's capture as many viewers as we can. All the executives echoed in agreement. All right, Guo Xiangdong decisively announced. Gather all personnel, immediately prepare for battle, and ensure everything is set aside for this program. Even if the ratings are not as high as Hong Kong's sisters, we cannot allow it to shine alone. No matter how talented Lin Shixiao is, he has never produced a television program. Therefore, we have a chance. Not long after the decision was made on Li's side, Xiao Yifu learned of the news and immediately found Lin Shixiao. At this moment, Lin Shixiao was backstage accompanying Zhao Yaji and practicing her song. For the finals, he planned for Zhao Yaji to break through herself and perform "The Moon Represents My Heart." This song was immensely popular in his past life, but at this moment the performer was unknown. Lin Shixiao had purchased the rights intending to turn it into Zhao Yaji's debut hit. His woman naturally needed to develop multifaceted skills. However, Zhao Yaji was not particularly skilled at singing, so Lin Shixiao did not accompany guests today and focused on refining the song with her. Yaji, practice a few more times, you can do it. To be honest, the difficulty of this song was not high. Zhao Yaji had a good vocal talent, while she might not interpret it perfectly, she could certainly impress the average audience. I will work hard. Zhao Yaji looked at Lin Shixiao with affectionate eyes, increasingly enamored by the charm. They'll step out for a moment. Lin Shixiao kissed Zhao Yaji on the forehead. You go ahead, don't worry about me. Zhao Yaji returned a kiss. The two were enveloped in tenderness, envied by others. Once outside, Lin Shixiao's expression darkened. So they are going to compete with us for viewers tonight. Yes. I also learned about their program, which imitates our Unforgettable Tonight, but they have made some modifications, so the broadcast effect probably won't be too bad. Xiao Yifu couldn't help but frown. Lin Shixiao had just taken over TVB, and the Miss Hong Kong pageant was the first heavyweight program carrying significant importance, and it could not afford to fail. What are your thoughts? Think of some ways. Although the Miss Hong Kong program is quite fresh and has cultivated a loyal audience, it's hard to please everyone, and many viewers will likely choose to watch their program. Alright, let me think. Lin Shixiao actually already had a plan in mind, he just couldn't decide which method to use. Meanwhile, Li's television station was not idle, beginning the final promotional push for Unforgettable Long Night. In addition to the continuous on-air promotions, they also placed numerous newspaper ads and outdoor advertisements showing no signs of holding back. The public had also noticed this situation. I've been following the program Unforgettable Long Night for quite some time. Didn't they say it wouldn't come out so quickly? Why is it suddenly here? But tonight there is the Miss Hong Kong pageant, and my favorite contestant Zhao Yaji. What should I choose? It's so troublesome. I want to watch the Miss Hong Kong pageant, but there is only one television at home, and my grandmother likely wants to watch Unforgettable Long Night. While the Miss Hong Kong pageant is good, Unforgettable Long Night is more suitable for family viewing, and there is no suspense for the champion. I will watch Unforgettable Long Night first, and if it's not good, I can watch the Miss Hong Kong finals later. Unforgettable Long Night is actually competing for the audience of TVB's Unforgettable Tonight, with Li standing on the shoulders of giants. However, because TVB is airing the Miss Hong Kong pageant tonight, Unforgettable Tonight naturally could not be arranged, which gave Li some opportunities. However, there were too many bigwigs gathered at TVB, and these individuals would also attract some audience. So when this situation emerged, related media personnel predicted that both television stations would be evenly matched tonight, with no clear victor. But an even match was not what Lin Shixiao wanted. He desired Zhao Yaji to become an overnight sensation, and ensuring high ratings was a prerequisite. As night fell at 6:50, Li's side cleverly began broadcasting 10 minutes earlier than the Miss Hong Kong pageant. Welcome everyone to Li's latest heavyweight program, Unforgettable Long Night. Tonight we have not only beautiful singing, but also captivating dance performances, and most importantly, fun games. Everyone can participate in our program via phone, and we will periodically present some trivia questions. Correct answers will receive prizes. They are very simple, even a 3-year-old would know. So be sure to stay in front of the television and don't leave for a moment. The host began the opening. Meanwhile, Guo Xiangdong was backstage with several executives monitoring the ratings. How much market share do we have now? In response to Mr. Guo, before the host's opening it was 20%, but after announcing the trivia questions the market share skyrocketed to 33%. It is still growing rapidly. Mr. Guo, your method is truly brilliant. Seeing the impressive data, the executives were all excited. This is a good start. Haha, this is also learned from the respected Mr. Lin. He sold newspapers and gave away eggs while I am giving away prizes during the program. They are equally effective. Guo Xiangdong also laughed happily, feeling half of the burden lifted off his heart. At TVB during the Miss Hong Kong finals, all the bigwigs had taken their seats. Although it was the first competition under Xiao Yifu's strong request, the quality of the contestants was very high, especially tonight being the finals. Each of the 8 contestants was more beautiful and more charming than the last. The bigwigs were all eagerly anticipating the contestants' wonderful talent performances. At this moment, the commotion from Li's side also reached their ears. Li really knows how to choose the timing. It seems someone doesn't want Mr. Lin to have an easy time, Now we have a good show to watch. I know Guo Xiangdong well. He wouldn't do this without a certain amount of confidence. Let Mr. Lin worry about it, and let's watch the program. Many bigwigs had a spectator's mindset. The outcome didn't have much to do with them. However, everyone was vaguely excited as Lin Shixiao had created several miracles before. Would there be a new miracle? At 7 o'clock, as the elegantly dressed host took the stage, the first Miss Hong Kong finals officially began. Good evening, everyone. I believe you have all been looking forward to this for a long time. Tonight marks the moment when the champion of our first Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant is born. Each contestant has their own unique qualities. Let's wait and see who will take home the crown. Backstage, Lin Shixiao was not with Zhao Yaji, but was following Xiao Yifu to monitor the ratings. Lin, the ratings over there have exceeded 35%, while we are at 28%. We just started, so we should be able to catch up, but it looks like it will just be a back-and-forth match. Guo Xiangdong really has outdone himself. Xiao Yifu gritted his teeth. Li's sudden decision caught him off guard, and with so many bigwigs present today, he had to attend to them, leaving him no time to think of countermeasures. It's alright to let them be pleased for a while. Tonight's ratings will definitely be on our side. Although the current situation was not optimistic, Lin Shixiao remained very composed. Zhao Yazi was the last to take the stage. He just needed to ensure that most of the audience in Hong Kong was watching the Miss Hong Kong pageant when Zhao Yaji appeared. As time passed, the competition for viewership between the two TV stations intensified. On Li's side, the ratings slowly grew, eventually surpassing 40%. On TVB's side, the upward momentum was strong. 30%, 35%, 40%, 41%. At 7:30, they successfully completed the turnaround. However, after the next 10 minutes, both sides saw little growth. Those with televisions were basically glued to their screens. To continue increasing viewership, they either needed to poach viewers from the other or find another way. An additional 50,000 in prizes is a must to keep the viewers. On Li's side, Guo Xiangdong continued to raise the stakes. Currently, Li was trailing slightly behind TVB. This was inevitable with Lin Shixiao and numerous heavyweights involved. The traffic was overwhelming. For a hastily launched program to achieve these results, he was already very satisfied. Originally intended to annoy TVB, it seemed the goal had been achieved. Guosheng, our growth is slow, and their growth is slow too. The audience has made their choice. The probability of switching channels is low now. We should be able to relax. A Li executive smiled broadly. Yes, you are right. Guo Xiangdong nodded in agreement, a smile creeping onto his face. At this moment, small televisions were quietly set up in several plazas in Hong Kong. What's this? Free TV. Looks like TVB's staff. This is interesting. Hurry home to grab a chair. I don't have a TV at home, and although most families in Hong Kong currently own a television, there are still 20% without one. Even if they wanted to contribute to the ratings, they couldn't. In the past, whether it was TVB or Li, they had overlooked this group. Once the televisions were set up, they immediately began broadcasting the Miss Hong Kong finals. A staff member stood in front of the crowd, shouting loudly, "Those without televisions can come and watch. Later we will distribute cash red envelopes. The amount isn't large, just a token." As soon as the staff's voice faded, the scene became lively. What? Watching TV can earn money. Is it real? TVB is currently under the authority of Lin Shixiao. If you don't trust others, you should at least trust Lin Shixiao. Damn. Then what are we waiting for? We must support Miss Hong Kong. Get my wife over here. There's nothing else to do at home. One by one, people without televisions were summoned from various areas. TVB's ratings saw a significant increase. 45%, 50%, 55%. Lin Sheng, what have you done? At the TVB program site, Xiao Yifu looked at Lin Shixiao in shock. The ratings were updating almost every minute. Just as he thought the battle with Li had settled, the ratings for the Miss Hong Kong program suddenly surged. This is just the beginning. Initially, Lin Shixiao considered many plans. He wasn't sure which would be the most effective, so he decided to implement them all. Setting up televisions in major residential areas for the public to watch for free was inspired by the idea from his past life of films going to the countryside. Lin Sheng, what other tricks do you have? Tell me all at once. Xiao Yifu's eyes were eager. Xiao Sheng, take your time. If I tell you, it won't be interesting. Lin Shixiao smirked, teasing. Xiao Yifu was impatient, but had no way to rush him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on Li's side was unusually tense. What happened? How did their ratings suddenly increase so much? Did Lin Shixiao bribe the statistics agency? A Li shareholder shouted. Calm down, we should have concrete news soon. Guo Xiangdong forced himself to remain composed. A few minutes later, further news arrived. Lin Shixiao is setting up televisions in major residential areas for the public to watch TVB for free. Upon receiving this information, the Li executives exchanged glances, completely unable to anticipate this method. Alas, we indeed overlooked this. How did Lin Shixiao come up with such an idea? Guo Xiangdong appeared troubled. If he had thought of this method earlier, it could have been implemented. Now preparing it would surely... It's alright, they will only increase once like this, and our audience is still here. Currently, Lin Shixiao is trying to increase the audience watching TV and hasn't snatched away many viewers from Li. This was the reason why many Li executives breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, this was meant to stir things up. They were at 55%, and we were just over 40. The gap was a bit large, but if we hadn't done this tonight, their ratings could have easily surpassed 70%. We have still caused them significant trouble. Guo Xiangdong began to self-comfort. He personally commanded this battle. Even if they lost, they couldn't appear too embarrassed. Guo Sheng is right, we have definitely achieved our goal. A Li executive immediately echoed. But is this the only tactic Lin Shixiao has? Clearly not. For Li's ratings to surpass 40%, the lucky viewer prize draw was crucial. And TVB can also offer prizes. Thank you for your continued attention to the Miss Hong Kong finals. In the next segment, everyone will surely love it. Lin Shixiao has personally established a 1 million prize fund. Later we will scroll through some words. Everyone should memorize them. When we call for interviews, if you can mention the words, you will share this million prize. We have a professional team for this. As long as everyone watches the program attentively, there will be opportunities. On Li's side, there were a total of 150,000 in prizes, while Lin Shixiao generously offered 1 million. The difference was substantial. Many citizens of Hong Kong who initially watched Li's program with the mindset of getting a bargain now decisively chose to switch channels when TVB's prize amount was higher and in cash. Li's ratings began to visibly decline. 40%, 38%, 35%, 33%, 30%. Once TVB's reward policy came out, Li's ratings plummeted. Now even Guoxiangdong was a bit on edge. Increase the prize by another 50,000. I refuse to believe we can't keep the viewers. Understood, Guoxiang. Report to Guoxiang the ratings have stabilized for now. Good 30% is acceptable. This Lin Shixiao is truly difficult to deal with. Guoxiangdong felt a bit overwhelmed. He initially thought Lin Shixiao, lacking experience in running a TV station, would be helpless under his offensive. Unexpectedly, Lin Shixiao not only remained calm, but also unleashed 2 major moves, putting Li in a passive position. Lin Shixiao's side is increasing their prizes by 50,000. Should we match it? A staff member ran over to inquire. Only 50,000. So stingy. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Increase it at 1 million. Let's completely lure away the viewers who are just looking for small bargains. 28%, 25%, 23%. While Li's viewership plummeted, TVB's ratings soared correspondingly. 65%, 67%, 70%, 72%. Li's audience was further eroded. As expected of Lin Shixiao, truly extravagant. In the program's backstage, Xiao Yifu was exceptionally excited. He did not anticipate Lin Shixiao's second tactic to be so simple and brutal. Does Xiaoxing think this is the end? Lin Shixiao's smile was radiant. Is it not over yet? The opponent's current rating is only slightly above 20, which is already a failure for a program like Unforgettable Long Night. Xiao Yifu could hardly contain his excitement. Yes, but I feel it's not enough. I've never regarded Li highly. Lin Shixiao's voice grew passionate. He aimed to promote Zhao Yaji, ensuring that as many people on Hong Kong Island could see her performance. With a population of over 4 million, 20% equates to over 400,000, which is no small number. Xiao Yifu couldn't help but frown, but there shouldn't be many methods left. He considered himself well-informed, yet now even with all his brainstorming, he couldn't think of any other solution. Li still retained 20% of the viewership, mainly because this segment of the population had televisions, but no phones. Therefore, even if they were tempted by the lottery, they couldn't participate, naturally lacking the motivation to switch channels. Xiaoxing just looks like that. While speaking, Lin Shixiao had already briskly walked out. On the open ground, many TVB employees had gathered at some point, and upon seeing Lin Shixiao, everyone felt a bit excited. Lin Shixiao. Lin Shixiao wasted no time and got straight to the point. Sorry for calling everyone over so late. You should already know we are competing with Li for viewership. If we win this time, everyone will get an extra half-month salary. Upon hearing this, the employees immediately became excited. Lin Shixiao, just tell us what to do. Lin Shixiao, Li is deliberately causing trouble. We at TVB cannot afford to lose. Seeing the employees so enthusiastic, Lin Shixiao couldn't help but nod. Very well, everyone's task is quite simple. I've had cash vouchers printed. Your job is to go door to door. As long as someone watches the Miss Hong Kong pageant, give them a cash voucher. Tomorrow, I will set up redemption points all over Hong Kong Island, and those with cash vouchers can exchange them for equivalent cash. This is Lin Shixiao's third lethal move. You have a television but no phone and can't participate in the lottery, right? Then he'll go door to door, so everyone has a chance to receive rewards. Although the money isn't much, it's almost like getting it for free, and many viewers who are still watching Li's programs will turn to, no problem, Lin Shixiao. I run every day, I'll consider it exercise. With such a generous offer from Lin Shixiao, it's only right for us to contribute some effort. The employees were all excited upon hearing Lin Shixiao's plan, and those associated with Li had long been cleared out. Most of those remaining at TVB were hard-working and dedicated staff. Everyone also knew that Lin Shixiao was not a stingy boss. If TVB did well, everyone's benefits would naturally improve. All right, take the cash vouchers and set off immediately. Lin Shixiao issued the command as Zhao Yaji was about to take the stage. The battle for viewership was at its final moment. Door to door, not even leaving out our last 20%. As the news broke, Guoxiangdong was left stunned. 20% was Li's last shred of dignity. If they couldn't even protect that, then Li would become the biggest joke on Hong Kong Island tomorrow. Confidently challenging TVB and Lin Shixiao, they had a good start, but no good outcome. Guoxiang, I'm going to gather manpower right now. An elder executive unwilling to accept defeat declared, "Forget it, it's useless." Guo Xiangdong weakly waved his hand. "By the time we gather the manpower, the program will be over. Then, Guo Xiang, are we just going to watch helplessly?" A group of lease executives felt very discontent. "We must learn to accept failure." Guo Xiangdong's tone was languid. "This time we lost, but Li is still here. The competition is not over, there will be a next time." Guo Xiangdong couldn't help but clench his fist. "Next time, we will be better prepared and will surely win." A group of executives exchanged glances and let out helpless sigh. "Uncle, are you watching TVB? Hey, race a $10 cash voucher that can be exchanged for money tomorrow." "Sorry, sir, I only changed the channel after you came in. I can't give you the cash voucher just yet, it'll come back later. If you haven't changed the channel by then, it'll give you the cash voucher." As one door-to-door team after another set out, families quietly switched from lease channel to TVB. 78%, 80%, 82%, 85%. The viewership for the Miss Hong Kong pageant continued to soar, breaking viewership records on Hong Kong Island. Meanwhile, lease ratings fell again and again. 15%, 13%. In the end, they couldn't even maintain 10%. During the latter part of the program, the ratings fluctuated around 8%. And Guo Xiangdong could no longer change the passive situation. At the recording site of Miss Hong Kong, the big shots watched the exciting program, while keeping an eye on the direct confrontation between Lin Shixiao and Guo Xiangdong. "What? The ratings have exceeded 85%. This Lin Sheng is truly impressive. I'm so glad I didn't become a rival of Lin Sheng, haha. I initially wanted to acquire a newspaper. After all, now that Hongyu Daily dominates the market, many small and medium-sized newspapers are struggling and their selling prices low. Thankfully, I didn't sign the agreement, otherwise I'd be competing with Lin Sheng, which would have added years to my age." Lin Shixiao unleashed a combination of powerful moves, leaving Li's side scrambling. Some applauded, some secretly rejoiced, while others looked grim. In any case, the big shots on Hong Kong Island looked at Lin Shixiao with newfound respect. At that moment, the Miss Hong Kong finals reached a critical moment, and the host excitedly took the stage. "Everyone has waited long enough. Indeed, the next to take the stage is Miss Zhao Yaji, the last contestant of the night. Please welcome Miss Zhao Yaji to bring us the song 'The Moon Represents My Heart.'" As the host's words fell, the audience couldn't help but stir. Zhao Yaji, singing. "Oh my, this is going to be good. Oh, I can't wait to hear Zhao Yaji's performance. Truly multi-talented. I'm so envious of Lin Sheng. He has such an outstanding girlfriend." "Haha, this friend, you're being shallow. Lin Sheng has many excellent girlfriends." As Zhao Yaji, adorned in a white wedding dress, slowly walked to the center of the stage, the audience's breathing quickened. "Beautiful. So beautiful." The outfit Lin Shixiao chose for Zhao Yaji was undoubtedly the most expensive, best, and most beautiful on Hong Kong Island. Wow, so stunning. This girl should only exist in the heavens. She's truly a fairy descended to earth. My dream girlfriend looks like this. The screams from the audience nearly blew the roof off. Zhao Yaji offered a simple greeting and waves of screams followed. Some gentlemen in the hall were beside themselves. They had never seen a woman so irresistibly captivating. Lin Sheng really knows how to put on a show. Alas, I'm getting old. No stamina anymore. Zhao Sheng, you must have several concubines, a model for us all. Don't speak of that. When I was young, I lacked restraint. Now my head aches every night. No matter whose place I visit, the next morning I have to lean on the wall. Huh. Zhao Sheng is joking. Who doesn't know you used to pull 8 times in a night? All those are past days, I'd better not to bring them up. Zhao Yaji's arrival set the influential men below whispering. Then piano notes poured forth like a confession, instantly weaving a tranquil, tender, and faintly romantic atmosphere. Dry ice drifted in at the perfect moment, adding the final flourish to the mood. In that instant, Zhao Yaji seemed truly like a fairy descended to earth. "You ask me how deeply I love you. How much do I love you?" Her timbre was bright and clear, possessing a crystalline snow-like purity that sounded unusually clean and pristine. She surrendered herself entirely to the song. Her voice carried an affection as if etched into her very DNA. Unhurried, quietly unfolding, like an elegant woman, whispering a moving tale in your ear. Lin Shixiao knew Zhao Yaji's technical singing skills were limited, so for this performance, he asked her to emphasize interpretation, to draw the listeners into the song and into the story it conveyed. Reality unfolded exactly as Lin Shixiao had hoped. At the recording site, nothing disturbed Zhao Yaji's exquisite voice. There was no extraneous noise. Everyone sat in silent appreciation. Some wore looks of recollection, as if remembering a love from their youthful days that had engraved itself on the heart. Some could not help but clap softly, yet dared not make a sound, as if afraid to shatter the perfection of the moment. Even those steeled by life's many storms were quietly immersed. The stage Lin Shixiao had crafted transcended the era's aesthetics, an utterly dazzling presentation. Countless viewers in front of their televisions were stirred to excitement. Wow, this is Zhao Yaji. So beautiful, and her voice is sublime. We thought she was merely Lin Sheng's accessory, but she truly has talent. Give her the Miss Hong Kong crown. No shady dealings here. I flipped to TVB for a little money and had no expectations for this show, but what a surprise. This woman is Zhao Yaji's presence instantly elevated the public's perception of the Miss Hong Kong pageant. More than 3 minutes felt both brief and endless. When the music ended and a single tear slipped from Zhao Yaji's eye, the audience rose in unison, as if trained, applauding, as though their very lives depended on it. Beautiful. Lovely lady. One more song. Whistles and declarations rang through the hall. Overcome with joy, Zhao Yaji wept. She turned toward the wings at Lin Shixiao, barely concealing her excitement. When Lin Shixiao first suggested she sing, she had resisted. She lacked confidence in her own voice. Now every response proved that Lin Shixiao had been right. Brilliant. What an extraordinary performance. The host stepped back on stage, dazed, clearly still carried away by what had just transpired. Whistles and screams continued. The host could hardly get a word out. The scene verged on the delirious. At Li TV, Guo Xiangdong stared at the Miss Hong Kong broadcast in a daze, murmuring, with this woman in the show, it's hard to imagine it failing. Guo Xiang, the Miss Hong Kong ratings are approaching 90%. What? 90%? Li TV's executives exchanged incredulous looks that seemed impossible. That meant 9 out of 10 people on the island were watching TVB. It was destined to be a feat unprecedented in history and unlikely to be matched. Today we lost, but not without reason. Guo Xiangdong's face was bitter. He even toyed with the thought of selling. Facing an opponent like Lin Shixiao was the greatest nightmare of his life. He no longer had faith that he could lead Li TV in continued opposition. Guosheng, pull yourself together. You are our pillar. Guosheng, we still have a chance. Guosheng, don't give up. Seeing Guo Xiangdong so dispirited, the executives' hearts tightened. Li TV owed its position to Guo Xiangdong's wise leadership. If he lost heart, the company truly might fall. I know. After a round of consolation, Guo Xiangdong forced himself to gather his composure. From now on, there is no need to confront TVB Heathen. Lin Shixiao is probably not intent on utterly destroying us. Let TVB be the hegemon, we'll take our share from the sidelines. When Guo Xiangdong spoke those words, Li TV's executives froze. Clearly he had lost the courage for a frontal clash with TVB. Thinking of Lin Shixiao's past victories, they could understand. Understood, Guosheng. Our wisest course now is to avoid provoking Lin Shixiao further. Many on the island had prepared merely to watch the spectacle, but none had expected Li TV to lose so badly, nor TVB to win so completely. Reviewing Lin Shixiao's 3 moves, bold, shrewd, thinking where others did not, daring to blaze a trail. Who could believe such tactics came from a 20-year-old? The island in the years to come will surely be this young man's domain. An elder in a top villa on the island. Now I announce the champion of the first Miss Hong Kong. She is Miss Zhao Yaji. At the host's words, Zhao Yaji, crowned in a golden diadem, slowly emerged from the wings. Every contestant and audience member burst into enthusiastic applause. Among the crowd, a rival woman looked particularly envious. Had she chosen the right man, she might have enjoyed the same glory. Lin Shixiao had also kept his promise, awarding her 5th place. In the future, she would steady herself and refine her craft, striving by other means to win Lin Shixiao's respect. She did not aspire to Zhao Yaji's greatness. Merely to become a top-tier actress would satisfy her. Whistles filled the air as countless colorful streamers rained down. The inaugural TV-boasted Miss Hong Kong drew to a close. Zhao Yaji's performing career had only just begun. In the days that followed, Zhao Yaji became the island's most discussed figure, by far, and leapt to become the most watched female artist on the island. Her popularity rivaled Li Xiaolong's. When news broke that the two would co-star in a film, the entire island went into a frenzy. Li Xiaolong and Zhao Yaji teaming up. Isn't that a blockbuster combo? I'll bet the box office tops 10 million. Any shortfall Lin Sheng will cover. They say Lin Sheng even wrote the script himself. Ooh, I'm so eager to see it. Lin Sheng can write a script. Please. Lin Sheng can even deliver piglets. Oh, what can't he do? Really? In Repulse Bay, in the finest villa, Lin Shixiao wrote feverishly. The screenwriting team assembled by Shen Hongyu was in place, but some structural elements still required his hand. Shall have some water. Zhao Yaji approached slowly. Nurtured, she had grown more feminine. Thanks, Lin Shixiao said as he stretched and rose to loosen his limbs. Sitting for long hours harmed endurance. Now that his affairs prospered, he was keen to take care of his body. May I look? Zhao Yaji asked with beseeching eyes. You may, though it's not finished yet. Lin Shixiao smiled. His heart stirred anew. This woman seemed to possess a sort of magic that ensnared him, unbeating and unwearied. Thank you. Zhao Yaji stuck out her tongue and picked up the draft on the table. Jingwu Hero. The essence of hero of the martial arts lies in the collision of violent aesthetics and ultimate romance. It is not only a tale of revenge, but also about 2 lonely souls finding warmth in a chaotic world. Visuals: high contrast white and gray tones with warm yellow soft lighting in the photon scenes, symbolizing that she is the only source of light in Chun Zhen's bleak world. Action style: abandoning traditional theatrical routines, emphasizing the speed, precision, and brutality of Jeet Kune Do. Every punch lands with a visceral impact, and the sound of breaking bones is distinctly audible. Character's protagonist Qinjun, played by Li Xiaolong, he is a drawn blade, exuding an aura that warns others to keep their distance, yet he only sheathes his edge in front of the photon. Co-star Photon, played by Zhao Yazi, she resembles a white rose blooming amidst ruins, fragile in appearance, but possessing the courage to challenge an entire era. Story overview. In the early years of the Republic in the Shanghai International Settlement, foreign powers were rampant, and Master Hu Yuanjia of the Jingwu School mysteriously perished during a contest against the Japanese Honko Dojo. Chunjun, a favored disciple studying in Japan, hurried back upon hearing the news, vowing to uncover the truth. In the process of investigation, he discovered that his master's death was not only tied to a conspiracy from Japan, but also involved internal power struggles within the Jingwu School. At this time, a Japanese woman named Photon appeared by Chunjun's side. She was his lover from his time studying in Japan, who had come alone to Shanghai in search of him. Faced with the relentless pressure from the Japanese military and the internal and external crises of the Jingwu School, half an hour later, Zhao Yaji put down her draft, looking at Lin Shixiao in shock. "Ah, Xiao, you really know how to write a script." "Hehe, when did I ever boast?" Lin Shixiao's gaze was filled with Zhao Yaji felt a pang of sympathy and rushed over to tightly embrace Lin Shixiao. "That's not what I meant." Lin Shixiao playfully pinched Zhao Yazi's nose and laughed. "You're about to become the highest-grossing actress in Hong Kong. Are you excited?" "Really? It's not. I didn't mean to doubt you." Zhao Yaji was somewhat excited. If anyone else said such a thing, she certainly wouldn't believe it, but since it was Lin Shixiao, she had to believe unconditionally. Not just because she was Lin Shixiao's woman, but also due to his impressive track record. Nowadays in Hong Kong, anyone who mentions Lin Shixiao and his past accomplishments must give him a thumbs up. "If the box office is below 10 million, then I can never touch you again." Lin Shixiao was just joking. In fact, Hero of the Martial Arts is a sister film to Jingwu Men. Jingwu Men was released last year, also starring Li Xiaolong, and achieved great success, with a box office exceeding 4 million. Hero of the Martial Arts effectively stands on the shoulders of giants. In his past life, Hero of the Martial Arts was adapted for the screen the following year, starring Li Lianjia, and was hailed as a textbook for kung fu films, with a box office even higher than Jingwu Men. Now, with the lead role taken by the more popular Li Xiaolong, along with his own experience as a frequent viewer of Hero of the Martial Arts, there is no reason for the box office to be lower than in his past life. Moreover, he has the financial capability to invest without restraint, ensuring the highest quality of the film. These days, making movies is far from professional. Sometimes some plot lines are conceived on the spot by the director and actors. Of course, this has also resulted in some classic Hong Kong films, such as East Meets West. However, this is not a replicable success model. This mode produces more bad films. This time, Lin Shixiao is fully involved, and he will also tidy up the Hong Kong film industry, bringing its professionalism closer to that of Hollywood. After all the films he participates in are not just aimed at Hong Kong, but at the whole world. As a descendant of Yin and Huang with current capabilities, he feels it is his duty to promote Chinese culture. Moreover, he is a martial arts film enthusiast. The thought of his martial arts films being loved by countless viewers brings a profound sense of achievement. One's achievements cannot be measured solely by money. Achievements can be viewed from multiple dimensions. For example, scientists who resolutely return to their homeland, giving up a comfortable life, contribute significantly to the country's technological development. They may not have much savings, but their sense of accomplishment in their careers is no less than that of any businessman. Such individuals are also great achievers. Currently, Lin Shixiao is indeed very successful in terms of money, but he will not stop pursuing further success and the realization of his self-worth. He is only 20 years old. Starting a retirement life early is not his style. In his past life, he had enough of comfort. In this life, he wants to stir things up fiercely. Let the name Lin Shixiao one day be known and admired even by people in the most remote areas of the blue planet. That kind of immense sense of accomplishment is something that no amount of money can buy. Don't say that if you want touch me. I would feel miserable. Zhao Yazi immediately covered Lin Shixiao's mouth, feeling somewhat obsessed with love recently. Then are you feeling miserable now? Lin Shixiao tightened his embrace around Zhao Yaji. Zhao Yaji felt shy, but bravely nodded. Soon an inappropriate scene unfolded in the villa's open space. On the top floor of the global building, wow, what brings director Lin here today? Dressed in a sexy chi pao, Shun Hongyu stood at the elevator entrance welcoming guests. Oh, isn't that beautiful, President Shun? You look even prettier today, the office said. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lin Shixiao pulled Shin Hongyu into the office. You need to contact Jin Yong and Gulong immediately. Oh, I want to acquire all the copyrights they hold. The price is negotiable. You want to buy their copyrights? Shin Hongyu was taken aback. Both of them are renowned masters of martial arts. The copyright prices are quite high. Lin Shixiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you implying that I don't have the strength to do this? Shin Hongyu suddenly realized that Lin Shixiao was now the cash king of Hong Kong Island. Although Jin Yong's copyright was not cheap, it was not a significant amount for Lin Shixiao. All right, is it urgent? If it is, I'll take care of it right now. Shin Hongyu clearly distinguished between personal and professional matters. She would not slack off on work just because of her special relationship with Lin Shixiao. Urgent. Lin Shixiao smiled. Besides, you don't understand script, so you don't need to attend the seminar later. He was deliberately teasing Shen Hongyu. Sure enough, the woman turned a shade of red. Lin Shixiao, I curse you to never stand up again in the future. Lin Shixiao was at a loss. He did not expect this woman to be so fierce. He hurriedly comforted her. All right, I was just joking. Hurry up and go. After it's done, he'll treat you to a meal. Who would care about your treat? Although she said that, the expression on Shen Hongyu's face clearly softened. He'll send you a gift as well. You can choose it yourself later. Lin Shixiao liked it when his woman had many things he had gifted her. He had given Zhao Yaji quite a few gifts. Is this what you promised? Shen Hongyu's expression changed from gloomy to bright. Lin Shixiao placed his hand in an inappropriate spot and joked, I always keep my word. Don't move around. Shen Hongyu was flustered and could only glare at Lin Shixiao. Xiao Yifu and Li Xiaolong were about to arrive, and she did not want to lose face. Hurry up and go. Lin Shixiao reluctantly withdrew his hand. Wait for my news. You'll be paying for it later. Shen Hongyu excitedly ran out. Jin Yong was right on Hong Kong Island, so contacting him was not difficult. However, Gu Long lived on the Treasure Island, making it somewhat challenging to reach him. Nevertheless, no matter how difficult it was, she would complete the task assigned by Lin Shixiao. Not long after Shen Hongyu left, Xiao Yifu, Li Xiaolong, and Zhao Yaji arrived almost simultaneously, along with a few screenwriters recruited by Shen Hongyu. She truly lived up to her word, finding mostly beautiful women. The Xiaolong Group was currently one of the most powerful companies on Hong Kong Island, and with a decent salary, the recruits were naturally of a high caliber. Haha, Lin Sheng, I heard you really finished writing the script. Xiao Yifu came over and embraced Lin Shixiao. The two had developed a deep friendship through work. Xiao Yifu respected Lin Shixiao's abilities, while Lin Shixiao admired Xiao Yifu's character. I only wrote the overall framework, it still needs improvement. Lin Shixiao chuckled as he hugged Xiao Yifu. That's still quite remarkable. To be honest, when you said you would write the script yourself that day, my first thought was, can he do it? Huh? Xiao Yifu knew that Lin Shixiao was someone who could take a joke, so their conversation was quite casual. So you underestimated me, Xiao Sheng. Get ready, you're going to be very surprised later. Lin Shixiao's smile was radiant. He could understand Xiao Yifu's mindset. He indeed had a wide range of talents. Writing scripts was a specialized skill not everyone could master. Good. I really look forward to it. Lin Shixiao's words made Xiao Yifu even more excited for the upcoming script seminar. Lin Sheng, Li Xiaolong shyly greeted Lin Shixiao. For some reason, he felt quite reserved in front of Lin Shixiao. Logically, he was currently the most popular star on Hong Kong Island and shouldn't feel this way, yet the reality was otherwise. Li Xiong, be sure to give your opinions later. Let's speak freely. Lin Shixiao patted Li Xiaolong on the chest. He always felt that the script for Jingwu Hero could be further improved, but he currently lacked the ability to revise it. He could only reproduce the story version from his past life. Sure, definitely. Li Xiaolong nodded vigorously. He was quite sincere and did not have many ulterior motives. Most people might try to flatter Lin Shixiao with insincere words. Ah Xiao. Zhao Yaji gazed affectionately. After not seeing Lin Shixiao for half a day, she missed him. Yaji, both Xiao Sheng and Li Xiong are veterans in the industry. Be sure to observe and listen more. Strive to produce your own film soon, and I will invest. Lin Shixiao hoped that Zhao Yaji would learn a bit of everything and eventually become a screenwriter or even a director herself. He might have quite a few women by his side in the future, so Zhao Yaji needed to invest some energy into her career. Okay, I understand. Zhao Yaji nodded earnestly. Without Lin Shixiao's encouragement, she didn't dare to think too far ahead. She also wanted to become even better to match Lin Shixiao. Lin Sheng. A few newly recruited screenwriters were sizing up Lin Shixiao. Although Zhao Yaji had been discussed quite a bit recently, Lin Shixiao was still a hot topic. Those who had never seen Lin Shixiao were filled with curiosity about this 20-year-old young man. Lin Shixiao looked, you are my exclusive team and you are only responsible to me. Of course, everything you come into contact with must be kept confidential. You cannot reveal a word to the outside world or else. He still needed to give the necessary warnings. Every script he produced was worth its weight in gold. Don't worry, Lin Sheng, we understand the industry rules. It's a privilege to follow Lin Sheng. We won't mess around. Clearly, in the minds of these people, Lin Shixiao had a significant aura, so no one doubted that his scripts would be subpar. Alright, let's get started. With only a few people, Lin Shixiao chose to hold the script seminar in his own office. The movie we are about to shoot is called Jingwu Hero. It is a sister film to Jingwoman. The box office goal starts at 10 million, so all aspects of the details need to be considered. If anyone has good opinions or suggestions, feel free to share. 10 million. Starting point. As soon as Lin Shixiao announced his box office target, everyone present was stunned. Ahem. Xiao Yifu coughed lightly a couple of times. Lin Sheng, isn't this target a bit high? Currently, the highest box office for a Hong Kong Island film was only 560,000, and Lin Shixiao had directly raised it by nearly double. Xiao Sheng, 10 million is not high, and I said it's just the starting point. Lin Shixiao's gaze was sharp. To achieve this result, the film's budget will have no upper limit. No wonder it's Lin Sheng. Xiao Yifu instantly smiled wryly. Currently producing a film on Hong Kong Island with a budget of several $100,000 was considered high, yet Lin Shixiao had set no limits. No wonder it's Lin Sheng. Indeed, he is extravagant. Lin Sheng, I can forego my payment, Li Xiaolong said somewhat excitedly. A film with unlimited investment, as long as the script isn't horrible, it shouldn't perform poorly at the box office. If nothing goes wrong, this will be yet another masterpiece of his. Li Xiaolong has a grand vision for a good project he can do without compensation. After his worth increases, he can earn it back in other projects. No way. Payment is a must. I, Lin Shixiao, am not lacking in this regard, Lin Shixiao responded, Domineer. Don't be fooled by Li Xiaolong's current status as a top star in Hong Kong. His pay isn't actually high, capping at 100,000. He has no need to owe Li Xiaolong a favor just to save that little money. All right, Lin Sheng, I'll listen to you, Li Xiaolong said with a wry smile, experiencing Lin Shixiao's dominance for the first time. Not only do you want a fee, but you also need a share of the profits, 5% of the total box office, unlimited cap. Lin Shixiao aims to elevate Li Xiaolong's salary, making it impossible for other companies to afford him, thus achieving a deeper binding to Li Xiaolong. Lin Sheng, that's a bit harsh, Xiao Yifu said with a wry smile. He couldn't offer Li Xiaolong such favorable treatment. If it weren't for contractual constraints, he had no doubt Li Xiaolong would directly sign under Lin Shixiao. Lin Sheng, this is too much, I can't accept it. Li Xiaolong waved his hands repeatedly, as currently there were no actors in Hong Kong who could share the box office. Once I say something, there's no going back, Lin Shixiao declared, exuding dominance. Even if the box office exceeds 10 million, the share after splitting with the theaters won't amount to much. Frankly, he wasn't making films to earn money. On one hand, it was to promote Zhao Yaji. On the other hand, it was to experience the filmmaking process and enjoy the thrill of achieving high box office numbers and breaking records. Therefore, he wouldn't be stingy with the main actors. All right. Li Xiaolong and Xiao Yifu exchanged glances, then both smiled wryly and nodded. He had never seen a boss so willing to give money. Although Xiao Yifu was generous, he couldn't match Li Xiaolong's case. Xiaolong, you'll set up a studio for you so you can maintain the highest degree of autonomy. You can just give a little to the company regarding income. My demands aren't high. If Xiao has projects in the future that need you, I hope you can come help out due to our past connections. Xiao Yifu wore a slight bitter smile. With Lin Shixiao doing this, he knew that Xiao's company couldn't accommodate a big fish like Li Xiaolong anymore. Granting Li Xiaolong greater autonomy was beneficial for both parties, and he didn't want Li Xiaolong to have a fallout with Xiao in the future. Xiaoxing, how can this work? Li Xiaolong looked at Xiao Yifu in surprise. He indeed had thoughts of going solo, but Xiao Yifu had helped him, and he was a person who valued emotions. It's settled then. If you still value our friendship, don't say more, Xiao Yifu said deliberately, putting on a stern face. All right. Li Xiaolong, deeply moved, stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao Yifu, then to Lin Shixiao, excitedly, saying, Xiaosheng, Lin Sheng, you are both my benefactors. Whenever you need me, Li Xiaolong, just ask. I will help even without payment. Enough. Xiao Yifu pressed his hand down, signaling Li Xiaolong to sit. A satisfied expression flashed in his eyes. To be honest, he was also gambling, betting on whether Li Xiaolong would feel grateful. He seemed to have given Li Xiaolong freedom, but with Li Xiaolong's promise today, Xiao's side actually benefited. No need to be polite, we are all friends. Lin Shixiao also had a smile on his face. With Li Xiaolong being more autonomous, it would be much easier for future collaborations. Xiao Sheng is indeed the godfather of the Hong Kong entertainment industry. No one can match his broad-mindedness. Lin Shixiao directly praised Xiao Yifu. Huh. Xiao Yifu laughed heartily. Compared to Lin Sheng, I'm still... Don't be fooled by Lin Shixiao's mere 20 years. This young man has achieved so much that no one dares to regard him as a peer. Being praised by Lin Shixiao made Xiao Yifu very happy. The little pain of letting go of Li Xiaolong instantly vanished. Yaji, how much payment do you want? Lin Shixiao asked with a smile, while looking at Zhao Yaji. Huh. Zhao Yaji was taken aback, quickly shaking her hands. I don't want payment. How can that be? This is work. Do you want others to think him a miser? Lin Shixiao pretended to put on a stern face. I didn't mean it that way. Zhao Yaji immediately became flustered. With so many people around, she felt embarrassed to proactively kiss and soothe Lin Shixiao. Miss Xiao, regardless of your relationship with Lin Sheng, this is a company project, and you still need to receive your payment. Xiao Yifu interjected. Lin Shixiao immediately nodded. Xiao Sheng is right. Not only you, I also have a salary in the company. He indeed had a salary, but it was merely symbolic, 1 yuan. Well, all right. Seeing this, Zhao Yaji could only nod. How much do you think is appropriate for Yaji's payment? Lin Shixiao asked with a smile, seeking Xiao Yifu's advice. For others, giving around 10 to 20,000 would suffice. After all, although Miss Zhao's fame is considerable, she hasn't acted in films, and the market won't recognize that. Considering everything, 50,000 is more appropriate, Xiao Yifu said after careful consideration. 50,000 is already a high payment, making Zhao Yaji the highest paid actress in Hong Kong hands down. All right, then it's 50,000. Yaji, what do you think? Lin Shixiao smiled at Zhao Yaji. This woman's... Okay, I'll follow your lead. Zhao Yaji looked at Lin Shixiao gratefully. She felt Lin Shixiao's respect for her. In fact, for a project like this, many actors would be willing to work for free. Now, let's move on to the next topic, the script discussion. Little assistant, please help distribute it. Lin Shixiao looked at the beautiful assistant waiting nearby, who was previously the front desk girl. Sure, Mr. Lin. The assistant's face flushed. Zhao Yaji carefully scrutinized this woman and found that aside from slightly lacking in temperament, she matched her in every other aspect. A sense of crisis arose within her, strengthening her determination to improve. A woman should possess not only beauty but also a strong inner core, which keeps men from growing weary of her. Everyone eagerly awaited and immediately flipped through the script upon receiving it. Huh. I didn't expect Lin Sheng would actually write a script. Impressive, truly impressive. Upon seeing it for the first time, Xiao Yifu couldn't help but exclaim. The format Lin Shixiao used was highly professional, akin to that of an experienced screenwriter. Xiao Sheng is overpraising me. Lin Shixiao's smile blossomed. This story is truly exhilarating. After glancing through a few pages, Li Xiaolong became excited, feeling that this film was bound to be a huge hit. Li Xiong, take another look. Feel free to voice any opinions. Lin Shixiao leaned slightly forward, his hands resting on the table, his smile never faltering. I can't find anything to critique. Li Xiaolong said, somewhat troubled. He felt the story Lin Shixiao crafted was excellent, with no areas needing improvement. Then let's consider the action scenes. Do you have any new ideas? This film must provide the audience with a fresh experience, Lin Shixiao said earnestly, and Li Xiaolong was undoubtedly top-notch in action design. Li Xiaolong nodded seriously. All right. I'll think it over well. He didn't shirk from it, as this was indeed his strength. Lin Sheng, the script is excellent, it just needs a few minor tweaks. Before I hadn't seen the script, I had little confidence in achieving a 10 million box office. Now I feel that 10 million is too low. I feel the same way. The members of the screenwriting team were immensely excited, never expecting that Lin Shixiao truly understood scripts and wrote so well. There are still plenty of things to improve inside, so I'll trouble you all moving forward. Receiving affirmation from professionals greatly pleased Lin Shixiao. Over an hour later, the script seminar concluded successfully. They just needed to wait for the writing team to finalize the script before filming could begin. Of course, Xiao Studio would prepare for the preliminary work. To avoid complications, Lin Shixiao decided to let Xiao Studio participate deeply, as his goal wasn't to make a fortune, letting out some profits was acceptable. After discussing some character-related matters with Zhao Yaji and Li Xiaolong, Lin Shixiao was about to leave the company when Shin Hongyu brought back good news. Master Jin Yong has agreed to meet with you tonight. Oh, so soon. Lin Shixiao immediately became. He was looking to purchase all rights from Jin Yong. Such a significant matter, Jin Yong wouldn't refuse to meet him. The master valued more than just price. He had to prepare his pitch well. At 7 in the evening, Lin Shixiao arrived in front of a 3-story independent building located on Zhedian Mountain. At this moment, a middle-aged man around 50, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with his hair meticulously styled, was waiting for a while, appearing very cultured and refined. Seeing Lin Shixiao, he instinctively took 2 steps forward. I have long wanted to meet Lin Sheng, and seeing you today, you truly are a talented youth. Mr. Cha, I am indeed your fan. Lin Shixiao smiled and shook hands with Jin Yong, then presented a prepared gift. This is a bottle of aged Huadiao wine. I hope you like it. It's my first visit, and discussing such important copyright matters, it's only right that I don't come empty-handed. Lin Sheng is thoughtful, though I have nothing to give in return. Jin Yong happily accepted the Huadiao wine, his hometown's liquor, which he enjoyed sipping in his leisure time to ease his homesickness. Mr. Cha, you are too polite. Lin Shixiao felt somewhat excited inside, but did not show it, fearing that the other party might think him immature. The two casually chatted as they made their way to the study. Have you eaten, Lin Sheng? If not, I can have the servant prepare something. Jin Yong spoke slowly and politely, making one feel very comfortable. Rest assured, Mr. Cha, I have already eaten. Lin Shixiao surveyed the room and was stunned by the vast number of books. Mr. Cha, you must have at least 10,000 books here, right? I don't have many hobbies, and reading is one of them. I must read some books every day, or I can't even sleep well. Jin Yong began to brew tea. Lin Shixiao's expression grew more serious. It seems I need to read more books as well, or else people will always call me a nouveau riche. You truly are a nouveau riche. I've researched you. Making so much money in such a short time has never happened before, Jin Yong said, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. At this point, he had stopped writing books and focused all his thoughts on the recently launched newspaper, writing over 1,000 words of social commentary daily. Currently, in Hong Kong, Hongyu Daily was the dominant player in the newspaper industry. If Jin Yong wanted any achievements in this field, he had to study Lin Shixiao. To catch Mr. Cha's eye is an honor for a junior. Lin Shixiao clasped his hands together. Jin Yong indeed appeared as friendly as rumored, boosting his confidence in the upcoming negotiations. It was now 1973, and people had yet to properly recognize the value of copyright. If Lin Shixiao could acquire all of Jin Yong's copyrights at this time, it would ensure astronomical royalties for him in the future, even if he did nothing else. Lin Sheng, please have some tea. Jin Yong was aware of Lin Shixiao's purpose for coming, but did not rush into the main topic. Thank you, Mr. Cha. Lin Shixiao remained calm. He was quite confident that unless Jin Yong had no intention of selling the copyright, his offer would surely be the highest. For the next few minutes, both remained silent, quietly enjoying their tea. Jin Yong seemed to be waiting for Lin Shixiao to speak first, but Lin Shixiao simply wouldn't. Unable to bear the silence, Jin Yong had to speak first. After all, this was his home, and as the host it was unreasonable to neglect his guest. Mr. Lin, I already know the purpose of your visit, as Mr. Shen has informed me. I do indeed have thoughts of selling the copyright, but I wonder if there are any other points aside from the price that can persuade me. Jin Yong looked at Lin Shixiao earnestly. Many people were seeking to purchase his copyrights. The choice of whom to sell to was not just about money, but also about who could maximize the benefits of the copyright. He certainly did not want his works adapted into TV dramas or movies only to receive widespread criticism. Here it comes. Lin Shixiao felt a tightening in his chest, organized his thoughts, and slowly said, Mr. Cha, first I want to declare that regardless of what price others have quoted you, my offer will be double the highest one. Although Mr. Jin insists he does not care about the price, I still want to present my sincerity first. Jin Yong's expression brightened. If he didn't want money, why would he sell the copyright? This was inherently contradictory. What else? Jin Yong's interest evidently piqued, and he had clearly begun to regard Lin Shixiao as a key candidate. Moreover, you should already know that I am the largest shareholder of TVB. Your novel, when adapted into a TV series, will have a great broadcasting platform. Additionally, I have plenty of cash. Whether for making films or TV dramas, I can guarantee quality, and they can become classics. Also, I can establish a dedicated copyright management company and offer you and your family a 5% dividend share without any charge. Upon hearing this, Jin Yong's expression became excited. Does this not affect the copyright price? It doesn't affect it. To be honest, as long as I can secure your copyright, I can make a lot of money in the future. Offering you and your family 5% is not much. This way you won't have to worry about your descendants not being capable and facing financial difficulties. Lin Shixiao stared intently at Jin Yong. Establishing an independent copyright management company and granting Jin Yong's family a 5% dividend share was the result of Lin Shixiao's careful consideration. In his past life, Jin Yong's descendants sued the copyright holders after his death, demanding the return of all copyrights. Jin Yong was trustworthy, but his descendants were not necessarily so. Currently, copyright laws were not well established, and if Jin Yong's descendants caused trouble in the future, he would be at a disadvantage. However, having a company to manage the copyrights changed everything. He would only be a major shareholder with 95% of the shares, making it very troublesome for Jin Yong's descendants to sue him in the future. Moreover, once they sued, they would lose the 5% dividend share. This way he could avoid potential legal risks. Among so many, only you can truly move me. Jin Yong was somewhat excited. Others were eager to acquire the copyrights in his hands, but he also yearned to find the most suitable partner. Lin Shixiao not only offered the most cash, but also considered his descendants, showing unparalleled sincerity. If Mr. Cha has anything to add, please feel free to speak. We can negotiate everything. Lin Shixiao was calm, while Jin Yong, newly ventured into business, was not very adept at hiding his emotions. May I hold a supervisory title in all projects? If it's difficult, this can be omitted. Jin Yong looked at Lin Shixiao with pleading eyes. Of course, that's fine. But rest assured, I won't let the adaptations lose the spirit conveyed in the novel. Lin Shixiao understood that Jin Yong was worried about reckless adaptations. Considering that having Jin Yong on board would benefit promotion, he agreed. After all, once he secured the copyrights, he would be in the driving seat. In case of any conflicts later, Jin Yong would have no way to deal with him. Thank you for your understanding, Lin Sheng. Jin Yong lowered his head again to drink tea, clearly making his final deliberation. Lin Shixiao also did not disturb him, equally bowing his head to drink tea. It was unclear how long it went on when Jin Yong's palms slammed heavily on the table. 10 million. Deal. Lin Shixiao was momentarily stunned and quickly slapped the table in response. Deal. In fact, he had prepared to offer 20 million, not expecting the other quotes to be so low. However, 10 million was still an astronomical figure in this era. Of course, compared to the profits that would be generated once the copyrights were fully developed, it was just a drop in the bucket. At this time, Jin Yong had over a dozen works, among which the more famous ones included The Legend of the Condor, Heroes, Demigods, and Semi-Devils, The Smiling Proud Wanderer, The Return of the Condor, Heroes, The Deer and the Cauldron, and The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Many of these had been adapted multiple times in his past life into both films and television dramas, with some even developed into games. As long as Lin Shixiao secured the copyrights, anyone wanting to leverage Jin Yong's name would have to pay. 2 days later, under the watch of the media in Hong Kong, Lin Shixiao and Jin Yong signed the agreement together, officially granting Lin Shixiao the rights to all of Jin Yong's works. In an instant, all of Hong Kong was in an uproar. It wasn't that Lin Shixiao had successfully acquired Jin Yong's copyrights, but rather, the price he offered was 3 times that of others. Some media even referred to Lin Shixiao as a great fool. However, such controversies were destined to be of no concern to Lin Shixiao, as he was already on a plane heading to the Treasure Island. Even if he knew, he would only smile faintly. If one cannot bear to spend a few million, then one should not expect to enjoy future earnings in the billions. As for this trip to the Treasure Island, he primarily had two tasks. One was, of course, to secure the copyright for Gu. Although Gulong's fame was not as great as Jin Young's, the protagonists he created were quite popular, such as Li Xuanhuan, Chu Liuxiang Xiao Yuer, and Hua Wuk, among others. Some of the novels had also been adapted multiple times in his past life. Shen Hongyu had learned through connections that Gulong was currently going through a divorce and urgently needed money, making it the perfect opportunity for Lin Shixiao to secure the copyright. The other task was to seek cooperation to jointly develop the film market on Treasure Island. With a population of 16 million, it was 4 times that of Hong Kong. Moreover, at this time the economy of Treasure Island was at its historical peak. Lin Shixiao had learned that in recent months Treasure Island's exports had grown by 44%, indicating that the people of Treasure Island were quite affluent. However, the film market of Treasure Island had not been adequately developed. Currently, the highest-grossing film had barely reached 5 million, which was just over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, a stark mismatch with such a large population and a thriving economy. This was Lin Shixiao's opportunity. At that moment at Songshan Airport on Treasure Island, an impressive convoy leading the way was a pitch-black Cadillac Fleetwood 75, which stretched 6 meters long, resembling a... Following closely were several black Ford Galaxy 500s and Toyota Crowns. However, what caught the most attention were the densely packed heavy motorcycles on both sides, and behind, conservatively estimated to be at least 100. The Bamboo Union has arrived. Wow, such a grand display. The person being picked up must be someone significant. I wonder who it is. The Bamboo Union is already the #1 gang on Treasure Island, and they still treat this person with such importance. He must not be ordinary. The onlookers instinctively made way while a few nearby police officers chatted casually, pretending not to notice the societal figures. A tall, handsome man in his 30s, dressed casually, yet exuding a powerful aura, stepped down from the Cadillac. "Boss!" More than 100 gang members shouted in unison, creating a stunning scene. "How long until the plane arrives?" Chen Qili asked his trusted aide. "It should be about 10 minutes. Good, let's go inside. The rest of you stay outside and remain vigilant." Chen Qili led a few trusted aides inside, one of whom couldn't help but ask, "Boss, who are we picking up today?" Previously, Chen Qili had only instructed them to pick up a very important guest, and to make the grandest arrangements possible, so they had borrowed every luxury car they could. Haha, before it was for the guest's safety, now I can tell you we are here to pick up the most prominent figure from Hong Kong. Chen Qili's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had always enjoyed making friends, especially with powerful and young individuals. The most prominent figure from Hong Kong. Could it be the son of Hua Xingyi, the Justice of the Peace, the Cash King of Hong Kong? The other aides were equally shocked. Although Hong Kong and Treasure Island were separated by the sea, the exchanges between the two were quite close, and news from Hong Kong would spread throughout Treasure Island in just a few days. "That's right, it's him. Chen Ili called to tell me to treat him well. How could I dare to neglect him?" Chen Qili's lips curled into a slight smile. "It's really him." A few aides exchanged glances, still absorbing the shocking news. "Boss, he has so much money. If we can cooperate, we will become prosperous." Although the Bamboo Union was developing rapidly, it was also in dire need of funds, which was why Chen Qili valued Lin Shixiao so much. "I think so too." Chen Qili nodded. Unlike other gang leaders, he had a decent education, did not enjoy violence, and preferred making money, wanting the brothers in his gang to live well. "Then we should give him enough face for this grand display." One aide chuckled. "Indeed." Chen Qili nodded, looking towards the exit without saying another word. After a few minutes, he finally saw passengers emerging one after another. Among the crowd, he immediately noticed a young man in his early 20s. Not only was the young man's attire expensive, but more importantly, he exuded an air of superiority that could only belong to a true big shot. "Ha ha ha." Chen Qili quickly approached. "Welcome, Lin Sheng, to Treasure Island. Are you Brother Chen?" Lin Shixiao smiled and shook hands with Chen Qili. Before coming, he had already reviewed Chen Qili's information. Even without looking it up, he could tell that the person in front of him was the leader of the Bamboo Union, just by his aura. His ability to connect with Chen Qili was indirectly due to Hui Yingdong's influence. Of course, Hui Yingdong did not have a direct connection to the Bamboo Union, but the Bamboo Union had a brother gang in Hong Kong, 14K, and Hui Yingdong happened to have a deep connection with the boss of 14K, Chen Ili. "We are about the same age, you can just call me Duck Boss like everyone else." Chen Qili laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Lin Shixiao almost couldn't hold back. The reason Chen Qili had this nickname was entirely because of the way he walked like a duck. Duck Boss. Still on someone else's territory, Lin Shixiao had to show enough respect. "All right, younger brother Shixiao, your safety on Treasure Island is guaranteed by me. If anyone dares to touch a hair on you, I will deal with his entire family," Chen Qili declared with authority. In this era of gang life, one must follow through on their words, otherwise they would lose credibility and be mocked by others in the community. As the boss of the Bamboo Union, Chen Qili dared to make such bold claims in public, undoubtedly possessing considerable confidence. In fact, nowadays on Treasure Island, it would be quite commendable for the Bamboo Union not to seek trouble with others. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Lin Shixiao understood that he was currently a notable figure, and without a big shot's backing on Treasure Island, ensuring his personal safety would be difficult. No need for politeness. Let's go. I'll treat you to a welcome dinner, let you experience the unique features of Treasure Island, and then introduce you to a top female star from the island. Chen Chili put his arm around Lin Shixiao's shoulder and led him outside. Lin Shixiao felt curious and asked, "Brother Chen, who is it?" It's a secret." Chen Chili chuckled, leaving them in suspense. At this moment he noticed a Long and a Hu following behind and signaled to his subordinates, "Come on, help the two brothers with their belongings."